Lin Fan, an ordinary university student of the 21st century, an avid fan of Douluo, found himself inexplicably transported to the world of Douluo Continent, where through persistent persuasion and with the aid of a system, he achieved the remarkable rank of level 95. However, such prowess did not alter the balance of power on the continent. What awaited him was the forging of alliances and the ultimate ambition of uniting the entire Douluo star. To his astonishment, the system granted him the ability to manipulate the forces of the current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong. Tang Hao, do you dare to challenge the Spirit Hall? Lin Fan declared, brandishing the Thunder God hammer with a sinister glint in his eyes. Tang San, do you, the so-called God of Greed, presume to engage me in combat? I have already informed you that you shall forever remain behind me, Lin Fan remarked, observing Tang San, who had evidently become the God of Greed due to the butterfly effect, with a hint of resignation. In truth, I do not wish to exploit any advantages, Lin Fan stated, savoring a sip of celestial wine in the divine realm, shaking his head. Lord Lin Fan, my lady has been bitten by a small divine beast. What, my lady? Take me to her at once, Lin Fan exclaimed anxiously. The kingdom may be lost, but I, Lin Fan, can fight again. However, my lady, I cannot allow any harm to befall her. Chapter 1. The beginning of a near-super Douluo Lin Fan. Ding. Congratulations, host, for traversing to the Douluo Continent, initiating 10 consecutive draws. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Sacred Dragon King Martial Soul. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the identity of a friend of Bibi Dong, intimacy level 99. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the ultimate Eye of Inquiry. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Hero Kai 1G from the King's Canyon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the 96th level title Douluo by Qi from the King's Canyon. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving the Dark God Inheritance. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ability to translate Douluo Continent's language into Mandarin. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the innate skill God-level comprehension and a 90-level powerful soul tool, the God-slaying spear. Ding. Congratulations, host, for attaining the prowess of a near-super Douluo. In a dark forest, a youth listened to a voice resonating in his mind, appearing somewhat dazed, clearly struggling to believe this was reality. He was clad in a simple white shirt, wearing unremarkable black trousers, and his feet adorned with distinctly black and white shoes, all so utterly ordinary. However, when it came to his appearance, it was truly captivating, breathtakingly handsome, surpassing the beauty of both fish and birds, eclipsing the moon and shaming flowers. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. In terms of looks, he would undoubtedly be among the top ranks on Earth. His name was Lin Fan, an ordinary university student from the 21st century, aged 18, a devoted enthusiast of the Douluo Continent, and one of the rare supporters of the Spirit Hall. He was initially seated at his computer, browsing through the Douluo Continent Reader's Circle, ready to retort against a fervent critic of the Spirit Hall. Yet, just moments ago, Lin Fan discovered that he had traversed to the Douluo Continent, a realm inhabited by his most beloved characters, which filled him with immense joy. However, as a university student, he should not have believed such things. But if this were a fabrication, then what was this place before him? And what are the truth behind the system's claims? Kid, I've told you. I am your system. Why do you not believe? A voice interrupted Lin Fan's thoughts, sounding in his ear. Huanling, you truly are the system. Lin Fan exclaimed in disbelief. It turned out that such an incredible entity as a system really did exist in this world. No need to state the obvious. Although your requests are somewhat excessive, I have fulfilled them. Release your martial soul and see. The system known as Huanling replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan unleashed his energy, feeling a surge of soul power so profound that it evoked genuine excitement within him. In the next moment, 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, emerged from beneath his feet, appearing extraordinarily sacred against the backdrop of darkness. Simultaneously, a great horn sprouted from his head, wings unfurled from his back, his hands transformed into dragon claws, and his body was covered in iridescent dragon scales. This was his first martial soul, the Sacred Dragon King. 6 black and 3 red? The intensity of this soul power is indeed that of a near-super Douluo. Lin Fan marveled in shock and exhilaration, feeling the energy coursing within him. He had merely jested with the system about possessing the strength of a super Douluo, not anticipating that it would genuinely bestow such power upon him. Did this mean that the super healer Kai 1G, the relentless by Qi, and his identity as a friend of Bibi Dong were all indeed real? Huanling, display the data panel, Lin Fan commanded as he retracted his martial soul. As a traveler, especially one fond of system narratives, he understood the significance of the data panel in another world. Host, Lin Fan. System, Huanling gender, male. Age, 16. Talent, God-level comprehension. Abilities, ultimate eye of inquiry. Identity, honorary elder of the Spirit Hall. Weapon, God-slaying spear. Items, Elder's token of the Spirit Hall. Martial souls, Sacred Dragon King, White Tiger's Sacred King. Level, 95, near Super Douluo. Soul ring configuration, black, 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 red, red, red. Subordinates, Bai Qi, Kai Wenji. After reviewing the data panel, Lin Fan could no longer contain his joy. With such power, could he not truly walk boldly across the Douluo Continent? You brat. How can you be so pleased with such mediocre strength? Hurry and work hard to unify Douluo Star. So, I may be reborn. Huan Ling admonished discontentedly. All right, I understand, Lin Fan replied. True to his character, he felt an obligation to repay those who had aided him, especially Huan Ling, who had granted him such generous gifts. Huan Ling, summoned by Qi and Kai Wenji. Lin Fan contemplated, stating his request. He was eager to see just how significant the difference was between a 96-level super Douluo and himself. Huan Ling did not respond, but in the next moment, the dark forest around him suddenly illuminated. A girl with a giant lute appeared before him, extending her adorable little legs, her enchanting eyes causing Lin Fan to feel. A man wielding a scythe with sinister eyes also emerged before him. The man's gaze was filled with malevolent fury and an air of supremacy. However, before Lin Fan, I am Bai Qi, your humble servant, greeting my lord. Bai Qi declared, sheathing his scythe martial soul and kneeling respectfully. This humble young lady, Kai Wenji, pays her respects to the esteemed lord. Kai Wenji retracted her moon soul lute martial spirit, kneeling on one knee, her large, watery eyes blinking as she spoke softly. I suspect this Kai Wenji is toying with me. Lin Fan chuckled at her mischievous demeanor. Although Kai Wenji is youthful, her beauty is undeniably charming, presenting a stark contrast to his previous impressions of diminutive figures. Host, you might want to give it a try. 3 years is just the beginning, the ethereal spirit remarked. Kai Wenji has always been adorably enchanting. How could one expect anything less? All right, enough of that. Activate the ultimate probing eye. Lin Fan's expression darkened as he spoke nonchalantly. How could he possibly harbor any genuine interest in such an adorable girl as Kai Wenji? In the next moment, 2 pieces of data materialized in his mind. Bai Qi, title, God of Death Douluo. Martial Spirit, Death God Scythe. Level, 96 Super Douluo of the Assault class. Soul Rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Loyalty, 100. Kai Wenji, Martial Spirit, Moon Soul Lute. Level, 89 Healing System Soul Douluo. Soul Ring Configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Loyalty, 100. Both of you may rise. There is no need for such formality. Lin Fan felt somewhat at a loss upon witnessing their demeanor and could only assist them to their feet. Thank you, my lord. Bai Qi and Kai Wenji hurriedly stood up and then spoke. These two are truly formidable, Lin Fan pondered, reflecting on their capabilities. If Bai Qi's soul ring configuration weren't somewhat lacking, he would undoubtedly be unmatched among the Super Douluo. Lin Fan mused. One must question, is a configuration of 1 yellow, 2 purple, 5 black, and 1 red truly weak? Illusory spirit, do they reside in the system space, or? Lin Fan inquired. Both inhabit their respective system spaces and can be summoned at any time. Of course, they may also be prevented from returning, the ethereal spirit replied. You two may return for now, Lin Fan said after a moment's thought to Bai Qi and Kai Wenji. It was not that Lin Fan held any disdain for them. Rather, he simply had nowhere to accommodate them at present. Yes, my lord. Bai Qi nodded before vanishing from sight. Kai Wenji, however, flashed a radiant smile at Lin Fan before slowly disappearing. Kai Wenji, so small yet so skilled in flirtation. Who could resist her charm? Lin Fan trembled slightly as he spoke. Host, she is 17, while you are currently 16, the ethereal spirit stated solemnly. Lin Fan felt a bit embarrassed, but he was astonished to learn that Kai Wenji was already a soul Douluo at 17. However, considering the system's omnipotent capabilities, he soon found solace in the revelation. Host, what are your plans? The ethereal spirit queried Lin Fan. You made me 16. How old is Tang San now? Lin Fan asked, somewhat pleased with his age. 16? Not bad. Still quite youthful. As for Tang San, right now, he is just under 12, yet to join Shrek Academy. There remains half a year until the story of his joining unfolds. The ethereal spirit informed him. Shrek with Zhao Wujia. Lin Fan recalled Zhao Wujia, the brawny man with the martial spirit of the mighty golden bear, shaking his head in exasperation. Zhao Wujia is indeed a formidable figure in Douluo. Perhaps I shall encounter him in due time. Lin Fan chuckled at the memory of the system narrative depicting Zhao Wujia as a mandatory boss in the novice village. As an honorary elder of the Spirit Hall, he naturally had to consider its interests. Thus, for both emotional and logical reasons, Zhao Wujia must be dealt with. Tang San, in this life, with my presence, the Spirit Hall shall face no peril, Lin Fan resolved, his gaze sharpening considerably. Unbeknownst to him, at the heart of the dense forest, a colossal red beast had already detected the energy fluctuations emanating from his location. Chapter 2. Lin Fan versus Crimson King. A few human powerhouses have arrived at the center of the Stardo Forest. In the core area of the Stardo Great Forest, a massive crimson beast, just awakened from slumber and cultivation, sensed the lingering auras of Lin Fan and his companions, and spoke in astonishment. Oh, two auras have vanished, leaving behind only one relatively weaker presence? Haha, just as I, the Crimson King, have emerged from seclusion. I am eager to test my progress against this humble human. The Crimson Beast disdainfully remarked, for despite being among the weakest of the top 10 ferocious beasts, it could still relish in tormenting lesser opponents. Moreover, this time out of seclusion, it felt confident it could last longer in a contest against Bear Monarch. Host, a friendly reminder. One of the top 10 ferocious beasts, the Crimson King, is rapidly approaching this location. Just as Lin Fan was reveling in the joy of having crossed over to the pinnacle, the ethereal spirit, Huanying, spoke softly. The Crimson King? The one ranking among the lowest of the top 10 ferocious beasts from Douluo 2? How could he be here, in this place? Lin Fan suddenly recalled the environment surrounding him, and incredulously asked, Huanying, do not tell me this forest is the Stardo Great Forest? He glanced around the dim surroundings. Somewhat speechless. You could have mentioned where we were earlier. Anyone with sense could feel that vigorous aura, strutting about in an alien form within another's domain. Surely that's asking for trouble? Ahem, to be precise, this is the area bordering the center of the Stardo Great Forest. Upon hearing Lin Fan's reply, Huanying replied eagerly. Huh? I understand now. Lin Fan nodded helplessly, realizing he had indeed been lost in the euphoria of his transition. Neglecting the environment he was in, had not the Crimson King been the slowest among the top 10 ferocious beasts, he might have already arrived. Wait a moment, Huanying. Since the Crimson King can sense us, why can't Emperor Tian and the others? Lin Fan pondered, a hint of confusion in his voice. Am I, a dignified, rank 95 human title de law, not worthy of their attention? Host, first, aside from the Crimson King, the others are quite astute. They understand exactly what the energy of the heavenly dream, ice, silkworm signifies for them. Second, you truly lack the stature to provoke them. As Huanying delivered the second remark, there was a hint of mischief in her tone. Host, you overestimate your significance, Huanying remarked, exasperated. In my days traversing various planes, your Earth had yet to exist. Enough of that. The Crimson King must be among the weakest of the top 10 ferocious beasts at this moment, right? Lin Fan promptly redirected the conversation, casually inquiring. Of course, he was aware of the answer. The Crimson King was indeed one of the least formidable among them. Even Hua Yuhao's fourth soul ring had been sought out with its assistance. Before Huanying could respond, a three-headed dog of a Tibetan mastiff, cloaked in blood-red fur, with piercing eyes, sharp claws, and knife-like teeth, appeared before Lin Fan. This creature was the 8th ranked among the top 10 ferocious beasts, the Crimson King, who had failed to defeat the gluttonous Douluo and had been detained by the Super Douluo. Human, this is not a place for your kind. The Crimson King roared at Lin Fan, glaring at him with a fierce expression. Human, today I find myself too disinclined to slay you. Count your blessings. Internally, the Crimson King scoffed. How could a beast of the Stardo Great Forest stoop to bully a mere junior? However, what he did not expect was that Lin Fan, aside from a fleeting glance at its arrival, completely ignored it. Brat, do not be so arrogant. The Crimson King, known for its notoriously irritable temperament, was enraged by such humiliation and swiped a paw at Lin Fan. Martial spirit, Sacred Dragon King, manifest. Lin Fan, unperturbed by the unfolding scene, silently chanted. In the next instant, his body was enveloped in resplendent, multicolored scales, a noble dragon horn adorned his head, and his hands transformed into dragon claws. His upper body now resembling that of a dragon king. 9 soul rings, 5 black and 4 red, circled around him. Among them, the second black soul ring radiated brilliantly. It was the second soul skill of the Sacred Dragon King, Dragon King's sacred might, which Lin Fan embodied. At the moment, Lin Fan unleashed his martial spirit. The Crimson King's soul power fluctuations diminished considerably, substantially reducing its offensive capability against Lin Fan. This was an unavoidable suppression, a crushing weight stemming from bloodline superiority. The meager residual damage was rendered ineffective under the influence of Lin Fan's second soul skill. Apologies, but in the face of absolute bloodline suppression, you stand no chance. Lin Fan thought calmly as he observed the massive claw descending upon him. The next moment, the claw aimed at Lin Fan made no impact on the Dragon King. No, 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 this is impossible. My bloodline is that of a pure, true dragon. How could you impose bloodline suppression upon me? The Crimson King hastily withdrew its paw, seething with anger. The richness of its bloodline had emboldened it, allowing it to challenge and even provoke its non-dragon companions among the top 10 ferocious beasts despite its insufficient strength. This was a source of pride and a badge of honor. Yet now, being subdued by a mere human left it decidedly uncomfortable. Little pup, there is nothing impossible about this. Wake up. Lin Fan remained unfazed, and the first black soul ring glowed brilliantly, causing his right arm's dragon claw to grow larger and sharper, and he could feel an infusion of additional energy within his right paw. This was his first soul skill, Dragon King's Shattering Claw, which inflicted significant damage while also causing a wounding effect on the opponent. 6 black soul rings? 3 red soul rings? How can this be? The Crimson King finally took note of Lin Fan's soul ring configuration, and its 3 heads trembled with a profound sense of fear. The optimal soul ring configuration for human soul masters is known all. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Yet, the combination of 6 black and 3 red soul rings was something most human soul masters had never even heard of. Those of lowly status, lacking in strength, often did not comprehend what the red soul rings represented. But how could the proud Crimson King, one of the top 10 ferocious beasts and a participant in the Dragon God War, be unaware of their significance? Though the Crimson King was tumultuous within, Lin Fan remained oblivious. His right claw was already aimed at the center head. Instantly, the third head suffered near-fatal damage due to its lack of response and shock. Of course, had it not been taken aback, Lin Fan, lacking any combat experience, might not have even landed a hit. Human, do not be so arrogant. The first head of the Crimson King seethed, and with that, the Crimson King began to channel its potent soul power, retreating. Indeed, it was just as you imagined, a retreat. Lin Fan found himself momentarily stunned. The 8th-ranked existence among the top 10 ferocious beasts was simply fleeing. No wonder it held the 8th position. Lin Fan shook his head, pondering that this fellow, aside from lacking strength, seemed to be devoid of wit as well. Host, now is not the time for mockery. The ethereal voice of Huan Ling interjected without courtesy. All right, I concede. I shouldn't flaunt myself on someone else's territory, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, retracting his released Sacred Dragon King martial spirit, and began his retreat. With the swiftness befitting a level 95 quasi-super Daw, he dashed towards the outskirts of the Star Doe forest, euphemistically labeling it a strategic withdrawal. Yet, Lin Fan remained oblivious to the impending assault that awaited him. Chapter 3. Meng Zhuang, defeated, a slave for eternity. Wait, Huan Ling, did I just step on something? After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin Fan felt as though he had trodden upon a colossal entity and hastily came to a halt, perplexed. Though he had attained the pinnacle of level 95, the mindset of an earthling had yet to change. He remained sensitive to his surroundings. Host, you just stepped upon a dying 10,000-year soul beast, the steel armored turtle. Huan Ling remarked with exasperation. You truly are oblivious to the value of sustenance. If you had ever trained for yourself, you would understand just how formidable a 10,000-year soul beast is. How could a 10,000-year soul beast be on the verge of death? Lin Fan inquired, bewildered. However, before Huan Ling could respond, an elderly man, stooped and wielding a dragon-headed staff, approached him with a fierce glare. Instinctively, Lin Fan turned to the old man, who was followed closely by a middle-aged man, resembling him greatly and also brandishing a dragon-headed wooden staff, his eyes equally fierce. Father, this brat has crushed my soul beast. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, the middle-aged man pointed an accusatory finger at him, brimming with indignation. Internally, he was seething with rage, for he had been a soul king for many years and had yet to find a suitable soul beast. To have finally discovered one possessing about 1% dragon bloodline, only to have it crushed beneath someone's foot? Rest assured, I shall seek justice for you, the elderly man replied calmly, turning his gaze towards Lin Fan. Young one, do you understand the significance of the soul beast you just extinguished? The old man, struggling to suppress his fury, glared at him. Yes, and what of it? Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. To him, a 10,000-year soul beast was easily dispatched. Furthermore, should the old man wish to ambush him, he would require sufficient strength. Having assessed the old man's power, he deemed him merely an 86th level soul daw, insignificant in his eyes. Moreover, they were far removed from the core of the Star Doe forest, safe from the pursuit of beasts from the inner circle, leaving him entirely unfazed. You insolent brat, do you comprehend the importance of a 10,000-year soul beast? The elderly man swung his dragon-headed staff, striking the ground fiercely, sending dirt flying in all directions. 10,000-year soul beasts cannot simply be killed at will. Lin Fan brushed off the dirt that had settled on his attire, responding with calm detachment. It is not that I underestimate you, old man, but your incessant lecturing is quite tiresome. Do you not fear a misstep in your judgment of my capabilities? Well, I, Meng Shu, have traversed the Soul Master world for years and have yet to encounter such an audacious young one, Meng Shu retorted, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. You, a mere soul sovereign, dare claim that 10,000-year soul beasts can be slain at will, even if your ramblings had merit. That turtle, with its 1% dragon bloodline, is no trivial matter. It bears the essence of a dragon, albeit minimal. It is not to be dismissed lightly. Meng Shu, the Meng Shu of the dragon and snake? Lin Fan silently reflected upon hearing the name. No wonder he exudes such arrogance. He possesses a measure of clout, yet it seems insufficient. The martial spirit fusion technique of the dragon and snake duo pales in comparison to that of a low-ranking title Douluo, and would hardly pose a threat to those who are less combat-oriented, like Douluo. So what will you do? Lin Fan suppressed his thoughts, speaking with a hint of irritation. I acknowledge that I am in the wrong in this matter, and I am willing to converse with you. However, could you expedite the process? It is late, and while I may not necessarily need rest, I am feeling rather lethargic. Hell, what shall we do? I demand that you compete with my son. If you win, you may leave, but if you lose, you shall serve as a slave for eternity. Meng Shu declared menacingly. Father, that's far too lenient. I say we should dismember him. The middle-aged man, emboldened by his father's presence, spoke with arrogance. That soul beast was rare. How can we allow him to escape unscathed? He expressed his indignation, likening it to winning a lottery worth 100 million only to have it sullied in a pit of muck. Enough, Zhuang. Once he becomes your slave, everything is your responsibility. We shall address that later, Meng Shu admonished, casting a disapproving glance at him. Look at this young man. Though brash, he stands undaunted. And you, over a mere 10,000-year soul beast, becomes so distressed. Were Lin Fan aware of his thoughts? He might have felt a surge of anger. You are the one who is arrogant. Your entire family is arrogant. You insolent brat, allow me to teach you a lesson, Meng Zhuang shouted, brandishing the dragon-headed staff with fury. He unleashed the oppressive aura of his 50-level quasi-soul king, summoning forth his proud soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple. Within their family, such treatment was reserved for direct descendants and esteemed juniors. Remember your future master, son of the dragon and snake, Meng Zhuang, level 50 soul king. Martial spirit, armored dragon staff. Meng Zhuang proclaimed with swagger. You, insolent boy, have likely never encountered a powerhouse of my caliber. Meng Zhuang? Lin Fan was taken aback upon hearing the name. You, my friend, must have spent too much time in the King S Canyon. You are Meng Zhuang? Then I'm still Luan Li. Oh, so you're already calling me by my name, are you? Meng Zhuang scoffed. Huh. I hope you still possess that bravado after our encounter. Lin Fan retorted with a smirk. Do I need to unleash my martial spirit to deal with you? Chapter 4. A single punch to stun Meng Shu. Boy, are you conceding without even releasing your martial spirit? This would not do. Meng Zhuang scoffed, observing Lin Fan's stillness. I thought you were audacious enough to confront the old man, yet here you stand, a coward too timid to unleash your martial spirit in my presence. Being foolish is not your fault, but displaying your folly is indeed a grave mistake, Lin Fan remarked, gazing at the proudly arrogant Meng Zhuang. If I require my martial spirit to handle someone of your caliber, I would lose all semblance of dignity. Lin Fan spoke with a somber tone. Boy, repeat that. Grandfather Meng, I grant you one final chance. Kneel down, and perhaps you may be spared. Meng Bat's face turned a ghastly shade of green as he bellowed in fury. Are you going to fight or not? Lin Fan raised his middle finger at Meng Bat, yawned, and urged, I'm not idling around here. Very well, if you seek death. I shall oblige. Meng Bat seemed to envision the torment he would inflict on Lin Fan after his victory, grinning maliciously. First soul skill, Earthquake Strike. The weakest soul ring beside Mengbat radiated a brilliant light as he unleashed his first soul skill with a roar. Despite the skill's name, Earthquake Strike, it surged violently towards Lin Fan. You, boy, dying at the hands of a powerhouse like me is an honor. Mengbat was confident that Lin Fan could not withstand his initial attack. After all, he remained unfazed even when confronting high-ranked soul kings. However, to Mengbat's astonishment, the moment his soul skill struck Lin Fan, it inflicted no damage whatsoever, completely thwarted, posing no threat at all. This is impossible. I'm a level 50 near soul king. How could you possibly withstand my strike? Mengbat was left dumbfounded, his expression one of sheer disbelief. How can a mere child possess such strength? No, this cannot be. Oh, are you done? Once you're finished, it's my turn. Lin Fan nonchalantly remarked as he blew a puff of air. In the next moment, the weapon he had never before wielded, the god-slaying spear, materialized in his hand. The spear was a vivid crimson, its tip exceedingly sharp, exuding an air of superiority as Lin Fan grasped it. Gods impede my path. I slay them. Buddhas obstruct me. I annihilate them. In heaven and earth, I alone reign supreme. Taste my spear. Lin Fan silently chanted, and in the next instant, the god-slaying spear was hurled towards Mengbat. Mengbat's eyes widened in fear as he hastily attempted to dodge, yet Lin Fan would not allow him to escape. At this moment, Meng Shu began to sense that something was amiss. How could an ordinary soul master endure a strike from a level 50 soul scholar and remain unscathed? This indicated that the youth before him possessed at least the strength of a soul scholar or higher. Before Meng Shu could fully comprehend the situation, Lin Fan's spear was about to pierce Mengbat. A mere soul scholar cannot evade the assault of a titled Douluo. Mengbat raised his armor dragon staff defensively to block Lin Fan's strike. But in that instant, as Lin Fan's attack landed, the armor dragon staff shattered, rendering Mengbat's martial soul unusable for a significant time. Ugh! Mengbat coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. As he fell, he cast a desperate glance at Meng Shu, who was now fixated on Lin Fan, his eyes wide with awe, much like a man who had never encountered a woman gazing upon an enchanting maiden. Boy, what realm do you occupy? Meng Shu approached Lin Fan with an air of excitement. Apologies, but you are not worthy of knowing, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, cleaning his ears. Meng Shu felt no anger upon hearing this. If he were dealing with an ordinary individual, even one with the power of Soul Emperor, he would have been incensed. However, this young man possessed a certain allure. Young man, are you aware of my realm? Meng Shu proclaimed, his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of a sage. With that, he revealed 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black. Ha! The Dragon Prince among Dragon and Snake. An 86th level soul Douluo, wielding the armored dragon staff. Lin Fan replied, unimpressed. You can't even discern my realm, and yet you presume to boast. What are you thinking? Lin Fan remarked, his expression darkening. You cannot perceive my cultivation, and yet blindly act superior? Meng Shu said, his arrogance palpable. Divine Dragon King, possess me. Lin Fan had no time to continue this dialogue. With your intellect, how long will this take? Before Meng Shu could fully grasp the weight of Lin Fan's martial soul, he beheld the 9 soul rings that filled him with dread. While he had only 3 black rings, Lin Fan seemed to tower above him. Old man, I don't mean to take advantage of your age, but you are simply insufferable, Lin Fan thought to himself. In the next moment, he clenched his right fist and struck at Meng Shu. Before Meng Shu could react, he was sent flying several meters away by Lin Fan's punch. Lin Fan looked down at the father and son duo sprawled on the ground, his expression one of disbelief as he gradually exited the Stardow Forest. Although he left on foot, his pace quickened to match that of a speed-type soul sage utilizing their soul power, though he himself was not drawing upon any such power. Chapter 5. Zhao Wuji's arrival on the battlefield in 3 seconds. Host, do you have any objectives? The illusory spirit remarked at Lin Fan, who seemed utterly lost. Other system hosts are either exceptionally talented or notably outstanding. Why is it that I am so lacking? Illusory spirit, to be honest, I am currently as aimless as I appear. Lin Fan coughed awkwardly in response. Ah, head, is that Soto City? Lin Fan exclaimed upon reading the 3 large characters on a stone tablet that read Soto City. Since I'm already here, why not visit Shrek Academy? With this thought, a smile spread across Lin Fan's face. Bliboy Daimubai, sworn to immobility, Zhao Wuji, Evil Fire, Chikin, Ma, Ongjun. They best behave themselves. Guided by these thoughts, Lin Fan soon arrived at a dilapidated village. Heaven knows how long it took me to find such a wretched place, Lin Fan muttered to himself, his face darkening at the sight before him. This village seems even less populated than the last desolate one I encountered. From a distance, it barely resembles a village at all. More like the worst kind of rubbish dump, albeit without the rubbish. You tell me this is a prestigious academy? Calm down. Don't be so angry, the illusory spirit urged, attempting to soothe Lin Fan, though it too was bewildered. I can guarantee that no other village in the galaxy compares to this level of decay. Ah, it's fine. Lin Fan dismissed the chaotic thoughts and resolved to proceed. Let us go, let us go, the illusory spirit exclaimed, and soon Lin Fan made his way toward the center of the village, where he came upon a wooden sign intricately woven from vines, proudly displaying the 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Beside him, there was an illustration of a so-called Shrek spirit beast that even a 3-year-old child could have drawn. To be honest, it was truly grotesque. No, to use the term ugly would be an affront to true ugliness. Lin Fan merely cast a glance at it before hastily stepping inside, as he genuinely had no desire to behold such a sight. That ghastly creature, resembling a slug, was certainly not to his liking. Hey, that person over there. Our school's enrollment period has not yet commenced. Be quick and leave. Just as he had taken a few steps in a Shrek Academy, a golden-haired youth called out to him. This youth sported a mane of golden locks and donned an opulent attire that clearly bespoke luxury. Yet what truly drew attention were his mismatched eyes, one green and the other red. However, Lin Fan's immediate reaction upon seeing the young man was one of disdain. What could possibly be the intention of such a young boy, flanked by 2 lovely maidens? After the youth finished speaking to Lin Fan, he resumed his playful antics with the 2 girls. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly the most prominent figure in Shrek, the dandy Dai Mubai. Wasn't he still under 14? At this thought, Lin Fan's feelings of contempt intensified. It was utterly absurd for a prince of the illustrious star Luo Empire to be so brazenly surrounded by 2 girls at such a tender age. That over there, Shrek Academy, is not a place for you to linger. Find somewhere cooler to stay. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, a coarse male voice interrupted him. Following the sound, Lin Fan spotted a red-haired youth who, by his estimation, weighed at least 180 pounds. What left Lin Fan utterly perplexed was how this hefty individual panted and wheezed as he walked. Oh, are you certain you want me to find somewhere cooler to stay? Lin Fan replied, momentarily taken aback by the rotund figure before him. Surely, the denizens of Douluo Continent cannot all be this dim-witted? Not at all. Today, you shall experience the might of my esteemed self. Ma Hongjun. The chubby boy grinned mischievously, and in the next instant, 2 large chicken wings sprouted from his arms, adorned with a crown of red horns, as flames enveloped his form. This was indeed the pure-hearted boy who cavorted among brothels at such a young age. Ma Hongjun. Do you wish to compete with me? Lin Fan chuckled at the scene before him, as one who had long been enraptured by fantasy novels. There was no pleasure greater than dominating the protagonist within a world he adored. I, Ma Hongjun, am the youngest great spirit master, Ma Hongjun declared with pride, revealing his 2 illustrious yellow spirit rings. At 11 years of age, I am a level 24, 2-ringed assault system great spirit master. Apart from being slightly less gifted than Dai Mubai, I have yet to meet anyone who can rival me. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan shrugged, feeling a sense of resignation. This gluttonous fool was truly dim-witted. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan positioned himself before Ma Hongjun and delivered a swift slap that sent him crashing into one of the academy's few dormitories. Well, there goes one of the already scarce dorms. At that moment, Dai Mubai stood frozen in the distance before swiftly making his way toward Zhao Wujing's quarters. Just as he was about to open the door, Zhao Wujing emerged and inadvertently sent him flying. Who dares to harm my precious disciple, old foos? Zhao Wujing fumed, charging towards Lin Fan. Damn it, if this little fatty is lost, how will I explain it to old Fu? At this point, Lin Fan had already sensed the chaotic aura emanating from Zhao Wujing and began to roll up his sleeves. Although Meng Shu had not dealt with him harshly, he had refrained from delivering a severe beating. However, Zhao Wujing, who had previously attacked dozens of Spirit Hall deacons, posed a different challenge altogether. Host, Zhao Wujing will arrive at the battlefield in 3 seconds. A low-level task appeared automatically. Defeat Zhao Wujing. Upon hearing the phrase defeat Zhao Wujing, Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement. He was eager to see if this immovable king truly remained unyielding. Chapter 6. Li Yusong. Who am I, and where am I? Kid, how dare you cause a ruckus in my Shrek? Zhao Wujing thundered, summoning the might of his great bear spirit, extending his massive paw, while a yellow spirit ring materialized beneath his feet. This was indeed his second spirit skill, the great bear's paw. You'll taste my power. As soon as he uttered this, Zhao Wujing's paw struck Lin Fan fiercely. Kid, you should be begging for mercy by now. Zhao Wujing had barely finished his boast when he caught sight of Lin Fan's beaming face, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Kid, you. Zhao Wujing found himself at a loss for words. Having encountered countless geniuses, he had never seen one at such a young age who could surpass the Soul Emperor realm. Was it possible that after years without a worthy opponent, his own strength had diminished? Yes, that must be it. There's no way anyone could be more exceptional than the past Shrek students. Hey, Zhao Wujing, what are you doing? Lin Fan inquired, observing the myriad expressions of surprise and realization flitting across Zhao Wujing's face. His confusion was merely superficial. Having undergone 9 years of compulsory education, 3 years of high school, and entered university life, there was no way Lin Fan could be a simpleton. Teacher Zhao, Teacher Zhao. Just as Zhao Wujing was preparing to retort, Oscar appeared, accompanied by an elderly gentleman. Well, more precisely, an elderly man was grasping Oscar's arm as they approached Lin Fan. Old Zhao, you can't be serious. After all these years without training, you can't even defeat a mere kid? The elder stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Fan before turning to Zhao Wujing and jesting. Yusong, don't be ridiculous, Zhao Wujing said, pushing the elder lightly, then clapping Li Yusong on the shoulder with a nonchalant tone. Good grief, Li Yusong, you dare to mock me? All right, with your second spirit skill, you couldn't even faze this young brother. Let me try my dragon pattern staff. Li Yusong cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Wujing, speaking with exasperation. Tell me, for the sake of recruiting an exceptional student, you even held back on your attacks? If Zhao Wujing knew Li Yusong's true thoughts at that moment, he would undoubtedly have been infuriated. Old Li, I assure you, this is for old Fu's precious disciple. Gome. Young brother, let's exchange a few moves. Li Yusong beckoned to Lin Fan, speaking in a casual tone. I am Li Yusong, a level 66 assault system Soul Emperor, with a spirit that is among the finest in the assault system, dragon pattern staff. As Li Yusong spoke, he nodded toward Lin Fan. Young man, I've laid my cards on the table. Will you not take me as your master? Old Li, this boy is peculiar. He may not be as simple as he appears. Zhao Wujing discreetly communicated to Li Yusong. The more he pondered, the less he believed that a mere youth could withstand the might of his second soul skill. In his prime, that very ability had afforded him numerous moments of audacious pride. You must be foolish, unable to defeat a mere boy. No wonder the dean has often remarked upon your shortcomings, Li Yusong declared imperiously, his voice unamplified, causing Lin Fan to overhear his words. What is wrong with these two? Lin Fan remarked darkly as he observed their exchange. Two men, you bicker while I stand here. What an abundance of camaraderie. Very well. You are the most impressive. I, Zhao Wujia, shall take my leave first. Zhao Wujia cast a frustrated glance at Li Yusong, his words laced with disdain before he turned to depart. Hey, Teacher Zhao, where are we going? Oscar inquired, trailing closely behind Zhao Wujia, perplexed by the situation. To rest. Zhao Wujia shot Oscar a fierce glare before lapsing into silence. Old man, you have hindered my affairs. Lin Fan observed Zhao Wujia's retreating figure and then turned his gaze to Li Yusong, speaking in a low voice. I merely wish to come over and teach Zhao Wujia a lesson. Why are you, a mere novice, seeking to cause a commotion? Oh, young man, I advise you to temper your arrogance. Your talents are hardly remarkable, Li Yusong retorted, irked by Lin Fan's words. Youngster, your abilities are merely mediocre on the grand path. You possess no extraordinary gifts. What right do you have to boast? Oh, not qualified? Lin Fan chuckled upon hearing this. I reached level 95 at the age of 16. And you, an elderly man of over 50, stand at level 66, daring to claim I am unworthy? You truly are in need of correction. Lin Fan summoned the god-slaying spear and aimed it at Li Yusong. Instinctively, Li Yusong summoned his martial spirit, manifesting 6 soul rings of white, yellow, purple, and black. Yet, how could that possibly withstand the might of a level 90 soul force spear? In the next moment, the dragon pattern staff shattered, and Li Yusong was sent flying several meters, rendered unconscious. In a fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Li Yusong was left in a state of bewilderment. I was just defeated by a junior? Chapter 7. Zhao Wujia, do you find my 9 soul rings appealing? Old man, next time, do try to be more considerate. Abandon that lofty demeanor. Lin Fan leisurely approached Li Yusong, lightly stepping on the remnants of the shattered dragon pattern staff. How gentle was that? With a single step, the staff vanished entirely from sight. What would Li Yusong feel upon awakening to such a scene? Would it be a fate worse than death, or merely unbearable pain? Such thoughts bore no significance to Lin Fan. It is the old man who sought trouble for himself, He deserves it. Lin Fan shrugged, contemplating. Wait, that's not right. In the Douluo Continent, strength reigns supreme. It seems one can eliminate whomever they please if they possess sufficient power. Lin Fan finally grasped this notion. By the heavens, this fantastical world of invincibility is exhilarating. Lin Fan couldn't help but curse inwardly, albeit with a smirk. Great one. May I inquire what brings you to Shrek Academy? Oscar observed the formidable soul empire level of Li Yusong being so thoroughly bested by the youth before him, and fear crept into his voice. Oscar, I'm not merely afraid. My very soul quivers. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan redirected his attention to the distant figures of Zhao Wujia and Oscar. He noticed, with some amusement, that Oscar's trousers appeared slightly damp. Oh dear, Lin Fan quickly shifted his gaze back to Zhao Wujia, for he was not one to indulge in such morbid humor. Speak, what is your purpose in coming to Shrek? Zhao Wujia urged, pressing a hand to his shoulder. His voice firm. Li Yusong, that fool, being so old, surely cannot endure a beating. I'm merely miscalculated. What Zhao Wujia failed to notice was Oscar's fearful glance at Lin Fan, followed by a significant look toward Zhao Wujia, clearly suggesting, Teacher Zhao, you should be begging for mercy, lest you find yourself alongside me in a game-over scenario. Noticing Oscar's expression, Lin Fan offered him a simple smile, yet to Oscar, it resembled the grin of a merciless killer, as though a specter whispered to him, Young one, are you fainting of your own accord, or shall I assist you? With that thought, Oscar, in a display of professional commitment, returned Lin Fan a resolute glance of task completion, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Huanling, has this little rascal concocted something in his mind? Lin Fan stared at Oscar, who had willingly collapsed, and inquired of the system. It appears so. His emotional indicators suggest a profound fear of you, Huanling replied, somewhat exasperated. How is it that each individual in this fantastical world possesses such vivid imaginations? With such creativity, they would surely succeed as authors. But did he truly just faint? I can scarcely believe it, Lin Fan mused. So it is that simple? Zhao Wujia regarded the prostrate Oscar with a sigh of resignation. Even at his age, encountering someone of this caliber would only lead to feigned unconsciousness. Yet, he would never concede defeat, even if it meant facing death. My good sir, your arrival at Shrek is surely for a purpose? Zhao Wujia, despite his confidence, now bore a hint of wariness. Even if Li Yusong was inept, he was still a soul emperor. How could this youth shatter his martial spirit? Damn it, I underestimated the situation, Zhao Wujia lamented inwardly. However, at this juncture, he had no choice but to confront this young man. He adhered firmly to his principles. Even if it meant facing death, he would never yield. Now, it seems I'm left with only you, Lin Fan remarked. Surveying the unconscious Dai Mubai at Zhao Wujia's doorstep, the collapsed Ma Hongjun at the dormitory's ruins, and Oscar lying before Zhao Wujia. Hurry up and speak. I am waiting, Zhao Wujia urged, but before he could finish, he inadvertently knelt before Lin Fan. As the unmoving king, he seldom found himself in such a position. Yet, at this moment, he had to admit that his legs had turned to jelly. He had faltered. What did he see? 9 soul rings? Hey, Director Zhao. Why have you knelt? Lin Fan chuckled at Zhao Wujia's predicament. This unmoving king truly lives up to his reputation. I mean no offense. I merely wish to inquire if you find my 6 black and 3 red, 9 soul rings aesthetically pleasing? Lin Fan licked his lips and smiled. Yet, in Zhao Wujia's eyes, it was a gaze of impending death. Great one, this humble citizen unknowingly offended you. Please enlighten me. Zhao Wujia spoke with a deep sense of frustration. Nevertheless, he fortified his conviction. Ah, it seems someone once claimed they would rather die than submit. Zhao Wujia, I know not. It was certainly not I. Chapter 8. Next stop, Luo Empire. Oh, you are but a commoner? Lin Fan, upon hearing the words, allowed a disdainful chuckle. The Soul Empire's sole emperor, at the level of steward, considers a soul sage to be a commoner. That remark from a Yulong must surely pertain to you, right? You truly are a remarkable talent. To be honest, my lord, I am indeed a soul master who has not allied with any faction, merely practicing my cultivation in solitude. Zhao Wujia awkwardly stood up, speaking in a conciliatory tone. You, a soul sage, claim to be a commoner? Lin Fan shot a glance at Zhao Wujia, retorting with irritation. My lord, at our soul sage level, isn't it merely about having hands? Zhao Wujia replied, betraying his conscience. Damn it, it took him over 40 years to reach this level. Oh, just having hands, you say? Your ideological awareness is quite impressive, Lin Fan remarked, nodding in mockery. Had I not read the original work, I might have fallen for your ruse. Yet, how is it that I have heard of a certain individual claiming to be the immutable king, named Zhao Wujia? Lin Fan fixed a penetrating gaze on Zhao Wujia, chuckling. My lord, do you require me to join a faction? Zhao Wujia mused, a smile creeping onto his face. After all these years, my name has become so renowned that even titled Douluo-level powerhouses personally seek to recruit me. Satisfied with this thought, Zhao Wujia beamed. Join you? With your mere soul sage level, what audacity! Lin Fan's expression darkened at his words. Who gave you the courage to believe that titled Douluo-level soul masters would extend an invitation to you? Then, my lord, are you here to? Zhao Wujia began. But Lin Fan, already wearing a smile, interjected. Zhao Wujia, you have once provoked the spirit hall. As he spoke, Lin Fan produced his elder token from the spirit hall. At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt his heart sink, realizing he had made a grave mistake by causing trouble in the spirit hall. If I had known this would happen, I would have never stirred up trouble back then. So, my lord, you seek, Zhao Wujia stammered, finally mustering the courage to ask. Though it was clear what the answer would be. Zhao Wujia, you are indeed a man. I shall grant you a swift resolution, Lin Fan replied, retracting the elder token and baring his teeth in a smile. The spirit hall is not something you can provoke at will. As he spoke, Lin Fan thrust his spear toward Zhao Wujia's heart. In the next instant, Zhao Wujia perished amidst his profound resentment. Oh dear, our host has become quite formidable. Daring to take a life, Huan Ling remarked with a hint of delight. With your previous mindset, wouldn't killing someone bring you discomfort? Ah, this person deserved to die. The spirit hall is not something a mere brute can provoke. Lin Fan shook his head as he walked toward the Shrek Academy gate. With such a commotion, only Zhao Wujia and Li Yusong had emerged. Clearly, there were no others present. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. With this thought, Lin Fan swiftly departed from Shrek Village. Unbeknownst to Lin Fan, after he had left for quite some time, Flinder returned. Upon witnessing the shattered spirit of Li Yusong and the lifeless Zhao Wujia, he was taken aback. Host, where do you plan to go next? Huan Ling inquired, observing Lin Fan's serene demeanor. Do you recall the Douluo character I admired most in my previous life? Lin Fan reminisced. He was just about to retrieve the Zhu Zhuqing doll that old Wang had bought for him, thus completing his collection of beloved Douluo character dolls. Young Zhu Zhuqing, adult Zhu Zhuqing, Qianren Xue, young Naer, and adult Guyuna. In simpler terms, he was quite fond of the figures of Zhu Zhuqing, Guyuna, and Qianren Xue. That was true love. Therefore, I know you are infatuated with their forms, Huan Ling asserted. Anyone who has watched Douluo cannot deny their allure. That was genuine love, Lin Fan retorted, vexed at the implication of his desires. What irritated him most was being accused of lusting after them. They are not wrong in saying so, Qianlong, Yin Yu remarked. All right, if you're not infatuated with them, it is indeed true love, Huan Ling responded, exasperated. With such a foolish host, who could be blamed? Exactly. So, I plan to take a trip to the Star Luo Empire, Lin Fan said with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing should still be in the Star Luo Empire, and hasn't yet come to the Heaven Do Empire, so I must seek her out. Host, you truly are clever. Huan Ling thought, feeling a sense of helplessness, yet spoke kindly. It's not easy being a system these days. Thus, I shall depart tomorrow, Lin Fan said, glancing at the enveloping darkness around him. He then casually found a hotel and retired for the night. Chapter 9. Acquire items worth 30 million gold soul coins at a low price. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Fan rose from his hotel and commenced a series of preparations. After all, this was Soto City, where a variety of ordinary items could still be found. Leather pants, fur coats, even common tools, and some lesser-seen soul-guided devices were available for sale. Naturally, none of these items piqued Lin Fan's interest. However, as he passed by an unusual establishment named the Soul Power Shop, he spotted an item that caught his attention. Boss, how much for this belt? Lin Fan inquired, holding up a distinctive belt as he approached the proprietor. The shopkeeper, a portly man nearing 50, appeared to be in good spirits, his face radiating kindness. Of course, under the scrutiny of Lin Fan's ultimate probing gaze, all of his other information was also laid bare before Lin Fan. Character, Li Yunlong. Background, commoner. Identity, master of the Soul Power Shop. Personality, likes to take small advantages, but never large ones. Age, 49 years. Weight, 200 pounds. Soul Power level, level 41 Soul Master. Soul Ring configuration, white, yellow, purple. Thus, it was evident that the shopkeeper posed no threat to him. Oh, this one is priced at 10,000 gold soul coins, Li Yunlong said, glancing at the belt without a moment's hesitation. Oh, could you please elaborate on the belt's purpose? Lin Fan smiled at the shopkeeper, seemingly already aware of the outcome. This belt is an ancient ornament, possessing some collectible significance, Li Yunlong replied without a second thought. Seeing this, Lin Fan internally nodded, truly worthy of an old shopkeeper, so steady. How about this? 3,000 gold soul coins, Lin Fan casually stated, observing the shopkeeper's expression. Young man, at that price, I would be at a loss, the shopkeeper responded, clearly dissatisfied with the offer and preparing to haggle. I currently have only 5,000 gold soul coins on me. If that is not enough, then so be it, Lin Fan said, retrieving a bag of gold soul coins from his pocket to present to Li Yunlong. All right then, 5,000 gold soul coins it is. I want to accept a penny more. Li Yunlong hesitated momentarily, but eventually relented, taking the bag of coins and placing the belt on the counter. Very well. I shall take my leave now, Lin Fan stated, picking up the belt from the counter as he exited the shop. Stepping out of the store, Lin Fan temporarily stowed the belt into the system's storage space, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he resumed inspecting the belt's details. Soul Storage Belt. Grade, low-tier soul artifact. Storage capacity, 200 cubic meters. Capable of storing living beings. Capable of storing souls. Value, common item, appraised at 30 million gold soul coins. Note, usage requirement, must be at least a level 70 soul saint to utilize. The shopkeeper, being merely a level 41, naturally could not discern the secrets of this soul storage belt. The mere fact that it could accommodate 200 cubic meters far surpassed Tang San's 24 bridges by countless degrees. Not to mention, the capacity to store souls was an extraordinary feat undoubtedly. This was not something he could acquire with his gold soul coins. Quit showing off. I can only lend you 100,000 gold soul coins for now. Remember to repay it, Huanying remarked, unable to restrain her teasing upon seeing Lin Fan's smug demeanor. I know, Lin Fan replied affirmatively, his heart warmed. Without the loan, he could never have procured such a remarkable item. Huanying, you are truly wonderful. After a while, Lin Fan ventured to purchase some clothing and accessories, for one cannot perpetually don the same suit, after all. Upon adorning himself with these new garments and that belt, Lin Fan felt a profound transformation in his appearance. Indeed, I am quite the dashing figure. He narcissistically mused while smoothing his hair. Once these matters were settled, Lin Fan prepared to embark on his journey. Guided by Huanying's radar and bolstered by his near-super O-level speed, reaching the Star Luo Empire was a trivial endeavor. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at a village within the Star Luo Empire. The swiftness of his arrival was negligible. Host, why'd you halted? Huanying inquired, observing Lin Fan standing still. Other hosts are tirelessly searching for the big cat and Zhu Zhuqing. Yet here you are, slacking off like this? Are you even a man? Huanying, I'm exhausted. Lin Fan replied, tousling his somewhat disheveled hair. Despite having attained the status of a level 95 title de law, his thoughts, mindset, emotions, and habits remained as they always were. What did that entail? Naturally, it meant being generally lethargic, yet when necessary, acting with extraordinary speed. As such a person, he was not inclined to be industrious. That's nonsense. If I were diligent, I'd be washing my hair upside down. Host, your mentality is rather perilous, you realize? Huanying exclaimed, taken aback. Look at the other system hosts. Each one bustling with activity, exerting every effort to cultivate and practice. And you, with such extraordinary potential, are telling me you're tired? Tired? What nonsense. You'd better get moving. We're not far from Star Luo City. Huanying lamented, her frustration palpable, wishing for Lin Fan to be more diligent. Huanying, I recall you said the same when we were hurrying from Soto City. I don't trust you. Lin Fan retorted, irked. That was then and this is now. Hurry up. Huanying snapped back. Previously, who would dare speak to her in such a manner? The last one to do so had claimed to be a ruler of some planet and had received a resounding slap for his insolence. Damn it, Qianlong Yinyu. You worthless being. Huanying cursed inwardly, unknowingly laying the groundwork for her later punishment. Qianlong Yinyu. You fool, do you dare speak of me? All right. The system is the boss. Huanying, I will heed your words. Lin Fan acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. However, the thought of pursuing one of his favorite characters reignited his passion. The power of love. Lin Fan mused internally. With such a renewed sense of purpose, it was time to act. Huanying, observing Lin Fan, closing his eyes again, could not help but interject, can't you move any faster? And why the closed eyes? What are you doing? Hey there, young man, judging by your appearance. You must be from elsewhere. A middle-aged man, resembling a worker, approached Lin Fan. Yes, sir. I hail from the Heavendo Empire. A distant relative of mine has some holdings in Star Luo City, so I traveled overnight from Heavendo, Lin Fan replied politely. Given his current attire, it was evident that he belonged to the Heavendo Empire. Although there were no stark differences from the Star Luo Empire's clothing, discerning whether one was a local was still quite simple. As for his politeness, it stemmed from an instinctual feeling of still being part of a harmonious society from his previous life, prompting him to engage in a mundane conversation. While his demeanor was amiable, the content was rather absurd. A solitary person like him, where would he find a family? Ah, I see. Young man, it must be tough for you on your own. If you don't mind, would you care to join me for a meal at my home? The kindly man offered. No, thank you, sir. I'm quite robust at the moment and not in need of food, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head. Though uncertain of the man's genuine intentions, he felt that declining was sufficient. Chapter 10. Zhu Zhuqing. That little girl must be there. Oh dear young man. You may not know this, but the people of the Star Luo Empire pride themselves on their helpfulness. The middle-aged man implored. His tone suggested that Lin Fan's refusal would be a grave mistake. No, really, I'm quite busy, Lin Fan deliberated for a moment before shaking his head again. Are you telling me what to do? And what if you're a con artist? Though he voiced skepticism, he recognized that the man likely had a genuine desire to assist, evidenced by the fact that his soul power was only at level 11. Indeed, at his age, possessing only level 11 soul power indicated a lack of talent. Even if Lin Fan were gravely injured and lay before him, the man would be incapable of causing any harm. Well then, perhaps another time, the man conceded, somewhat resigned yet still encouraging. Huanying, am I in the wrong for acting this way? Lin Fan pondered before turning to Huanying. What do you think? Even if he is sincere, is there any need for you to visit his home? If Huanying had taken human form at that moment, her face would likely have turned green with exasperation. The venerable Laozi bestowed upon you extraordinary cultivation and diligently assisted you, and yet you dare to inquire if I wish to visit another's abode? Furthermore, you are so certain that it is merely an 11th level soul master? The spirit of illusion, Huan Ling exclaimed vehemently. What else could it be? The ultimate eye of inquiry was your gift to me, Lin Fan retorted, indifferent, with a dismissive curl of his lip. Huan Ling was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, that was, in fact, your bestowal. Host, you must understand that you did not come to the Star Luo Empire merely to be a guest. Huan Ling spoke earnestly. Are you truly here for your most cherished character, only to munch on a hammer? Lin Fan nodded in agreement upon hearing this. At that moment, Lin Fan suddenly sensed several Soul Emperor-level presences emerging from the grove beyond the village. In such a small locale, there are Soul Emperors? Could it be a replica of Shrek? Lin Fan mused with a hint of amusement. The Heaven Do Empire's Shrek village boasts Soul Emperors. And now the Star Luo Empire has followed suit? It seems they are keen on keeping up with trends. Driven by curiosity, Lin Fan walked towards the source. Curiosity may kill the cat, but it certainly won't lead to his demise. After a few breaths, Lin Fan successfully concealed himself behind these individuals and discovered there were 3 Soul Emperors, 2 men and 1 woman, all in their 40s. However, the leader among them was merely a girl of 17 or 18 years. This girl, at first glance, did not inspire Lin Fan's favor, though her visage was relatively pleasing. Having witnessed the world of Douluo, Lin Fan knew all too well that unattractive women were a rarity in this realm. Yet, in comparison to her countenance, her figure was undeniably alluring, curvaceous and captivating, reminiscent of the objects of desire from his past life. Nevertheless, Lin Fan was confident that none could rival his beloved Zhu Zhuqing's beauty. In addition to these individuals, there were several youths of similar age, possessing only the cultivation of Soul Scholar, likely serving as the girl-esque sycophants. Utilizing his prowess, Lin Fan effortlessly overheard their conversation. Senior Shan Cat, have we lost her? The girl inquired of the female Soul Emperor present. Indeed, this young lady has indeed lost her trail, the female Soul Emperor responded. For someone of low cultivation, one might regard her words as reasonable. However, who was Lin Fan? A dignified, level 95 powerhouse. He could easily perceive the deception in her statement. How could we possibly lose her? The girl exclaimed in indignation. How are we to find that little Zhu Zhuqing now that she has escaped? She questioned, vexed. Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan was instantly taken aback. In the next moment, awakening from his stupor, he directly probed the girl's information and, upon viewing the details, he swiftly grasped their intentions. Character, Zhu Zhuyan. Martial soul, nether cat spirit. Age, 18. Soul power, 42. Identity, young lady of the Zhu family in the Star Luo Empire, sister to Zhu Zhuqing. Damn. Upon seeing this information and observing their movements, Lin Fan realized that Zhu Zhuyan was currently pursuing Zhu Zhuqing. Although the original text did not explicitly mention this, Lin Fan was convinced of its truth. If that were not the case, how could Zhu Zhuqing have ventured alone to the Heaven Do Empire without bringing any guards? Clearly, she had her own difficulties. Senior Xian Cat, there's movement over there. Just as Lin Fan was contemplating, Zhu Zhiyun's voice snapped him back to attention. She pointed excitedly at a thicket of shrubs not far from their position, exclaiming, Senior Xian Cat, I have a feeling that Zhu Zhuqing is right there. A purple soul ring appeared beneath Zhu Zhiyun, and she dashed toward the bushes. The Soul Emperor, referred to as Senior Xian Cat, could only shake her head in resignation. Well, there goes the family head's plan. The second young lady cannot be captured now. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Lin Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. He could sense that the thicket harbored a presence equivalent to that of a level 25 Great Soul Master. Chapter 11. The First Encounter with Zhu Zhuqing. Little girl, I am eager to see just how far you can hide. Zhu Zhiyun hastened to the vicinity of the thicket and confirmed through close proximity that the little girl was indeed nestled within. Meanwhile, the graceful figure concealed behind the bushes trembled slightly. Just as Zhu Zhiyun was about to breach the foliage, Lin Fan had already arrived ahead of her. Given his formidable strength and exceptional speed, it was only natural. What is this? Zhu Zhiyun was visibly startled by the man who suddenly appeared before her, stammering in surprise. However, Lin Fan paid her no heed, methodically parting the bushes to reveal the pitiful girl nestled behind. This young girl bore a striking resemblance to Zhu Zhiyun, yet her beauty surpassed that of her sister, exuding an undeniable charm that captivated the eyes. If her beauty could astonish many, her figure was the envy of women everywhere. Youthful yet extraordinarily well-proportioned, she was truly the epitome of a youthful beauty. At this moment, the girl observed Lin Fan with wariness, instinctively mistaking him for Zhu Zhiyun's lackey, her gaze fierce. Yet to Lin Fan, she was simply breathtaking. Zhu Zhuqing, this time you cannot escape. Zhu Zhiyun disregarded Lin Fan entirely, her gaze now fixed coldly upon Zhu Zhuqing. Her tone suggested that she regarded the girl before her as a nemesis to be vanquished. No one could discern that they were sisters. Is your sole desire to see me perish, dear sister? Zhu Zhuqing laughed lightly, unfazed, as she too ignored Lin Fan. Perish? No, no, no. You ought to contemplate what awaits you in a few years, given your useless fiancé. Zhu Zhiyun, observing Zhu Zhuqing's nonchalance, was not incensed. Rather, she spoke with a tone dripping with disdain, as if she had struck a nerve with a painful memory. Upon hearing the words, useless fiancé, Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed momentarily before she sighed. Before she could respond, Zhu Zhiyun continued, in the end, won't you be left with no way out? Having said this, Zhu Zhiyun adopted a demeanor of concern, falling silent. Just as the two prepared to lapse into silence, a voice, unfamiliar to them both, broke through the air. Ahem! Might I point out that you two have completely overlooked my presence? Lin Fan remarked, his expression darkening in exasperation. I have been standing here, quietly observing your exchange, waiting for the moment you finish your quarrel to speak, and yet you have utterly disregarded me. Upon hearing the voice, the two individuals turned their gaze towards Lin Fan. In the next moment, both were rendered speechless. Among them, Zhu Zhiyun's complexion turned crimson, her transformation the most pronounced. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, despite her typically frosty demeanor, felt a stir within her heart. This man is undeniably handsome. Excuse me, handsome, is there something you need? The desire to approach that which is beautiful is inherent to all, and Zhu Zhiyun was no exception. Upon witnessing Lin Fan's appearance, she hastily spoke up. However, to her astonishment, Lin Fan did not spare her glance, his unwavering gaze fixed solely upon Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, the emotions swirling within Lin Fan were known only to him. The living embodiment of Zhu Zhuqing stood before him, her cold exterior captivating him entirely. He felt as if he was in a dream. The goddess he had long revered was now within reach. Such a reaction was undoubtedly natural. Are you done staring? Even Zhu Zhuqing, typically so aloof, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Is it customary to gaze so intently at others? No, it's impossible to ever gaze enough. A lifetime would not suffice, Lin Fan replied instinctively, entirely oblivious to the questions posed. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt an even greater wave of shyness. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiyun, unable to tolerate the scene any longer, unleashed a fourth spirit ability towards Lin Fan. What do you think you're doing, ignoring me to gawk at Zhu Zhuqing? Sensing the impending attack, Lin Fan instinctively wrapped his arms around Zhu Zhuqing and took to the air. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. She had not anticipated being embraced by a stranger. Zhu Zhiyun was equally stunned. Soaring into the sky was no small feat, and without a flight-type martial soul, it would have been impossible. The female Soul Emperor seemed to recognize the gravity of the situation, yet it appeared that the course of events was unavoidable. My apologies for taking liberties without your consent. Lin Fan quickly landed and released Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared as frightened as a child. It's all right, Zhu Zhuqing said, her face still flushed with embarrassment. How humiliating. How could I be embraced yet not feel anger? That woman, do you wish to strike me? Lin Fan shot an incredulous look at Zhu Zhuyan. If it weren't for your meddling, I would never have had the chance to hold Zhuqing. No. Wait, perhaps it was indeed because of her that I had the opportunity to embrace Zhuqing. Lin Fan pondered, momentarily lost in thought. However, recalling their pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, he resolutely decided, I must protect her. Is she someone you can intimidate, my future wife? With that thought in mind, Lin Fan shot a glance that sent Zhu Zhuyan tumbling to the ground and then turned his attention to the others accompanying her. Lead the way to your master's residence, he instructed, casting a casual glance at the female Soul Emperor. Sir, we are the esteemed Zhu family of Luo City, and that young lady is the leader's flesh and blood. What you are doing is truly unwise. The female Soul Emperor trembled as she spoke, attempting to soothe herself. Oh, an esteemed family? I care not for your status. I am merely here to stir trouble, Lin Fan replied, his impatience evident. Kid, do not think that because you have incapacitated the young lady, we cannot handle you, a male Soul Emperor remarked, visibly displeased by Lin Fan's actions. However, before he could finish his thought, Lin Fan, driven by impatience, summoned 9 strikingly vivid spirit rings, their colors a stark contrast. What did you just say? Lin Fan turned his gaze towards the male Soul Emperor, a smile gracing his lips. My lord, I said nothing, the male Soul Emperor stammered, a hint of fear evident in his demeanor. Then let us proceed swiftly, Lin Fan replied with a grin, his gaze shifting back to Zhu Zhuqing. Leaning in closer, he whispered joyfully in her ear, rest assured, I shall seek justice for you. After saying this, he playfully blew a breath of air, causing Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks to redden further. To Zhu Zhuqing's surprise, she nodded in response. Much later, as she reminisced about this moment, she felt a sense of wonder. It was then that she realized what it meant to have her heart race. Chapter 12. Lin Fan. How much do you think your eldest daughter is worth? My lord, please follow us, the female Soul Emperor said, having regained her composure from the earlier shock, addressing Lin Fan with utmost humility. Those who had gained a modicum of power often lost their sense of reality, and to have offended someone of this caliber was nothing short of self-inflicted misery. At this moment, the Soul Emperor was entirely in awe of Lin Fan. His formidable power, capable of annihilation, yet not easily revealed, made this elder worthy of their respect. It is worth noting that even their most powerful member of the Nether Spirit Cat family was merely a title-level head of the family, alongside a high-ranking current empress. In Luo, titled Douluos were a rarity. All right, let us be quick, Lin Fan nodded, unperturbed by the urgency of the situation. What do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing, standing beside Lin Fan, had noticed the awe-inspiring spirit rings and spoke up, her voice tinged with concern. If he intended to destroy the Nether Spirit Cat family, he surely had the power to do so. This thought caused Zhu Zhuqing to furrow her brow slightly. Despite her disdain for the family, it was still the place she had called home for so long, and a measure of worry lingered within her. Are you worried I might cause chaos? That is absolutely out of the question. I am, by nature, a kind-hearted person, Lin Fan chuckled at Zhu Zhuqing's expression. It was no wonder that in the original narrative, she sought to be closer to Dai Mubai, a stronger ally, as her family meant so much to her. Really? Then why do you still wish to go? Zhu Zhuqing gazed at Lin Fan with innocent curiosity. Little one, do not overthink it, Lin Fan said with amusement, gently ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's hair. If I were to confess my affection for you, how would you respond? Meanwhile, the 3 Soul Emperors and their numerous sycophants silently observed the unfolding interaction between the two. Is this truly how humans behave? That afternoon, through the relentless efforts of the 3 Soul Emperors, just as they were on the brink of exhaustion, they finally arrived at the capital of the Luo Empire, Luo City, and successfully escorted Lin Fan to the entrance of the Nether Spirit Cat family's estate. My lord, this is the location of the Nether Spirit Cat family. The female Soul Emperor, Xianmao, spoke timidly. Head of the family, we're doing this for the sake of the young lady. Please do not hold it against us. Very well, you carry Zhu Zhuyan, and let us enter to find your family head, Lin Fan said, glancing at the Xianmao Soul Emperor with indifference. Zhu Zhuyan, I shall see how much valuable treasure your father will offer to redeem you. Indeed, his primary purpose for this visit was to engage in a form of extortion, to barter. He was eager to see how much resources he could procure based on his esteemed title as a conferred Doa and the identity of Zhu Zhuqing as the fiancé of the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire. At the very least, he anticipated a sum in the millions of gold soul coins. The thought filled Lin Fan with elation. With this, he could finally repay the money he borrowed from that fellow, Huan Ling. What exactly do you intend to do? Zhu Zhuqing cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan, her mind swirling with questions. A powerhouse of the conferred level surely did not come merely for a casual visit, and it was hardly appropriate to knock out the eldest daughter of the family for such an occasion. All right, let us proceed. Lin Fan smiled at Zhu Zhuqing's puzzled expression, offering no further explanation. The Xian Cat's sole emperor, despite her inner reluctance, instinctively placed Zhu Zhuqing behind her and followed Lin Fan inside. In her perspective, even if the clan leader disapproved, she felt compelled to comply. The clan leader was merely an 86th level soul Douluo, with a soul ring configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 starkly contrasting with Lin Fan's astonishing soul ring setup of black, 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 red, 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 which commanded her respect. Surely, even the highest authority of the Spirit Hall, the Pope Bibi Dong, would not possess such a formidable configuration of soul rings, she mused with a hint of trepidation. Of course, she overlooked a crucial point: Lin Fan's appearance and age. Otherwise, she might have been overwhelmed by her own thoughts to the point of fainting. After a while, having dealt with some trivial matters, Lin Fan arrived at the entrance of the Zhu family patriarch's courtyard. To him, those trivial matters were merely reflections of his 95th level prowess. Xian Cat, you have returned? Quickly hand over Zhu Zhuqing to me. I have significant business to attend to with her. Not long after Lin Fan stepped into the courtyard of the Yoming Lingmao family, he heard a gruff voice. Clearly, this middle-aged man was oblivious to Lin Fan's presence and spoke directly. Moreover, we ought to begin sending some soul masters to the Tiando Empire. That unworthy prince, Dai Mu Bai, has been blinded by lust at such a tender age. He requires external pressure. Even if he lacks the courage to return to Xing Luo, it is still preferable for him to conduct himself with dignity. Before Xian Cat could respond, the voice continued. The clan leader, along with Xian Cat, Zhu Zhuqing, and Lin Fan, gradually came into the middle-aged man's line of sight. Character: Zhu Zhiming. Soul power: 86th level soul Douluo. Martial soul: Yoming Lingmao. Gender: male. Status: current patriarch of the noble Yoming Lingmao family of the Star Luo Empire and nephew of the current Star Luo Empress. Age: 45. Soul ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Personality: extremely profit-oriented, sometimes even lacking humanity. With the information transmitted from the ultimate eye of investigation, Lin Fan instantly gleaned details about this middle-aged man. This was Zhu Zhuqing's father, Zhu Zhiming, the patriarch of the Yoming Lingmao family, a character not mentioned in the original narrative. This young man? Has he perhaps mastered some extraordinary soul skill? Upon seeing Lin Fan, Zhu Zhiming approached him with a tone filled with intensity. He was confident in his abilities. As a high-level soul Douluo of the Yoming Lingmao, his perception and sensitivity were extraordinarily heightened. It was impossible for him not to sense an ordinary young man. If he could not perceive Lin Fan, it could only mean one of two things. Either Lin Fan possessed soul power far exceeding his own, or he wielded some concealed soul power techniques. Thus, the answer was singular. The youth before him must have some extraordinary secret techniques and a background of considerable depth. Extraordinary soul skills? None. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively upon hearing Zhu Zhiming's inquiry, responding calmly. Extraordinary soul skills? I have scarcely utilized any of my 18 soul skills. Why would I concern myself with such matters? Is that so? Then, what has become of Zhu Zhuqing? Zhu Zhiming had intended to continue questioning Lin Fan, but upon noticing the young girl behind Xian Cat, he was momentarily rendered speechless. He was well aware of the soul power of the trio, 2 at the 64th level and 1 at the 66th level, all direct descendants of the Yoming Lingmao family, boasting commendable speed. So, who could have incapacitated Zhu Zhuqing? Could it be? Zhu Zhiming suddenly connected the dots back to Lin Fan, feeling a rush of anxiety. When he turned to face Lin Fan, he coincidentally caught sight of Lin Fan's utterly harmless smile. Patriarch Zhu, may I inquire, how much do you believe it would cost to redeem your eldest daughter? Chapter 13. Zhu Family Patriarch. How can you possibly be a conferred Douluo? Patriarch Zhu, may I inquire, how much do you believe it would cost to redeem your eldest daughter? Upon hearing this question from the youth before him, Zhu Zhiming was utterly bewildered. My daughter needs to be redeemed by me? The young man, this is my territory. Do you dare to act so audaciously? I warn you. She is the fiancée of the Grand Prince of the Star Luo Empire and the eldest lady of the Yoming Lingmao family. You are playing with fire. Zhu Jiming's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Lin Fan. He quickly concluded in his mind that this young man was merely an inexperienced fool, in need of some tempering. He could not possibly believe that this boy had incapacitated Zhu Zhuqing through his own strength. Zhu Zhuqing was a prodigious daughter of the Star Luo Empire, possessing innate soul power of level 9. She was no pushover. The boy before him had surely utilized some secret technique to ambush Zhu Zhuqing temporarily. Thinking along these lines, Zhu Jiming chuckled disdainfully. A mere young lad dared to cause a ruckus in my Zhu family. Was he inviting disaster upon himself? At that moment, Zhu Jiming caught sight of Xin Cat signaling him, to which he responded with a reassuring glance. However, unbeknownst to him, this gesture instilled a profound sense of alarm in Xin Cat. Patriarch, please do not err in judgment. Xin Cat thought anxiously. She was convinced that the patriarch had disregarded her caution and appeared overly confident. This could lead to calamity for the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing, you unfilial daughter, instead of staying at home, always yearning to escape. Well, look where that has landed you. Zhu Jiming remarked, somewhat exasperated, as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing beside Lin Fan. Why not just wait patiently for your unique fiancé? Is that not appealing? Must you incessantly attempt to flee? Truly, what an ungrateful daughter. Zhu Zhuqing trembled slightly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Throughout my life, I, Zhu Zhuqing, have lacked nothing. You have never given me anything of worth. The only generous offering has been a betrothal to a most repugnant individual. Both she and Zhu Zhuqing possessed innate soul power of level 9, yet under lazy circumstances. Zhu Zhuqing had reached level 42 by the age of 18 and was deemed the family's hope. In contrast, Zhu Zhuqing, diligent and resourceful, had achieved level 25 by the age of 11 without any resources, yet was regarded as inconsequential. Old man, you are quite the character. Upon witnessing the countenance of Zhu Jiming, Lin Fan could not help but exclaim, your intelligence quotient is undoubtedly no higher than that of Zhao Wuji's ilk. Young man, I must say, I greatly admire your audacity and boldness, as well as your willingness to challenge one of my stature. Zhu Jiming gazed at Lin Fan with a hint of disdain and declared, however, I must inform you today that mere courage is insufficient in the Star Luo Empire. With that, he summoned the manifestation of his nether spirit cat martial soul, as the optimal configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings gradually materialized. In my youth, I too was once as reckless as you, and thus I suffered a thorough beating from my father. Yet, I have since acquired extraordinary strength. While you have not. Zhu Jiming maintained a long, contemplative stare at Lin Fan, recalling the week he spent bedridden after confronting his father. And he shook his head in resignation. Use your secret method to awaken Zhu Yun, sever a limb, and then depart, he said, dismissively, waving his hand at Lin Fan and turning away. Do not entertain thoughts of escape. The Zhu family is not one to be trifled with at your whim. Zhu Jiming then pivoted back to face Lin Fan, his gaze unwavering. Well, is that all you have to say? To Zhu Jiming's astonishment, Lin Fan remained undeterred by his display of power, exuding confidence. This child is truly insolent, Zhu Jiming thought, shaking his head in exasperation. I had no intention of beating you, yet you compel me to teach you a lesson. With that, a violet soul ring beneath his feet expanded, radiating a brilliant light. Third soul skill, Nether Slash. Zhu Jiming intoned softly, and in an instant, he appeared behind Lin Fan. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing began to break out in a cold sweat, the overwhelming pressure of the martial soul rendering her breathless. Young man, all of this is of your own making. Zhu Jiming stated, and his Nether Slash struck Lin Fan's back. Of my own making? Lin Fan retorted with a cold laugh, as a series of soul rings encircled him, emanating a fierce luminosity of black and red that profoundly impacted Zhu Jiming's soul. You're a title Douluo? Zhu Jiming's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. This cannot be. You are merely a child younger than Zhu Yun. This must be your secret method. Even as Zhu Jiming sensed the overwhelming pressure that was clearly beyond his level, he stammered in trepidation. Zhu Zhuqing, this is all your fault. Lin Fan embraced Zhu Zhuqing, feeling her emotional and physical shifts, and he spoke fiercely to Zhu Jiming. Lin Fan, I'm fine, Zhu Zhuqing said, feeling the warmth of his embrace and the soothing energy that calmed her emotions, a hint of shyness in her voice. All right, let go now, she said, her cheeks flushed, her tone softer. Lin Fan cast a gentle glance at Zhu Zhuqing, but refrained from responding, redirecting his attention to Zhu Jiming. Originally, I merely intended to come here to negotiate a compensation for Zhu Zhiyun's return, but it appears that will not suffice. He then glanced at Zhu Zhuqing. Is my precious Zhu Qing someone you can bully? Young lord, you ought not to be so arrogant. The Zhu family is, after all, the second family of the Star Luo Empire, with our own pride and dignity that cannot be trampled upon. Zhu Jiming retorted, his voice low and filled with indignation. Oh, then let me witness this so-called pride and dignity of yours. Lin Fan stepped forward, delivering a swift slap that sent Zhu Jiming sprawling to the ground, his impatience evident. With such meager strength, how dare you prattle on? How can you be so shameless? If not for the absence of other elders from our family, you might not even stand a chance against me. Zhu Jiming slowly rose, touching his swollen face, his defiance palpable. Oh, is that what you meant? Lin Fan replied, as if he had stumbled upon something exceedingly entertaining. As he spoke, he retrieved the bodies of 3 individuals from his soul storage waste belt. Could it be that you are referring to them? Chapter 14. I demand you annul Zhu Qing's engagement. Pointing at the 3 elderly figures on the ground, Lin Fan chuckled. These individuals, they were dealt with prior to my arrival. He waved his hand nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. Zhu Jiming's so-called dignity was once again being ground into the dust, as the 3 elders, each possessing the strength of Soul Do, lay before Lin Fan like discarded refuse. Moreover, when did soul guides become capable of storing living beings? This is certainly no ordinary item. My lord, Zhu Jiming found himself at a loss. 3 elders of comparable strength had been bested and stored within a soul guide. What could he possibly do? Speak, Zhu Zhiyun. How much do you intend to pay for her release? Lin Fan asked directly, illustrating his straightforward nature. My lord, may I inquire if 2 million is acceptable? Zhu Jiming cautiously inquired, well aware of his penchant for profit, feeling the sting of having to part with such a substantial sum. Oh, so Zhu Zhiyun is valued so cheaply by the Zhu family? How surprising. Lin Fan scoffed at Zhu Jiming's proposed price. 2 million? Is that all? You must be joking. What amount would you deem appropriate? Zhu Jiming gritted his teeth, suppressing his discontent. Well, 20 million gold soul coins would be more fitting. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a sense of satisfaction wash over him, speaking in a calm manner. Zhu Zhuqing, overhearing the sum, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. What? Upon hearing this, Zhu Jiming spat blood in shock. 20 million gold soul coins? That's an outrageous sum. The annual income of the Star Luo Empire royal family barely amounts to 10 million. And you expect to pay 20 million for the return of that little girl? Is it that the Zhu family cannot afford it? Lin Fan observed Zhu Jiming's reaction, his tone low. If you can afford it, then I shall be straightforward. If not, I apologize, but where is the heavy artillery? Naturally, we can afford it. Zhu Jiming gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Then, if you can afford it, please hand over the card. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan smiled warmly and replied directly. Zhu Jiming, rendered speechless, could only suffer in silence as he retrieved 2 purple gold cards from his storage ring and handed them to Lin Fan. Lin Fan observed as Zhu Jiming extended a card towards him, only to find that Zhu Jiming held onto it tenaciously, revealing his reluctance. What is the matter, Patriarch Zhu? Are you unwilling to part with it? Lin Fan's tone was heavy as he admonished softly. Simultaneously, the 9 soul rings, yet to be retracted, emanated a formidable pressure that weighed down on Zhu Jiming, prompting him to concede. Very well, Lin Fan said, catching the 2 purple gold cards that Zhu Jiming had reluctantly placed in his palm, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his features. It seems that I, Lin Fan, have now joined the ranks of the affluent. If 1 gold soul coin equated to 100 yuan, then in his previous life, it amounted to a staggering 1 billion yuan. Reflecting on his past, where he toiled for a month only to earn a meager 1,500 yuan, he sighed, in this life, I, Lin Fan, have truly risen. Esteemed one, is there anything else you require? Zhu Jiming, relieved by Lin Fan's composed smile, ventured to inquire once more. His demeanor now obedient. Money was insignificant compared to preserving one's life. I have heard that Dai Mubai of the Star Luo royal family is betrothed to Zhu Qing. Lin Fan glanced at Zhu Qing, who was astounded by his courage and strength, and addressed Zhu Jiming. Indeed, Zhu Qing was the prospective second princess consort of the Star Luo royal family. Zhu Jiming appeared to grasp something, his expression tinged with trepidation as he muttered, My lord, you wouldn't be falling for Zhu Qing at first sight, would you? The Star Luo royal family was protected by several titled law, descendants of the ancient divine beast. The white tiger. How could a mere titled Douluo like Lin Fan contend against them? If he consented, the Star Luo royal family would undoubtedly create chaos for the Yuming Spirit Cat clan. Yet, should he refuse, he feared he would not survive the night. Zhu Jiming's mind raced as he began to devise a strategy. Patriarch Zhu, have you gone deaf? Lin Fan remarked, somewhat exasperated by Zhu Jiming's dazed expression. I merely posed a question, and you have plunged into contemplation. What will you be like in a moment? My lord, you wouldn't be suggesting. Zhu Jiming's heart raced with anxiety, praying that it wasn't as he feared. I demand you annul that betrothal. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with resolve as he spoke sharply. Zhu Jiming fell into thought once again, while Zhu Qing began to regard Lin Fan with curiosity. What was his true intent? Could it be that he truly had feelings for her? The thought made her cheeks flush once more. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This version of Zhu Qing was utterly endearing. It was difficult to imagine that the innocent and carefree girl would, mere months later, adopt a demeanor so devoid of warmth. As depicted in the original tale. My lord, this matter is quite complex, Zhu Jiming said, visibly troubled. No matter how he pondered, he could not discern how to proceed. Is there a problem? Lin Fan's smile vanished, his tone turning icy. My lord, this is an engagement between the Star Luo royal family and us. I truly cannot bring myself to destroy it. Moreover, the Star Luo royal family is home to 5 titled Douluo powerhouses. I implore you to reconsider. Zhu Jiming, after a moment's reflection, spoke candidly. When did I ever indicate that I am alone in this? Lin Fan replied, somewhat incredulous. You're rather foolish, aren't you? Not alone. Zhu Jiming was taken aback. Indeed, to achieve title Douluo at such a young age, his background must be extraordinary. At this realization, Zhu Jiming inwardly cursed himself. Then, my lord, you may indeed have the means to annul the engagement, he conceded. Then let us proceed. First, I require your Yuming Spirit Cat Clan's engagement document. Lin Fan stated, his demeanor noticeably more relaxed than before. My lord, please wait. I shall retrieve it at once. The engagement document was not something Zhu Jiming could carry in his storage ring. He hurried to a cabinet and produced a red document, presenting it to Lin Fan. My lord, this is the engagement document held by our Yuming Spirit Cat Clan. Lin Fan nodded, tearing the document into shreds. Let us go to the Star Luo Palace. Chapter 15. The Star Luo Emperor. Annul the engagement? My lord, are you truly going to? Zhu Jiming's mind was suddenly flooded with countless exclamations of disbelief. Did you not realize the gravity of provoking the Star Luo royal family? My lord, I believe this matter warrants further contemplation, Zhu Jiming suggested, feeling that Lin Fan was merely acting on impulse. Apologies, but without the annulment of the engagement with Zhu Qing, my journey here holds no significance, Lin Fan declared. Undeterred by Zhu Jiming's concerns, Lin Fan, perhaps it would be best to reconsider, Zhu Qing said, her gaze dimming. After all, she was not particularly close to Lin Fan and did not wish for him to undertake such a daunting task for her sake. Moreover, she believed he lacked the requisite strength. Seeing Zhu Qing's forlorn expression, Lin Fan felt a pang of sorrow. He despised witnessing his favorite character in such a state of helplessness and despair. Do you, like him, believe I cannot contend with the Star Luo? Lin Fan gently brushed Zhu Qing's silky hair, his voice softening. My lord, forgive my candor, but I truly believe you lack the strength to challenge the illustrious Star Luo royal family. Zhu Qing began, but before she could finish, Zhu Jiming interjected confidently. The patriarch is correct, my lord Lin Fan. The Star Luo is truly beyond your reach. At that moment, Xian Cat could no longer hold her tongue. My lord Lin Fan, wouldn't he really harbor feeling for this jinx? Would he? Lin Fan, perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Zhu Qing's eyes revealed a hint of resignation. Despite Lin Fan's kindness, she felt it was inappropriate for him to go to such lengths for her. After all, they were not related by blood. However, before she could complete her thought, Lin Fan interrupted her. The Star Luo is merely comprised of 5 titled Douluo-level old men. They are hardly formidable. Zhu Qing, how could you allow such a minor setback to defeat you? Lin Fan spoke tenderly, gazing deeply into her eyes. I still intend to take you, my little cat, home. With that, Lin Fan playfully tapped Zhu Qing on the nose before turning back to Zhu Jiming. At this point, Zhu Qing was left in a daze, and Zhu Jiming was equally bewildered. Patriarch Zhu, if you do not take me, I shall have no choice but to bind you and drag you along, Lin Fan threatened. Are you determined to provoke me? Ah, my lord Lin Fan. I did not mean to. I was merely contemplating a few matters, Zhu Jiming quickly replied, suddenly coming to his senses. My lord, are you truly interested in this young lady? That cannot be. Not all. Now hurry and take me. Lin Fan's eyes glinted with intensity as he coldly urged Zhu Jiming. Very well. I shall ensure that this unreliable engagement is resolved, Lin Fan declared, turning to Zhu Qing and pulling her into an embrace, speaking softly. Zhu Qing felt the familiar warmth and the unique scent surrounding her, plunging her into a contemplative silence. Yet, before long, tears began to well in the corners of her eyes. In that moment, her somewhat frigid heart began to thaw, gradually melting away its coldness. Zhu Qing endeavored to mask the shift in her emotions, her voice trembling as she spoke. This was the first time someone had treated her with such kindness. Regardless of the underlying motivations, Lin Fan, perceptive of Zhu Qing's transformation, chose to remain silent, but a warm current surged within him, enveloping his heart. As night gradually cloaked the earth, Lin Fan accompanied Zhu Jiming toward the palace of the Star Luo royal family. Before long, the group halted before a resplendent hall adorned in gold and brilliance. State your identity for entry to the Star Luo royal family, a guard-like figure commanded coldly, eyeing Lin Fan and the others. Oh, I am Zhu Jiming, the current head of the Yuming spirit cat family, Zhu Jiming retorted, his displeasure intensifying upon seeing the guard. He unleashed a wave of soul power at the level of 86, pressing down upon the young soldier. The guard, merely at the soul sect level, found himself gasping for breath under the immense pressure, drenched in sweat. You lack discernment. Please allow the esteemed guest to enter, the guard pleaded, desperation lacing his voice. He had responsibilities, with both elderly and young dependents relying on him. He could not afford to be dismissed over such trivial matters. Seeing the guard's submissive demeanor, Zhu Jiming felt a surge of satisfaction, retracting his soul power and patting the guard's shoulder. Young man, I see potential in you. The guard, caught off guard, managed an awkward smile. Do I really need your approval? Though he felt disgruntled, he was merely a lowly guard and thus complied, looking somewhat dejected. My lord, I shall escort you to the royal family, he declared, leading the way as Zhu Jiming strode into the hall. After exchanging a few words with an official responsible for records, he returned with a nod. With the head of the Yuming spirit cat family, presenting to His Majesty the Emperor, Zhu Jiming signaled for Lin Fan to follow him inside. Upon entering the main hall, they beheld the current emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Tianling, seated alone upon the throne that symbolized power and responsibility. Jiming, what brings you here? Dai Tianling inquired, his gaze shifting to Lin Fan and Zhu Qing. He recognized Zhu Qing, but was unfamiliar with Lin Fan. To his astonishment, despite being a title Douluo of rank 92, he could not detect the soul power emanating from the youth before him. What was even more shocking was the sensation that his noble white tiger bloodline was being overshadowed by this young man's presence. Who on earth is this youth? Your Majesty, might I inquire if you recall the betrothal between my daughter, Zhu Qing, and the second prince, Dai Mubai? Zhu Jiming spoke with a hint of trepidation. Although Dai Tianling was the weakest title Douluo in the Star Luo Empire, his malevolent white tiger martial soul was no ordinary beast spirit. Of course, I remember. I am rather curious as to why you suddenly bring this matter up, Dai Tianling responded, his noble head nodding in curiosity. Are you perhaps seeking resources due to insufficient supplies? Your Majesty, I humbly request the annulment of this betrothal, whether out of fear of Lin Fan or belief in his capability to challenge the royal family. Zhu Jiming gritted his teeth and expressed what he had promised Lin Fan. Annul the betrothal? Dai Tianling was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, it was the nobles bound by such engagements who sought resources from the royal family repeatedly. What do you mean by proactively requesting an annulment? Do you think this old emperor is senile and finds this amusing? Jiming, remember that this betrothal was arranged by the emperor himself. Although Mubai may have misbehaved in the Heavendo Empire, it was the empress who pleaded with me for a long time to arrange this, Dai Tianling asserted with righteous indignation. Over the years, while Zhu Jiming had prioritized interests, his loyalty to the royal family remained unwavering, and Dai Tianling had observed all of it. However, the claims about the empress's prolonged entreaties were mere fabrications, serving only to unlock a more intriguing endeavor. Your Majesty, my mind is made up. This betrothal must be dissolved. Are you thus defying my will? Dai Tianling's expression darkened with anger. Dai Mubai was not only his own flesh and blood, but also a prince of the Star Luo royal family, a direct descendant of the White Tiger clan, with a significant probability of awakening the residual soul of the White Tiger Saint King. Your Majesty, my mind is resolute. Chapter 16. The annulment of the betrothal, the possessed Star Luo Emperor. Your Majesty, my mind is resolute. Zhu Jiming's body trembled slightly, yet he enunciated each word with determination. Very well. After years of neglecting your upbringing, you have become this arrogant? Before Dai Tianling could respond, an elderly woman stormed into the hall. Her face flushed with anger as she directed her ire toward Zhu Jiming. Aunt, Zhu Jiming was momentarily at a loss for words. His aunt was not only his elder, but also the esteemed empress, leaving him uncertain of how to respond. Dai Tianling, witnessing this exchange, chose to remain silent, knowing well that he was under the thumb of his wife. Today, I discovered that our family funds have diminished by 20 million. The empress exclaimed, her temper flaring. The total funds of the Yuming spirit cat family scarcely exceeded 80 million. Such a loss was staggering. The empress swiftly approached Zhu Jiming and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Lin Fan watched in utter disbelief. Zhu Jiming truly lacked resolve, unable even to defend himself against an elderly woman. Zhu Juqing, equally stunned, witnessed for the first time her father, who had always been domineering and increasingly severe, being publicly humiliated. Yet, she felt an odd sense of relief. Aunt, Zhu Jiming clutched his swollen face, rendered speechless. Enduring a reprimand from an elder was necessary, and invoking his soul power would only lead to further conflict. Speak, where has the 20 million gone? The empress barked, disregarding Lin Fan and Zhu Juqing, even overlooking the presence of Dai Tianling, her fury palpable. Zhu Jiming hesitated. Old lady, the 20 million is with me. Lin Fan interjected, eager to expedite the conversation. With you? You dare to claim such a thing? Ridiculous. The empress shot Lin Fan a disdainful glance. A mere waste without soul power dares to speak in such a manner. I am a soul emperor at level 79, and I have never spoken in such a manner. I have no desire to engage in a quarrel with you, old emperor. The head of the Zhu family, Zhu Jiming, has declared that the engagement between Dai Mubai and Zhu Qing is hereby annulled. Lin Fan directly disregarded the scornful expression of the old empress and addressed Dai Tianling with a loud voice. Oh, young man, you are the second to speak to me in such a manner, including her. Dai Tianling chuckled. The first was the esteemed pope of the spirit hall. Lady Bibi Dong, may I ask, what qualifications do you possess? With a dismissive smile, Dai Tianling continued. Little one, if you wish to play, do so with moderation. Before an emperor, who grants you the audacity to act so arrogantly. I am not here to negotiate. I'm issuing a command, Lin Fan declared, unleashing his 9 soul rings while simultaneously calling forth his martial spirit. However, he chose a different martial spirit at that moment. His entire body was enveloped in white tiger fur. A golden mark adorned his forehead. His eyes gleamed striking gold. His teeth transformed into formidable fangs, and his claws became razor-sharp crescents, exuding a sense of grandeur and dominance. This was the White Tiger King, a being of bloodline value, reaching an astonishing 100. Once revered as a divine beast in the realm of the gods for 1,000,000 years. Unlike the three-eyed, evil-eyed white tiger who had proclaimed itself the White Tiger King thousands of years ago in the Star Luo Empire. Star Luo Emperor. I do not wish to repeat myself, Lin Fan stated, casually licking his right claw. Aside from being a tad prickly, there is nothing else amiss. Dai Tianling felt the overwhelming aura surpassing his soul power as the 9 rings of yellow, purple, black, and black began to rise. This is the ancestral tiger, he murmured, surpassing even the white tiger lineage's most powerful, a presence more formidable than that of our ancestor, the White Tiger King. Dai Tianling's heart was filled with awe as he contemplated the immense fortune required to possess such a martial spirit. Roar! Lin Fan growled softly as the first black soul ring emerged. First soul skill, Tiger King's Roar. Under the wrathful roar of the White Tiger King, all canine martial spirits experienced a 20 reduction in fighting spirit, while those possessing feline martial spirits suffered an 80 decrease in their fighting spirit and were passively subjugated. Dai Tianling found himself kneeling uncontrollably. In that moment, both Zhu Jiming and Zhu Qing were struck with astonishment. Zhu Jiming, as a sole Douluo, managed to remain standing, while Zhu Qing was sheltered by Lin Fan. The once imposing old empress had long succumbed to Lin Fan's oppressive presence. Lord Lin Fan, truly a remarkable individual, Zhu Jiming remarked, witnessing the scene unfold. Lin Fan turned to the kneeling Dai Tianling with a hint of disdain. So, Star Luo Emperor, will you annul the engagement or not? He had always believed in winning people over with virtue, and he needed to ensure that Dai Tianling was thoroughly convinced. Who exactly are you? Dai Tianling asked, somewhat shaken. Sir, I hail from the lineage of the White Tiger King with evil eyes, unbeknownst to you. Dai Tianling confessed, feeling utterly powerless in the face of the situation. He was not privy to the actions of the other 4 titled Douluo and had no authority to summon them back. He could only temporarily placate the individual before him. I ask you again, will you annul it or not? Spare me your hesitations, Lin Fan said, his voice laced with anger. Had it not been for the ominous presence he sensed, one he feared he could not contend with, he would have sent Dai Tianling flying with a single slap. He had an inkling that the Star Luo Empire was not as weak as he had initially thought. Perhaps he had triggered a butterfly effect? Very well. I will annul the engagement. Dai Tianling ultimately conceded, realizing his advanced age and desire to remain active in politics rather than succumb to the grave. Good. Upon hearing his reply, Lin Fan lifted the pressure he had exerted, allowing Dai Tianling to retrieve the marriage document. After a short while, Dai Tianling approached with a stack of red paper in hand. My lord, this is the engagement document between my reckless son and Miss Zhu Qing. Please have a look. He nearly let slip the word I out of habit, speaking nervously. All right, Lin Fan nodded at the sight, then tore the document to shreds. My lord, I apologize for the haste that led to this situation. I sincerely hope you and the young lady will find happiness together, Dai Tianling hastily flattered, sensing Lin Fan's eagerness regarding the engagement. Very well. Though Lin Fan maintained a calm exterior, internally he was elated. Dai Tianling, you old fellow, have a promising future. Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed as she murmured softly, just loud enough for herself to hear. How could I be like this? Lin Fan is helping you. Yet you blush at him. Star Luo Emperor. Until we meet again, Lin Fan declared, having achieved his objective. In the next moment, he swiftly embraced Zhu Qing and made a hasty retreat. After a brief moment of dazed contemplation, Zhu Jiming returned to the spirit cat family. Just as Dai Tianling found himself alone, preparing to release a howl to relieve his emotions, a powerful aura unexpectedly surged into his body. That young man has escaped? He pondered. Alas, adjusting to this new vessel will take considerable time. The aura that had entered Dai Tianling's body expressed its dissatisfaction. Originally, I could have dealt with that boy through the clumsy emperor's hands. Now here I am, an old man over 80, merely a title dog. What a loss. I Hu Biao. I'm his strongest, the aura declared indignantly. What on earth is happening? Lin Fan, cradling Zhu Qing as they swiftly departed, hastily inquired of Huan Ling. What was that aura just now? Lin Fan, allow me to advise you. Do not be overly arrogant until you possess absolute strength. Huan Ling replied with a hint of exasperation. If I am not mistaken, that aura is at least of the triad god level, and you're no match for it. If my intuition serves me correctly, Dai Tianling has likely been possessed. The Star Luo Emperor has been possessed? Lin Fan murmured in confusion. Chapter 17. Lin Fan's successful bargaining. The Star Luo Emperor has been possessed? Lin Fan was bewildered, his mind racing. How could it be that the old man he had just been bantering with had fallen prey to possession so swiftly? Moreover, the Star Luo Emperor appeared to lack the authority to command other titled Doa-level experts, which was curious, reflecting on the turmoil within the Star Luo royal family, which had persisted with only the old empress and Dai Tianling present. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and informed Huan Ling. It seems the Star Luo Empire is in disarray. Huan Ling considered this and replied indifferently. Alas, given your current capabilities, it would be wise not to provoke that trifling god of the triad too severely. The ethereal spirit sighed in deep exasperation, reflecting on his past dominance over formidable beings, only to find himself powerless against such an inconsequential entity. Ultimately, it was all the fault of the celestial dragon's moonlit crescent. How dare it leave me to play the role of a system? Is this truly what a being of my stature ought to endure? Celestial dragon, south moonlit crescent. You shall pay for this. The spirit seethed with fury within. Am I truly to capitulate? Lin Fan expressed his dissatisfaction. Arriving in the Douluo Continent endowed with powers akin to that of a quasi-super Doa, he found his starting point significantly elevated compared to other transmigrators, naturally allowing his ambitions to soar higher. Yet now, a formidable adversary had emerged, one whose strength surpassed his own by several realms. Capitulate? Let that scoundrel try to see me yield. Upon hearing the words, to capitulate, the ethereal spirit was momentarily taken aback before erupting in rage. If you dare to concede, we are both doomed. You can slowly unify the entire Doa star, and I shall gradually regain my strength to aid you better. Understood? The spirit spoke earnestly, feeling a sense of helplessness. How'd I end up with such a host? Moreover, have you ever absorbed a soul bone? Have you ever wielded high-grade soul tools? You possess nothing of value, yet you wish to retreat? The spirit lamented. Very well, then, what was your previous realm? Lin Fan inquired. nodding in agreement with the spirit's assertions. The soul bones and soul tools were indeed remarkable treasures, and he had very few of them. He thus began to question the spirit about its realm, a matter that had long piqued his curiosity, particularly regarding the spirit that had granted him 95 levels of soul power. What level of strength did it possess? Well, my realm varies according to the level of the dimension. However, during my zenith, I was not a foe that even the likes of the Shura God King could contend with, the spirit replied calmly. The Shura God can be defeated with a mere punch? Lin Fan exclaimed, utterly astonished. Simultaneously, his resolve grew stronger. Yet, as they say, there are always greater beings beyond our comprehension. In that individual's eyes, I might not even be worthy of guarding the door. The spirit reflected on some disheartening memories, speaking with a hint of trepidation. Thus, I hope you can surpass him. Though I realize this may be an impossible aspiration, the spirit stated earnestly. However, the spirit held great hopes for Lin Fan, the only host who had not immediately sought to end their connection. Nevertheless, he was well aware of Lin Fan's character. If he could surpass that being, would he not be less than a mere beast? Thank you, spirit. Lin Fan sincerely expressed his gratitude. By the way, what is the current extent of your power? Lin Fan suddenly inquired. According to the spirit, its mastery over the realm was extraordinarily formidable. Currently, my strength is less than 100,000th of my potential. In simple terms, I am unable to exhibit my true abilities, the spirit admitted, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. No power whatsoever? Lin Fan responded, astonished. What caliber of being could suppress the spirit's strength to such an extent? Indeed, at present, I possess no power. However, my knowledge and experience as a being of the master realm far surpass those of any soul in the Douluo dimension, the spirit explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's lips twitched slightly. Experience? Have I not read thousands of Douluo fanfictions? Do I require your guidance? Experience? Which opportunities in the Douluo realm are unknown to me? Spirit? Lin Fan retorted, his thoughts a tad reckless. Your line of thinking is perilous, the spirit observed, having seen through Lin Fan's inner thoughts, and spoke with a hint of annoyance. I am genuinely striving to assist you, even providing you with the ultimate eye of perception, yet you fail to show gratitude? Cough. I did not mean it that way, spirit. So, when can you assist me in battle? Lin Fan coughed lightly, feigning seriousness. When can I assist you in combat? The spirit thought internally, a myriad of wild thoughts racing through its mind. If I assist you, what would you do? When you reach the peak of the Douluo realm, I can possess strength comparable to yours, and we shall share our fates. When you ascend to divinity, I too will become a deity of the same caliber alongside you. And when you become the God King, it shall be my moment to reclaim my former glory, and we shall continue to coexist. Coexist? Lifelong brothers? Lin Fan found himself both amused and bewildered, yet internally exhilarated. When he became a God King, would the spirit's master-level power not allow it to conquer the realms alongside him? Undefeated? That is one way to interpret it. The spirit replied directly, not mincing words. Then we shall be unparalleled partners henceforth, and let us strive to coexist harmoniously, Lin Fan said playfully. Indeed, that is not incorrect, the spirit responded, slightly taken aback and feeling a hint of awkwardness. For the first time, an entity of its caliber was being asked to cultivate a harmonious relationship with such a lowly being. The sensation was akin to a fool engaging in discourse with a sage. So Koff, my good brother, do you have any valuable items to share? Lin Fan abruptly shifted the tone of the conversation, adopting a somewhat cheeky demeanor. Is it wrong for a brother to ask for something? Lin Fan asserted with pride, recalling his adeptness at bargaining in his past life. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, the spirit felt somewhat exasperated. Damn it, I knew you'd be like this. There is no good to be had. Don't you have money? Pay up. The spirit retorted without hesitation. How can you ask me for money, good brother? Lin Fan countered, equally quick to respond. There's a saying in your homeland. Even brothers must settle accounts. Don't accuse me of being ungrateful. I will certainly provide you items at a fair price, the spirit replied in a gentler tone, not wishing to incur too much trouble for Lin Fan. If that individual were to find out, they would both be finished. Deal. A gentleman's word is his bond. To the spirit's surprise, Lin Fan smiled and agreed readily. Should you continue to jest? The spirit was momentarily taken aback. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. Then, Lin Fan uttered something that sounded quite absurd. Cough. I have always been one to take advantage of favorable situations. Lin Fan grinned broadly, chuckling. Once again, the spirit felt an overwhelming wave of disbelief wash over it. Chapter 18. Zhu Zhuqing. What is our relationship? Very well, Lin Fan. I shall inform you of any valuable items in the future, the spirit murmured, attempting to regain its composure. All right, thank you, old spirit, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Perhaps you should pay attention to your little sister before you, remarked Huan Ling with a hint of irritation. It was only then that Lin Fan noticed Zhu Zhuqing, who was gazing at him with a bewildered expression. Lin Fan, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, her face alternating between a smile and concern. Are you all right? Tentatively, she reached out to touch Lin Fan's face, and at that moment, he suddenly came back to reality, locking eyes with her. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed shyly, quickly withdrawing her hand to cover her face, turning her head away. Old Huan, did she just touch me? Lin Fan said, a mix of surprise and joy evident in his voice. This was at least a promising beginning, and Lin Fan was naturally elated. Look at your foolish expression. You've only been touched, and you're already like this. What will you do if you have children in the future? Huan Ling commented, almost exasperated at Lin Fan's demeanor. Right? I should really think about what we would name our children, Lin Fan mused, only to suddenly freeze, realizing he was speaking as if it were reality. Zhu Zhuqing widened her innocent, dreamy eyes. Her cheeks flushed as she boldly stared at Lin Fan. Are you talking about me? She asked, her voice barely above a whisper, meant only for him to hear. Yes, indeed, I am, Lin Fan replied, not sidestepping the question. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing his affirmation, fell silent, simply gazing at him with an entranced expression. Lin Fan was taken aback by this development. Could Zhu Zhuqing have developed feelings for him so quickly? Lin Fan, you're overthinking it. She's merely shy, Huan Ling interjected, dousing Lin Fan's burgeoning excitement with a splash of cold water. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute, Lin Fan retorted, feeling a bit exasperated with Huan Ling. I'm so scared, Huan Ling mimicked in a peculiar tone, adding a playful touch. Lin Fan felt a wave of nausea wash over him at Huan Ling's antics. Zhuqing, what's wrong? He noticed Zhu Zhuqing's continued silence, merely watching him. And, taking her hand in his, he asked kindly. He recalled a certain saying, if you like someone, you must pursue them courageously. Thus, Lin Fan was not seeking to take advantage. He simply wished to pursue what he liked. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at Lin Fan, who towered over her, biting her lip before finally speaking. Will you abandon me, just like they did, like those so-called family members? Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. And before Lin Fan could respond, she suddenly threw herself into his embrace. Please don't abandon me, all right? She said, her voice choked with emotion. In this moment, she felt she could only trust Lin Fan. She couldn't bear to think of a life without him, fearing she might have already been forsaken by Zhu Zhuyan. Foolish girl. Abandon you? Why would I do that? Lin Fan replied, tightening his hold on her. Do you think I could bear to part with you? If I were to easily forsake you, why would I travel thousands of miles to annul your engagement to that man? As he spoke, he affectionately ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, giving her a playful pat. All right, Zhuqing, stop crying. Wipe your tears. You'll look like a little raccoon. Lin Fan chuckled, reaching out to dab at the tears at the corners of her eyes. Fine, I'll trust you this once, Zhu Zhuqing said with a hint of joy, sticking out her tongue playfully. Just this once? Lin Fan feigned a serious expression, pretending to be angry. Look at your behavior, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, her face turning crimson as she softly chastised him. Do you realize you're tempting me into a crime? Lin Fan leaned in closer, blowing gently against her cheek. Crime? What kind of crime? Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed as she felt Lin Fan's breath. Of course it's a kiss. Lin Fan laughed mischievously, suddenly planting a kiss on her lips, catching her completely off guard. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned bright red with anger as she broke free from Lin Fan's embrace, scolding him. What have you done? Lin Fan waved his hands innocently, as if to say he had done nothing wrong. You must take responsibility. Zhu Zhuqing clung to Lin Fan's arm, her expression filled with indignation. How soft, Lin Fan remarked, feeling the warmth of her touch involuntarily. You naughty boy. Zhu Zhuqing quickly released her hold, stepping back a few paces, crossing her arms in front of her chest, glaring at him. I was merely speaking the truth, Lin Fan said, moving closer to her and pulling her into his embrace again. Let me go. I don't want you to hold me. Zhu Zhuqing pouted angrily. Yet it was you who jumped into my arms first, so I won't let go, Lin Fan teased, holding her tightly despite her protests. I will ignore you. You bad person. Zhu Zhuqing huffed, her cheeks puffed in annoyance. I am a bad person, a particularly wicked one. If I'm not careful, I might just devour you. Lin Fan whispered playfully into her ear. You dare. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned as red as a ripe apple, her voice filled with faux indignation. Oh, how do you know I wouldn't? Lin Fan tightened his embrace, a cheeky grin on his face. You. Zhu Zhuqing was at a loss for words, staring at Lin Fan with an expression of fury. If you keep looking at me like that, you're asking for a kiss. Lin Fan leaned in once more, planting another kiss on her pouty lips. After a long moment, their lips finally parted. You are too wicked, Zhu Zhuqing said. Her cheeks flushed as she wiped away the trace of saliva from the corner of her mouth, feeling a bit shy. What's wrong? Do you want to do it again? Lin Fan teased, noticing her flustered demeanor. No, I don't want to. Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly shook her head, flustered. Oh, then we shall save it for another time, Lin Fan said playfully, observing the contrast of her usual cold demeanor with her current gentle disposition. Ahem, Lin Fan, what is our current relationship? Zhu Zhuqing cleared her throat. Her cheeks still flushed and spoke softly. Oop, Zhuqing, what do you think? Lin Fan quickly pecked her cheek and then asked. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Zhu Zhuqing said shyly, watching Lin Fan's reaction. Since Zhuqing has said so, then it must be so, Lin Fan replied, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. Chapter 19. Zhu Zhuqing's confusion. Humph, considered a bargain for you, Lin Fan remarked as he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing nestled in his arms. Zhu Zhuqing, you are simply adorable. Now that you are my girlfriend, I shall take utmost care of you. Lin Fan, you must understand how young she is, Huan Ling interjected, suppressing an inner sense of helplessness. Why should you concern yourself? Lin Fan retorted, a hint of irritation lacing his tone. She is my wife, and I will manage her myself. As long as I do not overstep any bounds, everything will be fine. In the Douluo Continent, this age is entirely normal. Oscar's father was already a father at this age. Huan Ling sighed, reflecting on the situation. With a girlfriend, my so-called good brother has lost his charm. Where shall we go next, Brother Fan? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her cheeks slightly flushed as she tugged at Lin Fan's hand, her voice soft. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had yet to secure a place to reside. Well, of course, we shall return to the Heaven Do Empire, as the Star Luo imperial family has yet to make a decision. Zhuqing, where would you like to go? He said, scratching his head awkwardly. Given his current financial means and strength, he could reside in any city within the Heaven Do Empire. Brother Fan, I wish to go to Soto City. There was a hint of anxiety in Zhu Zhuqing's voice as she continued. I only intend to clarify things with that scoundrel, Dai Mu Bai. You want to be upset, will you? Is it because of that rascal, Dai Mu Bai? Lin Fan responded tenderly. Zhu Zhuqing's words reached his ears, and he noted her concerns. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing's subordinates have mentioned several times that shameless fellow has been spotted multiple times in underground venues in Soto City. Seeing Lin Fan's unwaveringly gentle demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing felt somewhat surprised but did not dwell on it. Rest assured, Brother Fan, I merely wish to clarify our relationship, okay? She said playfully, sticking out her tongue. Zhuqing, do you think I would doubt you? Lin Fan chided lightly as he playfully pinched her cheek. Let us head to the Heaven Do Empire now, shall we? Lin Fan's gaze locked onto Zhu Zhuqing's, and they shared a moment of silent understanding. All right, I will follow Brother Fan, Zhu Zhuqing replied, feeling a warm current flow through her heart as she nestled closer into Lin Fan's embrace. Meeting Lin Fan was the happiest event of her life since birth. Lin Fan regarded the enchanting figure in his arms, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet he remained silent. Brother Fan, are you not worried that she might elope with that scoundrel, Dai Mu Bai? Just as Lin Fan was basking in happiness, a rather discordant remark echoed in his mind. Huan Ling, my dear brother, must we not maintain a semblance of decorum? Lin Fan replied with a hint of annoyance at Huan Ling's teasing tone. Would Zhuqing really run off with Dai Mu Bai? In the original story, it was only when Zhu Zhuqing had no other choice that she would attempt to accept Dai Mu Bai and be with him. Ah, I was merely jesting. Pay no mind to such trivialities. Huan Ling awkwardly coughed, attempting to regain composure. Zhuqing, why don't you take a little nap? I'll carry you as we fly. Lin Fan suggested gently, squeezing Zhu Zhuqing's cheek. Brother Fan, how did you acquire your strength? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity. By the way, you still haven't told me how old you are. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Zhu Zhuqing realized that as his girlfriend, she should know such basic information. I am 16 years old, a 95th level title, duh. Lin Fan replied candidly, beaming at her. 16? Upon hearing Lin Fan's age, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, clearly having anticipated this. However, when she learned of his 95th level soul power, she was taken aback. Brother Fan, how did you attain such a formidable title, Douluo level? Zhu Zhuqing released Lin Fan's hand and rubbed her forehead in confusion. At 16, the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, was merely the Soul Master high rank, or Soul King level, correct? So does that mean Well, you see, my parents are deities, Lin Fan said, feigning seriousness and spinning a tale. They were both divine beings from the divine realm, but were tragically betrayed and fell. Our steward exerted every effort to bring me to the Douluo Continent. At this point, Lin Fan closed his eyes, his voice laced with anger and sorrow. In the Douluo Continent, you're my only family. He opened his eyes, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing with profound affection. Listening to Lin Fan recount his past, Zhu Zhuqing initially felt a pang of sympathy for him. However, upon witnessing his final expression, she sensed something was amiss. I feel as though you are teasing me. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, a hint of dissatisfaction in her voice. If you want to speak the truth, then just don't say anything at all. Ahem, Zhuqing, the truth is, I merely accepted a divine inheritance that allowed me to reach this level in a short time, Lin Fan said, clearing his throat and adopting a serious tone. He certainly could not admit that his power was merely a stroke of luck. Even if he did, Zhu Zhuqing likely would not believe him. Are your parents those so-called deities? Zhu Zhuqing pressed on, intrigued. Though she did not fully grasp the concept of deities, she recognized that they must be incredibly powerful beings. I don't know. I've never met them since birth, Lin Fan admitted after a moment of contemplation. In his previous life, he had been an orphan, and in this life, he had no parents either. You, my dear, one moment claiming your parents are deities, the next saying you have none. You are utterly devoid of honesty. Zhu Zhuqing fixed Lin Fan with a disapproving gaze and huffed. But what exactly are deities? Zhu Zhuqing was unaware of terms like divine beings, as in her view, being a title that already placed one at the pinnacle of power in the Douluo Continent. Divine beings are those who, upon reaching level 99 as spirit masters, can accept the trials of the divine and ascend to the divine realm, achieving immortality. Lin Fan explained with utmost seriousness, releasing Zhu Zhuqing from his embrace. So, divine beings are those who can exist eternally, surpassing all others in the Douluo Continent. Zhu Zhuqing was visibly shaken, her mind reeling. She had assumed that a title Douluo could live for 100 years. And now she learned there were levels of existence that granted immortality. Indeed, thus I must hasten my cultivation, so I can bring you to the divine realm. Lin Fan teased as he playfully poked Zhu Zhuqing's nose. In the next moment, Lin Fan soared towards a nearby thicket, swiftly dispatching 3 hidden figures in black with a flurry of blows. Brother Fan, what is this? Zhu Zhuqing peered into the thicket, where 3 cloaked figures lay sprawled on the ground. Zhu Qing observed that the 3 men clad in black were likely nothing more than ordinary mountain bandits. All at the soul sect level, Lin Fan scrutinized the trio. One possessed the martial soul of a black rat, another that of a mountain snake, and the last, a ground lizard, all in their 40s and boasting a soul power of level 43. Hee, Brother Fan, thank you for protecting me, Zhu Qing giggled, addressing Lin Fan with a smile. So what reward do I get? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Fan moved closer. None. Let us just leave, Zhu Qing retorted, casting Lin Fan a playful glare, her voice laced with mock indignation. All right, come here, Zhu Qing. Lin Fan nodded, pulling her into his embrace. As they proceeded, Lin Fan felt her cheeks flush a delightful shade of red, and he swiftly carried her onward. Reaching the Tiando Empire was merely a matter of time. Chapter 20. The Rose Hotel, a serendipitous assist from the attendant. Zhu Qing, there's a hotel ahead. Let us take a moment to rest, Lin Fan suggested as they sped into Soto City under the cover of night. He cradled Zhu Qing as they entered a hotel renowned within Soto City. This establishment, 3 stories tall, was modest in size, but adorned entirely in a striking rose-red hue. Its architectural style resembled a colossal rose, captivating the eye with its charm. The hotel was aptly named, the Rose Hotel. Sounds good, Zhu Qing replied after a moment's contemplation. Yet, a sudden thought struck her, causing her cheeks to resemble ripe apples. What if Lin Fan had ulterior motives? Feeling a tinge of anxiety, she cast a furtive glance at Lin Fan. Zhu Qing, what troubles you? Lin Fan noticed her gaze and looked at her with a puzzled expression. It's late. We must find a place to sleep, he added, recalling that this hotel was mentioned in the original story, leading him to choose it. Brother Fan, I'm not tired. Shall we continue on? Zhu Qing mumbled shyly. Her head bowed as if she had erred. No, we Haven T decided where to stay. We must check into the hotel, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head in refusal. Brother Fan, Zhu Qing gazed at him with a look of feigned innocence, murmuring, I wouldn't take advantage of you. Why worry? Lin Fan couldn't help but smile at Zhu Qing's demeanor. He was somewhat aware of her thoughts, but she was still quite young. Despite any primal urges he might possess, he would never act inappropriately. Very well, Zhu Qing acquiesced after a moment of thought. If Lin Fan truly desired something, his strength would have allowed him to act long ago. This realization warmed her heart. "Brother Fan, you're truly kind," she remarked as Lin Fan observed the shifts in her expression and emotions, eliciting a chuckle from him. This little girl, filled with such whimsical thoughts. He shook his head gently and proceeded into the hotel, still holding Zhu Qing close. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, Lin Fan was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating aroma of roses. The fragrance was both refreshing and subtly suggestive, creating an atmosphere of comfort and ease. The interior boasted a triad of colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm, stylish, and elegant environment that was instantly appealing. Coupled with the enchanting presence of Zhu Qing in his arms, Lin Fan felt a profound sense of joy. It must be said, this hotel is quite adept at creating an inviting atmosphere, Lin Fan remarked as he surveyed the hotel's design. You should know, the most favorable impression of this hotel stems from its staff's serendipitous assistance, the mischievous spirit commented. He was skeptical that Lin Fan, the old rascal, would book 2 rooms. Ignoring the spirit's words, Lin Fan continued to cradle Zhu Qing as he approached the hotel's front desk. "Hello, could you arrange 2 rooms for us, please?" The attendant behind the counter swiftly stood up, glancing at Lin Fan and then at Zhu Qing in his embrace. Envy gleaming in their eyes. What a handsome young man, and the young lady is stunning as well. Observing Lin Fan's harmless smile and Zhu Qing's flushed cheeks, the attendant quickly grasped the situation. "Are you two truly requesting 2 separate rooms? Those in relationships typically don't separate at this hour. What do you intend to do?" "Yes, please, arrange 1 room for each of us," Lin Fan replied, smiling at the attendant while glancing at Zhu Qing. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Zhu Qing's blush deepened, her countenance brightening slightly. "I knew Brother Fan wouldn't do something like that." The attendant mused to himself, noting their reactions. It seems they've never shared a hotel room together before. "I, Lu Benwei, have fostered many couples over the years. Surely I can assist these 2, he thought, swelling with pride. "Apologies, young sir, but we only have 1 room left," the attendant said with an apologetic expression. "Only 1 room?" Lin Fan and Zhu Qing exclaimed in unison, exchanging surprised glances. Zhu Qing's face flushed with embarrassment. If there was truly only 1 room, would she share it with him or seek another hotel? But surely he must be weary. The attendant emphasized, "Indeed, there is but 1 room. However, rest assured, our rooms are quite spacious and well-equipped. Even 3 could comfortably stay." As he spoke, he exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Fan that implied more than mere words could convey. "This doesn't seem appropriate," Lin Fan thought, glancing at Zhu Qing, who returned his gaze with a similar look of shyness. It was evident that neither wished to share a room. "Oh, what is inappropriate about it?" the attendant interjected, unable to restrain himself. "You 2 are a couple. Sharing a room is only natural. Why are you still awake at this hour? What do you plan to do?" The attendant urged once more. "Having a partner is quite an accomplishment. Isn't it? Perhaps a nearby brothel would be more suitable." Reluctantly, Lin Fan conceded, "All right, we shall take 1 room." His outward reluctance belied his inner excitement. This attendant is quite the clever one. In the world where Lin Fan once resided, had he been granted the opportunity to assist you, he would undoubtedly have encouraged you to prolong your stay as much as possible. "Very well, sir. Please hold on for a moment," the attendant responded, her heart brimming with delight as she recognized Lin Fan as newfound understanding, and she proceeded to initiate the check-in process. Lin Fan spent 20 gold soul coins to secure the Crimson Ocean-themed room, the very chamber where Tang San and Xiao Wu resided in the original narrative. "Sir, your room is number 520. Please take your time," the attendant remarked with a smile, casting a knowing glance towards Lin Fan. "Thank you very much," Lin Fan replied, his face adorned with a warm smile as he regarded the attendant. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing nestled comfortably in Lin Fan's embrace, her cheeks flushed, making every effort to conceal her face from his gaze and remaining silent. However, at that moment, Zhu Qing suddenly wriggled free from Lin Fan's hold, directing her attention towards the entrance of the Rose Hotel. "Fange, I sense the presence of the evil white tiger." Chapter 21. Zhu Qing. "I permit you to sleep with me for 1 night. Hey, little green and little red, from now on, follow me, and I assure you both a life of boundless luxury." At the entrance of the Rose Hotel, a drunken nobleman, with 1 arm draped around a young lady, boasted imperiously. "Is that so? Then thank you, young Master Mubai." The 2 women giggled, seemingly unconcerned. In Soto City, who was unaware of young Master Dai Mubai's reputation for falling in love at first sight, to accompany him and bask in a lifetime of opulence? That was simply unfathomable. "Today, I shall show you what a true man is." Dai Mu Bai declared, swiftly ushering the two women into the Rose Hotel. Attendant, prepare me a room with excellent soundproofing, he proclaimed, nonchalantly producing a silver card from his pocket, exuding an air of extravagance. It is worth noting that a silver card held a value of 100,000 gold soul coins. Zhu Qing grasped Lin Fan tighter and spoke, Fan Ge. Upon hearing Lin Fan's voice, Zhu Qing hurriedly shifted her gaze from Dai Mu Bai back to Lin Fan, responding gently, is everything all right? Observing the peculiar expression on Zhu Qing's face, Lin Fan quickly inquired, are you sure? Of course. He had already deduced the answer within. For so many years, Zhu Qing had faced ostracism from her family, and while awaiting Dai Mu Bai's return to the Star Luo Empire, it had brought her joy. Yet, she never anticipated that so many years of her youth would be squandered. Fan Ge, I'm perfectly fine, Zhu Qing reassured him with a smile, feigning nonchalance. Gazing at Lin Fan's handsome visage, she reflected on his unwavering commitment to her, even going so far as to travel great distances to break off his engagement. His gentle words and thoughtful nature deeply moved her. Lin Fan was her boyfriend, the one she cherished dearly, and she was acutely aware of this. As for Dai Mu Bai's incompetence, it no longer concerned her. With this realization, Zhu Qing felt utterly untroubled. Fan Ge, let us go, Zhu Qing said, caressing Lin Fan's cheek with a smile. All right, Lin Fan replied, and together they set off in search of room 520. Upon entering, Lin Fan found the Rose Hotel to be truly enchanting. The decor was effortlessly appealing, with a harmonious color scheme that exuded comfort, complemented by the faint fragrance of roses that enveloped them, refreshing both body and spirit. On the topmost floor, Lin Fan located the door marked 520, belonging to the Crimson Ocean Suite. He noted that there were only a few rooms on this level, with the preceding door numbers including 519, Blue Enchantress, 518, Pink Tenderness, 517, Yellow Sincerity, 516, White Innocence, and 515, Green Parting, leading to the final room, the Red Ocean. The door, painted a vibrant red, was adorned with exquisite dark red crystal rose embellishments, accompanied by a vertical inscription that read, Red Ocean, the Sea of Love. Indeed, this hotel's decor is remarkably fitting for the atmosphere. It certainly deserves high praise, Zhu Qing remarked, momentarily lost in admiration before shyly asking, Fan Ge, is this a hotel for couples? Lin Fan, without pretense, candidly replied, did you suspect as much already? Zhu Qing pouted, casting an indignant look at Lin Fan. Zhu Qing, I merely intended to surprise you. Lin Fan chuckled, playfully fabricating an excuse. Humph. Zhu Qing crossed her arms defiantly, but followed Lin Fan as they continued forward. Upon entering the room, Lin Fan soon realized that what lay outside was merely the tip of the iceberg. The hall was adorned with silver furniture intricately carved with exquisite designs, while a crimson carpet was embellished with raised red rose patterns. At the center of the hall lay a massive red heart crafted from countless roses, spanning nearly 2 square meters, requiring at least 1,000 roses to assemble. A delicate satin ribbon hung above it, inscribed with the words 1001, You are my only, in addition to the 1,001 roses. The room was adorned with elegant vases filled with fiery red roses, their intoxicating fragrance permeating every corner, creating a mesmerizing atmosphere. Indeed, the Rose Hotel in Douluo is truly deserving of its illustrious reputation, Lin Fan mused, visibly impressed. This hotel is genuinely a marvel. Zhu Qing, do you like it? Lin Fan inquired, stepping forward to offer her a rose. Of course I do, Zhu Qing replied playfully. But we haven't even seen the bedroom yet. That must be the most exciting part, Lin Fan said, taking Zhu Qing's small hand and leading her towards the bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, Zhu Qing was once again taken aback. As anticipated, the room featured only a single bed, yet this grand heart-shaped bed occupied nearly half the space. Delicate pink curtains cascaded from the ceiling, shrouding the area above the heart-shaped bed and imparting an ethereal beauty to the room. Zhu Qing, how about we share this bed for the night? Lin Fan suggested with a smile, holding her hand. What? Zhu Qing exclaimed, quickly retracting her hand. No, she protested, shaking her head. I'm not ready yet. She instinctively took a step back, as if fearing Lin Fan might take advantage of her. Little silly, what are you thinking? Lin Fan stepped forward, playfully tapping Zhu Qing on the forehead. I assure you, I won't do anything. I simply want to sleep. Lin Fan declared sincerely. Really? Just sleep? Nothing else? Zhu Qing asked, gazing into Lin Fan's earnest eyes. Of course, absolutely true, he affirmed with a grin. Then, I permit you to sleep with me for one night. Zhu Qing murmured shyly, her cheeks flushed. Then hurry and lie down, don't catch a chill, Lin Fan said as he climbed onto the bed and settled down slowly. Zhu Zhuqing, blushing, lay down beside him. The moment Zhu Zhuqing covered herself with the blanket, Lin Fan extinguished the light. Brother Fan, aren't we going to cultivate? Zhu Zhuqing asked with a hint of confusion. How can we sleep during the prime of our youth? We should be practicing more. It's already late, so hurry up and let your husband sleep, Lin Fan replied with mild irritation. All right then, time to sleep. Upon hearing the term husband, Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of joy within her. Brother Fan, didn't we agree not to touch each other? Chapter 22. The secret method to enhance spirit ring duration. Lin Fan. Truly delightful. The next morning, Zhu Zhuqing awoke to find Lin Fan holding her closely, a rosy hue blossoming on her cheeks. Didn't we agree not to touch each other? Zhu Zhuqing murmured shyly, biting her lip. Last night, Lin Fan insisted on holding her as they slept, and when she resisted, he was quite displeased. You bad person. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to break free. But just like last night, she couldn't escape Lin Fan's firm embrace. You just know how to take advantage of me. With a light huff, Zhu Zhuqing nestled back into Lin Fan's arms. Indeed, no one could escape the law of irresistible allure. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Lin Fan's lips, revealing his delight. Lin Fan, you truly lack ambition, Huangling remarked disdainfully. For someone like him, who typically shunned romantic pursuits, Lin Fan's demeanor was utterly contemptible in his eyes. He believed that only brotherhood mattered most. Huangling, do you have any good items over there? Lin Fan, seemingly unfazed by Huangling's earlier comments, inquired. He cared little for Huangling's disinterest in women. Even if he did, what difference would it make? You rascal. Huangling's heart brimmed with helplessness at Lin Fan's words. Well, there are some items, but you don't have any system currency, so you can't buy anything. System currency? Is it the universal currency of the system shop? How does it convert with gold soul coins? Lin Fan asked without hesitation. Currently, he possessed over 19 million gold soul coins, which should be enough to exchange for a fair amount of system currency. Well, not much can be exchanged. It's about one system currency for every 10,000 gold soul coins, Huangling stated bluntly. One system currency for 10,000 gold soul coins? Lin Fan exclaimed in shock. Naturally, he had anticipated that the conversion wouldn't yield much, but he never expected it to be so little. Yes, love it or leave it, Huangling replied nonchalantly. The conversion system was the same whether exchanging gold soul coins for system currency or vice versa. Let me see what the shop has, Lin Fan said after a brief pause. All right, Huangling responded. In the next moment, a massive data panel appeared in Lin Fan's mind. 10,000-year soul bone, 1,000 system currency. 100,000-year soul bone, 10,000 system currency. Million-year soul bone, 50,000 system currency. 100,000-year soul ring, 1,000 system currency. 10,000-year soul ring, 50 system currency. 9-rank soul power pill, 100 system currency. 10-rank soul power pill, 10,000 system currency. Special price for the soul ring duration enhancement method, 1,000 system currency. Huangling, give me that special price item. I want to buy it. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled at the sight of the special offer. Ugh! Lin Fan exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the 9 gleaming characters spelling out the method to enhance soul ring duration. In the novels he had read in his previous life, there were no soul rings with a duration of less than 100,000 years. Yet, he had merely 12 black soul rings and 6 red soul rings. This was utterly disgraceful and a disservice to the lineage of traversers. Thus, upon seeing this item, Lin Fan resolved to acquire it. Want to buy this? Huangling teased. He had anticipated that Lin Fan would desire this item and had discreetly deducted 2 zeros from the price. Of course. Can I afford anything else? Lin Fan replied, slightly annoyed. How about you try robbing someone for a 10,000-year soul bone? After all, I could take down a 10,000-year soul beast with a single punch. A 10,000-year soul bone should drop from hundreds or thousands of 10,000-year soul beasts, right? And a 100,000-year soul bone is priced at 10,000 system currency, which is a bit exorbitant. Be content. Others dream of a 100,000-year soul ring. Huangling remarked, somewhat speechless. Hurry, Huangling, buy me that method. Lin Fan urged impatiently. All right, Huangling replied with indifference. Moments latte. A secret method was transmitted into Lin Fan's mind, causing him to feel elated. This method could be passed on to others. Soul ring duration enhancement method. Every time you absorb, you must consume a soul ring with a duration at least double that of the current soul ring. Rings with a duration lower than half cannot be absorbed. Note, can be passed to anyone. Original price, 100,000 system currency. Wow. Lin Fan's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. No wonder it could be passed to others. The original price was a staggering 100,000 system currency. Even a low-tier divine artifact like the Golden Hoop Rod was only about 40,000 system currency, and an ultra artifact like the Rui Golden Hoop Rod was merely 200,000 system currency. What, is my brother not doing a good job? Huangling chuckled, watching Lin Fan's reaction. Haha, of course, Lin Fan replied, grinning. Indeed, having a system as a brother was undeniably advantageous. Well, this method is incredibly useful. Give it your all, Huangling said kindly. As long as Lin Fan quickly reached the ultimate Douluo level, he would be ready for battle. Rest assured, you know my strength well, Lin Fan replied, somewhat touched. All right, you should get back to sleeping with your little girlfriend, Huangling said before falling silent. He was not interested in witnessing Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing's flirtation. That Huangling, Lin Fan sighed helplessly, then looked down at the person in his arms and kissed Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. Little kitty, wake up. As he spoke, he released his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing and gently tapped her nose. However, Zhu Zhuqing remained unmoving. If you wanted to listen to you, then I won tea. Zhu Zhuqing pondered internally. Zhuqing, stop pretending to be asleep, you little lazy bug. Lin Fan softly patted her back and gently spoke, since you continue to feign slumber. Do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Fan's tone carried a hint of irritation. Forget it, I'll refrain from teasing you. Just as Zhu Zhuqing intended to open her eyes, she was met with Lin Fan's playful assault. Hee hee hee. Zhu Zhuqing quickly opened her eyes to find Lin Fan tickling her. Well, no longer pretending to sleep? Lin Fan paused his tickling and asked. Hee. I'm not pretending anymore, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a playful stick of her tongue. If you continue to feign sleep, Lin Fan said, playfully tackling Zhu Zhuqing onto the bed. A broad smile etched across his face. I shall devour you. Chapter 23. Dai Mu Bai. It's you. Zhu Zhuqing was startled by Lin Fan's sudden attack, her face turning crimson. What's wrong? Too excited to speak? Lin Fan teased, planting a deep kiss on her forehead before rising and stepping down from the bed. Do you think I resemble such a person? Lin Fan chuckled. Your little head needs a good knock, he added, bouncing onto the bed and gently tapping her head. I don't, Zhu Zhuqing stammered, her cheeks aflame, feeling a wave of shyness. You rascal, always scaring me for no reason. All right, get up quickly. Time is of the essence, Lin Fan said, affectionately ruffling Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Okay, I understand, Zhu Zhuqing murmured, avoiding Lin Fan's gaze. Zhuqing, I'm heading out to buy some food. Wait for me, Lin Fan announced, turning to leave. Go ahead. Fangu, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in response. Lin Fan smiled and walked through the hall and out the door. In the future, I cannot continue like this with Fangu, Zhu Zhuqing muttered anxiously. She was not ready for such developments and felt a twinge of nervousness. Good morning, young waiter. Lin Fan greeted cheerfully as he reached the first floor. How'd you sleep last night? Asked the waiter, Lu Benwei, upon seeing Lin Fan smile. Haha, I slept soundly. Thank you, young man, Lin Fan replied straightforwardly. Haha, I, Lu Benwei, have helped many couples over the years. It's merely a small feat, Lu Benwei boasted proudly. I, Lu Benwei, am quite impressive. Haha, indeed, Brother Lu is remarkable. Here, accept these golden soul coins as a token of gratitude, Lin Fan said, producing a bag of coins and handing it to Lu Benwei. The golden soul coins were acquired by exchanging the remaining purple gold card for 10 million coins, stored within the system space. Furthermore, Lin Fan could effortlessly convert the funds between card and coin states at his discretion. Is this appropriate? Lu Benwei hesitated at the sight of the bag. Based on his years of experience, he estimated that the bag contained at least 100 golden soul coins, equivalent to his annual salary. What's inappropriate? Just take it, Lin Fan insisted, firmly placing the bag into Lu Benwei's hands. Then I shall graciously accept. Thank you. Master Lin, Lu Benwei replied respectfully. Brother Lu, may I inquire if the dandy from last night has departed? Lin Fan inquired, recalling Dai Mu Bai from the previous evening. You must be referring to the inebriated young Master Dai Mu Bai, correct? Lu Benwei contemplated before responding. Young Master Dai has not yet left, but the two ladies accompanying him have already departed. As he spoke of Dai Mu Bai, Lu Benwei's expression turned somewhat disdainful. Oh, then where is young Master Dai currently residing? Lin Fan pressed further. Young Master Dai is in room 517 on the top floor, the yellow room. Lu Benwei hesitated before divulging. Master Lin, may I ask if you hold a grudge against young Master Dai? Please do not act impulsively. He possesses a soul power level of 37 and substantial wealth. Lu Benwei cautioned kindly. Thank you for your concern, young man. I merely wish to pay a visit to young Master Dai, Lin Fan replied earnestly. As Liu Benwei gazed upon Lin Fan's sincere smile, an ominous premonition began to brew within him. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the door of room 517. Using his soul sense, he confirmed that there was indeed only one occupant inside. It seemed that Dai Mubai, much like Zhu Qing, was unguarded by his family. TSK. In the original story, Zhu Qing worked diligently to cultivate, while you, Dai Mubai, squander your time on frivolities? Lin Fan thought disdainfully. From Liu Benwei's earlier comments, it was evident that Dai Mubai's soul level of 37 was not something achieved in a day. The fact that he remained at level 37 6 months later was rather disconcerting. Shaking his head, Lin Fan utilized the spatial power of the Holy Dragon King to enter room 517 and swiftly made his way into the bedroom. Xiao Han, not bad at all. Xiao LV, hurry up. He heard Dai Mubai murmur in his sleep. The room was filled with an odd odor, and Lin Fan couldn't help but feel exasperated. This Dai Mubai is truly exceptional, he mused. In his previous life, Lin Fan had lived 18 years as a perpetual bachelor. Yet Dai Mubai had already frequented brothels by the age of 13. This was something Lin Fan couldn't help but admire. To prevent him from causing further mischief, I believe I must take action, Lin Fan decided, transforming his right hand into a claw as he mischievously declared, "Who dares to disturb young Master Dai Mubai's good fortune?" At that moment, Dai Mubai, clad only in his undergarments and possibly dressed hastily by the two departing women, suddenly awoke. He stumbled out of bed, still intoxicated, and shouted, "Hey, this thing looks quite familiar." Pointing at Lin Fan, Dai Mubai laughed. "A few days ago, this very thing knocked Teacher Zhao out. Now, it appears in my dream. I must make it suffer." Dai Mubai's demeanor turned fierce as he began to ramble. "I'm a level 90 title Douluo, the White Tiger Douluo, Dai Mubai. You should surrender." As he spoke, 3 soul rings appeared beneath his feet. "Wait, I'm a titled Douluo with 9 soul rings," Dai Mubai exclaimed, momentarily perplexed at the sight of the rings. "Isn't it supposed to be that in dreams, one can have whatever one desires? Kneel before me." Despite his disbelief, Dai Mubai glared at Lin Fan, his anger palpable. "Am I not dreaming?" Dai Mubai uttered in a state of bewilderment, and as he spoke, he struck his own face with a resounding slap. "Damn, that hurts," he exclaimed, immediately clutching the cheek he had just hit. A grimace of discomfort etched upon his features. "Wait a minute, if this is a dream, then what lies before me?" The realization dawned upon Dai Mubai, and a flicker of fear crossed his gaze as he turned to Lin Fan. "I cannot possibly be dreaming, can I?" he said cautiously, while internally praying. "This is merely a malfunction in the dream. Just a malfunction." Though a semblance of comfort washed over him, the stark reality persisted. "Dreaming? What are you on about?" Lin Fan replied with a wry smile. It seemed Dai Mubai had immersed himself in the pleasures of the brothel to such an extent that he had lost touch with reality. "By the way, who were you hoping would kneel just now?" Lin Fan queried, waving his right hand, now transformed into a claw resembling that of a tiger. Dai Mubai felt a wave of panic as he realized his undergarments had become damp, while a storm of chaotic thoughts raged within him. "Great one, please allow me to explain," he stammered, glancing at Lin Fan, whose eyes seemed poised to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 24. Dai Mubai. Am I to be cut? "Great one, please listen to my explanation." At this moment, Dai Mubai was utterly flustered. He had never anticipated encountering the senior who had felled Master Zhao Wuji at the Rose Hotel. Moreover, it appeared that this elder harbored a profound animosity towards him. "Senior, I trust one have not offended you in any significant manner?" Dai Mubai expressed his despair. It was said that the powerful were often proud. If he had not provoked this individual, why then would he seek to harm a mere junior like himself? "Oh, my initial intention was simply to find you irksome," Lin Fan stated without a moment's hesitation. After all, Zhu Qing had shown no signs of distress, and aside from a mere engagement contract, Dai Mubai had nothing of significance to offer her. Thus, Lin Fan's action stemmed solely from his disdain for this scoundrel. "Phew, so it was merely that you found me displeasing," Dai Mubai sighed in relief. Had he truly offended this elder, he might have found himself bettered for months. But wait, if the senior truly wished to deal with me, would I even survive? He pondered, contemplating how he might woo women under such circumstances, which would undoubtedly be a torment for him. "However, it seemed you did wish for me to kneel just now," Lin Fan remarked, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. Dai Mubai froze at his words. Did I truly wish for him to kneel? He recalled his earlier words, and indeed, he had intended for this elder to submit. "You are the first to dare suggest I kneel," Lin Fan replied, amusement evident in his expression. "My principles dictate that one kneels to heaven, earth, and one's parents. However, as I have no parents, The only entities worthy of my kneeling are heaven and earth. Great one, I was merely speaking in jest, Dai Mubai said, anxiety creeping into his tone. Haha, are you not aware? Actions and dreams truly reflect one's innermost desires. Lin Fan chuckled at Dai Mubai's words. Great one, Dai Mubai gazed earnestly at Lin Fan, preparing to embark upon another round of absurd assertions. The more I fabricate, the more you shall believe me, right? He thought to himself, a hint of mischief bubbling within. With his 13 years of experience navigating the outside world, he was confident in his ability to spin a convincing tale. Just as Dai Mubai was about to commend his own ingenuity, Lin Fan abruptly interrupted him. I apologize, but I no longer wish to hear your ramblings. With that, Lin Fan delivered a swift slap, rendering Dai Mubai unconscious. Chattering incessantly, utterly unrefined, Lin Fan remarked dismissively. White Chi, come forth and lend a hand, Lin Fan called into the system space. In the blink of an eye, White Chi materialized before him. Despite his usual stoic demeanor, there was a flicker of fervor in his eyes. Master, shall I finally venture forth to conquer the realms? He inquired eagerly. White Chi, I know you are a valiant general of the battlefield, but the time for war has not yet arrived. Fear not. There will be ample opportunities for battle in the future. Just do not falter when that time comes, Lin Fan replied awkwardly, beginning to paint grand visions for White Chi. What do you mean, master? As long as you command, I shall be ready to shed blood for you, White Chi declared, his loyalty unwavering, though a hint of confusion lingered in his expression. Ahem, White Chi, what is your assessment of this young man? Lin Fan coughed lightly, adopting a facade of seriousness. From my perspective, this young man's talent is lacking. He is unlikely to reach the Douluo realm. However, at such a tender age, he has already succumbed to the temptations of desire. I believe he holds little value, White Chi opined, scrutinizing the exposed form of Dai Mubai. Indeed, it appears so. Therefore, I propose we do away with him. What are your thoughts? Lin Fan nodded in agreement with White Chi's assessment. Cut him, White Chi inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Master, do you mean in the manner of imperial castration? Yes, precisely. That would be the most fitting punishment for him, Lin Fan replied with a grin. Are you suggesting I should castrate him? White Chi finally grasped Lin Fan's intentions. The notion of such a task being entrusted to a formidable general like him was bewildering. Indeed, that is my intention, Lin Fan affirmed with a nod. It was not that he was unwilling to take action himself, but rather that it felt somewhat inappropriate. Yet, for the greater good, he felt compelled to see Dai Mubai punished and thus entrusted the task to White Chi, whose martial spirit was that of a scythe. Your command shall be fulfilled. White Chi accepted without hesitation, summoning his scythe of death and advancing towards Dai Mubai. Lin Fan, feeling a sense of propriety, averted his gaze. For he was not one to revel in such macabre spectacles. Before long, the sound of a sharp crack echoed, and Lin Fan turned back to witness the aftermath. Master, it is done, White Chi announced, a complex expression on his face. I had anticipated a more entertaining task, yet here I am, merely eliminating a fool blinded by lust. Thank you for your efforts, White Chi, Lin Fan replied with a smile, his demeanor calm. It is an honor to serve you. Master, White Chi responded, his loyalty unwavering. Bai Chi's expression remained unchanged upon hearing Lin Fan's words, yet the subtle shift in his tone betrayed a notable improvement in his mood. All right, you may return now, Lin Fan said, giving Bai Chi's shoulder a gentle pat, a smile gracing his lips. It's truly wonderful to have such a powerful and good-natured subordinate. Command acknowledged, Bai Chi replied, promptly vanishing from sight. Phantom Spirit, how is Bai Chi faring in the system space? Lin Fan inquired with a hint of curiosity. He doesn't seem like the stoic type. Indeed, he trains relentlessly every day, Phantom Spirit replied nonchalantly. However, I must commend you for your audacity in rendering Dai Mubai impotent. Phantom Spirit chuckled, finding the situation both amusing and absurd. Among the traversers, while you may not possess the greatest talent or comprehension, you are undoubtedly among the most humorous. That's his own doing. It's of no concern to me, Lin Fan remarked dismissively, rolling his eyes. He gazed toward Dai Mubai's direction, a smirk forming as he considered how, within mere moments, this dandy from the original tale had been reduced to a eunuch. I wonder how he will manage from now on. Lin Fan teased lightly. Chapter 25, Departure to Nodding City. Zhu Qing, I'm back, Lin Fan announced as he exited room 517, where Dai Mubai resided, having ordered some food before returning to room 520, where he and Zhu Qing shared a vibrant crimson ambience. Upon entering, he called out softly. There lay Zhu Qing, still clad in her black dress, reclining on the sofa. Lost in her thoughts, her gaze wandering. Hey, Fangge, you're back. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, rushing to Lin Fan's side with a bright smile. All right, Zhuqing. It's quite late, and you haven't eaten yet. I've ordered some food. It will arrive shortly, Lin Fan said, affectionately ruffling her hair, his heart lifting at her presence. To have such a precious gem in his life was indeed a significant blessing. Sound great, hee. Zhu Zhuqing chirped, allowing Lin Fan to tousle her hair playfully. Lin Fan watched the scene, momentarily taken aback. How on earth did Dai Mubai manage to abandon Zhuqing in the original story? He pondered, feeling a mix of incredulity and amusement. Before long, a waiter entered, pushing a cart laden with dishes. Sir, here's the food you ordered from the neighboring restaurant. Spicy rabbit heads, braised beef, crispy spicy chicken, spicy fish, sauerkraut fish, braised fish, steamed fish, and spicy fish. The waiter read from the menu, appearing somewhat bewildered. Aside from the first few, why is everything fish? All right, you may leave. Lin Fan waved his hand dismissively. The waiter nodded and exited the room. All right, Zhuqing, let us eat, Lin Fan said, offering her a pair of chopsticks and a spoon with a smile. Yay, let us. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the utensils without hesitation, diving into the meal. After days of being on the run, her stomach was empty, and she was eager to eat. Before long, the spicy fish was gone, the steamed fish too. The spicy fish had vanished, and the sauerkraut fish was no more. Zhu Zhuqing sighed contentedly, wiping her mouth with a napkin after finishing her meal. Letting out a satisfied burp, Lin Fan merely stared at her in silence. Fangge, is something wrong? Zhu Zhuqing blinked innocently, tilting her head at him. Do you dislike girls who are so unrefined? Will you ignore me? She added, a hint of worry in her voice. Foolish girl, of course not, Lin Fan chuckled, unable to resist pinching her cheek. Zhuqing, sometimes it can be quite silly. Phew, that essay relief. Zhu Zhuqing thought, feeling a weight lift off her heart. It's getting late. Shall we go? Lin Fan suggested, lifting Zhu Zhuqing into his arms. Fangge, you haven't eaten yet. Let's wait a bit. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, her voice soft. Oh, then, may Zhuqing feed me? Lin Fan responded, setting her down on the sofa and gazing earnestly at her. Zhu Zhuqing paused. Then, taking up her chopsticks, she picked a piece of fish and slowly brought it to Lin Fan's lips. Here, eat up, she said shyly. Lin Fan took a hearty bite. Delicious. I want some fish soup, he declared, feigning dissatisfaction. All right, I'll feed you, Zhu Zhuqing replied, setting down the chopsticks and picking up a spoon, carefully pouring a spoonful of fish soup into Lin Fan's mouth. Yum, delightful, Lin Fan beamed after finishing, regarding Zhu Zhuqing with satisfaction. Humph, she huffed, her cheeks flushed, as she picked up another piece of fish and placed it in Lin Fan's mouth. Eat your fish, she chided playfully. Before long, Lin Fan had devoured all the remaining food. Burp, he unintentionally let out a loud belch. Indeed, he could not escape the laws of deliciousness. Haha, Fangge, now that we're both full, we can leave, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, eagerly grasping Lin Fan's hand. All right, we're headed to Naughty City. I have important matters to attend to, Lin Fan replied, smiling at the playful Zhu Zhuqing. Don't worry, I won't hold you back, she assured, gazing into his eyes. Zhu Zhuqing then rose onto her tiptoes and placed a gentle kiss on Lin Fan's forehead before hurriedly running out. This little girl, Lin Fan mused, touching his forehead with a bemused expression. Zhuqing is truly adorable. With that thought, he quickened his pace to catch up to Zhu Zhuqing, taking her hand as they made their way to the hotel's ground floor, where they encountered Liu Benwei, the morning shift attendant. Good morning, young Master Lin. Liu Benwei greeted, a smile of approval lighting his face as he observed Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing holding hands. This is all thanks to my efforts. Good morning, Brother Liu, Lin Fan replied, echoing the old adage, one does not strike a smiling face. Miss, you look even more beautiful than last night, Liu Benwei remarked, his gaze warm. Lin Fan understood the implication behind his words and chuckled lightly. No, we didn't do anything. He communicated discreetly to Liu Benwei, who was startled by the voice that appeared in his mind, realizing it was Lin Fan before relaxing his guard. However, even if nothing transpired, I imagine you both had a delightful night, did you not? Liu Benwei remarked with a knowing smile, drawing from his years of experience. Haha, you're quite right. It was indeed enjoyable. Lin Fan smiled gently, eschewing any pretense, and candidly stated, Brother Liu, we shall take our leave now. Farewell. He waved at Liu Benwei, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and swiftly vanished from Liu Benwei's sight. Young Master Fan is truly an enigma, Liu Benwei murmured, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother Fan, what brings us to Naughty City? Zhu Zhuqing inquired, pulling Lin Fan's hand with a hint of confusion. Nodding City seems to be a rather underdeveloped locale within the Heaven Do Empire, doesn't it? Could it possibly hold complexities beyond our understanding? Well, there is an adversary I must confront there, and I intend to resolve that matter promptly, Lin Fan replied to Zhu Zhuqing without reservation. However, to label that individual as an enemy might be an exaggeration, for I am not well acquainted with him. His purpose in Nodding City was to eliminate Yu Xiaojiang. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the relationship between Yu Xiaojiang and Bibi Dong, it was undoubtedly more significant than his own connection with Yu Xiaojiang. An enemy? Zhu Zhuqing momentarily appeared taken aback, then smiled warmly. Regardless of what Brother Fan intends to do, Zhu Qing will support you. After she spoke, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Fan, brimming with affection. Yes, I understand, Lin Fan replied in a rather nonchalant manner. Yet, only the two of them were aware that their intertwined hands tightened slightly. Chapter 26. Master Yu Xiaojiang is truly diligent. That afternoon, Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing arrived in Nodding City. With the guidance of the Phantom Spirit, Lin Fan effortlessly located the Nodding City Junior Soul Master Academy. Nestled in the western part of Nodding City, he soon spotted a grand archway from a distance. The archway, spanning 20 meters in width and rising over 10 meters high, was constructed from sturdy rock, featuring 2 iron gates below, dark and foreboding. Through the iron bars, one could glimpse a winding path leading inward, flanked by towering trees. At the center of the archway were inscribed the 4 characters, Nodding Academy. This is where Tang San studied during his childhood. Lin Fan murmured as he gazed at the academy's entrance. It seems less luxurious than I had imagined, perhaps due to my prior stay at the Rose Hotel. Brother Fan, are you here at this junior academy solely to confront that enemy? Zhu Zhuqing commented, somewhat bewildered as she looked at the 4 characters of Nodding Academy. Surely, your adversary cannot be a mere child or a low-ranking soul master. One could say that my purpose for coming here is indeed tied to someone within this academy. Lin Fan replied, nodding slowly in response to Zhu Zhuqing's words, his tone steady. To be candid, despite having watched Douluo countless times, Lin Fan harbored a strong aversion towards Yu Xiaojiang. Furthermore, to ensure that Tang San does not exceed his control in the future, this formidable early-stage Douluo, Yu Xiaojiang, must not continue to exist in this world. Very well, Brother Fan, let us proceed, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her smile radiant. She was indifferent to whether Lin Fan would resort to violence. In fact, she would willingly accompany him if necessary. Upon seeing the 4 characters of Nodding Academy, the trepidation in her heart had already dissipated. It is merely a junior academy. Can it truly harbor any perilous individuals? Lin Fan chuckled at her words, gently grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand as they approached the grand entrance of Nodding Academy. Young master, you cannot possibly be a student of Nodding Academy? As they reached the main gate, a nervous young guardian stepped in front of Lin Fan, speaking up. Indeed, I am not a student here. I have matters to attend to, Lin Fan replied calmly. The guardian appeared somewhat flustered. After all, the dean had expressly forbidden youths from other places from entering Nodding Academy. Yet, the 2 before him were clearly of noble lineage. Young master, miss, please enter, he finally acquiesced, his internal musings yielding to the reality of the situation. Excellent. Lin Fan nodded in approval. This guardian is quite perceptive. After having learned from the lesson of the formidable Yu Xiaojiang, how could he not be? The Phantom Spirit remarked with a hint of exasperation. Little Lin Fan, hailing from the civilization of the galaxy, rooted in etiquette and morality, is indeed far too gentle. This, I fear, may not bode well. It seems I shall need to instill some resilience in this lad. With that thought, the Phantom Spirit pondered deeply. Before long, the Guardian guided Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing through the Academy Square, leading them to several buildings. Naturally, the striking appearance of Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing garnered waves of admiration. Wow, this young man is so handsome. I'm in love. Wait, is he really a guy? Heavens, this young lady is extraordinarily beautiful. Lin Fan, upon hearing such remarks, felt little in the way of sentiment. In his past life, his average looks had drawn similar exclamations, let alone his now extraordinary appearance. Young master, miss, I shall take my leave now. I have work to do, the guardian said awkwardly, scratching his head. With that, he turned and made his way back toward the academy's entrance. Zhuqing, please wait here. I will attend to that matter first, Lin Fan said, gently kissing her forehead and smiling. His action left the onlookers utterly astounded. Ah, this young man is so gentle. Why doesn't he heaven grant me a boyfriend like this? I would willingly trade my boyfriend as 10 years of singlehood for a friend as handsome as him. These comments bore a distinct characteristic, each one more humorous than the last. Hee hee, very well. I will await your return, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks slightly flushed, beaming with delight. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan nodded with a smile before turning away toward one of the buildings. Having gleaned from the prior guardian's lengthy explanation, Lin Fan was aware of the faculty's designated building and thus proceeded directly. "Excuse me, where can I find Yu Xiaojiang's office?" Upon entering the building, Lin Fan spotted a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s and posed a question. "Little friend, what business do you have with the master?" The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Fan without much thought and replied, "The master's office is on the 5th floor, the second room on the left." After providing the directions, the middle-aged man hurriedly exited, evidently late for his class. "The 5th floor, second room on the left." Lin Fan silently recited the incantation once more, and then he vanished, only to reappear beside the second office on the left of the 5th floor. The attributes of this sacred Dragon King were truly remarkable. As Lin Fan sensed the spatial power he had just wielded, he couldn't help but marvel at the realization that the attributes of this sacred Dragon King were essentially equivalent to those of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, which meant they were akin to the attributes of a dragon god. Not only did it possess the elements of water, fire, wind, earth, ice, light, darkness, and space from the Silver Dragon King, but it also held an almost inconceivable mastery over time. Furthermore, its power was not inferior to the life force of the Golden Dragon King. The shell of a 615-year-old black tortoise could withstand 3 uses of the second spirit ability from a soul master with 1 white and 1 yellow spirit ring. Meanwhile, an 800-year-old black tortoise shell could endure 10 uses of the second spirit ability from a soul master with 2 yellow spirit rings, showcasing its formidable defensive capabilities. Standing outside the door, Lin Fan listened to Yu Xiaojiang's monologue, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. A 100-year-old black tortoise shell? Low-level soul masters wouldn't even consider using such an item, and high-level soul masters would shatter it instantly. What was there to study? Yu Xiaojiang was indeed intelligent, but couldn't he be a little more realistic? Lin Fan sighed inwardly as he shook his head, casting aside these thoughts before pushing the door open and slowly walking inside. "Master Yu Xiaojiang, what a pleasant disposition you have," Lin Fan said, a hint of jest in his voice as he approached Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Yu Xiaojiang was holding a 1,050-year-old black tortoise shell, preparing to take notes when he spotted Lin Fan rushing in, his expression turning incredulous. "This student, you are not from our nodding academy, are you? What brings you here?" Yu Xiaojiang placed the shell on the desk, adopting a serious demeanor. The dean had mentioned just a few days earlier that young men and women who were not students of the academy were not permitted to enter. How could this rule be so swiftly disregarded? "Oh, master, I am somewhat perplexed. It is said that there is no such thing as a worthless martial soul. Only worthless soul masters. What do you think of that?" Lin Fan replied with a broad smile, his tone teasing. "Indeed, there is no worthless martial soul, only worthless soul masters." Yu Xiaojiang nodded instinctively, recognizing that he had once comforted his disciple Tang San with similar words. "But may I inquire what qualifications you possess to make such a statement?" Lin Fan fixed his gaze firmly on Yu Xiaojiang, his presence suddenly imposing as he coldly remarked, "No worthless martial souls? What sort of logic is that?" "This is merely my opinion. I have not imparted it to anyone else." Yu Xiaojiang was visibly shaken by the confrontation. He recalled that he had only ever shared this sentiment with his disciple Tang San, whose martial soul, coincidentally, was one deemed worthless, the blue silvergrass, which had nonetheless proven to be quite effective. "May I ask, if someone's martial soul is a dogtail grass, could they possibly become a soul master?" Lin Fan scoffed. The blue silvergrass was indeed one of the most common and weakest martial souls in the Douluo Continent, but the dogtail grass was even more pathetic. The blue silvergrass could be fed to pigs, yet the dogtail grass was something pigs would not even consume. Yu Xiaojiang paused momentarily before responding. "That is indeed improbable." Though he grappled with his own reluctance, he acknowledged the truth in Lin Fan's words. "So according to your reasoning, dogtail grass, blue silvergrass, wildflowers, and sticks would all be considered powerful martial souls? Being a soul master is the most prestigious profession in the Douluo Continent. There are no worthless soul masters." Lin Fan pressed on as he noticed Yu Xiaojiang's silence. "By the way, was the theory of the 10 core competencies proposed by you a great soul master?" Lin Fan continued, stifling a laugh. "Even the strongest individual in the continent, the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Daolu, had not dared to assert such a theory so brazenly. How could you, a mere soul master, presume to do so?" Lin Fan's disdain was palpable. Yu Xiaojiang, labeled as a model for novices, was someone who had made a name for himself despite lacking true strength. It was almost ludicrous. "What do you mean by that?" Yu Xiaojiang's face flushed with anger as he retorted. His feelings of indignation were intense, yet Lin Fan's arguments were undeniably valid, leaving him unable to counter effectively. The first spirit ring cannot exceed 400 years. Was that your assertion? Lin Fan inquired, observing Yu Xiaozhang's expression. Indeed, the first spirit ring is naturally better the closer it is to 420 years, Yu Xiaozhang replied, finally demonstrating some composure. But do you understand that this varies from person to person? Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at Yu Xiaozhang's response. The reason Tang San absorbed it without difficulty was due to his cultivation of the Xiantian skill and his past life's abilities. If an ordinary person were in his place, would they even survive to return to you? Moreover, you claim that auxiliary-type soul masters should also strive to be as close to 420 years as possible? Lin Fan reflected, feeling a sense of helplessness. Ning Rongrong's first spirit ring was only around 200 to 300 years, at most just over 300 years. Are you looking down on the seven-treasure glazed tile school? How absurd. I did not claim that my statement applies to everyone, Yu Xiaozhang weakly countered. You must consider that those with the requisite talent, whom you refer to as applicable individuals, are likely to come from families with at least soul sage or tidal Douluo lineage, correct? Do you think these individuals need such guidance? And those who agree with you but lack strength and exceptional talent, do they possess the ability to absorb such rings? Lin Fan pressed further. No, they do not. Before Yu Xiaozhang could answer, Lin Fan interjected. Thus, it is evident that you are nothing more than a charlatan, a so-called master who deceives others. Lin Fan's disdain was evident as he regarded Yu Xiaozhang in silence. Having long harbored animosity towards him, Lin Fan finally felt a sense of satisfaction in confronting him directly. You are right. I, Yu Xiaozhang, am indeed a failure. After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaozhang muttered to himself. Yu Xiaozhang, the fact that you have managed to survive this long and gain notoriety is already commendable. Accept your fate, Lin Fan remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. His disdain for Yu Xiaozhang extended beyond mere annoyance. The latter had to die, for the sake of Bibi Dong, whose relationship with him was shrouded in mystery, yet bore a compatibility of 99. Yu Xiaozhang must perish. To control Tang San's power, Yu Xiaozhang also had to meet his end. Are you here to kill me? Yu Xiaozhang was utterly bewildered upon hearing Lin Fan's words. You come here, berate me thoroughly, and then intend to take my life? Is it truly necessary to resort to murder over such a trivial matter? Lin Fan inquired, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In the next moment, his right hand morphed into a dragon's claw, and in an instant, Yu Xiaozhang was severed in two. It is indeed a tragic fate for the esteemed teacher of Tang San, the originator of the top 10 core competencies. Truly, the heavens are envious of such talent. Congratulations, host, for eliminating the protagonist's mentor in a single strike, earning you an additional 10,000 years of soul ring duration. Excellent, illusory spirit. This reward is rather effortless. Lin Fan remarked with a sense of joy as the system's congratulatory chime echoed in his mind. The only downside was that he found the experience of causing someone's head and body to part ways a bit overwhelming. Lin Fan, you mustn't be so hesitant. In this realm where the weak are devoured by the strong, such actions are commonplace. You'll become accustomed to it with practice, illusory spirit chuckled, observing Lin Fan's demeanor. In a fantastical world, one is either slain or becomes the slayer. It is merely a matter of adaptation. I'm fine, truly, Lin Fan replied, somewhat helpless. Here he was, a model student of the 21st century, reduced to severing heads. What a bizarre turn of events. Lin Fan, there's a level 95 soul Douluo rushing over. Should we test our mettle against him? Illusory spirit teased. Chapter 28, The Wrath of Tang Hao. Damn it, such a potent aura. What has Yu Xiaozhang done to provoke that powerful figure? Outside Nodding Academy, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair, a scruffy beard, and tattered clothing, expressed his ire. Through his soul sense, he detected that this person possessed a soul power level comparable to his own, perhaps even slightly superior. How did that fool Yu Xiaozhang manage to attract such trouble? His frustration stemmed from having entrusted his son to Yu Xiaozhang for proper education. What if something went awry? Alas, Yu Xiaozhang, without a shred of honesty, how could I have known whether to trust him with my precious Tang San? Indeed, this man was none other than Tang San's alcoholic father, Tang Ritian, known as the Hao Tian, who would not spare even a blade of grass. Tang Hao shook his head, feeling helpless. If it were not for the desire to keep Tang San unaware of the Hao Tian hammer's might and avoid attracting the Wuhuan temple's pursuit, he would never have allowed Yu Xiaozhang, who proposed a spirit without waste, to be Tang San's teacher. After all, Yu Xiaozhang had cared for Tang San for many years. While he had no merits, he certainly had his share of tribulations. I should go and see for myself, Tang Hao resolved. quickening his pace towards the nodding city primary soul master academy. Illusory spirit, is Tang Hao nearing? Lin Fan asked, sensing the approaching figure of the so-called level 95 soul power individual rushing towards the academy. Throughout this journey, although he had engaged in skirmishes with several low-level soul masters, none had provided a true combat experience. At last, he would encounter one of the characters he admired most in Douluo, the man who would spare not even a blade of grass, the one who single-handedly struck down the Wuhuan temple. How thrilling! Before long, Tang Hao hurriedly arrived at the office door of Yu Xiaojing, entering without a hint of trepidation. As the youngest titled Douluo on the continent, he was naturally fearless. Character name, Tang Hao. Gender, male. Strength, currently a level 95 super Douluo. Title, Hao Yin. Background, second son of the old sect master of Hao Yin sect, one of the two Douluos of Hao Yin sect, and the second brother of the current sect master. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Talent, mid-tier level in the current realm. Noteworthy aspect, spares not even a blade of grass, and spares not a rabbit for his son, leaving behind a hidden agenda. Tang Hao is also a level 95? Lin Fan mused with a smile as he examined Tang Hao's statistics. Given his soul ring configuration, even with limited experience, he believed he could hold his own against Tang Hao. Moreover, he was not alone in this battle. Yu Xiaojing is dead? Tang Hao exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Yu Xiaojing's dismembered form. Despite Yu Xiaojing's shortcomings, he was still the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family's current patriarch. How could someone have slain him so effortlessly? Tang Hao's incredulity turned towards Lin Fan. What the hell? His eyes widened in shock. This boy is so young. Could it be he has consumed a potion that grants eternal youth? Initially skeptical, Tang Hao could not deny the truth as he felt the aura emanating from Lin Fan's body. This was no aged veteran. This was unequivocally a youthful prodigy. In that moment, Tang Hao felt as though he had squandered the past 50 years of his life. After all those years and sacrifices, he had only attained the title of Hao Yin Douluo, while this barely 20-year-old youth matched his strength. However, such youthful power surely lacked depth and experience. He could not be compared to Tang Hao. With this thought, Tang Hao's confidence surged. Do you know the background of the person you have slain? Tang Hao fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, his voice icy. Oh, a mere great soul master, what is background? Lin Fan replied, nearly bursting into laughter at Tang Hao's words. He understood that Tang Hao referred to Yu Xiaojing's relatively privileged connections, the son of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan leader, an elder of the Wuhuan Temple, one of the so-called Golden Triangle. First, considering Yu Xiaojing's position, the internal strife within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan likely left them little time to concern themselves with Yu Xiaojing's fate. As for being one of the Golden Triangle, that title would only intimidate some low-level soul Douluos. Your Excellency, he is an elder of the Wuhuan Temple. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Wuhuan Temple? Tang Hao's gaze turned frigid as he spoke calmly. You think I would fear the Wuhuan Temple? Lin Fan laughed heartily at Tang Hao's proclamation, tossing his Wuhuan Temple elder token towards him. Tang Hao's heart sank as he observed Lin Fan's jovial demeanor, instinctively catching the token, only to feel his rage boil as veins throbbed on his forehead. You are an elder of the Wuhuan Temple? The Wuhuan Temple? Curse that Wuhuan Temple. They have wronged Tang Hao, murdered my beloved wife, and slaughtered my sect, and now they do not even spare my son's teacher? He is merely a great soul master, a worthless one at that, and they cannot let him be. As Tang Hao beheld the elder token, he cast it aside, summoning his Hao Yin hammer. What atrocities could the Wuhuan Temple not commit? At this moment, Tang Hao was once again convinced that Lin Fan was an ancient monster who had consumed some elixir. With the formidable influence of the Spirit Hall, acquiring such power is rather commonplace. As vibrant soul rings emerged in succession, the might of Tang Hao's Hao Yin hammer gradually intensified. Observing this spectacle, Lin Fan shook his head with a smile, releasing the oppressive aura of his divine Dragon King martial soul. Such strength is indeed formidable. Feeling the overwhelming energy of Lin Fan's martial soul, Tang Hao could not help but muse internally. If only he had possessed such power back then. Ain would not have. This thought ignited a deeper fury within Tang Hao. Titan's power. As Tang Hao silently recited within, the first black soul ring around him radiated brilliantly. This was indeed Tang Hao's fifth soul skill, Titan's power. Titan's power enhances one's own attack strength and physical defense. You young rascal, come and spar with me, Tang Hao. Tang Hao proclaimed, wielding the Hao Yin hammer and launching an attack towards Lin Fan. In response, Lin Fan formed a shield of soul power around his right arm, successfully blocking the blow from the Haotian hammer. Tang Hao was taken aback. He recalled that the last person who attempted such a maneuver had been severely injured by one of his strikes and ultimately met a grim fate. These are merely children, Lin Fan remarked, his gaze imbued with a hint of resolve and coldness. As an orphan who had endured his share of bullying in his youth, he wished to shield these innocent children from harm. All right, shall we have a match outside Notting City? In mere moments, Lin Fan had already reached the outskirts of Notting City. Shortly thereafter, Tang Hao arrived opposite him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Had he employed that technique moments ago, he likely would have been vanquished already. Such an enigmatic martial soul, in Tang Hao's eyes, was far more mysterious than the Douluo's bone dragon. Gleaming. Let's engage in battle, Haotian Douluo. Although Lin Fan's tone was cold and somber, anticipation brewed within him. He was eager to test his mettle against yet another formidable figure from the Douluo Continent. Divine Dragon King, manifest. Lin Fan's eyes glimmered with fervor as he uttered these words. In an instant, the appearance of the Divine Dragon King, martial soul, was accompanied by 9 astonishingly powerful soul rings. Tang Hao, why do you stand there in silence? Lin Fan queried, noticing Tang Hao's gaping mouth, seemingly lost in thought. Any one of those 300,000-year soul rings exudes an aura far more potent than the one Ying gifted me. Tang Hao muttered awkwardly, feeling even more embarrassed within, having sacrificed his beloved to acquire this single 300,000-year soul ring. Yet it paled in comparison to Lin Fan's soul rings. At that moment, 1,000 wild horses seemed to gallop through Tang Hao's mind. 9th soul skill, Titan's great hammer, he declared, as the brilliance of his 9th soul ring erupted, causing the Haotian hammer to expand at a visible rate, levitating in the air under Tang Hao's soul power. 1st soul skill, heavy strike. As soon as Tang Hao's words fell, the Haotian hammer surged towards Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan's figure vanished. If this is the extent of your prowess, do not waste my time, Lin Fan scoffed, appearing behind Tang Hao with a hint of disdain. With the spatial power of his Divine Dragon King, martial soul, did Tang Hao truly believe such a massive hammer could strike him? Surely, he was not that naive. Killing God domain, Tang Hao bellowed, his murderous intent surging to its zenith. Simultaneously, his 7th black soul ring radiated brilliantly. Haotian true body. The Haotian hammer instantly swelled to the size of a building, suspended in the air under Tang Hao's control, growing ever larger. 5th soul skill, Titan's power. 9th soul skill, Titan's great hammer. Tang Hao unleashed both his 5th and 9th soul skills, augmented by the Haotian true body and the killing god domain, maximizing his attack power. 9th soul skill, earth-shattering strike. Tang Hao hastily executed his most powerful attack soul skill, also the additional skill granted by his 300,000-year soul ring. Young brat, prepare to perish. He roared, directing the Haotian hammer at Lin Fan. Lin Fan merely shook his head. It appeared that Tang Hao had reached his limits. 7th soul skill, Dragon King true body. With Lin Fan's proclamation, the ultimate form of the Divine Dragon King manifested. In contrast to other beast martial souls that transformed into massive dragons, Lin Fan's form was adorned with a layer of dragon scale armor, crowned by a dragon bone, with his arms and legs enveloped in dragon scales, exuding an air of nobility. The armor alone was as divergent from the 2nd soul skill, Dragon King's holy armor, as heaven is from earth. 1st soul skill, Dragon King's rending claw. Lin Fan's 1st black soul ring shone brilliantly as he uttered softly, and in the next moment, his dragon claws grew larger and sharper, allowing him to withstand Tang Hao's martial soul true body. I too wish to see if I can endure, Lin Fan thought solemnly, not out of arrogance, but because even if injured, he possessed a few hundred system coins, there was no cause for alarm. As the Dragon King's rending claw clashed with the Haotian hammer under the true body of Tang Hao, the hammer manifested several fissures. Tang Hao stared in disbelief at the cracks appearing on the massive Haotian hammer. It was known that the Haotian hammer was not only an offensive weapon, but also served as a formidable defense. In this instance, the strongest of the Haotian sect had witnessed his martial soul, true body, sustain damage. This time, I was indeed too reckless, Tang Hao lamented, reflecting that had he not learned the ancestral secret technique, he might have faced dire consequences. Great Sumeru hammer's essence, exploding rings, killing god domain. Tang Hao esalet sao, mu ding. As his words faded, he soared towards Lin Fan, detonating his 1st soul ring. It failed to inflict any harm upon Lin Fan. The 2nd soul ring detonated, yielding no damage. The 3rd soul ring exploded. The 4th soul ring detonated. Though these 4 soul rings grew progressively more powerful, They still lacked the strength to harm Lin Fan. Baichi, come fort. At that moment, Lin Fan called softly in Tang Hao's presence. The instant Lin Fan's voice fell, Baichi, wielding the scythe of the killing god, appeared before him. Before he could even pay his respects to Lin Fan, Baichi launched an attack towards Tang Hao. Ninth soul skill, manifestation of the killing god. Without a hint of hesitation, Baichi unleashed his singular 300,000-year soul skill, the manifestation of the killing god. Likewise, the combination of his soul rings, adorned in hues of yellow, purple, black, and crimson, startled Tang Hao. In the state of the god of slaughter, his offensive prowess surged by 350, while his defensive capabilities waned by 35. Simultaneously, his murderous intent reached its zenith, augmenting his attack with each instance of damage received. Youngster, you are the first to exhibit such murderous intent in my presence, Baichi remarked with a smile, observing Tang Hao unleashing the domain of the god of slaughter. To display it before me is merely to show off your skills in front of the master. Martial soul, true form. Despite Baichi's derisive words, he exhibited no signs of complacency, continuing to manifest his own martial soul, true form. Baichi's martial soul, true form, not only transformed the god of slaughter scythe to a size comparable to that of the Haotian hammer's true form, but also summoned a shadowy figure behind him. Youngster, allow me to demonstrate what a true god of slaughter is. Without waiting for Tang Hao's response, Baichi activated his sixth soul ring, its brilliance radiating forth, and with the enhancements of his martial soul, true form, and the god of slaughter's possession, his strength undoubtedly surpassed that of Tang Hao. Chapter 30. The Peak of Regret for Tang Hao. Youngster, let me show you what it truly means to be a god of slaughter. Sixth soul skill, Death Harvest. In the next instant, Baichi appeared as an unyielding and formidable god of slaughter, and even Tang Hao felt a chill running down his spine at his gaze. Although Tang Hao had triumphed in 100 consecutive battles in the City of Slaughter, he was no match for the overwhelming murderous intent emanating from Baichi. Slaughtering 1,000,000 fallen soldiers was not a trivial matter. Baichi, unconcerned with Tang Hao's feelings, wielded the god of slaughter's scythe mercilessly towards him. Damn it, the youngest titled Douluo on this continent, am no pushover, Tang Hao retorted angrily, forcibly stabilizing the already cracked Haotian hammer that Lin Fan had inflicted upon him, preparing to counter the attack. Youngster, you're still too green. Baichi shook his head at Tang Hao's reaction. You dare challenge me with a soul power level comparable to mine? Truly deluded. In the next moment, as the scythe of the god of slaughter clashed with the true form of the Haotian hammer, the latter suffered several more cracks. Is this how it feels for the foremost weapon martial soul of this continent to be so disregarded? The Haotian hammer gazed up at its true form, letting out a sigh. I, Tang Hao, am truly ashamed to face the deceased brothers of the Haotian clan. Memories of those who had been forced to battle the Spirit Hall because of him flooded his mind, and he was overwhelmed with guilt. The Spirit Hall shall not go unpunished. Despite being battered and bruised, when Tang Hao uttered these words, his tone remained resolute. Oh, Haotian Douluo, have you recalled past events? Lin Fan, witnessing Tang Hao's demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Tang Hao, today you must perish. How amusing it would be to die, filled with such profound regret. Is it not? Remembering those brothers who were forced to confront the Spirit Hall because of you? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Tang Hao quickly turned his gaze towards him, momentarily stunned before breaking into a self-mocking smile. Haha, and what of it? Was it not youthful arrogance in my earlier years? Tang Hao Lauget. The melancholy in his tone unmistakable. Youthful arrogance? Lin Fan regarded him with disbelief. Moments ago, he had observed Tang Hao with a sense of nostalgia. Yet upon hearing the phrase youthful arrogance, he shook his head in disbelief. Wasn't Tang Hao already over 40 when he became a titled Douluo? Youthful arrogance, indeed, led to the downfall of the current pope of the Spirit Hall? Ah, you are quite the character. Haha, youthful arrogance? It is merely your idleness that has allowed for this. Lin Fan looked at the weathered face of Tang Hao with disdain. If it were not for your confrontation with Qian Xuanji, would any of this have happened? Tang Hao laughed heartily, responding, Haha, had it not been for Ayin, I would not have harbored such animosity towards your Spirit Hall. You should never have pursued Ayin. Haha. As he spoke, Tang Hao chuckled wryly. Standing before an important figure of his enemy's faction, he found himself lacking the power to defeat them. No matter how powerful he became, could he truly conquer everything and protect all? For Ayin, for a 10,000-year soul beast, he forsook his clan and family, plunging them into chaos. And ultimately, that 10,000-year soul beast did not survive. Lin Fan, hearing Tang Hao's lament, spoke in a grave tone. You knew she was an immature, 10,000-year soul beast. Yet you still held a wedding, attracting numerous powerful foes? This is what you call, for her, enough, enough. The fighting spirit in Tang Hao's eyes gradually faded, replaced by waves of remorse. If only he had not held the wedding, they could have raised children together long ago. If only he had not allowed the powers that be to discover Ain before she matured, they could have lived a life of happiness and stability. If only. Haha, alas, there are no if-onlys. In the end, Tang Hao laughed, a laugh that was profound and genuine. The only regret he harbored was for the third child. He thought of the infant he once cradled in his arms, the little one who had helped him with cooking and laundry, and now the spirited young man whose talents were beginning to shine. Without him, perhaps the third child would have lived better, unaware of the Haotian clan, Yin, or the Haotian's hidden strength. He let it be. No matter how strong one was, could they truly overcome fate? At that moment, Bai Qi, standing opposite Tang Hao, sensed the dissipating killing intent and the overwhelming regret that took its place, leaving him momentarily astonished. My lord is truly powerful, with just a few words. He has transformed a bloodthirsty old man into a shadow of his former self, Bai Qi thought with pride. Look at that, this is my lord, Tang Hao. If there's a next life, I hope you will not be so reckless. Lin Fan, feeling a pang of regret within, mused. Tang Hao is indeed a man of substance. Yet his indecisiveness and obsession with romantic entanglements have led to his current despair, leaving him powerless to change his fate. If not for the identity of the protagonist's father, even the Pope Bibi Dong could have dealt with him after the Soul Master competition. Moreover, Qian Dao Lu could not kill him, not merely due to his status as the protagonist's father. Was there not any other reason? Phantom Spirit. What is Tang Hao's level of regret? Lin Fan began to inquire of the Phantom Spirit. Still insufficient, merely at 80. As the destined son of Tang San, Tang Hao is not easily moved. The ethereal spirit expressed a sense of helplessness, relaying specific data to Lin Fan. The defeat had extinguished all killing intent. Reflecting upon his past with Ain increased his regret value by 50. Recollections of the sect's history added another 50 to his remorse. Contemplating Tang San left him in a state of indecision, diminishing his regret value by 20. Is Tang San truly so inconsequential? Lin Fan remarked as he observed Tang Hao recall Tang San, barely reducing his regret value by 20. Tang Hao, that individual known as Tang San, is your son, is he not? Tang Hao, grappling with complex emotions, was momentarily taken aback by Lin Fan's words. No, that's not the case. I don't know anyone by the name of Tang San. He hastily protested, though his denial held little weight. Oh, if that's so, then it is fortunate. After all, I have already slain him, Lin Fan replied with a sunny smile. Tang San is dead? At Lin Fan's words, Tang Hao's mind went blank. The sect regarded him as a traitor. Ain was gone, and those who had aided him were mostly deceased. Now was his son also lost? Tang Hao accepted Lin Fan's statement without question, for he believed in Lin Fan's capabilities and saw no reason for deceit. Haha, I failed to protect Tang San. Ain, I shall join you now. Tang Hao's eyes became misty as his regret value soared to 100. Indeed, Tang Hao was a man foolishly devoted to his emotions. Lin Fan shook his head and once again called upon the ethereal spirit. Ethereal spirit, heed my command, open the Hall of Heroes. Chapter 31. The Hall of Heroes. Hero, Tang Hao. Ethereal spirit, open the Hall of Heroes. Long before Lin Fan began to confront Tang Hao, the ethereal spirit had informed him of a system feature, the Hall of Heroes. In the Hall of Heroes, any individual whose regret value reaches its maximum can be admitted and become one of the heroes of the War God Hall. Upon Lin Fan's command, he entered a majestic hall, resplendent in golden hues, glistening with splendor. However, the interior was rather sparse, adorned only by the striking figures of a man and a woman, both carved into statues. Each statue bore an inscription: Hero of the Hall, Bai Qi, alias God of Killing. Hero of the Hall, Kai Wenji, alias Goddess of Healing. Could this truly be Kai Wenji and Bai Qi? Lin Fan mused, somewhat bewildered by the sight. It dawned on him that Bai Qi and Kai Wenji were indeed among the heroes in this hall. With each new hero, a statue would be added in their honor. A rule of the Hall of Heroes. Ethereal spirit, can Tang Hao truly serve my purposes here? Lin Fan questioned with a hint of skepticism. To elevate Tang Hao's regret value to its pinnacle will enable him to serve me, and subsequently assist me in confronting Tang San? This is absurd. Lin Fan's inner turmoil deepened. Fear not. Do you still doubt me? The ethereal spirit replied, somewhat exasperated by Lin Fan's lack of faith. Very well, commence your operations. Lin Fan nodded, recognizing that his strength was indeed bestowed by the ethereal spirit. If they could grant him the power of a super Douluo, then having Tang Hao serve him should be a trivial matter. Here, take this. Before Lin Fan appeared an ancient stone table, upon which rested a tome and an antiquated quill. What is this? Lin Fan inquired, perplexed. Utilize your ultimate probing eye to discern, the ethereal spirit retorted, somewhat irked. What in the world is this? Lin Fan stammered, hastily examining the items before him. Heroic Compendium, a tome that records the notes of every hero in the hall. To accept a hero into the hall, their regret value must reach its maximum. Now do you comprehend its purpose? Now, simply supplement Tang Hao's information. After Lin Fan completed his investigation, the ethereal spirit continued. This does not require any special items to activate? Lin Fan asked, bewildered, as he pondered the ethereal spirit's reluctance to employ any tricks. It is unnecessary, and in the future, the Hall of Heroes will provide you with numerous benefits. The ethereal spirit smiled. With swiftness, Lin Fan inscribed Tang Hao's details into the heroic compendium. In the next moment, a statue of a middle-aged man manifested within the Hall of Heroes. Indeed, it was a middle-aged figure, inscribed with the words, Hero of the Hall, Tang Hao, alias, the Death Hammer. This form cannot possibly be Tang Hao, yet the name is undeniably his, Lin Fan remarked, puzzled. Tang Hao should appear disheveled and unkempt. Why does he seem so much younger and cleaner here? The heroes of the hall must possess a certain prestige. Does an elderly visage suit the role? The ethereal spirit thoughtfully responded. The Death Hammer. Doesn't that nickname seem a tad simplistic? Lin Fan expressed his exasperation upon seeing the name. The initial moniker of a hero is generated by the system, not chosen by them. Subsequently, he took the heroic compendium and altered the Death Hammer to Hao Tian. Sumong Tang Hao, Lin Fan awkwardly called out, and in an instant, Tang Hao appeared before him. I am Tang Hao, at your service, my lord. Tang Hao knelt before Lin Fan, emulating Bai Qi and the others, and spoke respectfully. Rise. Lin Fan stepped forward and patted Tang Hao's shoulder. Thank you, my lord. Tang Hao replied with reverence as he gradually stood. You may withdraw for now. There is nothing for you to do at present. Lin Fan observed the perplexed expression in Tang Hao's eyes and instructed him. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Tang Hao slowly vanished from sight. Ethereal spirit. Where have Kai Wenji and Tang Hao gone? Lin Fan inquired, still bemused. Kai Wenji is not here, nor is Tang Hao. Bai Qi is outside. Thus, is the Hall of Heroes merely a place for statues? Each of them has their own space. There is no lack of room. The ethereal spirit replied, somewhat exasperated. I get the impression that you're particularly eager to meet Kai Wenji. Is that so? Understood. Lin Fan, upon hearing the response from the ethereal spirit, nodded in acknowledgement. This is truly quite sudden. He mused internally, his heart filled with a mix of emotions as he spoke. Just moments ago, Tang Hao was poised to engage him in combat, and now he had become one of his powerful subordinates. Such a transformation would be difficult for anyone to accept, wouldn't it? In the next moment, Lin Fan departed from the heroic hall, reappearing in the skies above Nodding City. Within the heroic hall, time stood still outside, which he found rather pleasant. He nodded in contentment before gently descending to the ground. Your Excellency, Bai Qi, he greeted. Bai Qi, at that moment, was quite bewildered. Just moments ago, Tang Hao had been directly across from him. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished. Bai Qi, you may withdraw. By the way, the individual from earlier will henceforth be your colleague, Lin Fan said with a smile. Colleague? Yes, I shall obey. Bai Qi replied, initially taken aback by the term colleague, but soon felt invigorated by the prospect. After being bored for so long, he finally had someone to pass the time with. With that thought, Bai Qi swiftly returned to his own realm and made his way into Tang Hao's space. Tang Hao, do you still remember Tang San? Lin Fan paused for a moment before inquiring. I do not know. All he is aware of now is who his comrades are and who his master is. Beyond that, he knows nothing, the ethereal spirit responded. Then, is it possible for him to engage in combat with Tang San? Lin Fan asked, somewhat amused, though he internally believed it to be improbable. Yes, there's indeed a possibility, the ethereal spirit affirmed, surprising Lin Fan with its straightforwardness. Wait, what? Lin Fan was utterly astonished. This was truly absurd. However, the ethereal spirit kindly cautioned, but since Tang San is the chosen one, it would be wise not to pursue that course of action until he ascends to godhood. Ethereal spirit, do try to act like a person, Lin Fan chuckled. What more could one desire with such a system? Meanwhile, within Nodding Academy, Xiao Wu observed Tang San, who had accidentally fallen to the ground, her brow furrowed in confusion. Brother, Sin usually rarely falls during fights. What happened this time? I'm fine, Tang San replied, shaking his head as he too was unsure of why he felt as if something troubling was about to occur, something that seemed significant to him. Chapter 32. The Bewilderment of Lin Fan. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at a boy and a girl in the distance, murmuring to herself, "Zhuqing, what is it?" Before she could finish, Lin Fan had already appeared beside her. "You have two students over there. Their talents are quite commendable." Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback before casting her gaze toward the boy and girl. Lin Fan observed Zhu Zhuqing's reaction and turned to look as well. He saw a plainly dressed young boy laughing merrily with a girl clad in a pink gown. Feeling the aura of the two, both at the level of 28 soul masters, he could easily deduce their identities. Character, Tang San. Gender, male. Age, 11 and a half. Identity, the chosen one. Current strength, 28th level control system soul master. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow. Character, Xiao Wu. Gender, female. Age, 11 and a half. Identity, 100,000 year transformed soul beast, soft-boned rabbit. Current strength, 28th level soul master. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow. Haha, their strength is quite decent. Lin Fan remarked with a smile as he perused their data. Innate full soul power is still relatively rare in this era of Douluo. But I still lack their soul power. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her lips pressed together in slight distress. Brother Fan, they are 2 levels higher than my soul power. Does that make me useless? Lin Fan gently pulled her into an embrace, comforting her. What does it matter? They are older than you. By the time you reach their age, you will undoubtedly surpass them. With the herbs from the ice and fire yin-yang well and the enhancements from the system shop, Zhuqing would surely grow stronger. Brother Fan is right. Zhu Zhuqing replied, her initial hesitation fading as she smiled back at him. You really are a little fool. Lin Fan said with a grin, gazing into Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. This scene did not go unnoticed by Tang San and Xiao Wu from a distance. Brother San, those 2 older siblings. Xiao Wu felt a wave of shyness wash over her at their display of affection. How could they flaunt their love in public? Xiao Wu, they're already quite mature. It's merely an issue of age. Don't overthink it, Tang San remarked, his expression darkening as he witnessed their interaction. Darn it. They're showing off their affection at 15 or 16. What will happen when they grow older? At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze shifted toward Xiao Wu. Ethereal spirit. Which soul bones does Xiao Wu have a chance of dropping? Lin Fan inquired, his eyes fixated on her. While Xiao Wu was indeed adorable, he found it difficult to stir any interest. The leg bone of the soft-boned rabbit, which is 100,000 years old, or the head bone, or perhaps both. The ethereal spirit replied casually. Then, is it true that Xiao Wu holds little value for me in terms of soul bones? Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Indeed, she is of little use to you, but for your little Zhuqing, they would be quite beneficial. However, wouldn't it be more advantageous to trade them for other soul bones with me? The ethereal spirit responded somewhat irritably, reminding Lin Fan that it had stored a considerable number of rare soul bones, far superior to any rabbits. Ah, indeed, Lin Fan chuckled. There is an option to exchange? Ethereal spirit, you truly are an extraordinary system. Should I just eliminate her now? Lin Fan asked curiously, contemplating the idea of taking Xiao Wu down immediately. Not yet, the ethereal spirit replied, exuding a sense of exasperation. That is true. Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback by the spirit's response, but then he smiled. On one hand, he envied the bond between Xiao Wu and Tang San in the original narrative. On the other hand, he realized that pursuing such a course might elicit unnecessary repercussions. Most importantly, he intended to strike down Xiao Wu at the moment when Tang San would feel the most profound sorrow. As a time traveler arriving in the world of Douluo, viewing matters from various perspectives without targeting Tang San would merely be a jest. Brother San, is that person sick? He has been staring at me, Xiao Wu remarked disdainfully, noticing Lin Fan's gaze upon her. I believe he might indeed be unwell, Tang San replied. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Tang San quickly nodded. To dare to glance at other girls with his girlfriend by his side, he truly was a remarkable character. Hey, Fango, Zhu Zhuqing called out as she noticed Lin Fan gazing toward Xiao Wu. However, Lin Fan exhibited no reaction at all. A wave of indescribable emotions surged within Zhu Zhuqing as she pinched a bit of flesh on Lin Fan's arm, yet it proved utterly ineffective. Nevertheless, that sensation compelled Lin Fan to hurriedly look at Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, what's wrong? He asked, his tone laced with urgency. Is she pretty? Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, her voice thick with jealousy. Of course she's pretty. How can my precious Zhuqing not be beautiful? If my darling Zhuqing isn't beautiful, then who could possibly be? Lin Fan exclaimed, tightening his embrace around Zhu Zhuqing. Oblivious to the true meaning behind Zhu Zhuqing's words, he innocently added, pretty? Zhu Zhuqing was left utterly dumbfounded. This was not how she had envisioned it. That girl was merely better in leg aesthetics and had longer hair than her. In her eyes, tears began to flow freely. This can't be real. This can't be real, she sobbed, desperately trying to reassure herself. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. Huan Ling, he hastily turned to inquire about the situation. He certainly didn't want Zhu Qing to cry like this. Lin Fan, just now it seemed like someone was staring at Xiao Wu. Huan Ling responded, amusement dancing in her voice. What do you mean? Lin Fan was utterly perplexed. You were holding Zhu Qing while staring at Xiao Wu? You were lost in thought, weren't you? Huan Ling thought to herself. Secretly amused. If it weren't for me, you'd probably have been in trouble by now. Zhu Qing, that's not what I meant. I meant to say that you are incredibly beautiful. Lin Fan quickly reassured, gently caressing Zhu Zhuqing as he comforted her. You're lying, you scoundrel, Zhu Zhuqing retorted, continuing to cry unabated. Indeed, the words of a man can be deceitful. Sangu, are they showing off their affection in various ways? Xiao Wu remarked, pointing at the two in the distance. Her face darkening. Displaying love in the junior academy. Isn't that setting a bad example for the little ones? As Tang San and Xiao Wu thought Lin Fan would begin to relent, the scene before them only deepened their helplessness. Lin Fan boldly leaned in to kiss Zhu Zhuqing's tender lips. After a prolonged moment, he pulled away. Still crying? He asked with a smile, gazing at the beauty in his arms. Recalling the earlier scene, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson as she anxiously glanced around. Fortunately, only those two talented individuals were nearby, and no one else had witnessed her in such a state. What's wrong? Still crying? Lin Fan inquired, not waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to respond before kissing her again. Zhuqing, are you still crying? Once more, he pulled away, repeating his question. No more crying. No more crying, Zhu Zhuqing shyly replied. Embracing was perfectly normal, and a peck on the cheek was acceptable. However, Lin Fan's two bold kisses had caught her completely off guard. Well, I thought you were asking me if I was good-looking, Lin Fan said, rubbing his cheek against Zhu Zhuqing's, feeling a bit helpless. Yet inside, he was thrilled. After all, this was his first genuine kiss, and to say he was not excited would be a lie. And what does your gaze at that girl mean? Zhu Zhuqing asked, her cheeks flushed and her tone indignant. Well, I was thinking about what we should name our future child, Lin Fan joked, smiling, almost convincing Huan Ling of his words. At least you know how to be smart, Zhu Zhuqing said, letting out a cold huff, not in the least amused. If you dare to look at other girls in front of me again, I won't play with you anymore. Zhu Zhuqing glared at Lin Fan, her voice laced with anger. Out there, I might not be able to control you, but here, you must obey me. All right, I'll listen to my precious Zhuqing. Lin Fan chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter at her demeanor. How can there be such a lovely girl in the world? He felt a surge of indignation at the thought of Dai Mubai being so easily dismissed. How dare you bully such a wonderful girl like Zhuqing? I'll send you to meet Zhao Wujia with a headbutt from my fire rocket. Sangude. At that moment, Xiao Wu was completely at a loss for words to describe her feelings. Displaying affection in front of two 11-year-olds in broad daylight. Was that really appropriate? They aren't embarrassed. So were the ones feeling awkward, Tang San sighed, shaking his head. I truly don't understand why children nowadays are so mature. I, Tang San, would rather remain single than seek a girlfriend before 20. He held a certain disdain in his heart. Relationships only serve to hinder his progress and have no value for his cultivation. Xiao Wu, let us go back. This isn't something we should be witnessing. As Tang San spoke, he took Xiao Wu's hand and began to leave. Zhuqing, let us go, Lin Fan said, before vanishing from the spot while holding Zhu Zhuqing. Fangu, which academy will I be attending? Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but ask as they walked away. Zhuqing, I plan to take you to the Tiando Royal Academy. Lin Fan replied without hesitation. His intention to go to the Tiando Royal Academy was clear. Unifying the Douluo Continent required first consolidating the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, with the latter currently in a precarious state, necessitating an initial focus on the Tiando Empire. Furthermore, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were crucial components of the Tiando Empire's upper echelons and needed to be brought under his influence. Fangu, I'll follow your lead. I have no objections, Zhu Zhuqing said, snuggling into Lin Fan's embrace, her laughter brightening the moment. As long as Lin Fan was by her side, nothing else mattered. All right then, off to the Tiando Royal Academy. In the heart of the starry forest, at the Lake of Life, stood the Crimson King, confronted by a stunning woman clad in a flowing purple gown, her voice tinged with incredulity. Is what you say truly genuine? Are you indeed ensnared by that oppressive aura? ZG, must I resort to deceit? The Crimson King replied, sensing the doubt in her eyes, his tone laced with melancholy. The last time I faced that human, I was confined to my place of cultivation for several days. Now, all the ferocious beasts, having absorbed energy, have awakened and, having heard of my plight, naturally come to pay their respects. The Crimson King's wounds could indeed only be subdued by bloodline pressure. A soul beast resembling a demonic tree scrutinized the Crimson King's injuries for a considerable time before affirming. It is true. This creature ranked 5th among the 10 fearsome beasts and was the only plant-type soul beast, known as the Demon Eye Tree, the king of all demons. Since the king of all demons has spoken, I, Bear Lord, have nothing further to add, a massive bear stated directly, refraining from offering an opinion. Bear Lord, you. Upon hearing Bear Lord's words, the king of all demons could only shake his head in resignation. Dition, what is your perspective? A beautiful woman in a green gown inquired softly, gazing at the middle-aged man beside her by the lakeside. By G, while you may perceive merely a threat from this bloodline, as the leader of the golden-eyed Black Dragon clan, a true dragon of elevated bloodline, how could I not sense something more profound? I have only felt this overwhelming pressure in the presence of our master. As he concluded, Dition's eyes glimmered with fervor, strikingly similar to our master's bloodline. Bai Ji was momentarily taken aback by Dition's revelation. As the foremost among the 10 fearsome beasts and a commander in the Dragon God War, his words carried an undeniable weight. Dition, when next we encounter that individual, ensure he seeks me out. Just as the ferocious beasts found themselves at a loss, a melodious voice resonated from the depths of the Lake of Life. Master? The beasts were momentarily astonished, then responded unanimously, yes, master. This continent of Douluo is poised for transformation, mused a colossal dragon at the lake's bottom. What manner of human is this? Contemplating this, the dragon gradually shifted into human form, garbed in a silver gown, her beauty unparalleled, her figure exceedingly alluring. Ditian, in the coming days, pursue information on that individual, Guyuna stated with a stern demeanor. Moreover, should you fail, bear the consequences. Chapter 34. Ning Rongrong. How can one eat such an adorable rabbit? Outside the city of Tiando, near the Tiando Imperial Academy, Zhu Zhuqing inquired of Lin Fan. Have we arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy yet? Zhuqing, if I am not mistaken, it should be just ahead, Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, gesturing towards a distant towering mountain. That mountain is the Tiando Royal Academy? Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, astonished. Observing her reaction, Lin Fan found no fault in her surprise. After all, Zhu Zhuqing had seldom attended an academy, having primarily focused on her own training. Encountering such a grand institution for the first time naturally left her in awe. Just the Tiando Royal Academy is so lavish. One can only imagine what the Wuhuan Temple's academy must be like, Lin Fan thought, inhaling deeply, his mind brimming with astonishment. Zhuqing, let me carry you, Lin Fan chuckled, noticing the beads of sweat on Zhu Zhuqing's brow, and effortlessly lifted her into his arms. Throughout their journey, Zhu Zhuqing had resolutely accompanied Lin Fan to prevent the oppression of the masses, and now, feeling fatigued, her weariness was entirely understandable. Although accustomed to Lin Fan's closeness, Zhu Zhuqing still felt her cheeks flush, shyly responding. Before long, Lin Fan soared to the summit of the mountain where the Tiando Royal Academy was situated. They beheld steps carved from white jade, each adorned with intricate soul beast designs, a testament to exquisite craftsmanship. The evening sun cast a gentle red hue upon the stone steps, creating a tranquil and unique ambience. Truly, this is a royal academy. Such a sight is befitting of the word royal, Lin Fan marveled. Lin Fan, please set me down, Zhu Zhuqing requested upon reaching the mountaintop. With little hesitation, Lin Fan gracefully lowered her to the ground. At that moment, a small 10-year-old soul beast rabbit scurried over to them. Hey, you there, bring that rabbit to me. A voice called out, as several youths surrounded a lavishly dressed young lady approaching them. The girl, donned in a simple white gown that exuded cleanliness, possessed an air of elegance. Her short hair framed a delicate face, with skin as supple as lychee, standing approximately 165 meters tall, her figure perfectly harmonious, radiating an ethereal charm. She bore the semblance of an educated, noble young lady, akin to a warm spring breeze, her gentle smile captivating all in her vicinity. Hey, I want that rabbit. Didn't you hear me? To Lin Fan's disbelief, this exquisite maiden's initial words struck him with annoyance. With a resigned shake of his head, Lin Fan began to assess her information. Character, Ning Rongrong. Gender, female. Identity, daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's master. Personality, proud and arrogant. Spirit power level, 25. Spirit rings, yellow. Upon viewing the information panel, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle knowingly, shaking his head once more. I thought she was someone significant. Turns out she is merely the little witch from the original story. A delightful encounter, indeed. Zhu Qing, are you hungry? Lin Fan disregarded Ning Rongrong's haughty demeanor, cheerfully lifting the rabbit at his feet. Not hungry yet. What are you implying, Lin Fan? Zhu Qing replied, momentarily taken aback, but obediently responding. I think this rabbit looks rather plump. How about I prepare it for lunch? Lin Fan suggested casually, pointing at the rabbit in his grasp. This. Zhu Qing rolled her eyes at Lin Fan's remark. Are you just trying to provoke that spoiled girl? How childish. Hey, I want that rabbit. Didn't you hear me? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, stunned by the scene before her, her temper flaring. Throughout my life, whatever Ning Rongrong desired has never been denied. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was captivated by Lin Fan's extraordinarily handsome visage, leaving her momentarily speechless. This young man possesses an appealing countenance. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she pondered. Excuse me, could you please pass me that rabbit? Shyly, she gestured toward the rabbit in Lin Fan's hands and spoke. Here you go, but what shall I eat? Lin Fan replied, rolling his eyes in exasperation. What? That adorable rabbit? How could you possibly eat it? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her confusion palpable. How could such a strikingly handsome youth even consider consuming a rabbit? He must be jesting. Brother, what's wrong with the young lady? A boy behind Ning Rongrong inquired, having witnessed her outburst towards Lin Fan. Little brother, it seems the young lady might be smitten. She must find such an unattractive boy particularly distasteful. The older boy replied dismissively, convinced that Lin Fan's looks were woefully lacking. Upon hearing this, the questioning boy was left dumbfounded. Are you blind? That young man's looks far surpass yours. Zhu Qing, let us depart, Lin Fan said, his attention fixed on Ning Rongrong before turning to Zhu Qing. He grasped the rabbit's ears in one hand and took Zhu Qing's small hand with the other, ascending the staircase. You. Ning Rongrong stood there, momentarily stunned by the scene, her heart sinking as she realized, goodness, such a handsome young man already has a girlfriend. What was she thinking? That girl was merely a touch more attractive than herself and a bit older. As she surveyed the situation, Ning Rongrong lamented, that girl seems significantly older than me. Confounded by Ning Rongrong's reaction, Lin Fan remained silent, pulling Zhu Qing along, not casting another glance back. These two must be here to enroll at the Tiando Royal Academy, Ning Rongrong mused. Perhaps I should agree to my father's wishes and study here. The thought filled her with delight. Although that young man had a girlfriend, it was still pleasing to behold such beauty. With that thought, Ning Rongrong smiled and began to chase after Lin Fan, her heart fluttering. Brother, does it seem a young lady has taken an interest? A rather slender youth questioned the leader, observing Ning Rongrong's behavior. Goodness, could it be that she has developed a crush? The leader lamented, regretting his earlier loud exclamation. What was he thinking? Well, what are we waiting for? Hurry and follow her. With the leader's command, the group rushed in Ning Rongrong's direction, acutely aware of their duty to protect her. They could not afford any misfortune to befall her. Chapter 35. Ning Rongrong. This rabbit meat is truly fragrant. I would like to enroll at the Tiando Royal Academy as well. Is it acceptable for me to join you? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, mustering all her strength to catch up with Lin Fan and Zhu Qing, a smile gracing her face. Zhu Qing, what do you think? Lin Fan merely glanced at Ning Rongrong before turning his attention to Zhu Qing. Let her come along. She won't be able to steal you away from me. Zhu Qing smiled and nodded, playfully shaking her other fist. Hearing Zhu Qing's words, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of admiration for her. This young lady truly is kind-hearted. As Lin Fan smiled slightly at Zhu Qing's response, he agreed, all right, let her join us. He then resumed his journey forward, with no further acknowledgement of Ning Rongrong. He is so aloof, Ning Rongrong mused, her heart fluttering at his demeanor. Zhu Qing, wait for me. As they continued walking, the group arrived at the banks of a small river. Lin Fan released Zhu Qing's hand, his gaze fixated on a rabbit. Under the watchful eyes of Zhu Qing and Ning Rongrong, Lin Fan mercilessly dispatched the rabbit. Why would you harm such a lovely creature? Ning Rongrong gasped in surprise, initially believing the handsome youth was joking, only to realize the rabbit was truly lifeless. Shifting her gaze to Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong noted that her companion's arms were crossed, her focus unwavering as she observed Lin Fan's actions. In Zhu Qing's eyes, there was no trace of sympathy or regret, but rather anticipation. Soon enough, Lin Fan commenced a series of preparations, and both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing found it difficult to watch. After a brief interval, Lin Fan approached Zhu Qing. presenting a plate of spicy rabbit meat along with 2 sets of chopsticks. Here you go, Zhu Qing, this is for you. Zhu Qing nodded in response, accepting a set of chopsticks and began to eat. As someone familiar with rabbit meat, she felt no qualms, especially since it was prepared by her boyfriend. Lin Fan, watching her relish the meal, couldn't help but affectionately ruffle Zhu Qing's hair before taking his own set of chopsticks to savor the dish. Ning Rongrong gazed longingly at the rabbit meat, the enticing aroma causing her to lick her lips. Is it truly delicious? Her heart raced with uncertainty. But seeing Zhu Qing and Lin Fan enjoying their meal with such delight, she pushed her worries aside. Excuse me, I would like to have some too. Could you please spare me a bit? Ning Rongrong pleaded, her eyes filled with a hint of sorrow as she looked at the plate of rabbit meat. Lin Fan ignored her request, but Zhu Qing, with a smile, nudged him gently. Reluctantly, Lin Fan retrieved another set of chopsticks under Zhu Qing's watchful gaze and handed Ning Rongrong a rabbit leg. Setting aside all else, the aroma was undeniably enticing. As Ning Rongrong accepted the food and inhaled the fragrant scent of the rabbit meat, she couldn't help but exclaim, "This smells more delightful than most meats I have tasted." She noticed Lin Fan sprinkling some unknown seasoning over the rabbit meat. How could it be even more fragrant than chili? Casting aside all her reservations, Ning Rongrong slowly picked up the rabbit meat with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. Ning Rongrong savored a few bites, and, as she swallowed, she was utterly astonished. This is unbelievably delicious. She gazed incredulously at the rabbit leg in her hand. No wonder someone as handsome as him would eat rabbit meat. It is truly exceptional. Well, is it to your liking? Zhu Qing inquired with a smile, observing Ning Rongrong's astonished expression as if she had never tasted anything before. Indeed, sister, this is utterly delectable, Ning Rongrong remarked without a hint of reservation. Having a boyfriend who excels in culinary arts is truly a blessing. Casting an envious glance at Zhu Qing and Lin Fan, she continued, I can't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Zhu Qing, upon hearing this, shyly nodded in agreement. Observing this scene, it would be disingenuous for Ning Rongrong to claim she wasn't envious. With such striking good looks and the ability to prepare such exquisite dishes, how could she not be? With this thought in mind, she picked up another piece of meat and brought it to her lips. Marvelous, she couldn't help but exclaim. I must insist that the chefs at our sect learn to prepare this dish. Ning Rongrong muset internali. Feeling it would be a grievous oversight not to share such a delightful meal with Grandfather Bone and her father. Big brother, what is this dish? It's far superior to what we have at the sect. One of the youths watching from the back exclaimed in astonishment. After all, Ning Rongrong had never seemed as joyous while dining on the chef's fare at the sect. Who are you asking? Mind your own business. The leader of the group replied impatiently, clearly feeling the pangs of hunger himself. Before long, Ning Rongrong had devoured the entire rabbit leg. It was quite an accomplishment to have consumed it in such a short span of time. Just as she was about to request another helping, she noticed that Zhu Qing and Lin Fan had already finished their portions. I feel as though I've lost a fortune of 100,000 gold soul coins. Ning Rongrong murmured in dismay. Zhu Qing, we've finished eating. Let us go. What irked Ning Rongrong was that Lin Fan and Zhu Qing seemed to completely disregard her presence. You too. At that moment, she felt a surge of frustration bubbling within her. Yet, upon recalling the piece of rabbit meat they had graciously offered her, and considering their striking appearances, she decided against expressing her ire. All right, Fangirl, let us be on our way, Zhu Qing remarked, nodding in response to Lin Fan's suggestion. Then, she found herself enveloped in Lin Fan's embrace as he took flight, soaring towards the main campus area of the Tiando Royal Academy. The main campus of the Tiando Royal Academy was entirely constructed of bungalows, resembling a fortified stronghold. The outer walls towered at 5 meters, radiating a bright yellow hue that was remarkably vibrant, with glazed tiles adorning the top, glistening under the sunset's glow. Upon entering the academy, Lin Fan and Zhu Qing were struck by an overwhelming sense of emptiness. It was easy to comprehend, with soul masters engaged in training, who would be idly wandering around the main campus. Chapter 36, Sun Buyu. You're 11 years old and a level 26 Great Soul Master? Are you two here to register? Not long after their arrival, a middle-aged man clad in silver with short hair approached them and spoke slowly. Character, Sun Buyu. Gender, male. Soul power level, 53. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Background, teacher at Tiando Royal Academy. It's not me, it's her, Lin Fan replied, shaking his head while glancing at Zhu Qing. Greetings. I am Sun Buyu from the Tiando Royal Academy. Please follow me, he said, looking at the two before him with a calm demeanor. At the Tiando Royal Academy, as long as you meet the required standards, admission is straightforward. After a short while, Sun Buyu led them into a guest room, retrieving a notebook for recording information along with a soul power crystal ball. Name, Martial Soul, Soul Power Level, Soul Ring Configuration. Age. These details will suffice, he instructed, flipping to a new page of the notebook and placing it beside Zhu Zhuqing, extending the soul power ball towards her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly and gently placed her palm on the crystal ball. Gradually, the number 26 appeared on its surface. You're a level 26 Great Soul Master? Sun Buyu blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. You can't possibly be older than 15, can you? He scrutinized Zhu Zhuqing, noting her youthful visage that clearly indicated her tender age. Zhu Zhuqing, 11 years old, level 26, agility type, Great Soul Master, she replied, shaking her head in bemusement at Sun Buyu's astonishment as she completed the form he had provided and handed it back to him. What? You're only 11? Sun Buyu exclaimed, staring at the information she had inscribed in the notebook, utterly flabbergasted. To achieve level 26 at such a young age? This could indicate a future opportunity to ascend to the titled Douluo realm. Surely, the members of the Tiando battle team cannot possess such extraordinary talent? Reflecting on his own past, he recalled being stuck at a mere dozen levels at that age. This child must be nurtured with utmost care. She could be a tremendous asset to the Tiando Empire. Sun Buyu thought, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With her, how could the Tiando Royal Academy fail to produce exceptional students? It's time to show those nobles what true genius looks like. Observing Sun Buyu's fervent demeanor, Lin Fan felt slightly exasperated. Is he truly considering recruiting some powerful individuals? Such a shabby academy. I hardly find it worthy of my attention. You two are newcomers. Feel free to explore the academy. The higher-ups are currently engaged in important discussions at the palace, so I shall bring Zhu Zhuqing to meet them tomorrow. Ensuring her extraordinary talent is not overlooked, Sun Buyu said kindly, shifting his gaze to Lin Fan. It was evident that he recognized the strong rapport between Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. If Lin Fan's abilities were not lacking, he could potentially recommend him as well. Very well, Lin Fan replied, satisfied with Sun Buyu's words. In the original story, even without formal training in cultivation and martial soul utilization, Zhu Zhuqing had proven to be remarkably powerful upon joining Shrek Academy. It was clear that as long as she wasn't taught by someone entirely inept, she would flourish. Lin Fan was well aware of Zhu Zhuqing's relentless dedication to training. She was practically a cultivation fanatic. Now that she had witnessed Lin Fan's prowess, her motivation would surely intensify. Now, allow me to escort you both to a place where you can rest, Sun Buyu stated as he began walking towards the western side of the main campus, with Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing following closely behind. Before long, he led them to a courtyard. Although it was not particularly spacious, it was more than adequate for the two of them. According to Lin Fan's habits from his previous life, this courtyard could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 individuals. Moreover, it had already been meticulously cleaned, exuding a pristine and orderly ambience, with all daily necessities appearing entirely new. This place was prepared by the academy for exceptionally gifted students. And even if 3 or 4 individuals resided here simultaneously, it would be more than sufficient, so both of you need not worry, Sun Buyu remarked while observing the courtyard. Although he had yet to receive approval from the academy's higher-ups, he was certain that the 3 esteemed committee members would undoubtedly recognize Zhu Zhuqing's worth. Upon hearing Sun Buyu's words, the two nodded in acknowledgement, indicating their understanding. Subsequently, Sun Buyu tactfully took his leave. Until his departure, he remained perplexed about Lin Fan's cultivation. He mused exaggeratedly. Could it be that this lad possesses no soul power? As a level 53 soul king, how could he fail to discern a mere child's soul power? Tomorrow, the 3 committee members would certainly uncover the truth. Sun Buyu shook his head, realizing that this matter was beyond his purview. He decided to return and deal with that incessantly troublesome avalanche prince instead. Zhuqing, how do you feel? Lin Fan inquired after Sun Buyu had left. Having witnessed numerous awe-inspiring sights in his previous life, he was not overly astonished. However, he was keen to hear Zhu Zhuqing's impressions, as she had never been part of the academy. It's absolutely wonderful. The academy is fantastic. Zhu Zhuqing replied with a playful smile. I've never studied at any academy before, but my experience at the Tiando Royal Academy has been remarkable. She added earnestly. Hee, thank you, Brother Fan. Internally, she was immensely grateful to Lin Fan. Without him, how could she have possibly joined the academy? Zhuqing, you're being overly formal. Given our relationship, there's no need for gratitude, Lin Fan said. playfully pinching Zhu Zhuqing's cheek. What is there to thank for? Can it be eaten? If you wish to express gratitude, let it be through action. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at Lin Fan in mock annoyance. Would you like to take a stroll around the main campus of the academy? Lin Fan suggested with a smile, releasing her cheek. Sure. Zhu Zhuqing readily agreed, clearly enthusiastic, as she would be spending quite some time at the academy. Taking her hand, Lin Fan led her outside. Tiando Royal Academy. I shall see for myself just how entertaining it truly is. Chapter 37. Ning Fengji's confusion. What? Rongrong, you have agreed to attend Tiando Royal Academy? At this moment, Ning Rongrong found herself in a grand palace, standing before a middle-aged man with a gentle demeanor. The man, with a face as refined as jade and a straight nose, appeared cultured and affable, clad in an immaculate white robe. He seemed to be in his 40s, with a soft gaze that made him appear like an ordinary person. His smooth black hair cascaded casually down his back, exuding an air of effortless grace. He was none other than Ning Fengji, the current sect leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, teacher to the prince of the Tiando Empire, Shui Qinghe, a level 79 auxiliary system soul sage, renowned as the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master. Daddy, would Rongrong ever deceive you? Ning Rongrong said, playfully running behind Ning Fengji and playfully tapping his back. Although she was unsure if this would be effective, she believed that trying was better than not attempting at all. At this moment, while Ning Fengji appeared outwardly reluctant to accept Ning Rongrong's words, internally he was profoundly astonished. Previously, when he had inquired whether Ning Rongrong wished to attend Tiando Royal Academy, she had pouted and refused. She had cited her desire to study with her two grandfathers and mentioned that the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had its own academy as reasons for her refusal. However, Ning Fengji understood that the pampering from Abon Douluo and Sword Douluo would not allow her to train harshly, even if the two elders were willing to discipline her. She would not willingly engage in rigorous training. Furthermore, while the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School had ample resources, their academy primarily sought to recruit soul masters with extraordinary offensive martial souls, with auxiliary system soul masters, including core disciples from their sect, predominantly graduating from Tiando Royal Academy. Especially since Ning Rongrong was the sect's young master, she would undoubtedly attract considerable attention. Initially, Ning Fengji had been deeply concerned for Ning Rongrong. Yet now, the fact that she was proactively expressing a desire to attend was surprising. Rongrong, could you tell your father what it is that you wish to pursue? Ning Fengti asket gently, stroking Ning Rongrong's head. The saying goes, strange occurrences often conceal deeper truths, and he was certain that her unusual response stemmed from some underlying event. Daddy, I feel that Tiando Royal Academy is far superior to any other academy, Ning Rongrong said nervously, gently fiddling with her dress. Astute as he was, Ning Fengji quickly sensed something amiss. Rongrong, speak honestly, he replied, furrowing his brow. You little rascal, attempting to deceive your father. If I cannot even discern this, then I will be failing my ancestors. Ning Fengji silently lamented, reflecting on his renowned wisdom across the continent, and wondered how his daughter could be so cunning. He shook his head, patiently awaiting Ning Rongrong's response. Daddy, I genuinely believe that Tiando Empire is the only place capable of nurturing a daughter with exceptional talent like yours. Ning Rongrong began to ramble, hastily squeezing Ning Fengji's shoulder. Stop trying to distract me, young lady. Just last time, you expressed disdain for the fact that Tiando Royal Academy was filled with spoiled rich kids. Now, why the sudden eagerness to join? Ning Feng Tisait, Bemosedli Kasing, at Ning Rongrong. Daddy, do you truly wish for Rongrong to study here? Ning Rongrong, sensing her father's skepticism, began to feel a bit distressed. Is it so wrong to want to see more handsome guys? She retorted. Moreover, Ning Rongrong had one undeniable truth. Aside from Tiando Royal Academy, were there any other commendable institutions in the Tiando Empire? Oh dear, Rongrong, please don't cry. Ning Feng He, unable to bear seeing his daughter upset, quickly interjected. Having lost her mother during childbirth, he had always regarded Ning Rongrong as his most precious treasure. Now, seeing her in tears was unbearable. Is it just joining Tiando Royal Academy? I'll speak to your brother Shui Qinghe and have him directly place you in Class 1. Ning Fengji said with a hint of resignation. Thank you, Daddy. Upon hearing her father's response, Ning Rongrong's spirits lifted immensely. Finally, she would have the opportunity to see that charming young man again. With a cheerful laugh, Ning Rongrong dashed out. Witnessing the scene, Ning Fengji could only let out a few helpless sighs. His daughter seemed increasingly indifferent to her father's authority. However, what could have prompted Rongrong to change her mind so swiftly? Ning Fengji remained perplexed, recalling the sweetness of Ning Rongrong's earlier laughter. It seemed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared. Master, what are you doing? At that moment, a young man approached Ning Fengji, speaking with utmost respect. The young man appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age, not particularly handsome, with a straight nose and square jaw, clad in a clean azure robe that imparted a refreshing aura. His long black hair was tied back with a blue cloth, cascading neatly down his back. Despite his humble attire, he exuded a unique charm. "Qinghe, you have arrived," Ning Fengji greeted with a smile upon recognizing the visitor. This young man was none other than Qinghe, the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. "Master, are you feeling unhappy?" Kue Qinghe inquired, observing Ning Fengji's manner. "Qinghe, I do indeed have a matter for you," Ning Fengji replied, a flicker of hesitation crossing his mind. Yet, he quickly reassured himself that it was only natural for a master to request assistance from his disciple. "Qinghe, it is about your sister Rongrong. She wishes to attend the Tiando Royal Academy." Ultimately, Ning Fengji's paternal affection triumphed over his pride as he spoke. "Rongrong wants to come to the Tiando Royal Academy?" Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, surprised by this revelation. He distinctly remembered suggesting that Ning Fengji send Ning Rongrong to the academy before, only to have her vehemently refuse. Now, however, she seemed eager to attend. Despite his inner bewilderment, he maintained a calm exterior. "Master, this is hardly a challenge. I will simply speak with the 3 esteemed committee members," Qinghe said with a smile. Ning Fengji returned the smile and nodded in agreement. Although he was Qinghe's master, he still upheld the basic courtesies. "Zhu Qing, why are there suddenly so many people over there?" Lin Fan tightly grasped Zhu Qing's hand with one hand while pointing towards the distant crowd with the other. "Indeed," Zhu Qing replied, following Lin Fan's gaze towards the throng of people curious about their activities. Before long, the pair encountered a troubling scene. A young boy found himself encircled by a group led by a noble youth. "Hey, I've heard your sister is quite attractive," the noble youth leered with a lascivious grin. It was difficult to imagine that beneath his seemingly virtuous facade lay such a depraved soul. "Your Highness Xuebong, if you have grievances, please direct them at me and spare my sister," the boy retorted, gritting his teeth, his resolve unwavering. "Xuebong?" Lin Fan instinctively checked the noble youth's information. Character: Xuebong. Gender: male. Martial soul: Great White Swan. Identity: 4th Prince of the Tiando Empire. Soul power level: 25. Age: 18. Having absorbed this information, Lin Fan understood the reasoning behind Xuebong's behavior. The original text indicated that Xuebong feigned the appearance of a wastrel to gain the trust of Qianren Xue. However, prolonged pretense could inevitably lead to becoming what one pretends to be. Nevertheless, Lin Fan remained a mere spectator alongside Zhu Qing, intrigued to see how the young boy would respond. "Do you think you are of any use to me?" Xuebong remarked, somewhat bemused by the boy's words. "Either hand over your sister, or leave the Tiando Royal Academy. Remember, the empire belongs to me." Xuebong chuckled, a sense of amusement evident in his demeanor. The boy, however, was not one to cower in fear. Upon hearing Xuebong's words, his expression darkened. "Xuebong, do not force my hand." The boy clenched his teeth defiantly, summoning several soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple. Character: Ma Ziyuan. Gender: male. Soul power level: 34. Age: 16. Background: none. Lin Fan quickly discerned that this was a soul master of considerable caliber. Achieving level 34 at merely 16 years of age marked him as one of the elite within the Tiando Royal Academy. "Ma Ziyuan, are you truly prepared to oppose the Empire?" Xuebong observed the unfolding scenario, unfazed and dismissive. The Empire belonged to his family. Why should he fear? He failed to consider that without the Empire's resources, his current strength would be unattainable. Ma Ziyuan found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Before he could gather his thoughts, Xuebong exchanged a glance with his underlings, and in an instant, Ma Ziyuan was pinned to the ground. Ma Ziyuan." Xuebong laughed lewdly at the sight of Ma Ziyuan, subdued. In one fell swoop, he was eliminating the talents of the Tiando Royal Academy, thereby inflicting substantial losses on his elder brother. "Qinghe, a genius of level 34 at 16? Better to eliminate you than to let you go." On another note, Xuebong had long harbored desires for Ma Ziyuan's sister, Ma Dongmei. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Xuebong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Ma Ziyuan, bewildered by Xuebong's laughter, could not help but curse inwardly. What the hell are you laughing about? It wasn't that he couldn't fight back against those restraining him, but he couldn't risk his sister's safety. Lin Fan, observing Xuebong's actions, shook his head in disbelief. How could such a person become a ruler and even take Tang San as his master? I, Lin Fan, truly admire you. Turning his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing, he noticed her expression had turned icy, her demeanor frozen. Zhuqing? Lin Fan waved their intertwined hands anxiously. Fango, I am fine, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a gentle smile. Her voice calm. I merely feel that this person is quite pitiful. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing fell into a daze. Without Lin Fan, would she still be here? After all, this world is inherently unjust, and that is quite normal. Lin Fan tightly grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand and spoke. However, this individual has crossed paths with us. I have no reason not to assist him. With that, he released her hand, stepped forward, and a smile crept upon his lips. Shuebeng, the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire, was contemplating how to strip Qianren Xue of her title as the crown prince. Was Shuebeng destined to become Tang San's disciple in the future? If so, then he must perish. Shuebeng, cease this at once. Lin Fan advanced and struck Shuebeng down to the ground with a resounding slap. You. Shuebeng, now with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, gritted his teeth in anger. You all attack. He shoved one of his sycophants forward, declaring go. The individual, momentarily taken aback, nonetheless brandished his strength, exclaiming, martial soul manifestation. With that proclamation, a shell akin to that of a turtle emerged from his back. Indeed, it was the beast martial soul, the great azure turtle. He then showcased his 3 soul rings. Yellow. This man had reached level 30. He was indeed formidable. Lin Fan, observing the turtle shell on his back, chuckled. How amusing. With a single step forward, Lin Fan gently tapped the turtle shell, which instantly disintegrated into dust. My lord, Shuebeng was left dumbfounded at this spectacle and hurriedly stood, speaking respectfully. It was worth noting that the one who had just fought was his most resilient and robust subordinate. If he could be so easily shattered, what the others? My lord, I am Shuebeng, the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. I am merely attending to some matters here. I implore you not to interfere. Although Lin Fan was right before him, the infatuated Shuebeng could not shake off the image of the beautiful Ma Dongmei. Ma Ziyuan, upon witnessing Lin Fan's entrance, had hoped he and his sister could escape calamity. However, upon hearing Shuebeng's words, despair washed over him once more. Shuebeng was the fourth prince of the Tiando Empire. Who would dare disregard him? While he was merely an inconsequential commoner. Reflecting on this, Ma Ziyuan let out a self-deprecating smile. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Lin Fan delivered another slap to the already standing Shuebeng, and amidst the astonished crowd, he took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and continued to explore the main campus of the academy. Shuebeng felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Momentarily setting aside Ma Ziyuan's plight, and furiously shouted at Lin Fan's departing figure, My uncle is Prince Xuexing. I shall ensure you never return. With that declaration, he departed, aided by his sycophants. Ma Ziyuan gazed at Lin Fan's retreating silhouette, filled with gratitude. Chapter 39. The 3 committee members. This girl's future is boundless. After a day of explorations around the Tiando Royal Academy, Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing concluded their tour rather hastily. The following morning, in the quarters prepared by Sun Buyu for the two, Zhu Zhuqing turned to Lin Fan, who was tightly embracing her, feeling a surge of indignation. Last night, Lin Fan had sworn he would never lay a hand on her. After some contemplation, she reluctantly acquiesced. Yet Lin Fan still held her throughout the night. Had she not taken precautions and worn extra garment for sleep? Who could say what further liberties Lin Fan might have taken? You great deceiver. I could trust no one but you, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, playfully striking Lin Fan's back in feigned anger. What's wrong, Zhuqing? Did you sleep uncomfortably last night? Lin Fan chuckled, sensing her agitation. Get out. I need to get dressed. Zhu Zhuqing pouted, her voice sweet yet firm. Her tone sent a thrill through Lin Fan's heart. Yet respecting their relationship, he obediently retreated to the living room, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to change in the bedroom. He and T even removed his clothes to sleep. All right, let us go. Not long after, Zhu Zhuqing called out, having finished dressing and hastily joining him. You little imp, Lin Fan remarked, admiring her adorably charming appearance. And he couldn't help but steal a kiss. Had he not remembered that Sun Buyu was waiting outside, he would have continued with his affections. As Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing stepped outside, they spotted the slender figure of Sun Buyu. You two are finally out, he greeted. May I interject? Miss Zhuqing is still quite young. If you intend to engage in intimate relations, please ensure proper precautions are taken. Sun Buyu offered this well-meaning advice. As he admired Zhu Zhuqing's talents and wished for her not to return home, burdened with the responsibilities of motherhood at such a tender age. Upon hearing Sun Buyu's words, Zhu Zhuqing blushed deeply and hid behind Lin Fan. What do you mean by intimate relations? I'm still just a child. Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Sun Buyu was indeed quite the character. As for Lin Fan, despite his previous lack of romantic experiences, he naturally yearned for such intimacy and eagerly anticipated it. Nevertheless, having been steeped in the nuances of Chinese culture, he understood the appropriate timing for various actions. All right, the committee has been waiting for some time. Please follow me, Sun Buyu said, leading them in a particular direction. The committee of the Tiando Royal Academy was situated at the heart of the main campus, the largest edifice within the area. Though it was a single-story structure, its highest point reached an impressive 10 meters, exuding an aura of grandeur. As Sun Buyu guided them through the entrance into the interior, Lin Fan found himself momentarily bewildered. The interior of the committee was not lavish at all. In fact, it starkly contrasted with its exterior. Within the domain where the three Soul Douluos worked and resided, the decor was exceedingly simple, adorned only with essential furnishings and a few modest greenery. It was then that Lin Fan noticed three elderly figures already seated in the main chairs, awaiting their arrival. Through his ultimate probing eye, he had gleaned clear insights into their identities. Among them, the individual of medium build, gaunt in appearance with few ounces of flesh, and whose hair and beard were entirely white, was exuding a vibrant spirit despite his frail frame. This elderly gentleman was known as Meng Shinji. Character, Meng Shinji. Gender, male. Martial soul, black demon. Soul power level, 86th rank control, system, Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Identity, chief of the Tiando Royal Academy Committee. Seated beside him, by Baoshan, was the antithesis of Meng Shinji. Though of modest height, he was remarkably corpulent, boasting a stature of only 4 feet, yet a waistline that matched. Character, by Baoshan. Gender, male. Soul power level, 85, defense type Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Position, member of the teaching committee at the Tiando Royal Academy. To the far right, Jilin appeared as the most ordinary among the 3 esteemed members of the committee, possessing an unremarkable appearance, save for the occasional glimmer of brilliance that shone through his eyes. Character, Jilin. Gender, male. Soul power level, 84, control type, Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Position, 3rd member of the teaching committee at the Tiando Royal Academy. The esteemed teacher Sun Buyu had the honor of meeting the 3 committee members. With his arms crossed over his chest, he slightly bowed in reverence and spoke respectfully. This marked his first formal approach to the 3 committee members during his years at the Tiando Royal Academy, and to claim he was not thrilled would be a falsehood. Upon hearing Sun Buyu's words, the 3 merely nodded slightly. Having lived through many years, they were well accustomed to such expressions of deference. Teacher's son, this young lady is the exceptionally gifted student you mentioned, is she not? Before Sun Buyu could respond, Meng Shinji cast his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing and inquired. Indeed, Lord Meng Shinji, Miss Zhuqing has already attained the remarkable level of 26 at the tender age of 11. Her martial soul, the phantom spirit cat, is a formidable presence among agility-type martial souls, Sun Buyu swiftly added. As a mere subordinate, he felt it imperative to present himself well in the presence of such distinguished figures. Meng Shinji nodded in acknowledgement. He then approached Zhu Zhuqing, assessing her cultivation and age, and could not help but exclaim, "This young woman possesses the aura of a Douluo." Throughout the years, the Tiando Royal Academy had witnessed its fair share of prodigies, with figures such as Yu Qianheng and Degu Yin standing out. However, even they, nearing 17 or 18 years of age, had only reached the status of high-ranked soul sovereigns. "This young lady's future is boundless," Bai Baoshan murmured, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing. "It is indeed a significant fortune for the Tiando Royal Academy to enroll a student of such exceptional talent." Jilin, suppressing his excitement, likewise remarked, "In the current climate between the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire, the presence of even a single title Douluo can create a notable disparity. Gaining another title Douluo would be a momentous event for the empire. Teacher's son, I shall report this matter to the emperor. Your contributions cannot be overstated." Meng Shinji addressed Sun Buyu. "The financial and material resources required to nurture a title Douluo are substantial. Without the support of the empire, it would be exceedingly challenging." This matter posed a dilemma for the 3 committee members. Sun Buyu's heart swelled with joy as he excitedly proclaimed, This is indeed a monumental achievement. And yet, it seems I have done little to earn it. Teacher Sun, is it true that this young lady's martial soul, the phantom spirit cat, has fled from the star, Luo Empire? Meng Xinji inquired. Given the recent tensions between the two empires, numerous incidents of personnel crossing borders had become commonplace. Yes, esteemed committee members, Sun Buyu affirmed with a nod. Is it truly the case that anyone can now come to the Tiando Royal Academy? Just as the three committee members prepared to depart to inform the Tiando Emperor, an incongruous voice pierced the air. Chapter 40. Douluo Bo seeks to bully the weak? As they turned toward the source of a voice, three figures strode into the hall. On the left was SoulLand, his face contorted with animosity as he cast a disdainful glance at Lin Fan. Walking at the center was an elderly man clad in resplendent yellow robes, embroidered with vibrant floral patterns, yet appearing impeccably composed. His hair was a dignified white, neatly arranged at the back of his head, and he had a robust build, though his eyes were rather small, detracting from his otherwise distinguished features. This elderly gentleman stood with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the three level committee members, powerful individuals with a voice before the Tiando Emperor, without a hint of deference, instead exuding an air of superiority. To the right of the elderly man stood another elder, slender and resembling a javelin, with hair and beard of a striking green hue and eyes that sparkled like emeralds. Upon the arrival of these three individuals, Lin Fan immediately recognized their identities. Character: Prince Xuexing. Power level: 51, Soul King. Martial Soul: Great White Swan. Soul Ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black. Position: Uncle of SoulLand, brother to the Tiando Emperor. Character: Douluo Bo Martial Soul. Emerald Scaled Serpent King. Power level: 91. Control type: Title de Law. Title: Poison. Soul Ring configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Position: Guest Elder of Prince Xuexing, Master of the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. Douluo Bo, are you simply idling away your time? Lin Fan pondered, perplexed by Douluo Bo's presence. In the original narrative, Douluo Bo appeared merely to complicate matters for the elders of Shrek Academy on behalf of Prince Xuexing. Now, with Zhu Zhuqing applying alone, why had Prince Xuexing summoned Douluo Bo? One could only wonder if the prince was unwell. Your Highness, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Meng Xinji inquired solemnly. It was well known that numerous gifted students had been taken from the academy due to Prince Xuexing's previous actions. I heard that a remarkably talented young lady has recently joined the Tiando Royal Academy. Prince Xuexing inquired directly, eschewing any pretense. Uncle, forget about that for now. That person slapped me several times. Before Prince Xuexing could speak further, SoulLand could no longer contain his fury and directed his words toward Lin Fan. Dream Committee member, pay no heed to this brat. Tell me, is there any truth to what he claims? SoulLand was utterly bewildered that his uncle had disregarded him entirely. Uncle, did you not promise to avenge me? SoulLand clung to his uncle's leg, pleading in frustration. It was hard to fathom that a regal prince could behave in such a manner. If the Tiando Royal Academy were filled with individuals like SoulLand, would there be any necessity for its establishment? Meng Xinji and the other two members observed SoulLand's antics, shaking their heads with a sigh. Is this truly the case? He pales in comparison to His Highness Xuexing. How can it be such a stark contrast from the same father? Prince Xuexing felt a surge of displeasure towards Xuexing's behavior. How dare you? I have allowed you to indulge in a bit of extravagance to vie for the throne. Yet you must remember to exercise restraint. To act so brazenly in front of three soul masters of the highest order is utterly unacceptable. You young man, be gone. Before Xuexing could react, Prince Xuexing delivered a swift kick, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Xuexing, who am I? Where am I? Your Highness, you are indeed correct. Teacher Sun has brought to our academy a remarkable 11-year-old female student who has already reached the astounding level of 26. Although unsure of Prince Xuexing's current thoughts, Meng Xinji felt compelled to speak due to the authority he wielded. Oh, that female student? Prince Xuexing cast his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing's direction, speaking aloud. Hiss. That fluctuation of soul power seems to indeed indicate a high-ranking soul master. Upon this realization, Prince Xuexing glanced at the still-dazed Xuexing he had just kicked and felt a twinge of anger. Look at that young girl. Despite her tender age, her cultivation surpasses yours. You deserve that kick. Although he felt this way, Prince Xuexing understood that it was utterly impossible to admit such a genius into the Tiando Royal Academy. Once she enters the Tiando Royal Academy, it is practically guaranteed that she will become Prince Xuexing's person. Prince Xuexing naturally wishes to prevent such an occurrence. I doubt such a young girl could possess such extraordinary talent. If she can withstand even a quarter of an hour under the guidance of the esteemed Douluo, then she truly is gifted, Prince Xuesheng remarked with an air of arrogance, directing his attention to the elder beside him. You, the Tiando royal family, is truly cursed to have a prince like you. Upon hearing Prince Xuesheng's words, Meng Xinji retorted angrily. The expressions of Bai Baoshan and Jilin mirrored his indignation. Xuesheng, I advise you to show kindness. Otherwise, we shall impeach you from your royal position. Determination flickered in Meng Xinji's eyes as he shouted vehemently. Ha, beautiful, esteemed Douluo, I implore you not to harm these three old fellows. Prince Xuesheng addressed Douluo with a tone of reverence. With the title of a titled Douluo like Douluo at my side, do you think I fear you three old men? What a joke. Seeing this, Douluo merely shook his head. If it were not to repay a life-saving grace, how could he endure such behavior? Little girl, come here, Douluo said somewhat awkwardly. Feeling embarrassed as it was the first time in his life he had bullied a junior. Esteemed Douluo, do you truly wish to stand in opposition to us? Meng Xinji approached Douluo, speaking fiercely. And what of it? Douluo looked at Meng Xinji with disdain, noting the irony of someone older and weaker than him displaying such arrogance. Old Bai, old Ji, can we, the three educators, allow esteemed Douluo to act with impunity? Meng Xinji turned to his two colleagues, asserting his authority as he unleashed his 8 soul rings of yellow, purple, black, and more. Bai Baoshan and Jilin, refusing to be outdone, similarly released their 8 soul rings. Black Demon, Martial Soul Manifestation. Heavenly Star Furnace, Martial Soul Manifestation. Sky Blue Vine, Martial Soul Manifestation. The three educators unleashed their martial soul manifestations, prepared for a confrontation. They believed this matter not only concerned the exceptional Zhu Zhuqing, but also the future of all students who would join the Tiando Royal Academy. Douluo, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but chuckle before lazily releasing his own 9 vividly colored soul rings. However, the disparity was astonishing. Unlocking task. Recruit Douluo reward. Unknown. Upon hearing this message in his mind, Lin Fan smiled. How fortuitous. Douluo is undoubtedly a recruitable individual. The foremost poison master of the Douluo realm is no insignificant force. Elder gentlemen, why not step aside? I shall engage in a bout with esteemed Douluo. Lin Fan said. Kastinka smiled towards Douluo. Chapter 41, Douluo I Kensid. Elder gentlemen, why not step aside? I shall engage in a bout with esteemed Douluo. Lin Fan remarked, smiling at Douluo. It was then that everyone noticed the seemingly weak Zhu Zhuqing, a mere 26-level soul master, had not succumbed to the overwhelming aura around her. If not for Douluo's intervention, how could Xuebing and Xuesheng still be conscious? How could this be? A profound sense of confusion enveloped everyone present. Esteemed Douluo, the foremost poison master of the Douluo Continent, I have long admired your prowess. Lin Fan, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, planted a kiss on Zhu Zhuqing before walking up to Douluo, speaking nonchalantly. Oh, I find myself curious. When did the Tiando Royal Academy acquire a student of your caliber? Douluo squinted, scanning Lin Fan with intrigue. How could such potent pressure be neutralized by a mere child, younger than his granddaughter? Ha! Esteemed Douluo cannot possibly believe that the Tiando Royal Academy would boast a student of my caliber. Can you? Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo finally began to sense Lin Fan's soul power fluctuations, as did the three educators from the Tiando Royal Academy. Old man, I cannot perceive your cultivation. Douluo looked at Lin Fan in astonishment, disbelief written across his face. In his perception, his own soul power felt light and not overly dense. Yet, Lin Fan's soul power emanated a tremendous impact. What? Meng Xinji, Bai Baoshan, and Jilin were all struck with shock at Douluo's words. If even Douluo could not discern this youth's strength, how terrifying must it be? The three exchanged glances, their astonishment evident. Young man, who exactly are you? Douluo inquired, gazing at Lin Fan. Such youth could not possibly be a titled Douluo, could he? Hero Hall Master, Lin Fan. Lin Fan declared, revealing his seemingly ordinary 9 soul rings of black and red. Presently at the pinnacle level of 95, Super or Daw, esteemed Douluo, I respectfully invite you to engage. Lin Fan regarded Douluo with respect, although he had not particularly liked Douluo in his previous life while reading the original work. He could not say he despised him either. Douluo had achieved the rank of titled Douluo without relying on any external forces, a testament to his effort and talent. 95, a titled Douluo? Douluo, feeling the intense aura exuded by Lin Fan, could not help but express his astonishment. The oppressive force of a super Douluo is indeed terrifying. However, I, Douluo, am uncertain whether I shall ever attain such a realm in this lifetime. Nevertheless, regarding the soul ring, Your Excellency Lin Fan, your soul ring. Douluo glanced at Lin Fan's extraordinary soul ring configuration, and then at his own standard soul ring combination, instantly feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ah, this soul ring is merely an external possession. There is no need for Senior Douluo to be concerned. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding against revealing to Douluo that it was acquired effortlessly. After all, it would be too disheartening for Douluo, a title Douluo of the rogue cultivator sect. Senior Douluo, let us venture outside to engage in battle. Remaining here may cause considerable damage to the surroundings, Lin Fan suggested, surveying the environment. Regardless of Douluo's response, he was assured that Zhu Zhuqing, under his protection, would remain unharmed. He simply wished to prevent any destruction to the Grand Hall, especially after witnessing the recent actions of the 3 committee members. Very well, I, Douluo, am eager to observe the extent of the disparity between us as top-tier powerhouses. Douluo nodded in agreement. He was not one to fear for his life, and he had a premonition that Lin Fan would not take his life. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously exited the hall. As they departed, Prince Xuexing and Xueping finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Did I just attempt to strike the wife of that unparalleled powerhouse? Prince Xuexing exclaimed. I was about to have my uncle deal with him? Xueping responded. The two exchanged a knowing look and collapsed onto the ground. Whatever decorum they had was irrelevant as long as they escaped punishment. Zhu Zhuqing observed this and smiled. This was her boyfriend, truly remarkable. The 3 committee members standing nearby were further solidified in their resolve to nurture Zhu Zhuqing. For Super Douluo is indeed a rare entity in the entire Heaven Do Empire, with only a handful of title Douluos existing. Meanwhile, Douluo and Lin Fan stood atop the peak of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Senior Douluo, please, after you, Lin Fan called out to Douluo. Upon hearing this, Douluo instinctively activated his soul skill. 4th soul skill, Emerald Scale Illusion. The 4th soul ring beneath Douluo, his 2nd purple soul ring, radiated brilliantly, unleashing a potent toxic gas that surged toward Lin Fan. 2nd soul skill, Dragon King's Holy Might. Before the noxious fumes could infiltrate Lin Fan's body, the Dragon King's Holy Might manifested, perfectly countering Douluo's venom. Douluo could only shake his head in frustration upon witnessing this. It is worth noting that although it was merely Lin Fan's 2nd soul skill, it was still a black soul ring. Meanwhile, his 4th soul skill stemmed from the soul power derived from a millennium-year soul beast. Compounded by Lin Fan's superior cultivation level, it was only natural that he would be at a disadvantage. 8th soul skill, time and space solidification. Douluo's 8th soul ring ascended majestically, seemingly allowing him to control the very fabric of time and space within this small area. Observing this, Lin Fan merely smiled slightly. On the Douluo Continent, aside from the Silver Dragon King, no one possesses elemental control comparable to his. The Divine Dragon King's 3rd soul skill, elemental control, allows mastery over water, fire, wind, earth, ice, light, darkness, space, and even time. This is the might of the Dragon King. Douluo's maneuver proved utterly ineffective. He could not help but feel a sense of dread. Had Lin Fan chosen to strike him down with fervor, his fate would have been sealed. Yet, Lin Fan refrained from doing so. Your Excellency Lin Fan, you are indeed formidable. I concede, and I do so with utmost respect. Douluo stated with deference. He had come to realize that his poison posed no threat to Lin Fan. How can mere snake venom penetrate the scales of a dragon? Haha, Senior Douluo, you are too modest. Achieving the title Douluo level solely through your innate talent and resources is something that others can scarcely dream of, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Douluo indeed possessed considerable prowess. Chapter 42, Lin Fan. Mr. Douluo, are you unwell? Haha, in the presence of your Excellency Lin Fan. How could one dare to mention talent? Douluo chuckled respectfully. Yet, internally, he felt elated, for receiving praise from such a powerful being is no trivial matter. Mr. Douluo, may I suggest we step back and converse? Lin Fan slowly floated before Douluo and spoke. Douluo nodded in response. On one hand, he realized he could not match the strength of the young man before him. On the other hand, he was curious about what someone of Lin Fan's caliber, a 95th level super Douluo, had to say to him. Mr. Douluo, if I am not mistaken, your poison techniques must also inflict harm upon yourself, correct? Lin Fan gazed sincerely at Douluo and continued. Douluo's expression turned complex as he regarded Lin Fan, unsure of how to respond. He had always concealed this matter very well. Even those close to him were unaware of his affliction with poison. Mr. Douluo, please allow me to finish before making a decision. During rainy days, you experience an itching sensation in your sides, which intensifies gradually. You likely suffer from this condition twice daily, at noon and midnight, with each episode lasting over an hour. Moreover, during the late hours of the night, around the third watch, you endure a stabbing pain atop your head and in your heart, accompanied by full-body spasms lasting at least half an hour. I need not elaborate on the agonizing process. If it were not for poison, such symptoms would not manifest, would they? You are not only poisoned, but have also had the toxin seep into your very marrow. Mr. Douluo, the toxin you have contracted cannot be subdued by mere soul power. Lin Fan relayed the information conveyed to him by the illusory spirit verbatim to Douluo. It seems that this was all the illusory spirit could offer at this juncture. Douluo contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. To be candid, Your Excellency Lin Fan, what you describe is precisely what I am experiencing. May I inquire how you came to know of these details? Douluo queried, a mix of confusion and astonishment etching his features. Lin Fan, witnessing Douluo's reaction, felt no surprise. After all, this could be considered Douluo's greatest secret, one that even his closest granddaughter, Dian, likely remained oblivious to. To have it revealed by Lin Fan, whom he had only just met today, was bound to astonish him. To be frank, Mr. Douluo, my martial soul possesses the ability to probe, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Is there any method you possess to treat this poison, my lord? Douluo asked, not elaborating further, but his tone was tinged with an eager desire for assistance. Lin Fan's prowess had been witnessed by Douluo, and given that Lin Fan effortlessly discerned his condition, it was evident that he possessed the exceptional capability to provide healing. Mr. Douluo, I have a peak soul law at level 89 under my command, specializing in healing. I believe there is great hope for your recovery. Lin Fan recalled the exquisite statue in the Hall of Heroes and the top-tier support in the King S Canyon, and spoke earnestly. Your Excellency Lin Fan, he is merely a soul Douluo. Although Douluo was profoundly shocked by the mention of an 89-level healing soul Douluo, he hesitated. Even if that healing soul Douluo possessed the cultivation of a top-tier soul Douluo, how could one truly understand his condition without a comprehensive diagnosis? Wouldn't someone with the knowledge of a titled Douluo yield better results? Mr. Douluo, do you believe that achieving this level at my age is impressive? Lin Fan cast a gentle glance at Douluo and inquired. Your Excellency Lin Fan, you cannot be more than 18, am I correct? Observing Lin Fan intently, Lin Fan merely nodded and replied nonchalantly, I am but 16 years old. Upon hearing this, Douluo was utterly taken aback. 16 years old, a 95-level super Douluo? Good heavens! I have toiled for decades to reach the title Douluo level, and I am regarded as the weakest among them, while you, young man, have achieved the status of a super Douluo at such a tender age? Surely, you must be a descendant of an extraordinary powerhouse. Douluo's gaze towards Lin Fan was a melange of envy, resentment, and above all awe. How could an ordinary youth withstand the pressure of 95-level soul power at merely 16 years of age? Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Douluo's mind. Wasn't the conversation supposed to revolve around the healing soul Douluo? Your Excellency Lin Fan, may I inquire how your age relates to that of the healing soul Douluo? Douluo swiftly articulated his confusion. Lord Poison Douluo, I shall not deceive you. That healing soul Douluo is merely 1 year my senior. Lin Fan stated with a calm demeanor. However, this revelation stirred a tempest of emotions within Douluo. He understood well the slow cultivation rate of support-type soul masters. Yet this healing soul master had reached level 89 before the age of 18. Just earlier, he had considered an 11-year-old girl at level 26 to be exceptionally gifted. Now, it seemed Douluo was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Douluo felt a wave of introspection wash over him. Ever since he learned of Lin Fan's existence, he felt increasingly helpless. Whether it was Lin Fan, the healing soul Douluo, or Zhu Zhuqing, their talents were undeniably exceptional. Your Excellency Lin Fan, I humbly request your assistance in bringing that soul Douluo to heal me. Douluo finally proposed after much contemplation. Mr. Douluo, why should I save you? The unexpected retort from Lin Fan left Douluo momentarily speechless. You regaled me with tales just now, only to deny me treatment? Douluo was incredulous. Mr. Douluo, healing someone of your caliber consumes a considerable amount of soul power. And if I restore your health, what if you later become my adversary? Lin Fan replied with a smile. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo Bo recalled Lin Fan's earlier mention of being the Lord of the Hall of Heroes, and clarity dawned upon him. Thus, Lin Fan was extending an olive branch. Lord Lin Fan, may I inquire what this Hall of Heroes entails? Douluo Bo pondered, still uncertain of the organization's nature. The Hall of Heroes only accepts the strong, Lin Fan stated without pretense. Currently, there are 4 of us in the hall, but none of us are top-tier powerhouses. Lin Fan's gaze shifted to Douluo Bo, leaving the decision in his hands, depending on whether he could seize this opportunity. Chapter 43. Kai Wenji's Healing Arts. Lord Poison Douluo, your granddaughter must have been born with this toxin, and I dare say her toxin is likely more potent than yours, Lin Fan noted as Douluo Bo remained silent. Douluo Yin was Douluo Bo's most cherished and his only kin in this world. He would never allow her to endure the torment of such toxins. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo Bo, who already held Lin Fan in high regard, became even more resolute in his desire to follow him. Moreover, he understood that even if the toxin within Douluo Yin was not as formidable as his own, she might still struggle to withstand its potency. Master, I am willing to join the Hall of Heroes. Douluo Bo finally conceded to Lin Fan after much contemplation. Eager to witness what kind of legend this exceptionally gifted youth would forge on the Douluo Continent. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, clearly anticipating this outcome. Recruiting Douluo Bo grants the host a 10,000-year evolvable soul bone, the illusory Thunder Wind Wolf right leg bone. Although Lin Fan heard the voice in his mind, he did not exhibit much reaction, as he deemed the soul bone beneath his notice. Nonetheless, it would likely provide substantial aid to Zhu Zhuqing in her cultivation. Mr. Douluo, I have heard that you possess a medicinal garden. Would you kindly take me there? Lin Fan fixed his gaze on Douluo Bo, who, though puzzled by Lin Fan's intentions, recognized that he was now under Lin Fan's command. Denying him would not reflect well on his character. My lord, please follow me, Douluo Bo replied, leading the way towards a forest, with Lin Fan closely following behind. Gradually, the two traversed through the woods, ascending towards the peak of a mountain. Upon arriving at the summit, Douluo Bo leapt into the valley below, followed closely by Lin Fan. Within the valley lay a hot spring, not particularly vast, yet divided into 2 distinct oval pools, one milky white and the other crimson. Strikingly, despite being within the same spring, they remained distinctly separate, never encroaching upon one another. Is this the eyes of ice and fire? Lin Fan marveled at the magnificent sight before him. Although he was aware of the grandeur of the eyes of ice and fire, witnessing it for the first time still left him astonished. Lord, may I inquire if you are familiar with the properties of these medicinal herbs? Douluo Bo noticed Lin Fan's astonished gaze and inquired. These rare materials hold great significance for soul master cultivation. Lin Fan reflected before adding, however, they would be of no use for your healing. Lin Fan noticed the fervent gaze of Douluo Bo and couldn't help but express his exasperation, shaking his head as he spoke. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo Bo felt a sudden wave of embarrassment, mistakenly believing that Lin Fan was aware of the medicinal properties of certain herbs that could aid in his condition. Hence his momentary lapse in composure. Mr. Douluo, have you seen that spring over there with its milky white and vermilion hues? Lin Fan pointed towards the direction of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes and continued. Within it lie 2 rare herbs known as the fiery apricot and the 8-pointed ice grass. Consuming them will cleanse the toxins from your body. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo Bo instinctively began to move towards the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. However, your power at level 91 will be entirely forfeited, Lin Fan remarked with a chuckle. Observing Douluo Bo's reaction, Douluo Bo froze in place, overwhelmed by uncertainty. Ah, well, those herbs are of another use to me. Your toxins can be addressed by Wenji, Lin Fan said, noticing the serious expression on Douluo Bo's face. In the next moment, Kai Wenji appeared before Lin Fan, sitting gracefully upon her moon soul zither. I, Kai Wenji, pay my respects to my lord, she said, her face alight with joy and mischief. Seeing Kai Wenji's demeanor, Lin Fan couldn't resist stepping closer and gently tapping her on the head. She shot him a playful glare, huffing slightly. Wenji, I summoned you to assist Mr. Douluo in purging the toxins, Lin Fan quickly explained. Upon hearing this, Kai Wenji pouted and muttered, What? I thought my lord missed me. Why must I, a mere girl, exert myself right away? Lin Fan felt a touch of embarrassment at her candidness and scratched his head. Wenji, stop being frivolous and swiftly assist Mr. Douluo in eliminating the toxins, he urged, aware that if Kai Wenji delayed, it could take an eternity. Douluo Bo cast a grateful glance at Lin Fan, clearly recognizing the latter's predicament with Kai Wenji. It was evident that Lin Fan would not scold a young girl for his own troubles. After all, With her delicate appearance, a single punch from her could lead to prolonged tears. Very well, I shall heed my lord's command, Kai Wen-ji said, winking at Lin Fan with her sparkling eyes. In the next instant, 8 soul rings of various hues manifested behind the moon soul zither, and it began to emit a verdant glow, intensifying gradually. Before long, Douluo felt the energy within him purifying, and the toxins vanished entirely. Reflecting on this transformation, Douluo couldn't help but marvel at how the very toxins he had deemed insurmountable were effortlessly eradicated by this young woman. A treatment-type soul master of peak soul, Douluo level, at such a tender age. Truly, the Hall of Heroes was extraordinary. Indeed, Douluo have grown old, he mused internally. Although he had achieved the rank of title Douluo, he understood that much of his success was due to the spring water in his herb garden. As for further advancements, Douluo had never entertained such thoughts. Being a 91st level title Douluo was already a source of great satisfaction. In that moment of contemplation, Douluo was taken aback. He felt a breakthrough. He had ascended to the 92nd level of title Douluo. Excitement surged within him as he repeatedly unleashed his soul power. At his age, pursuing further growth was exceedingly challenging, and the mere disappearance of toxins had granted him a level up. How could he not be exhilarated? Miss Wen-ji, I bow before you, Douluo said without hesitation, bending in reverence. He was not one to be ungrateful. His relief from the torment of toxins was entirely due to Kai Wen-ji's efforts. Giggling, the old gentleman jested. I merely followed my lord's orders, Kai Wen-ji replied with a gentle laugh, casting a glance towards Lin Fan. Indeed, it is solely due to Lord Lin Fan's efforts that I am spared from the toxins. From this day forth, I, Douluo, shall be in service to Lord Lin, he promptly declared, stepping forward to address Lin Fan. Spirit, can Douluo truly become a member of the Hall of Heroes just like that? Lin Fan pondered aloud. After all, achieving a loyalty and hatred value of 100 was no trivial feat. You cannot force such matters. But rest assured, Douluo now unequivocally recognizes you. However, his statue in the Hall of Heroes cannot be established just yet, the spirit replied slowly. At this moment, Douluo indeed acknowledged Lin Fan. With a healing-type soul Douluo like Kai Wen-ji by his side, coupled with Lin Fan's formidable strength, few in the world could rival him. Although allowing Douluo to clash with formidable foes was imprudent, he would likely consent to betroth his granddaughter to Lin Fan. If that were to happen, I could save myself years of struggle, Douluo mused. Lord Douluo began, contemplating his words. Mr. Douluo, I intend to procure some treasures from the herb garden, Lin Fan stated as he moved towards the ice and fire yin-yang eyes. Spirit, if I recall correctly, the ice and fire yin-yang eyes houses the remnants of the water and fire dragon kings, doesn't it? Lin Fan said with a smile. Indeed, you have a sharp memory. There are remnants of the water and fire dragon kings within, the spirit responded nonchalantly. Lin Fan couldn't help but let out a sigh. In his previous life, when he immersed himself in novels, those around him often looked down upon him, especially when he began writing himself, facing countless jeers. What future is there in writing novels? He had heard time and again. And now, who would dare say he wasted his time reading so many novels in his past life? As Lin Fan approached the ice and fire yin-yang eyes, he stood still for a while, noticing no movement from the spring. Of course, without manifesting my martial soul, they cannot emerge, he said with a hint of exasperation, wondering why such a clever young man would falter at such a crucial moment. With that thought, Lin Fan unleashed his divine dragon king martial soul, exuding the pressure of his 9 soul rings, and activated his 5th soul skill, Dragon Roar. Dragon Roar, a soundwave type attack that directly impacts the soul, sending shockwaves through the opponent's essence. Those with lower soul power would be rendered incapable of response, while even the strong would experience a measure of intimidation. This was the soul skill bestowed by his 5th 10,000-year soul ring, undoubtedly ranking among the most formidable of soul skills. Additionally, it was Lin Fan's soul sound wave-type soul skill, hence it was not to be underestimated. As Lin Fan's resounding roars echoed, the differently hued waters of the ice and fire yin-yang eyes surged skyward, resembling 2 colossal dragons spiraling upwards. 2 immense figures subsequently emerged from the lake, suspended above the ice and fire yin-yang eye, one a dragon of pure ice blue, the other a dragon of vivid crimson. Both dragons radiated a luminous brilliance, their unmatched might sweeping over the area. Even Lin Fan, with his cultivation at rank 95, could not help but change countenance, while Kai Wen-ji and Douluo took several steps back in trepidation. With the appearance of these blue and red dragons, all the flora within the ice and fire yin-yang, I seemed to awaken, a surge of life energy amplifying dramatically, with numerous plants rapidly expanding. All pressure converging upon Lin Fan and his companions. This water and fire dragon king was indeed intriguing. Lin Fan mused as he sensed the energy of the remnants of the ice and fire dragon kings. He could assure himself that such energy was beyond the capabilities of a mere super Douluo like him. However, his bloodline was considerably stronger than that of the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, even rivaling the Dragon God bloodline in potency. The Dragon God had birthed 9 offspring, which included the 7 elemental holy dragons of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, alongside the mountain dragon and the most powerful of all, the golden dragon. In light of this, Lin Fan's martial soul could be considered on par with that of the Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King. Furthermore, in the dragon race, bloodline held paramount importance. It is noteworthy that in the original narrative, Tang Hao, who had only unraveled a few seals of the Golden Dragon King, and Gu Na, whose strength was suppressed to the Soul Emperor level, were able to release an aura that subdued these 2 dragon souls beyond recognition. Observing the spiraling dragons before him, Lin Fan shook his head. In the next moment, he transformed, his entire being exuding a dragon might that coalesced upon the fractured dragon souls of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings. Under the imposing pressure of the Sacred Dragon King, the remnants of the Water and Fire Dragon Kings began to stir restlessly, only to weaken progressively under the weight of this divine might. Eventually, the 2 dragon souls fully succumbed to the supremacy of the Sacred Dragon King. Witnessing this, Lin Fan remained unfazed. After all, his martial soul was, by all accounts, akin to that of the 2 dragon kings. As a father, how could he possibly fail to subdue his own progeny? Such a notion would be utterly humiliating. Gazing at the core essence of the Water and Fire Dragon King's dragon souls that remained, Lin Fan hesitated for a moment before storing them in his soul storage belt. This was not due to any disdain for the 2 dragon souls. On the contrary, Lin Fan found himself rather coveting them. However, these dragon souls would likely hold greater utility for the slumbering Dragon King of the Star Do Great Forest at this time. You truly possess talent. Feasting from one bowl while gazing longingly at another, Huanying could not help but scold. Yet, he did not criticize Lin Fan's actions. Quite the opposite. Lin Fan's choices aligned perfectly with Huanying's sensibilities. It was clear that the minor deity of the Star Luo Empire was not a being Lin Fan could contend with. Chapter 45. The ice and fire Yin-Yang, I was completely vacated. Kai Wenji and Douluo Bo gazed in astonishment at Lin Fan's actions, their hearts brimming with shock. Not only was their lord gentle and attentive towards his subordinates, but he also faced the terrifying auras without a hint of fear. Rather than being intimidated, he subdued them and contained them within a vessel. Truly remarkable. Kai Wenji's eyes widened, gazing at Lin Fan with an infatuated expression as she exclaimed, but after saying that, she shook her head. Our lord has always been the best. After softly uttering this, a blush, unnoticed by her, graced her cheeks. Lord Lin Fan truly possesses remarkable skills. Douluo Bo remarked, his gaze fervently fixed on Lin Fan. Although his own power was relatively modest, he could discern that the pressure from the 2 dragon souls indicated a strength surpassing even Lin Fan's. Yet, these 2 dragon souls were effortlessly contained by Lin Fan within his soul guide. Lord Lin Fan is indeed enigmatic, Douluo Bo contemplated, observing the soul storage belt encircling Lin Fan's waist. He believed that his own treasure pouch, capable of storing living beings, was an extraordinary feat. Yet here was Lin Fan's belt, which could directly contain soul entities. It would be disingenuous for Douluo Bo to claim he felt no envy. But he held no objections. If even Lin Fan lacked such an item, who else in this world could possibly possess it? Meeting Douluo Bo's admiring gaze, Lin Fan smiled. Mr. Douluo, this belt was merely a few tens of thousands of gold soul coins I acquired from a street vendor, Lin Fan said, feigning ignorance. He could not very well tell Douluo Bo that it had only cost him a few thousand gold soul coins for the sake of his subordinate's mindset. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo Bo's heart surged with astonishment. Tens of thousands of gold soul coins? Such a treasure would be beyond reach without hundreds of millions. Simultaneously, Douluo Bo's respect for Lin Fan deepened. Not only was he exceptionally powerful, but his luck was also evidently extraordinary, promising a bright future ahead. Senior Douluo, you are aware of Zhu Zhuqing's talent. Would it be alright if I took a few rare herbs from here? Lin Fan inquired, glancing at the precious herbs by the spring. Although these items held no value for him, they would certainly be beneficial for Zhu Zhuqing. He also contemplated preparing some for Qian Rinxue, pondering her current strength. With this in mind, Lin Fan addressed Douluo Bo, confident that he would not refuse. Lord Lin Fan, although I have yet to provide you with any tangible contributions, I can certainly offer these rare herbs. Douluo Bo replied joyfully. He understood that although he had joined Lin Fan's faction, he had not yet rendered any significant assistance. He wasn't foolish and could easily perceive the bond between Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing. Douluo Bo mused, this isn't a matter of intelligence. It's evident to all in such a public setting. However, Lin Fan's subsequent actions illustrated to Douluo Bo what it truly meant to take just a little. Wherever Lin Fan tread, not even the weeds or soil were spared, as everything from snow silkworms to vermilion lotus was directly stored away in the system's designated space. Within the confines of its ethereal presence, the delicate and fragrant essence, akin to the enchanting aroma of rare celestial blooms, rendered any poison ineffective. Treasures such as the star anise ice grass and the blazing fire apricot flower were directly transported, along with their soil, into the system space. After all, Lin Fan had not practiced the Xiantian skill, rendering him incapable of harvesting such rare herbs. Other precious varieties, like the heart-wrenching red amaranth, the autumn water gazing dew, the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum, the ice-skinned daffodil, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, the eight-petaled celestial orchid, and the exquisite tulip, were carefully stored in a separate section of the system space. These treasures would undoubtedly catalyze a significant enhancement in the powers of Zhu Zhuqing and Qianren Xue. Gradually, the medicinal herbs in the ice and fire duality were nearly exhausted. Just as Douluo Bo's heart bled at the sight, an even more bewildering event unfolded. Lin Fan ultimately placed the ice and fire duality into the system space. Being one of the three great treasure troves, it was only reasonable to seize the opportunity. Observing the utterly dazed expression of Douluo Bo and the wide-eyed surprise of Kai Wenji, Lin Fan could only shake his head in bemusement. How could such a trivial acquisition elicit such astonishment? My lord, is there a share for Wenji? Just as Lin Fan basked in his satisfaction, Kai Wenji bounced over to him, playfully inquiring. Seeing her exuberance, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, pondering how this historically renowned talent had become so adorably naive upon entering the King's Canyon. Of course, how could there not be? Lin Fan replied, unable to resist, ruffling her hair. He mused to himself that, compared to Zhuqing, her head was much more delightful to touch. Unbeknownst to him, Kai Wenji's heart fluttered with shyness at this moment. Meanwhile, Douluo Bo remained utterly oblivious to the interaction between Lin Fan and Kai Wenji. He was engrossed in contemplating the vast storage capacity of Lin Fan's soul storage belt, which could seemingly empty his entire garden while also accommodating spiritual entities, thus offering refuge even in a cataclysmic scenario. With such thoughts, Douluo Bo's admiration for Lin Fan grew even deeper. He pondered when he might facilitate a meeting between his granddaughter and Lin Fan. Chapter 46. Lin Fan, refusing to take advantage, starting with myself. Monsieur, Douluo, let us depart. After relocating the entire ice and fire duality to the system space, Lin Fan's spirit soared. One must admit, the thrill of benefiting without cost was truly delightful. The sensation of unearned gain was exhilarating. However, upon reflection, Lin Fan suddenly froze, overwhelmed with a surge of indignation that compelled him to contemplate slapping himself. How could he harbor such thoughts? How could he indulge in such unearned advantages? Recalling his past life as an online writer, where he garnered tens of thousands of collections, yet only a mere 100 subscriptions, the discomfort surged within him. With that, Lin Fan glanced at the 989 system coins displayed in his system. With a determined thought, he watched as his coin count diminished by 300. Though it pained him, he resolved to proceed. In the next moment, 3 vials of elixirs appeared in his palm. Without a second thought, he approached Douluo Bo and presented them. Mr. Douluo, these 3 elixirs will elevate your soul power by 1 level each, without the risk of instability. They will provide you with substantial assistance. Lin Fan spoke calmly, observing the man before him. While he felt a pang of regret for the expenditure of system coins, he deemed it acceptable. After all, 300 system coins were merely equivalent to 3 million gold soul coins, a sum he could easily part with. Moreover, Douluo Bo likely possessed assets far exceeding this amount. Though Douluo Bo's appearances in the original tale were limited and his achievements not particularly remarkable, this did not diminish his status as the strongest titled Douluo within the Douluo Continent. Even titled Douluos were susceptible to his poisons, and some weaker super Douluos were no exception. However, he could not contend with those surpassing the super Douluo level. If Douluo Bo were to break through to super Douluo with the aid of these 3 elixirs, the benefits would be immense. Elixirs were limitless, and system coins could be earned, but talent required nurturing. Douluo examined the 3 jade vials in his hand, slowly opening one. An exceptionally rich aroma wafted forth, leading him to marvel internally. His senses informed him that this elixir was destined for greatness. Reflecting on Lin Fan's words, that each vial could grant him a level of soul power, his gratitude swelled. What merit did he possess to receive such a boon simply for relinquishing his garden? Although he regarded his herb garden as extraordinary, it paled in comparison to these 3 elixirs. Master, while I too wish to partake of these elixirs, they are better suited for you and Miss Wenji, Douluo remarked, noting the longing glimmer in Kai Wenji's eyes. Upon hearing his words, Kai Wenji felt a rush of joy. It seemed this old fellow was indeed a good person. She suddenly felt her earlier efforts in treating Douluo had not been in vain. Wenji, do you wish for one? Lin Fan instinctively turned to Kai Wenji, who was not far away. My lord, I truly desire one, she replied, biting her lip. Her voice a mixture of shyness and apprehension. The reason for her shyness eluded her. However, her trepidation stemmed from uncertainty about whether Lin Fan would regard her as inferior to a man, or whether he would grant her an elixir of such caliber. Wenji, it's not that I'm unwilling to give you one, but these elixirs are only usable by those at the Douluo level and below, Super Douluo. You have yet to reach the Douluo realm, and as I'm a Super Douluo, they must be entrusted to Mr. Douluo, Lin Fan explained. Noting the apprehension in Kai Wenji's eyes, with a resigned sigh, he patted Douluo on the back and turned his attention to Kai Wenji. Douluo, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, no longer insisted. After all, who wouldn't he wish to grow stronger? Although his outward demeanor remained composed, internally, he etched Lin Fan's kindness into his memory. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, not due to dissatisfaction with Lin Fan, but stemming from a sensation that she had reached a bottleneck in her cultivation, unable to enhance her soul power. Wenji, what troubles you? Lin Fan approached her, inquiring with genuine concern. Kai Wenji's healing abilities would undoubtedly serve as his most invaluable support. Fear not, my lord. It is merely that this humble maiden has recently encountered a formidable obstacle, making it challenging for her to progress further. Kai Wenji did not shy away from expressing her concerns directly. After all, as a member of the Heroic Hall, she naturally prioritized Lin Fan's commands and would never conceal anything from him. A bottleneck? Lin Fan exclaimed, taken aback by Kai Wenji's words. It is well known that in the Douluo Continent, powerful auxiliary martial souls either reached a certain peak or were singular in lineage. With this in mind, Lin Fan began to inquire further into the mysteries of Kai Wenji's martial soul. However, before he could delve deeper, he was overwhelmed by a potent aura emanating from her martial soul, leaving him gasping for breath. My lord, are you all right? Kai Wenji asked with concern. Observing Lin Fan's reaction, hearing her words, he gently shook his head, indicating that he was indeed fine. Satisfied with his response, Kai Wenji managed to smile. But for the sake of Lin Fan's safety, she decisively employed her healing arts. Yet, she could distinctly sense that her efforts were not yielding the desired effect, leading her to awkwardly retract her moon soul zither and skip over to Lin Fan's side. Huanling, what was that just now? Lin Fan managed to regain his composure and could not resist questioning Huanling. He still felt a sense of indignation. Despite not being among the top powerhouses of the Douluo Continent, his formidable soul rings should have been enough to turn the tide. How could he have been so easily subdued by a mysterious force? Xiao Fanzi, I know you possess a certain intelligence. Ponder this. What could be stronger than you? Huanling did not offer a direct answer, finding the question rather simplistic. So you mean? Lin Fan's thoughts began to align with Huanling's hint. Could it be that Kai Wenji had received an extraordinary opportunity? He realized that Kai Wenji was not originally from the Douluo Continent, but resided in a unique space prepared by the system, meaning no formidable beings from Douluo could masquerade within her. Therefore, if someone stronger than him were not from Douluo, it could only be one of the deities from the divine realm, often seeking amusement. Those deities, long bound by their divine positions, were eager to escape the divine realm, necessitating the passing on of their divine legacy. In essence, Kai Wenji had obtained the inheritance of a god, who was also safeguarding her. Indeed, Kai Wenji has received the legacy of a deity. For you, this is undeniably a fortuitous event, Huanling stated, seemingly having seen through Lin Fan's thoughts. Although Lin Fan's ideas aligned with Huanling's words, hearing this confirmation excited him nonetheless. The prospect of having a future god of healing was truly exhilarating. With such a deity, who would fear the injuries of those around them or their declining health? As Lin Fan spoke, Huanling's tone softened slightly, acknowledging that Lin Fan had not completely lost his wits and still possessed some wisdom. However, Ling felt a sense of frustration, knowing he might soon want to slap Lin Fan for his naivety. Wenji has indeed received the inheritance of a god. The echoes of Ling's words resonated in Lin Fan's mind as he recalled the various gods he had learned about while reading the Douluo side stories. Elemental god, emotion god, war god, original sin god. As the names of these deities flitted through his mind, he suddenly froze at the thought of one particular god. After a moment, Lin Fan looked at Wenji with elation, as if he were a man who had not seen a woman in 10 years, his gaze brimming with fervor. In the vast Douluo divine realm, the only deity truly possessing healing capabilities was one of the 5 divine kings, the goddess of life, who governed existence. If Wenji had indeed acquired the legacy of the goddess of life, did that not imply that the goddess of life was to be Lin Fan's companion? The thought of having such a devoted healer in his ranks thrilled Lin Fan immensely. Xiao Fanzi, you must not think so, Ling interjected, unable to contain himself at Lin Fan's foolish expression. Who says Wenji can only be favored by a healing deity? In the original narrative, Tang San, merely a grass-type martial soul, was chosen by the sea god and the Shura god. Do you see my point? Ling delivered this blow to Lin Fan's enthusiasm. Lin Fan nodded thoughtfully, realizing the flaw in his reasoning. After all, if the goddess of life had not chosen Tang San, whose martial soul represented life, it was clear that the connection between divine positions and martial souls was not definitive. You are right, Ling. I have been remiss, Lin Fan acknowledged with a smile. He found it hard to imagine how inept he would be without such a system. At that moment, Wenji, feeling Lin Fan's unwavering gaze upon her, could not help but feel a flush of shyness. Even a stranger's bold stare could evoke such feelings, let alone the gaze of the man she admired. My lord? Wenji bit her lip delicately, speaking with a hint of bashfulness. Lin Fan, having extricated himself from his conversation with Ling, responded with a soft However, this only deepened Wenji's embarrassment, causing her to shy away from meeting his eyes. Just then, both were startled by a thunderous laugh. Ah! Following the sound, they beheld a beaming Douluo, laughing heartily as if he had achieved something he once deemed unattainable. The realm of Super Douluo. His hair had turned jet black. His eyes sparkled with vitality, and his once aged skin had regained its youthful smoothness. Feeling the transformation within, Douluo was overcome with emotion. In the next moment, he rushed to Lin Fan, kneeling without hesitation before him. I, Douluo, pledge my loyalty to Lord Lin Fan, and I shall spare no effort. With this declaration, a crisp system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Douluo loyalty, 100. Do you wish to recruit Douluo into the heroic hall? Upon hearing such a sound, Lin Fan exhibited little reaction, as this was rather commonplace. Bring Douluo into the Hall of Heroes, Lin Fan said calmly. In the next moment, both Douluo and Lin Fan found themselves within the Hall of Heroes. Not only was Douluo perplexed, but Lin Fan too wore a bewildered expression. How did they suddenly arrive here? As it was Douluo's first visit to this place, his confusion was vividly apparent. Mr. Douluo, this is the very heart of my Hall of Heroes. Lin Fan gestured towards the stone table at the center of the hall. Douluo nodded in acknowledgement and followed Lin Fan to the center. Upon reaching the stone table and observing the information of the 3 members displayed, Douluo was left utterly astonished. Bai Qi, level 96 title Douluo. Tang Hao, level 95 title Douluo. Wenji, level 89 soul Douluo. If Bai Qi and Wenji did not elicit much surprise from Douluo, the mention of Tang Hao completely left him dumbfounded, especially with the title of Hao Yin, which firmly established Tang Hao as the Hao Yin Douluo. Mr. Douluo, do you wish to join my Hall of Heroes? Lin Fan turned his gaze back to Douluo and smiled. Upon hearing this, Douluo smiled slightly and respectfully replied, I am willing to devote my entire life to serve the Hall Master. As these words concluded, a statue of an elderly man materialized within the Hall of Heroes. Simultaneously, a new entry appeared in the Heroic Chronicle. Character, Douluo gender, male, martial soul, Emerald Lizard King. Soul power level, level 95 Super Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow. Purple, purple, black, 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 black. Nickname, Snake King. Douluo stared in astonishment at the statue that had suddenly appeared. Initially puzzled, he soon felt a sense of honor as he noticed that each of the other 3 members also possessed their own statues. In his eyes, with Lin Fan's capabilities, it would not be long before they could match the Spirit Hall in strength. Chapter 48, Prince of Snow Stars. Your Highness, we acknowledge our error. Mr. Douluo, let us proceed, Lin Fan remarked, glancing at the beaming Douluo with a smile. In the next moment, Lin Fan concentrated, and the two departed the Hall of Heroes, returning to the Sunset Forest. At this moment, Douluo had yet to recover from his earlier shock. Had it not been for the fact that his cultivation had increased several-fold, he might have believed that everything that transpired was merely a dream. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, he noticed Kai Wenji nearby, gazing at him with her large, innocent eyes. "My lord, I too desire the celestial herb," she pouted, looking quite pitiful. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan felt compelled to oblige. After all, in the original work, Tang San had gifted Oscar an 8-petaled celestial orchid. Lin Fan recalled the chapters he had read in his previous life, and thought, since that is the case, this 8-petaled celestial orchid should also be suitable for the healing-oriented Kai Wenji. Though the 8-petaled celestial orchid may not be of direct use to Kai Wenji, it was still a gift, was it not? With this thought in mind, he hastily retrieved the 8-petaled celestial orchid and presented it to Kai Wenji's delicate hand. As Kai Wenji felt the orchid in her grasp, she began to examine it closely. The petals of the 8-petaled celestial orchid quivered lightly, its entire form a pristine white, exuding an ethereal quality. Moreover, the rich fragrance of the orchid filled the air, refreshing her senses and invigorating her spirit, compelling her to inhale deeply. "Thank you, my lord," Kai Wenji exclaimed, her fondness for the 8-petaled celestial orchid evident. It was worth noting that this was the first gift she had received from her lord. With this in mind, she secretly cast a glance at Lin Fan before quickly turning away. "Wenji, simply chew and swallow it." Lin Fan recalled Tang San's instructions to Oscar and spoke. "However, this item is only effective for those below level 70. At your current level of 89, it may serve no other purpose than consumption." Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Kai Wenji turned to him with a smile. "My lord, Wenji understands." After speaking, she playfully stuck out her tongue and turned away again. Regardless of its utility, this was Lin Fan's first gift to her, and it was surely extraordinary. "Wenji, consume it and absorb its essence," Lin Fan urged as he observed her delicately cradling the 8-petaled celestial orchid. "No, this is a gift from my lord. How could Wenji possibly eat it?" Kai Wenji replied, her brow furrowing in confusion. "You rarely present me with a gift, and now you want me to consume it? Are you still human?" "Wenji, that 8-petaled celestial orchid cannot survive without specific conditions. You must absorb it quickly." Noting the slight resentment in Kai Wenji's eyes, Lin Fan, though uncertain of the cause, pressed on. Hearing his words, Kai Wenji hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement, slowly beginning to chew the 8-petaled celestial orchid. One could not deny that this talented young woman exuded grace and refinement. Observing Kai Wenji as she gradually consumed the orchid, Lin Fan remarked, "Narrator, a renowned ancient prodigy. And you critique her eating habits? Is this a decline in morals or a distortion of humanity?" Before long, the 8-petaled celestial orchid was entirely consumed by Kai Wenji. "Wenji, do you feel any different?" Lin Fan inquired, aware that the 8-petaled celestial orchid would hold little value for those above the soul sage level. Yet he still asked. Kai Wenji blinked her sparkling eyes, pondered for a moment, and shook her head. "My lord, Wenji does not feel anything unusual." Lin Fan nodded slowly in response to her words. This was entirely within his expectations, and he held no further thoughts. "Mr. Douluo, let us depart." Lin Fan called back to the still somewhat astonished Douluo. Upon hearing this, Douluo remained motionless. Witnessing this, Lin Fan felt a twinge of exasperation. How could this seemingly composed Douluo become so overly excited? Was it merely a matter of him leveling up a few times? Can you not assess the situation with a normal person's reasoning? The phantom spirit huffed in indignation. He vowed that if he were to take a human form at that moment, he would surely strike Lin Fan across the face. Lin Fan truly found it absurd that while he himself did not engage in training, he could not permit others to express their excitement. "All right, I understand." Lin Fan conceded upon sensing the phantom spirit's anger. He had merely spoken offhandedly just moments ago, yet unexpectedly, the spirit took it to heart. Indeed, the spirit is not infallible. "Mr. Douluo still needs to assist your granddaughter in detoxification," Lin Fan pondered momentarily before exclaiming. Upon hearing these words, Douluo quickly composed himself and rushed to Lin Fan's side. This clearly illustrates the depth of Douluo's affection for his granddaughter. "Your Excellency, I must apologize for my uncharacteristic display of excitement, as my strength has undergone a remarkable transformation," Douluo said with utmost respect. Lin Fan, witnessing this, smiled at Douluo and nodded. He understood that strength does not simply materialize out of thin air, though he himself was an exception. In the next moment, Lin Fan and Douluo soared into the air, making their way back to the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Meanwhile, Kai Wenji returned to the system space. as she had yet to acquire the ability to fly. Before long, Lin Fan and Douluo Bo successfully arrived at the Committee of Education at the Heavenly Do Royal Academy. Upon seeing Douluo Bo and Lin Fan enter with smiles on their faces, the expressions of Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng were more dismal than if they had consumed something repugnant. Before Lin Fan and Douluo Bo could utter a word, Prince Xuexing, as if lifting a chick, brought Xuebeng before them and respectfully said, "Your Majesties, my young nephew is headstrong and inexperienced. Please do not hold it against him." As he spoke, Prince Xuexing was drenched in cold sweat. It is worth noting that Xuebeng had indeed plotted to end Lin Fan's life. "How cursed is my family to have such a nephew who brings ruin upon himself. Your Majesty Lin Fan, this time it was indeed my fault," Xuebeng said, feeling the ache in his body as he spoke humbly. His humility did not stem from respect for Lin Fan, but rather from the fact that Prince Xuexing had indeed punished him rather harshly. "Oh, so it seems you recognize your errors?" Lin Fan feigned a smile as he addressed them. "Indeed, we certainly acknowledge our mistakes," Prince Xuexing exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at Lin Fan's words. He had initially thought that a being of Lin Fan's caliber would show no mercy, executing them without hesitation. Furthermore, Lin Fan's strength would pose a significant challenge for the Heavenly Do royal family should they seek to trouble him. It was even possible that Emperor Xueyi would extend an olive branch to the two in front of him. Considering Lin Fan had claimed to be the leader of a certain faction, weren't you just intent on my demise? Lin Fan scoffed in response to Prince Xuexing's remarks. It would be exceedingly challenging for him to forgive those who sought his life. No amount of persuasion would suffice. "That's all just a misunderstanding," Prince Xuexing said with a frown, brimming with helplessness. "Is that so? Then after I eliminate you, I shall explain to that old man Xueyi that it was merely a misunderstanding. How does that sound?" Lin Fan said with a smile, looking at the two. Douluo Bo, however, felt completely indifferent. Even though Prince Xuexing had once saved him, he had already repaid that debt multiple times. Initially, Douluo Bo had harbored some trepidation towards the Heavenly Do royal family, considering he was merely a super Douluo alongside Lin Fan, who was merely a title Douluo. However, having witnessed Lin Fan, now accompanied by 4 super Douluos and a peak soul level healing soul master, he felt entirely unperturbed. Especially now that he had become a super Douluo, he felt a resurgence of the vigor of his youth. He, Douluo Bo, yearned for a battle. Chapter 49. Xuexinghe. You're Lin Fan? Very well then, after I dispose of you, I shall inform that old man Xueyi that it was all a misunderstanding. Is that acceptable? Lin Fan smiled as he addressed Prince Xuexing. Both Prince Xuexing and Xuebeng were taken aback by Lin Fan's words. Prince Xuexing quickly directed a pleading gaze towards Douluo Bo. However, to his dismay, Douluo Bo ignored him, seeing Xuebeng lifted as if he were a chick. Prince Xuexing was filled with both shame and fury. How is it that I am to perish at the hands of this insufferable brat? In a sudden flash of inspiration, Xuebeng freed himself from Prince Xuexing's grasp, defiantly gazing at Lin Fan, unaware of whether it was a bout of madness or something else that prompted his outburst. "You foolish child! Do you not know that I am a prince of the Heavenly Do Empire? This vast empire is far beyond the reach of a mere title Douluo like you." Xuebeng began to selectively forget, disregarding Lin Fan's rank of 95 and his soul ring configuration as he rambled nonsensically. "Senior Douluo," Prince Xuexing said, despair evident in his eyes as he turned to Douluo Bo, "are you truly not going to persuade His Majesty Lin Fan?" Prince Xuexing could not believe that the Douluo Bo he once saved would refuse to assist him. Hearing this, Douluo Bo's eyes flickered with hesitation for a brief moment, but was quickly suppressed. He shook his head resolutely and declared, "I must adhere to the will of the Lord." As soon as Douluo Bo uttered these words, a melodious system notification echoed in Lin Fan's mind. Host has completed the task. Recruit Douluo Bo and receive his affirmative endorsement in front of others. Host is rewarded with 1,000 system coins. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's spirits soared. It is noteworthy that assisting Douluo Bo in leveling up had only cost him 300 system coins. Had he just recouped his investment? With this thought, Lin Fan smiled. Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing, upon hearing Douluo Bo's words, let out a sorrowful laugh. He had never anticipated that the very ally he had brought to bolster his position would be so easily swayed by the opposing side. "Alas, my life is forfeit." Prince Xuexing shook his head, even closing his eyes in resignation, awaiting his fate. "Your Excellency, please wait." At that moment, a commanding voice echoed, jolting Prince Xuexing back to consciousness, causing him to open his eyes. Upon seeing the newcomer, Prince Xuexing was filled with overwhelming excitement. At that moment, An elderly figure stood before Xue Xing and Xue Bong. This elder was garbed in immaculate white robes, his hair and beard entirely white, with silver locks neatly combed behind him. His appearance was ancient, with a face as tender as that of an infant, his expression placid, and his eyes seemingly oblivious to the surroundings. He stood there quietly, exuding an aura of supremacy over all creation. Is this Jian Xin? Character: Chun Xin. Martial Soul: 7 Killing Sword. Soul Power Level: 95. Soul Ring Configuration: yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Character Traits: Supremacy. Background: Protector Douluo of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lin Fan murmured as he absorbed the information flooding his mind. Before he could speak, 3 men and 1 woman appeared. 3 men stood before him: an elderly gentleman, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The lone woman among them was none other than Ning Rongrong, whom Lin Fan had encountered previously. Upon recognizing Lin Fan facing Chun Xin, Ning Rongrong's mouth fell agape, her expression one of utter disbelief. Young man, might you extend a favor to Ning Fengji and spare these 2 from further distress? The middle-aged man stepped forward, speaking in a composed manner. Ning Fengti, of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Lin Fan feigned ignorance, responding, Indeed, Your Excellency, I am Ning Fengji, the current leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. At Lin Fan's words, Ning Fengji's expression darkened slightly. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School was renowned as the wealthiest sect on the Douluo Continent, sustaining the entire Heaven Do Empire. As a well-known merchant and the foremost auxiliary on the continent, he felt slighted by such casual treatment. Yet, despite his internal dissatisfaction, he maintained a posture of utmost respect towards Lin Fan, a title Do, especially given his youthful appearance that belied his formidable status. Ning Feng he scrutinised Lin Fan inwardly perplexed. For the unmistakable aura of title Douluo emanated from him. Your Excellency, I am Xue Qinghe, the Crown Prince of the Heaven Do Empire. On behalf of my royal brother and uncle, I extend my sincerest apologies. The young man standing beside Ning Fengji approached Lin Fan and spoke with deference. You are Xue Qinghe? Lin Fan recognized the voice, now aware of the young man's identity. Indeed, I am Xue Qinghe. May I inquire, Your Excellency, which esteemed figure you may be? Xue Qinghe regarded Lin Fan with a sense of familiarity. I am Lin Fan, the leader of the heroic hall. Lin Fan replied candidly. What? You're Lin Fan? Xue Qinghe's astonishment was palpable. I am indeed Lin Fan. Pray tell, what guidance might His Highness the Crown Prince offer? Lin Fan, though bemused by the sudden shift in Xue Qinghe's demeanor, continued unperturbed. He also conveyed a message to Qian Renxue, indicating that any matters could be discussed later. Upon receiving Lin Fan's telepathic message, Qian Renxue's resolve strengthened, and she responded subtly, ensuring only she could hear her agreement. Your Excellency, I must apologize for my earlier misjudgment. Xue Qinghe hastily expressed his contrition. Your Excellency Lin Fan, regarding the matters of Xue Xing and Xue Bong, perhaps it would be best to leave their fate to the royal family's discretion. Rest assured, we shall administer appropriate punishment, interjected the previously silent elder, cloaked in black. A smile on his face that did little to instill comfort. Oh, Senior Gurong, I shall heed your counsel, Lin Fan replied with a smile, unconcerned. How much chaos could 2 individuals like Xue Xing and Xue Bong truly stir? Indeed, Your Excellency Lin, you are truly a paragon of grace, Ning Fengji remarked, taking note of the exchanges between Chun Xin and Gurong, and wishing to avoid any displeasure for Lin Fan. Ah, Leader Ning, you flatter me. Lin Fan waved off the compliment. Your Excellency Lin Fan, may I take charge of Xue Xing and Xue Bong? Ning Fengji gazed at Lin Fan, his steady demeanor instilling a sense of awe within him. He pondered how a mere youth dared to act so boldly before the distinguished Ning Fengji. By the way, Your Excellency Lin Fan, should the poisoned Douluo have caused you any displeasure, I hope you will not take offense. We are all formidable beings. Let us not allow matters to escalate unnecessarily, Ning Fengji remarked, glancing at Lin Fan and then at Douluo, smiling amiably. Xue Xing and Xue Bong had initially rejoiced at Ning Fengji's arrival, believing they might escape unscathed. However, it became evident that Ning Fengji was not as astute as the rumors suggested, appearing rather naive. Douluo had clearly recognized Lin Fan as his superior. How could he not be irked by their insolence? Oh, are Xue Xing and Xue Bong to be dealt with by you? Is this the royal family's directive or your own? Lin Fan asked, a hint of boredom in his smile. Ning Fengji's eyes flashed with a momentary intensity, but was quickly suppressed. Observing this, Xue Qinghe promptly spoke. Your Excellency Lin Fan, This is undoubtedly the royal family's intent. As the crown prince of the Heaven Do Empire, I can vouch for this. Xueqing has said, his smile directed at Lin Fan. As Lin Fan regarded Xueqing's expression, he sensed an unusual emotion that piqued his curiosity. Having recently arrived at Douluo Continent, he had no ties to Qianren Xue. Very well. Since His Highness the Crown Prince has spoken, I shall leave their fate in your hands, Lin Fan replied with a smile. Xueqing nodded. His demeanor calm, yet Lin Fan sensed an underlying joy. Meanwhile, Gu Rong, Chun Exen, and Ning Fengji appeared utterly bewildered, having anticipated a more confrontational encounter with the youthful titled Douluo. To their surprise, Lin Fan had granted Xueqing a favor, despite his noble status, leaving them to wonder how Xueqing, a mere prince, could be so easily disregarded. However, Ning Fengji, as the teacher of Xueqing, could not help but feel a sense of joy upon witnessing such a scene. After all, he was not a petty and spiteful person who would begrudge his disciples' growth. Well done, Qinghe, he thought to himself as he cast a glance at Xueqing. In this way, at least he had extended a favor to that fellow, Xueyi. Lord Lin Fan, might I inquire if you have the leisure to visit my 7-treasure glazed tile school? Ning Fengji's gaze was filled with anticipation as he looked at Lin Fan. Although Lin Fan's arrogance was somewhat off-putting, he certainly possessed the credentials to be so. Achieving the rank of title Douluo at such a young age was no trivial accomplishment. He had also heard that Lin Fan was the master of the heroic hall. If a master of such caliber was indeed affiliated with a prestigious sect, establishing a good rapport could undoubtedly elevate the status of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ning Fengji's expression grew even more fervent. I appreciate your kind intentions, Sect Master Ning, but my sect is currently facing some matters that render it inconvenient for me to visit. I hope for your understanding, Lin Fan replied, unexpectedly declining the invitation with a shake of his head. Very well, if you find the time in the future, do feel free to visit my 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji said, a tinge of disappointment in his heart, yet he managed to maintain a smile. After all, they were one of the 3 foremost sects. Would Lin Fan really not have an interest in visiting? Lord Lin Fan, may I be so bold as to inquire if you have engagement? Ning Fengji, recalling his obedient daughter hiding behind him, couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Lin Fan appeared to be only slightly older than Rong, and if he were not already bound by a marriage contract. Upon considering this, Ning Fengji felt increasingly assured of his intentions. Should he succeed, it would greatly benefit the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. Simultaneously, Lin Fan would not be at a disadvantage either. It should be noted that the 7-treasure glazed tile school not only possessed strength, but also had abundant resources and connections. In comparison, if this endeavor proved feasible, Lin Fan would gain even more. Sect Master Ning, I assure you, I do not have such an engagement, nor do I have any desire for one. Lin Fan replied after a moment's contemplation. In his view, marriage contracts were hardly desirable. If it weren't for that contract in the original story, that foolish Dai Mubai would have pursued whatever he pleased without ultimately forcing the unwilling Zhu Zhuqing into marriage with him. Ning Fengji was taken aback by Lin Fan's response, as it deviated from the course he had anticipated. He had expected Lin Fan to be the one to propose an engagement with the 7-treasure glazed tile school. It was then that he noticed the girl standing beside the 3 major committee members. Could it be that Lin Fan brought that little girl with him? Ning Feng Timuset, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing with a furrowed brow. I have no engagement, but I do have someone worth protecting and who requires my protection, Lin Fan said, turning his gaze toward Zhu Zhuqing, a smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. She had overheard Ning Fengji's proposal regarding a marriage contract, and the thought of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's grandeur made her feel somewhat helpless. In her eyes, Lin Fan should have been bound by an engagement with the 7-treasure glazed tile school, and she wished for such a connection to exist, as it would undoubtedly offer immense benefits to him. However, hearing Lin Fan's words stirred a deep sense of gratitude within her. Despite having nothing of value herself, Lin Fan was willing to stand by her side, never forgetting her even in the presence of powerful forces. That alone was enough for her. With that thought, Zhu Zhuqing finally relaxed her furrowed brow and returned Lin Fan's smile. She felt fortunate to have met him. Chapter 51. A bewildered Lin Fan. I now understand. Lord Lin Fan, Ning Fengji said, observing the interaction between Lin Fan and Zhu Zhuqing with a shake of his head. He recognized that with his daughter's temperament, even if an engagement were established, would Lin Fan be able to endure it? Lord Lin Fan, if that is the case, I shall take my leave, Ning Fengji said, addressing Lin Fan. Sect Master Ning, Please do return, Lin Fan replied respectfully, for it was said that one should not strike those who wear a smile. Lord Poison Douluo, if I may be so bold, I urge you to refrain from further disputes with Lord Lin Fan in the future, Ning Fengji remarked, casting a resigned glance toward Douluo. How can this old man still engage in quarrels like a youngling? Haha, Sect Master Ning need not worry. I shall refrain from such behavior. Douluo chuckled in response. First, as a member of Lin Fan's faction, how could he possibly engage in quarrels with him? That would be a waste of time. Second, he would need to be capable enough to hold his own, despite a wave of inner complaints. Douluo still nodded with a smile. He was no fool. He considered how Ning Fengji would feel if he learned that Douluo had aligned himself with Lin Fan's strength. Bewildered? Helpless? Resigned? Regardless of the sentiment, it would only serve to heighten Ning Fengji's vigilance. With all these considerations, how could Douluo easily expose himself? Lin Fan, observing Douluo's demeanor, couldn't help but silently commend him. That is for the best. In that case, I shall take my leave, Ning Fengji said once more, cupping his fist in farewell. Before vanishing alongside the sword law, Lord Lin Fan, this matter involves my uncle and fourth brother, and I kindly request that you accompany me to the Tiando royal family to discuss it with my father, Xueqing has stated, nodding toward Gurong. In the next moment, a dark portal appeared beneath Gurong's feet, and shortly thereafter, Lin Fan, Gurong, Xueqing, and Douluo found themselves within a palace. Your Highness, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave, Gurong said, glancing at Xueqing upon their arrival. After all, as one of the two titled Douluos of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, he was indeed quite occupied. Xueqing nodded in agreement. Soon, only Douluo, Lin Fan, and Xueqing remained in the vicinity. Mr. Douluo, please take your leave and protect Zhu Qing, the girl accompanying the three major committee members, Lin Fan instructed Douluo, simultaneously conveying a silent message. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Douluo nodded in response. It was imperative that he ensure Zhu Qing's safety, even at the cost of his own well-being. He believed that Zhu Qing was destined to become the future mistress of the hall. Yet, Douluo had witnessed Kai Wenji's healing techniques, and, logically speaking, as long as one remained alive, there was hope for recovery. Thus, he felt a sense of reassurance. In fact, if he managed to protect well, Lin Fan might even reward him handsomely. With this thought, Douluo left the place in high spirits. At that very moment, as Douluo departed, Xueqing smiled and spoke, Brother Lin, this is my domain, free from the prying eyes of others. Upon uttering these words, Xueqing slowly peeled away the outer layer of her visage, revealing her true appearance beneath. Her skin was as pristine as snow, her nose straight and elegant, and her slender eyes held a hint of regal beauty. She's truly breathtaking, Lin Fan exclaimed, gazing at the enchanting Qian Renshua before him. Although he had known of her ethereal beauty in his past life, the moment she stood before him, he felt an overwhelming excitement. However, Lin Fan was left momentarily dazed. Before he could comprehend the situation, Qian Renshua suddenly embraced him tightly. Stunned, Lin Fan relished the warmth of her embrace, yet was utterly bewildered. He could swear to the heavens that he had no prior acquaintance with Qian Renshua. How had he found himself in her arms? Surely, such events were beyond the realm of fiction. Brother Lin, I have missed you, Qian Renshua said softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Can you explain this to me? Fantasy spirit? Lin Fan was in a state of frantic confusion, for the sight of the one he cherished in tears was unbearable. Although he had merely admired the fictional Qian Renshua in his previous life, it did not diminish his affection for the real one before him. To put it simply, he was captivated by her essence. Xiao Fan, do you remember the intimacy level with Bibi Dong at 99? The fantasy spirit chimed in, a teasing lilt to its voice. Hearing such a tone, Lin Fan knew trouble was brewing. Of course, but what does that have to do with the present situation? He replied, exasperated. How could it not? You didn't think that Bibi Dong's intimacy level was merely due to her liking you, did you? The fantasy spirit retorted, slightly incredulous. Wait, isn't that the case? Lin Fan questioned, puzzled. Are you seriously telling me that Bibi Dong doesn't like you? How could there be intimacy otherwise? You truly lack self-awareness. Even the Qianlong, Yin, you has never made such claims. The fantasy spirit responded, exasperated. Though Lin Fan had been perplexed about the Qianlong, Yin Yu's true nature, he chose to remain silent. After all, the fantasy spirit appeared to be in a foul mood, and he had no desire to provoke it. I can tell you that Qian Renshua's affinity for you is at a perfect score of 100. Just as Lin Fan continued to contemplate, the fantasy spirit abruptly interjected. Lin Fan was rendered speechless. An affinity of 100? Fantasy spirit, You can't be implying that Bibi Dong's intimacy level is influenced by my affinity with Qian Rinxue, can you? His emotions were a tangle. The one he admired most among his three goddesses had now become his fervent admirer. Indeed, that is the case. The fantasy spirit confirmed. But why is Qian Rinxue's affinity, for me, a perfect 100? Lin Fan could not help but inquire. Is this concept of affinity really that cheap? I have no idea, the fantasy spirit replied dismissively. It's a gift. Be grateful instead of questioning. As the fantasy spirit fell silent, Lin Fan gazed at Qian Rinxue, who still clung to him, utterly at a loss. Miss Shui. Lin Fan stuttered, his mind blank. Brother Lin, you used to call me Snow. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue looked at him with a pleading expression, her eyes brimming with sorrow. I, Lin Fan stammered, hastily pushing her away, feeling a surge of anxiety. He was utterly confounded. How had he arrived at a point where the icy goddess Zhu Zhuqing had transformed into a docile kitten due to his presence? And Ning Rongrong was now enamored with his looks? Why was he being forcibly embraced by Qian Rinxue? What on earth was happening in this world? Brother Lin Yu. Qian Rinxue's confusion and heartbreak were evident as she gazed at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with a mixture of incomprehension and sorrow. Brother Lin, you cannot treat me this way because of that little girl, she implored, rushing back to Lin Fan, tears streaming down her cheeks. It was not that Qian Rinxue was inherently weak. Rather, the significance of Lin Fan in her heart was immense, and she simply could not bear it. What profound impact did Lin Fan have on Qian Rinxue, that it could evoke tears from one who had concealed her true emotions for years? Lin Fan was utterly flabbergasted. Before he could process his thoughts, a clear, melodious voice rang out. Brother Lin, do you no longer care for Snow? Qian Rinxue stood before him, her eyes wide and filled with distress. You promised to take me home as your bride. How can you break your word so soon? As she spoke, tears flowed freely down her cheeks. The image of the brother she adored was not one to abandon her so easily. Witnessing Qian Rinxue's sorrowful demeanor, Lin Fan felt a wave of sadness and helplessness wash over him. Can someone please explain what is going on here? Xiao Fan, seeing you in such a pitiful state. I suppose I should clarify things for you. The fantasy spirit's voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. At the sound of the fantasy spirit's words, Lin Fan's heart leaped with joy. After all, the matters of the entire Douluo Continent were likely within its knowledge. In comparison, was this situation even worthy of concern? Fantasy spirit, speak, Lin Fan urged without hesitation. The sight of the woman he cherished in tears was a sight he could hardly endure. Ahem, originally, I merely intended to adjust Bibi Dong's affinity for you to 99, rather than her intimacy level. However, that would prevent you from being together with Qian Rinxue. The fantasy spirit spoke earnestly. After all, Qian Rinxue is the daughter of Bibi Dong. If Lin Fan were to be with Bibi Dong, what would become of his beloved Qian Rinxue? Naturally, nothing at all. Hence, I took the liberty of adjusting Qian Rinxue's affection for you to a perfect score of 100. While Bibi Dong's intimacy is merely a byproduct of your relationship with Qian Rinxue. Do you comprehend now? By the way, are you pleasantly surprised or utterly astonished? As Huanying concluded, he once again altered his tone to a teasing lilt. Listening to his tone, Lin Fan felt an urge to curse. Yet he also harbored a sense of gratitude towards Huanying. His affection for Qian Rinxue was genuine. It was true love, not merely a fleeting desire for a physical form. After all, if it were merely lust for Qian Rinxue's body, why would he bother confronting those who disparage the Spirit Hall? Supporting the Spirit Hall is a rarity in the Douluo Continent's community, yet he has become the arch-nemesis of those so-called true fans of Douluo. Furthermore, in his previous life, he had confronted a staggering 45,861 individuals, almost 50,000. Lin Fan would not allow anyone to slander the Spirit Hall without consequences. Of course, the Spirit Hall indeed has its flaws, but one must recognize that the Douluo Continent is a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Here, strength reigns supreme. However, as he considered the young ladies around him, Lin Fan shook his head. He had already entangled himself with Zhu Zhuqing, Wenji, and Shui'er. How long had he been in the Douluo Continent? Yet, he had already developed ambiguous relationships with so many young women. Well, let fate take its course. Lin Fan suppressed his thoughts, pondering silently. It is well known that throughout history, exceptional men have never lacked the company of charming maidens. Brother Lin, why have you fallen silent? Qian Rinxue asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice as she gently touched Lin Fan's cheek, her eyes glistening. Noticing Lin Fan's lack of response, Qian Rinxue shyly pinched his face and then wrapped her arms around him. Feeling that long-lost warmth, despite her current feelings of grievance, she couldn't help but smile. Holding her beloved man felt truly wonderful. Have you had enough of hugging, my Shuer? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qian Rinxue panicked. Her immediate reaction was to release him. After all, she had embraced him without his consent, which could potentially anger him. However, to her surprise, the moment she let go, Lin Fan pulled her closer into his embrace. Though she was uncertain of his motives, Qian Rinxue still relished the moment. You silly girl. Have you grown weary of being in the royal palace for so long? Lin Fan remarked, tightening his hold on Qian Rinxue. He himself was unaware of why he had acted so boldly. Nevertheless, he knew he adored the Qian Rinxue before him. Though he recognized that such a method might not be the most appropriate, he was resolutely Lin Fan, and Qian Rinxue was undeniably his Qian Rinxue. With him around, she would never be bullied. What difficulties could possibly arise? Feeling Lin Fan's affectionate gestures, Qian Rinxue's cheeks flushed with a deep crimson. Brother Lin, you weren't teasing me just now, were you? After teasing, you become so affectionate? You naughty man. Lin Fan observed as the sounds of Qian Rinxue's sobbing faded, replaced by a pout, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Qian Rinxue truly captivated him. Even if it meant bearing the label of a scoundrel, Lin Fan would accept it. Reputation was of no concern to him. Moreover, in the Douluo Continent, very few dared to speak ill of him. Lin Fan was determined to be with all the girls he cherished. That was his goal. Who would dare oppose him? With that thought, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile broadly. In this life, he aspired to live as he desired, surrounded by all those who loved him and whom he loved. Was that not a worthy pursuit? At this moment, Huaniying sensed the shifts in Lin Fan's emotions and couldn't help but feel a sense of approval. How could a man destined for greatness be troubled by such trivial matters? If he loved them, why not marry them all? You earthlings certainly know how to have fun. Chapter 53. Qian Dalu. Son-in-law, I have high hopes for you. Brother Lin, Qian Rinxue said joyfully, basking in the warmth of Lin Fan's embrace. Although she had noticed the close relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Lin Fan, so what? Even if Lin Fan would not have her as a soul woman, she would be upset. She had not only mended her strained relationship with her mother, Bibi Dong, but also persuaded her to have a favorable impression of Lin Fan. This was the utmost she could achieve. Brother Lin, my mother has given her approval for us to be together. Qian Rinxue nestled against Lin Fan. Her cheeks flushed with happiness. I wouldn't have originally agreed. Qian Rinxue pouted, casting a dissatisfied glance at Lin Fan. You're amazing, Shuer. I'm well aware of everything. Lin Fan replied with a smile upon hearing her words. Huaniying was indeed remarkable, seamlessly integrating into Qian Rinxue's memories. How could he not be impressed? Lin Fan then gradually loosened his embrace and gently stroked Qian Rinxue's head. To be honest, it's quite pleasant to touch. Hey, let go. Qian Rinxue shyly protested. Brother Lin, I must tell you that from now on, you ought to listen to Shuer. Otherwise, I won't allow you on my bed. After saying this, Qian Rinxue hurriedly turned her head away, feeling embarrassed. It was her first time saying such a thing, and it was utterly mortifying. Turning her head back, she blushed, thinking to herself, All right, I will heed your wishes. Lin Fan chuckled in response to Qian Rinxue's declaration. Shuer, you truly are adorable. Brother Lin, how can you be so bold with such a little girl? Qian Rinxue turned back, looking at Lin Fan with a hint of reproach, her dissatisfaction evident. Is it because I'm not tall enough, not attractive enough, or not obedient enough? Little? Not little, I say. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Lin Fan's mind inadvertently conjured images of Zhu Zhuqing's figure. Ugh, what am I thinking? He coughed, quickly suppressing his earlier thoughts and attempting to appear serious. To be so bold with such a young girl, you deserve a scolding. Qian Rinxue exclaimed with a hint of indignation. Yet, her words were merely for show. In truth, she knew she couldn't win against him. Brother Lin, you have yet to meet my grandfather. He must see you, said Qian Rinxue as she seized Lin Fan's hand, preparing to venture out. Ah, Shuer, have you forgotten that you are still a daughter? Lin Fan chuckled at the innocent expression on Qian Rinxue's face. Having such a darling in one's life is indeed a great joy. How could I have forgotten? Qian Rinxue replied with a slight smile, fully aware of the stark difference between Lin Fan's gaze now and the one she remembered. However, it was a change for the better. It was certain that the Lin Fan she cherished was indeed the one who bore those enchanting eyes. What was there to fear? Shuer, your flustered demeanor is rather unbecoming. A robust voice resonated just as Qian Rinxue was about to don her human disguise. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man in white appeared before them. Character, Qian Dalu. Gender, male. Power level, rank 99, peerless Douluo. Soul ring configuration, purple, 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 black, 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 black. Title, the strongest in the sky. Angel Douluo. Background: head of the Douluo Hall of the Spirit Hall, high priest of the angel god. The elderly man, clad in flowing white robes, had long hair that danced in the breeze, and his piercing gaze revealed his extraordinary nature. This was none other than the sky's mightiest. Angel Douluo Daolu of the Douluo Continent. Qianrenchue's heart brimmed with joy upon seeing her grandfather. "Grandfather, you have come," she exclaimed as she rushed toward him. For he had always been the one who treated her the best throughout her life. "You're merely a little girl who refuses to grow up," Qian Daolu said. His eyes filled with affection as he regarded Qianrenchue. He had long since become accustomed to her antics. Initially, he had been baffled. After all, how could the mischievous girl who had been hiding within the Tiando royal family be so playful in his presence? Later, upon hearing from Qianrenchue that it was due to a friend, he had dismissed it at first. Just a friend, what could it matter? But when she mentioned that it was a male friend, Qian Daolu could hardly contain himself. He had always kept a watchful eye on the Tiando royal family, hoping one day to uncover the true identity of that male friend before Qianrenchue. He could not help but wonder if this person might be another like Qian Xuanji. "Senior Qian Daolu, it is an honor to finally meet you," Lin Fan said, his surprise evident upon the arrival of the esteemed figure. He had just been playfully teasing Shuer when Qian Daolu appeared. His efficiency was truly remarkable. "You are Lin Fan?" Qian Daolu inquired, his admiration palpable as he sensed Lin Fan's formidable power at rank 95. A young super Douluo, such as he was undoubtedly destined for godhood. With this realization, Qian Daolu's previous reservations dissipated. Such an exceptional individual could hardly be like his own wayward son. "Grandfather Qian Daolu, I am indeed Shuer's boyfriend, Lin Fan. May I inquire what brings you here?" Lin Fan spoke boldly, displaying no hint of trepidation. After all, since Shuer was his, claiming the title of her boyfriend was entirely reasonable. With this thought, Lin Fan nodded inwardly, the facts indeed confirmed. Upon hearing Lin Fan's respectful words and perceiving the sincerity in his eyes, Qian Daolu felt an overwhelming urge to accept Lin Fan as his grandson-in-law. If both were willing, how splendid it would be to arrange a marriage contract. With that in mind, Qian Daolu's gaze turned deeply contemplative as he addressed Lin Fan. "Very well, grandson-in-law. I shall entrust my foolish granddaughter to you." He smiled warmly. "Henceforth, I shall personally arrange your marriage contract." With that declaration, Qian Daolu sealed the space around them, laughed heartily toward the heavens, and departed. Watching Qian Daolu's receding figure, Qianrenchue felt a surge of emotion. "Shuer, your grandfather," Lin Fan remarked with a smile as he observed the departing elder. Truly, Qian Daolu was a remarkable man. With such a grandfather, one must protect the Spirit Hall fiercely. Chapter 54. Qianrenchue, Brother Lin, how could you be so mischievous? Qianrenchue seemed still caught in the shock of the moment. What had she just witnessed? When had her grandfather, Qian Daolu, become so agreeable? She vividly recalled the first man who had dared to approach her with ill intentions, only to see his entire family annihilated by her grandfather. "What is it?" Lin Fan asked, his gaze meeting Qianrenchue's as he smiled cheerfully. Feeling the warmth in his eyes, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson once more. "Brother Lin, did you really tell grandfather that I am your girlfriend?" she inquired shyly, recalling his earlier words in front of Qian Daolu. Simultaneously, she felt a flutter of anticipation. Did I truly hold such a significant place in Brother Lin's heart? "Well, I thought you were going to ask me something serious. It turns out it was this," Lin Fan chuckled, moving closer to gently grasp her small hand. "Silly girl, is there any doubt? If you're not my girlfriend, how could you possibly be my wife?" He replied with mock indignation. "Taking advantage of me, Lin Fan, is not something that can simply be overlooked." With Lin Fan's affirming response, Qianrenchue nodded gently, though inwardly she mused, actually, being your wife would be even better. Lin Fan, oblivious to her thoughts, remained unaware of the events that would soon transpire. "Then, may I steal a kiss from Brother Lin?" Before Lin Fan could respond, Qianrenchue swiftly pressed her lips against his cheek. Then, she playfully shook off the hand he held, pretending as if nothing had happened, standing before him with an air of triumph that was unmistakable. Feeling Qianrenchue's unexpected action, Lin Fan's cheeks flushed slightly. After all, he was still a young man. "You," he began, stepping closer to her, and emboldened he leaned in to kiss her. Still enveloped in the euphoria of the moment, Qianrenchue found herself utterly speechless. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lin Fan before her. She could even hear the rhythmic pounding of her own heart, reverberating with an intensity that was almost overwhelming. Lin Fan, observing the bashfulness etched on Qianrenchue's face, felt little in the way of surprise. After all, she had just kissed him, and his reciprocation seemed entirely justified. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Fan reluctantly released her lips, not out of any particular restraint, but simply because the sensation had been so delightful. Noticing the resentful glimmer in Qian Rushua's eyes, he playfully tapped her forehead. A kiss won't lead to pregnancy, so what are you worried about? Even if it did, I would take responsibility, he teased. Lingo, how'd you become so mischievous? Qian Rushua pouted, her expression a mixture of indignation and charm. You're becoming increasingly outrageous yet. Why do I find it so endearing? Rushua, this is not the moment for nostalgia. We must address Xueshing and Xuebing first. Lin Fan replied with a hint of amusement. Though he longed to indulge in more affectionate moments with Qian Rushua, he could not afford to forget their pressing concerns. We must eradicate the root of the problem. Lingo, are you now completely preoccupied with that little girl? Qian Rushua retorted in frustration, her gaze directed at Lin Fan with palpable disdain. How could she possibly perceive the depths of Xuebing's deceit? Naturally, she attributed the blame to Zhu Zhuqing. If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have surely met his demise. Be good, Rushua, Lin Fan said, unperturbed by her words. Qian Rushua, remaining oblivious to the larger issues at play, could only fixate on her immediate concerns. Nonetheless, when Lin Fan truly beheld Qian Rushua's demeanor, he felt a surge of emotion. It was evident that she cared deeply for him. Rushua, you may not realize it, but consider this. How could a prince like Xuebing stoop to the level of abducting a common girl? Lin Fan gently squeezed her fingers, speaking with genuine sincerity. Don't try to divert the topic. Qian Rushua interjected, her voice laced with resentment. Rushua about Xuebing. Lin Fan replied, but his words were cut off by her stubborn refusal to listen. I won't hear it, she insisted. Rushua, just listen to me. I refuse. Rushua, please. Can you hear me out? After what felt like an eternity, Lin Fan finally freed her lips once more. Just as you might suspect, he seized the opportunity to kiss her again, driven by the ancient adage that no problem is insurmountable when addressed with a kiss. If it were, then 2 kisses, or perhaps even more, would suffice. Qian Rushua murmured, her eyes slightly misty. Rushua, both Xuebing and Xueshing have clearly noticed your unusual demeanor and are likely biding their time to seize an opportunity. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Qian Rushua's expression shifted dramatically. I can't believe that I generously let him off the hook, and he still dares to conspire against me, she exclaimed in anger. Yet, another thought crossed her mind, and a smile graced her lips as she turned to Lin Fan. Lingo, if we could ascribe to them a heinous crime worthy of a powerful scapegoat, they could be exiled. As she spoke, her expression was one of delight, as if to say, why aren't you praising my brilliance? Very well, Rushua, you are indeed clever. Lin Fan acknowledged with a smile, before planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. This is your reward. Chapter 55, Snowy Night, Unfilial Son, Xuebing. Feeling the warmth of Lin Fan's gesture, Qian Rushua paused momentarily, then swiftly donned a human skin mask, transforming once again into the prince of the Tiando Empire, Xuechinghe. Linga, how do I look? Do I not resemble a handsome young man? She teased, her playful demeanor evident. I must admit, you are quite impressive, Lin Fan remarked, not withholding his admiration as he beheld the transformation before him, although he was already aware of the mask's prowess from the original tale. Witnessing it firsthand left him in awe. Could a woman of ethereal beauty, whose grace could rival that of the most enchanting of legends, truly be transformed into a man in the blink of an eye? Your Excellency, this way, please, Qian Rushua said with utmost respect. Lin Fan, though internally bemused, nodded in agreement. After all, he could hardly refuse to support his own girlfriend. Before long, under Qian Rushua's guidance, they arrived at a grand hall exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. However, truth be told, the grandeur of this hall paled in comparison to the Hall of Heroes. Qinghe, you have arrived, came the voice of a venerable elder clad in red robes, adorned with a golden crown, seated upon the throne. Upon seeing Xuechinghe, he smiled warmly, his demeanor radiating politeness and gentleness. Character, Shui. Gender, male. Spirit power level, peak period, level 90 title Douluo. Martial soul, radiant swan. Spirit ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple. Purple, black, 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 black. Background, the current emperor of the Tiando Empire. Your Majesty, this is Lord Lin Fan, a super Qian Rushua introduced with utmost reverence. Despite her respectful tone, Lin Fan could easily discern the disdain and contempt lurking beneath her surface. A super Douluo? At such a tender age? Emperor Juye remarqued skeptically, noting Lin Fan's youthful appearance. Yet in the next moment, the emperor's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he beheld Lin Fan's spirit ring configuration. one that surpassed the realm of ordinary human achievement. Your Excellency has achieved the rank of Super Douluo at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly limitless, Emperor Shui said, sensing Lin Fan's formidable aura. Your Majesty, I have come to seek justice for Lord Lin Fan, Qian Ruxue declared without hesitation. Emperor Zhuye, initially moved to see a being of such caliber brought forth by his son, was taken aback when he heard his son's intent to advocate for this powerful individual. How could a distinguished Super Douluo require the assistance of one who has only recently attained the title of Douluo in his prime? Your Majesty, this matter is rather complex. Qian Ruxue continued, seizing the opportunity. The Avalanche Prince believed that the adult was merely an ordinary individual, intending to toy with his wife. Qian Ruxue immediately began to ramble on, and when Lord Lin Fan chose not to confront him, merely releasing his soul power pressure, the Avalanche Prince audaciously declared, the Tiando Empire, have grand ambitions and fear not a mere Super Douluo. Qian Ruxue, while speaking, glanced at Lin Fan. Your Majesty Shui Yi, it is indeed as such. Lin Fan, naturally, discerned Qian Ruxue's intention and spoke up. Upon hearing Qian Ruxue's words, Shui Yi wore a grave expression. A Super Douluo is indeed a pillar of the Tiando Empire. It seemed that his rascally son, Avalanche, had provoked this situation. Rest assured, Your Majesty, the Tiando royal family will certainly ensure justice for you, Shui Yi said, taking a moment to collect himself. Father, Avalanche seems to have taken a strange turn. Frequenting disreputable establishments, it has become increasingly apparent lately. A genius from the Tiando Royal Academy left with his sister after she was bullied. Qian Ruxue spoke, a hint of sorrow in his voice, albeit feigned. Shui Yi listened thoughtfully, admiring his son's external demeanor. His eldest son, Shui Qinghe, truly was a capable individual. He felt reassured about entrusting the future of the Tiando Empire to him. Qinghe, relay my orders. Demote Avalanche to Nodding City. However, as Avalanche was still his biological son, Shui Yi pondered for a moment before adding, very well, then I shall comply. Initially, Lin Fan contemplated how to dispose of Avalanche. But now he found himself with a new source of amusement. Your Majesty is too modest. In the future, Qinghe will rely on your gracious guidance. Shui Yi quickly responded with utmost respect. At that moment, Shui Yi felt a surge of excitement within. He believed that his relationship with Shui Qinghe was destined to deepen. Reflecting on his son's troublesome antics, he recalled how Avalanche had driven away a promising talent merely for wanting to court another sister. Avalanche, you ungrateful wretch. I shall personally mete out punishment, Shui Yi thought, seething with anger. However, with this incident, it seemed unlikely that anyone would continue to support Avalanche. Thus, it was a foregone conclusion that Shui Qinghe would assume control over state affairs. With this thought, Shui Yi smiled faintly. With a Super Douluo stationed in the royal court, even the seven-treasure glazed tile school would think twice before making any rash moves. How intriguing this Shui Yi was. Lin Fan observed the subtle smile gracing Shui Yi's lips and couldn't help but chuckle. Chapter 56. The Complicated Emotions of Zhu Zhuqing. Brother Lin, you'll get used to it. Qian Ruxue replied, resonating with his sentiment. Having spent considerable time within the Tiando royal family, she had come to find Shui Yi rather eccentric, showing little semblance of a traditional emperor. Brother Fan, where do you intend to go next? Qian Ruxue asked, her eyes widening as she fixed her gaze on Lin Fan. Her voice barely a whisper. Simultaneously, she silently hoped, please don't tell me you plan to go play with that little sister. I wish to seek an audience with the Pope, Lin Fan replied after deliberation. Having been in Douluo for so long, it was unacceptable that he had yet to meet the renowned Pope Bibi Dong. Furthermore, he could not trust that the Dark Goddess legacy was meant for him. The notion of receiving the Dark Goddess inheritance, when he was merely a vessel of two martial souls infused with divine essence, was utterly implausible. To meet Mama? Brother Lin, why do you still address the Pope as your Majesty? That is your mother-in-law, Qian Ruxue exclaimed, her cheeks flushing. Yet, her heart brimmed with joy at Lin Fan's intention to seek her mother, a thought she had never anticipated. Of course, I must first ensure Zhu Qing is settled. Lin Fan added, Shui, be sure to prevent Zhu Qing from facing any grievances while in your care. You are her elder sister. Lin Fan teased, casting a playful glance at Qian Ruxue. Upon hearing this, her face reddened, and she shot Lin Fan an exasperated glare. Understand, even if something were to happen to me, I won't let your precious Zhu Qing come a harm. Qian Ruxue said, feeling exceedingly wronged. Had she not been resilient, she might have already been in tears. Fool, dare you let anything happen? Lin Fan retorted, giving a light tap on Qian Ruxue's head in annoyance. If something were to befall you, the entire Tiando Empire would accompany you to the grave. After stating this, Lin Fan pulled Qianren Shui into his embrace. Xue, you are my treasure, and Zhu Qing is also my treasure. Both of you must take care of yourselves, understood? Lin Fan declared, and before Qianren Shui could respond, he kissed her passionately. Qianren Shui, far from angered by this act, gently patted Lin Fan's back. After a lengthy moment, they parted. Brother Lin, you may go now. Sister Zhu Qing will be safe with me, so don't worry. Qianren Shui smiled sweetly, reassuring him as she caressed his back. Brother Lin, although my mother holds you in high regard, be careful not to provoke her anger, Qianren Shui warned, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan, her face radiant with joy. Feeling the warmth of Qianren Shui's emotions, Lin Fan was momentarily taken aback. The former straight-laced man, who had only had one girlfriend in his past life, who had left him for another, now found himself with two cherished individuals who loved him in return. He had two girlfriends. Shui, splendid. Lin Fan steadied his emotions and stepped before Qianren Shui, responding. Those past matters were no longer worth contemplating, especially as they were not solely in his hands but also in theirs. Brother Lin, let us depart, Shui Qing stated, leading the way, to which Lin Fan nodded in agreement and followed closely behind. Before long, they returned to the Committee of Education, where the three committee members were still fawning over Zhu Qing. Miss Zhu Qing, should you encounter any confusion in the future, feel free to seek out us three old fellows. Meng Xinji said, growing increasingly satisfied with Zhu Qing. Although Zhu Qing's talent paled in comparison to Lin Fan's, who could possibly compare to him? Indeed. Miss Zhu Qing, should anyone bully you, do not hesitate to approach us old fellows, Bai Baoshan added earnestly. Though we may be old, we still possess considerable resilience. His words inevitably elicited a smirk. Bai Baoshan, it seems you were destined to be a robust figure. Miss Zhu Qing, in summary. As Ji Lin observed his two old friends articulating what he wished to express, he was about to speak when he noticed Lin Fan and Qianren Shui approaching. Junior Ji Lin pays respects to Your Excellency Lin Fan. Junior Meng Xinji pays respects to Your Excellency Lin Fan. Junior Bai Baoshan pays respects to Your Excellency Lin Fan. Ji Lin took the lead in respectfully addressing Lin Fan, followed closely by Meng Xinji and Bai Baoshan. Upon seeing Shui Qinghe beside Lin Fan, the trio expressed their reverence once more. Might Your Highness have recruited Master Lin Fan? Meng Xinji communicated telepathically to his two companions. Old Meng, it seems likely. Did you not notice they arrived together? Bai Baoshan concurred with Meng Xinji's assessment. I sense it to be quite probable, Ji Lin added, glancing between Lin Fan and Shui Qinghe in agreement. Esteemed members of the teaching committee, henceforth, I shall rely heavily on you for Miss Zhu Qing. Qianren Shui stated as she approached the trio with utmost respect, though internally she harbored immense disdain. Rest assured, Your Highness, we shall certainly safeguard Miss Zhu Qing. Meng Xinji remarked with a smile directed towards Shui Qinghe. As the three began to consider Lin Fan as part of Shui Qinghe's entourage, their admiration for him grew. After all, even during a snowstorm, such a figure could not be overlooked. This realization filled them with gratitude for aligning themselves with Shui Qinghe. Had they been in another faction, the likes of Lin Fan could easily dispose of them with a mere flick of his hand. Indeed, Your Highness, we shall ensure the utmost care for Lady Lin. Ji Lin observed the two with a smile, subtly elevating Miss Zhu Qing's title to Lady Lin, which unmistakably indicated his regard for her. However, this remark inadvertently incited the ire of Qianren Shui, who recalled Lin Fan had just requested her to assume the role of elder sister. Contemplating this, Qianren Shui devised a rather mischievous plan, casting a triumphant smile at Lin Fan. What, Lady Lin? Miss Zhu Qing is the future princess of this prince. Do you understand? Qianren Shui declared, her expression innocent as she gazed at Zhu Qing beside the three members of the teaching committee. Zhu Qing was momentarily taken aback. Surely, Shui Qinghe must be aware of her relationship with Brother Fan. How could this be? Brother Fan, this. Zhu Qing's eyes shifted to Lin Fan, silently conveying her bewilderment. Zhu Qing, you will come to understand, Lin Fan responded enigmatically, leaving her in a state of confusion. Esteemed members of the teaching committee, please prepare for Zhu Qing. I shall escort her back, Qianren Shui announced, glancing at Meng Xinji and the others before taking Zhu Qing's hand and leading her towards her palace. Lin Fan chuckled softly at the final message from Qianren Shui, echoing in his mind. Brother Lin, kindly ensure your precious Zhu Qing becomes my princess. Shaking his head in resignation, he mused that Qianren Shui would undoubtedly clarify matters, hence he refrained from intervening. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, now in Qianren Shui's palace, felt tears welling up in her eyes. She had cherished Lin Fan as her most beloved, yet she found herself forsaken. This thought pierced her heart with anguish. But wait. The royal family of the Star Luo Empire has already been subdued by Brother Fan. The Heavendo royal family is likely not a formidable threat either. Brother Fan must have his own challenges, she contemplated, her heart a whirlpool of conflicting emotions. However, could she truly let herself be cast aside so easily? Chapter 57. The Inheritance of the Dark God? What, are you dissatisfied? Qian Rinxue quipped, observing Zhu Qing's face contorted with resentment, prompting her amusement. Zhu Qing remained silent, not offering any retort. Sister Zhu Qing, you are still quite young, Qian Rinxue remarked, and as she spoke, she slowly removed her human mask, revealing her true visage. Zhu Qing stared in astonishment as Xue Qinghe transformed into a radiant young lady filled with joy. What, is it that I am too ugly, sister? Qian Rinxue teased, noticing Zhu Qing's shocked expression. No, no, no. Sister, you are truly beautiful. Zhu Qing hastily countered, having witnessed Qian Rinxue's enchanting appearance. Little Zhu Qing is such a good girl. From now on, I shall guide you to become even more remarkable, Qian Rinxue said, affectionately ruffling Zhu Qing's hair. She finally felt the joy of revealing her true self after many years. Sister, what about me? Zhu Qing hesitated, anxious after having her identity laid bare. Little sister, he said he wanted me to take good care of you, Qian Rinxue reassured, observing Zhu Qing's nervous demeanor with a smile. A moment later, she donned her mask once more, reverting to the guise of Xue Qinghe. From now on, sister, I will frequently appear in this manner to be with you, Qian Rinxue declared with a smile. They were blissfully unaware that Lin Fan was observing their every interaction. Initially, he anticipated a clash between the two, yet, to his surprise, they resolved their differences amicably. Such harmony was undoubtedly commendable. Lord Palace Master, may we proceed to detoxify Yin Yin? At that moment, Douluo stood before Lin Fan, inquiring. Lin Fan nodded in agreement, and the next instant, Kai Wenji appeared, gracefully stepping onto the Moon Soul Qin. All right, I know what I must do, she said with an exasperated glance at Lin Fan, rolling her eyes. She then accompanied Douluo to find Douluo Yin. Naturally, Lin Fan had no need to accompany them, as the one being treated was Kai Wenji, who could return to the system's space directly. Thus, for any reason, Lin Fan was not required to be present. Phantom Spirit, can the inheritance of the Dark God be given to another? Lin Fan silently inquired. Upon hearing his words, Phantom Spirit's heart surged with excitement. Finally, you have come to seek my assistance. Phantom Spirit responded with a hint of annoyance. Lin Fan, you are perhaps the rarest host among all, even more audacious than the system itself. Chapter 58. The Extraordinary Charmed Chrysanthemum, gifted to Chrysanthemum Douluo, with the intention of granting the Dark God inheritance to Bibi Dong. Lin Fan swiftly soared towards Spirit City. Regarding Zhu Qing, he firmly believes that Qian Rinxue will undoubtedly handle matters far better than he could. The future monarch of the Dou Empire appears to be a foregone conclusion. With this in mind, Lin Fan smiled to himself, pondering that he seemed to embody the essence of an unparalleled powerhouse. Thus, neglecting his image felt somewhat unbecoming. Indeed, a strong individual ought to present themselves as such. Lin Fan murmured, gradually tempering his smile. Before long, Lin Fan arrived at the Spirit City, specifically at the main hall of the Spirit Hall. A voice, sharp and icy, echoed as he approached. No trespassers are permitted within the main hall of the Spirit Hall. At the entrance, a middle-aged man with a frosty demeanor scrutinized him warily. Character, Wang Qinghe. Gender, male. Spirit, Shadow, Wind, Phantom Wolf. Soul power level, 72. Agility type, 7-ring Battle Spirit Saint. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Identity, Guardian of the Spirit Hall. Typically, Wang Qinghe would have unleashed a torrent of invective at Lin Fan. Fortunately, a steward from a Spirit Hall had exchanged a few pleasantries with him earlier, lifting his spirits and rendering him amiable. Had he directed his ire at Lin Fan, the consequences would have been dire. Here, take a look at this. Lin Fan observed Wang Qinghe and refrained from uttering much, as the latter's duty was to safeguard the entrance of the Spirit Hall, preventing any unauthorized individuals from entering. Thus, he presented his elder's token from the Spirit Hall. Wang Qinghe, upon hearing Lin Fan's words, immediately perked up. That shape resembles the elder's token from the Spirit Hall. However, upon seeing the token and realizing it was not an elder's token, but rather a papal token, he momentarily lost his composure. Indeed, what Lin Fan held was not an elder's token, but a papal token. If it had been another guard, they might not have discerned the difference, but Wang Qinghe, who frequently interacted with various stewards, was well aware. Especially upon seeing Lin Fan's youthful visage, he felt a pang of discomfort. It was abundantly clear that Lin Fan was merely a young man. Throughout his tenure, those bearing elders' tokens had all been elderly. Yet here stood a mere child presenting a papal token before him. Truth be told, Wang Qingge found this hard to accept. Nonetheless, he understood that encountering a papal token was tantamount to meeting the Pope himself. "I, Wang Qingge, have met the esteemed one," he said with deep respect as he returned the papal token to Lin Fan. "Do your best," Lin Fan replied, nodding at Wang Qingge's demeanor. He then took the papal token and, without a moment's hesitation, stepped inside. Wang Qingge watched Lin Fan's retreating figure, shaking his head as he resumed his vigil at the gate. There was no need for him to dwell on unattainable aspirations. Guarding the gate diligently might even lead to a promotion someday. Shortly after, Lin Fan encountered a strange figure clad in black, wearing a mask, who appeared before him. Are you Xiao Fan?" The enigmatic masked man exclaimed, seemingly taken aback by Lin Fan's presence. "Haha, Xiao Fan, you are now a super Douluo? How about a duel in a few days?" The man's laughter, coupled with his appearance, conveyed an eerie and sinister aura. Character, Mei. Soul power level, 95. Agility type, 9 ring, super Douluo. Spirit, Mei. Title, Ghost. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Background, Elder of the Spirit Hall. Fiercely loyal to Pope Bibi Dong, with no ulterior motives. He possesses a spirit fusion technique with his friend Yuguan, known as the Two Extremes Stasis Domain, and rarely reveals his face to outsiders. "Old ghost, Xiao Fan has arrived. How about you whip us up something delicious tonight?" A figure in red suddenly appeared beside the ghost Douluo, speaking in a melodious tone. This individual bore skin as delicate as that of an infant, and his strikingly beautiful visage exuded an unusual allure. His age was indiscernible from his voice, had it not been for the Adam's apple on his throat. One would never suspect him to be a man. He donned a grand crimson robe, a privilege reserved for titled Douluos, adorned with intricate golden and silver patterns, notably featuring a gem the size of a baby's fist that sparkled with golden radiance, exuding an air of opulence. Character, Yuguan. Gender, male. Spirit, strange chrysanthemum. Soul power level, 95. Control type, 9 ring super Douluo. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Background, Elder of the Spirit Hall, loyal to Pope Bibi Dong, with no ulterior motives. He possesses a spirit fusion technique with his friend Ghost Douluo, known as the Two Extremes Stasis Domain, and has a fondness for flowers and plants. "Haha, Ghost Uncle, it's been a while," Lin Fan replied warmly, amused by the gentle exchanges between the two. Having grown accustomed to the formidable capabilities of the system, he knew it was not difficult to conjure memories for the Ghost Douluo and the Chrysanthemum Douluo. "You uncle, this is a gift I have prepared for you." With thoughts of the original narrative in mind, where the Chrysanthemum Douluo had demonstrated unwavering loyalty to Bibi Dong, Lin Fan retrieved a large medicinal herb from the system space. The herb resembled a magnificent chrysanthemum, exhibiting a resplendent purple hue. Strangely, each petal appeared fluffily adorable, forming a cohesive whole, yet emitting no fragrance. The flower's center rose above the petals by a considerable margin, its apex shimmering with a faint golden glow. "This?" Yuguan stared in astonishment at the herb Lin Fan had produced, before his heart surged with elation. "Is this the strange chrysanthemum?" He grasped the celestial herb with great care, his gaze filled with fervor. This herb not only aligned perfectly with his spirit, but also contained energy far denser than that of his own spirit. "Xiao Fan, this gift is accepted. Should you ever find yourself in trouble, do remember to seek me out." Yuguan smiled gently at Lin Fan, cradling the strange chrysanthemum and examining it closely. The ghost Douluo, noticing Yuguan's change in demeanor, was taken aback. Surely, he was aware of Yuguan's fondness for high-grade herbs, and witnessing such a reaction from him after decades of camaraderie was unprecedented. Could it be that the herb Xiao Fan gifted him was truly extraordinary? The ghost Douluo's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pondered this. Upon reaching this thought, Ghost Douluo could not help but cast a sidelong glance in Lin Fan's direction. A smile gracing his lips, the meaning unspoken yet clear. "Xiao Fan, you see, even your uncle Ghost has his struggles. Perhaps you could spare me a herb?" With a grin, he eagerly fixed his gaze upon Lin Fan. Chapter 59, Bibi Dong. "What do you mean by calling me Pope? Just call me mother-in-law." "Hee, Xiao Fan. Do you have anything else?" After entertaining this notion, Ghost Douluo promptly continued with a chuckle. "Being a clever individual, He understood that it was always better to ask for what one desires sooner rather than later. Nevertheless, the sound of his laughter genuinely touched Lin Fan. It was simply enchanting. How could such a melodious laugh exist in this world? Hee, Xiao Fan, do you truly have nothing else? Ghost Douluo urged, noticing Lin Fan's lack of response. As a close companion of Yuguan, Ghost Douluo was well aware of the significance of fine herbs. The excitement that enveloped Yuguan indicated that the herb in question was certainly no ordinary one. It must possess the potential to help him break through his limitations. Surely, it cannot be an ordinary herb, could it? If it were, he would gladly take a dozen. Such a precious herb. How could Ghost Douluo not covet it? It was precisely for this reason that he humbled himself to request it. Upon witnessing this, Lin Fan felt it difficult to refuse. He held a certain admiration for the friendship between Ghost Douluo and Yuguan. Although Ghost Douluo would shrink in the presence of the Haotian hammer, he had never betrayed his friends or put them in a difficult position. The bond forged through countless trials and tribulations was something Lin Fan aspired to have in abundance. However, if such camaraderie were easily obtained, would it not lose its value? Contemplating this, Lin Fan shook his head. Uncle Ghost, take this celestial herb, the ghostly shadow profound herb, and absorb it. It should provide you with a substantial enhancement. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fan selected the most suitable herb for Ghost Douluo from his system space, the ghostly shadow profound herb, swiftly presenting it to him. Name, Ghostly Shadow Profound Herb. Grade, Celestial Herb. For those whose martial spirits are of a sinister nature, it promises a qualitative leap. If the possessor has an agile attack type martial spirit, the effects are particularly favorable. However, for those whose martial spirit is not of a sinister nature, even a powerful agile attack type martial spirit would not yield significant results. As Lin Fan beheld the description that appeared in his mind, he was genuinely astonished. From a realistic standpoint, it was impossible not to be surprised. This was nothing short of a miracle. It was as if this herb had been tailor-made for Ghost Douluo. One might ponder, in the realm of Douluo, is there another individual whose martial spirit embodies such sinister qualities aside from Ghost Douluo? Although this herb held immense significance for Ghost Douluo, it was of no use to Lin Fan whatsoever. The reason it was not mentioned in the original work was likely because there was no one among them capable of absorbing it. Reflecting on this, Lin Fan felt a twinge of helplessness. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Ghost Douluo quickly nodded, accepting the celestial herb with a smile. Just the name alone hinted at its extraordinary nature. Surely, it would help him navigate through his period of stagnation, right? Meanwhile, as Douluo admired the wondrous celestial herb, his eyes glimmered with fervor upon seeing the ghostly shadow profound herb in Ghost Douluo's hands. Xiao Fan possesses so many celestial herbs? Yuguan mused internally, perplexed. He had already discerned that the herb in Ghost Douluo's possession indeed reached the celestial herb level. One must understand that celestial herbs are rare treasures. Who would not guard such a find closely? Yet here was Lin Fan, presenting not one but two, though others might not grasp the value of celestial herbs. His passion for flora made him acutely aware. Such treasures required immense fortune and considerable prowess to acquire. His admiration for the wondrous celestial chrysanthemum stemmed solely from it being a celestial herb. Lin Fan, do you possess more than one herb? Old Ghost, may I take a look at your herb? Yuguan implored, his gaze fixated on the herb in Ghost Douluo's grasp, urgency palpable in his tone. Fefe, no. In response to Yuguan's request, Ghost Douluo playfully shook his head. Old you, I won't share. With that, Ghost Douluo vanished in an instant, having acquired a herb that could greatly benefit his cultivation, leaving him thoroughly satisfied. Douluo, however, clearly could not believe Ghost Douluo would deny him, and he promptly pursued him. Seeing the two depart, Lin Fan shook his head and continued on his path. With their distractions, he found it impossible to accomplish anything meaningful. What's this, Xiao Fan? So preoccupied with gifting those two elders, have you forgotten about me? Before Lin Fan could step through the next door, the voice of Bibi Dong echoed from within. Upon hearing her voice, Lin Fan hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The expansive space contained only himself and Bibi Dong. Fanner, it has been quite a while, Bibi Dong remarked with a smile as she regarded Lin Fan. However, as she explored this divine abode, she discerned that the energy within resonated harmoniously with her own elements, all of which were dark. In her dealings with darkness, Bibi Dong felt no extreme emotions. She also understood why Lin Fan appeared unfazed. The reason was simple. He possessed no affinity for dark elements, rendering this dark god-esque divine abode of little assistance to him, even though the inheritance from this divine abode was not particularly suitable for Lin Fan. It did not mean he could not accept an inheritance that was ill-fitting. In such circumstances, Lin Fan intended to prepare the dark god's inheritance for her. When Bibi Dong contemplated this, the intensity of her astonishment grew stronger. The inheritance from a divine abode was not merely something to be taken lightly. It was not the kind of common fare one could find at a local market. The inheritances from ordinary divine abodes were already exceptional, let alone that of the dark god, one of the 8 renowned elemental gods of the divine realm, which was immensely powerful. Fanner, perhaps you should keep it for yourself. We at the Spirit Hall depend on you and Schwerer. You must cultivate diligently. Yet, Lin Fan found himself perplexed as Bibi Dong did not acquiesce. Instead, she outright rejected his offer. Lady Mother-in-law, the inheritance from that divine abode belongs to the dark god, one of the 8 elemental gods of the divine realm. Ranking among the foremost of the powerful divine abodes, Lin Fan explained. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was momentarily taken aback. The inheritance of the dark god's divine abode? A colossal question surfaced in her mind, leaving her utterly astonished. As the contemporary pope of the Spirit Hall, she reflected upon the ancient tomes she had perused in her youth. It is well known that the dark god ranks among the 8 elemental deities of the divine realm, commanding the formidable force of darkness. Notably, the dark god possesses a soul fusion technique with the angel god. In comparison, the dark god pales significantly when juxtaposed with the Rakshasa god. My son-in-law, if it comes to that, would you prefer to utilize it? Perhaps you and Schwerer could even share a soul fusion technique, Bibi Dong pondered aloud. She was not one to procrastinate or engage in nonsensical chatter. Furthermore, she felt reassured with Qianren Xue alongside Lin Fan. My esteemed mother-in-law, you must accept it. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Lin Fan's demeanor shifted to one of discontent. It is imperative to recognize that accepting a legacy does not entail peril nor impede progress. Moreover, the sooner Bibi Dong completed the inheritance from the dark god, one of the 8 elemental deities, the more assistance he would undoubtedly receive. The value of a being with the strength of a divine-level entity is beyond question. Chapter 61. Bibi Dong accepts the inheritance. On Saturday, updates would arrive between 4 and 5. I assure you, there will be updates between 4 and 5. Lin Fan's expression revealed his discontent as Bibi Dong regarded him, her heart still wavering. Although she understood that the dark god was significantly more powerful than the Rakshasa god and would provide her with greater assistance, she hesitated to agree, especially concerning Lin Fan. However, she acknowledged that Lin Fan's talents surpassed her own, thus amplifying the value of this divine inheritance. My esteemed mother-in-law, if you acknowledge my identity, then please accept this legacy. Lin Fan discerned Bibi Dong's indecision and spoke up. How ludicrous. My soul power has been forcibly bestowed upon me by the system. I have no idea how to cultivate it, yet I am expected to possess a divine inheritance. Bibi Dong pressed her lips together, contemplating deeply. Lin Fan, I will agree to your request. After a moment of introspection, Bibi Dong ultimately nodded. Lin Fan's talent far exceeded her own, ensuring he would acquire a more powerful divine position. At that moment, she sought solace in her own mindset, trying to ease her emotions, yet remained oblivious to the underlying feelings she harbored. Nevertheless, Lin Fan's offering of a divine inheritance as her son-in-law was indeed commendable. As Bibi Dong thought of this, her gaze towards Lin Fan softened. Ding! Detection complete. Bibi Dong's affinity with the host has reached 9,999. Just then, a melodious sound echoed, causing Lin Fan to momentarily freeze. Huanling, has Bibi Dong's affinity for me truly reached 9,999? Lin Fan was taken aback, addressing Huanling. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed in disbelief. His mother-in-law's affinity for him was an astonishing 9,999, while Schwerer's affinity barely exceeded 1. Was this some sort of jest? What is going on? Don't tell me I'm destined to win over both mother and daughter. Oh, it's nothing out of the ordinary, just standard procedure, Huanling replied nonchalantly, though internally he began to curse. Lin Fan, you rascal, always taking advantage while pretending to be innocent. You are truly incorrigible. When I reclaim my position at the pinnacle, I will certainly give you a proper reckoning. Lost in thought, Huanling envisioned the day when he would have Lin Fan at his mercy. At this moment, Bibi Dong was fully focused, preparing to delve into the legacy of the dark god. The legacy of the Rakshasa god was swiftly cast aside, her mind gradually shutting out any thoughts of it. Ding! The host has bestowed the dark god legacy upon Bibi Dong, automatically severing the connection with the host. In that instant, a clear sound resonated, distinctly different from Huanling's voice. Huanling, could you elucidate the nature of this melodious sound? Lin Fan quickly inquired, recalling the earlier noise. Oh, that? It's quite simple. I was too lazy to speak for myself, so I created an emotionless entity to assist. Huan Ling explained with indifference, while internally he lamented, is this the person I must rely on for my future? Lin Fan was not particularly surprised by Huan Ling's perfunctory response. For one of his caliber, such matters were trivial. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong began to sense the energy of the Dark God. Despite her prior understanding of the Dark Goddess might, the actual experience of the inheritance enveloping her was astonishing. What left her even more astounded was the voice resonating within her consciousness. The 9 trials of the Dark God. First trial, truly mastering 99 levels of energy. Indeed, she had directly received the inheritance without undergoing preliminary tests or evaluations of her innate abilities. It is worth noting that the Rakshasa god had merely mentioned her exceptional talent, suggesting she might inherit his divine position. But it was not nearly as grand as the Dark Goddess legacy. Furthermore, the first trial of the 9 trials of the Dark God required her to master 99 levels of soul power, an assessment she would undoubtedly find effortless. Having attained the pinnacle of the ultimate Douluo at 99 levels long ago, she recalled how the Rakshasa god had attempted to awaken her, diminishing her energy. Though ranked as a 99-level ultimate Douluo, the true energy she could wield was limited to 98 levels. Despite the seemingly minor distinction of 1 level, the disparity in strength was monumental. The second elder of the Douluo Hall, the golden crocodile, Duo, had exhausted every means in his power, yet remained unable to surpass the 99-level Grand Elder, the Angel Duo, Qian Daolu. Previously, this had troubled Bibi Dong greatly. However, given the Rakshasa god's formidable might and his intention to pass on his legacy, she felt compelled to remain silent, knowing she could not return to that level of strength. Now, with the Rakshasa god's legacy no longer of any use to her, she could reclaim her former glory. How could she not feel elated? Moreover, with the inheritance of the Dark God, it seems that even the venerable Qian Daolu might find himself at a disadvantage in a contest of strength with her. If this merely brings her joy, then the subsequent thought that crossed her mind filled her with an even greater elation. Unbeknownst to her, a satisfied smile blossomed on Bibi Dong's face. Chapter 62. Bibi Dong accepts the inheritance. Fanner this. Bibi Dong gazed at Lin Fan before her, her heart still wavering. Although she recognized that the Dark God surpassed the Rakshasa god in power and would offer her greater assistance, she found herself hesitating, especially when it came to Lin Fan. She was uncertain of the emotions swirling within her. Nevertheless, she was aware that Lin Fan's talent eclipsed her own, which meant that the value of this divine inheritance would be magnified in his capable hands. Esteemed mother-in-law, if you acknowledge my identity, please accept this inheritance, Lin Fan spoke, keenly aware of Bibi Dong's indecision. What joke! My soul power has been forcibly bestowed upon me by the system. I scarcely know how to cultivate. And now I am to discuss inheriting divine power? Hearing Lin Fan's words, Bibi Dong pursed her lips, contemplating deeply. Feina, Yigli. She finally nodded after a moment of internal deliberation. Lin Fan's extraordinary talent would undoubtedly lead him to acquire a more formidable divine inheritance. Bibi Dong sought to soothe her own feelings, trying to come to terms with her emotions, yet she remained oblivious to the reasons behind her sentiments. However, the thought of Lin Fan, as her son-in-law, bestowing upon her a divine inheritance, did seem to hold some merit. With this thought, her gaze towards Lin Fan softened. Ding. Detection indicates that Bibi Dong's closeness value towards the host is 99.99. At that moment, a melodious chime resonated, leaving Lin Fan momentarily stunned. Illusion spirit. Has Bibi Dong's closeness value towards me truly reached 9,999? Lin Fan exclaimed, bewildered. What on earth is this? Lin Fan thought, unable to suppress his frustration. His mother-in-law's closeness value was 99.99, while even Schwerer's affection for him barely surpassed 0.01. Was this some sort of jest? What are you implying? Don't tell me I'm to enjoy the favor of both mother and daughter. Oh, it's nothing particularly unusual, just standard procedure, the illusion spirit replied nonchalantly. Yet internally, it began to scold Lin Fan. You little rascal, always reaping benefits and pretending to be innocent. You truly need a lesson. As the sovereign prepares to reclaim his pinnacle status, he must certainly teach you a thing or two. The illusion spirit envisioned many years into the future. Picturing the moment, it would press Lin Fan down and rub him into the ground. With a chuckle, the illusion spirit found some comfort in imagining Lin Fan's pleading expression and voice. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong was fully engrossed, preparing to contemplate the inheritance of the Dark God. The legacy of the Rakshasa god was promptly cast aside as she gradually dismissed any thoughts related to it. Ding! The host has bestowed the Dark God inheritance upon Bibi Dong, automatically severing the connection with the host. At that moment, a clear sound followed suit, and Lin Fan immediately sensed that this voice was distinctly not that of the illusion spirit. Illusion spirit, can you explain what this melodious sound is? Lin Fan inquired hastily, recalling the previous chime. Oh, that? Quite simple. This sovereign was simply too lazy and created an emotionless entity to assist me in speaking. The illusion spirit responded with an air of indifference. Yet internally, it couldn't help but grumble. Why only just now realize the difference in sound? Am I to entrust my future to such an unreliable individual? Lin Fan, hearing the illusion spirit's nonchalant reply, was not particularly surprised. After all, for one of its caliber, such matters were trivial. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong had begun to truly sense the energy of the Dark God, although she had mentally prepared herself for the Dark Goddess might. When the inheritance manifested within her, the surge of energy left her utterly astounded. What shocked her even more was the voice that echoed within her consciousness. The 9 trials of the Dark God. First trial, truly mastering level 99 energy. Indeed, it was the 9 trials of the Dark God. She had directly received the inheritance without undergoing the customary tests or evaluations of her talents. It was worth noting that the Rakshasa god merely suggested that her talent was exceptional, perhaps sufficient for inheriting the Rakshasa goddess status. But it paled in comparison to the grandeur of the Dark God's inheritance. Furthermore, the first trial of the Dark God required her to master level 99 soul power. This assessment was undoubtedly a walk in the park for her. She had reached the unparalleled Douluo level of 99 long ago, and the Rakshasa god's words seemed to awaken something within her, causing Bibi Dong's energy to gradually diminish. Although she possessed the title of an unparalleled Douluo, unrivaled on land since Tang Chun, her true mastery was confined to level 98 soul power. Despite the seemingly minor difference of a single level between 99 and 98, the disparity in strength was substantial. It was well known that the second enshrined of the Douluo Palace, the golden crocodile, Douluo, exhausted every means at his disposal, yet could not defeat the 99th level grand enshrined angel Douluo, Qian Daolu. Previously, Bibi Dong had been troubled by this reality, but given the strength of the Rakshasa god and the clear intention to pass on their legacy, she felt she could not voice her concerns, especially since her cultivation had stagnated. Now, with the Rakshasa god's legacy rendered obsolete, she could return to her peak. How could she not feel joy? With this inheritance from the Dark God, she might even stand a chance against the venerable Qian Daolu, if these thoughts merely elicited happiness. The subsequent realization brought her unparalleled joy. Unconsciously, a satisfied smile adorned Bibi Dong's face. Chapter 62. Lin Fan's Blushing Countenance. Schwer is destined to become the goddess of angels, and I too may one day ascend to the status of the Dark God. When that time comes, the entire Douluo Continent shall belong to our spirit hall. With this thought, Bibi Dong's heart surged with excitement and happiness. Ever since she reconciled with Qian Renshua, the mere thought of her filled Bibi Dong with elation. It was only natural that she did not dwell on Lin Fan, as she mused that with his strength, he could likely dominate even the divine realm. Bibi Dong gazed at Lin Fan before her and could not help but shake her head. The future of Lin Fan is far beyond her imagination. Her duty is to assist him to the best of her abilities before he achieves greatness. How do you feel, dear mother-in-law? Lin Fan inquired with a smile directed at Bibi Dong. Yet he could not bring himself to meet her gaze due to the recent revelation from the system regarding the 9,999 intimacy points. Very well, Bibi Dong replied, her face lighting up with a sweet smile as she spoke. Witnessing such a scene caused Lin Fan to blush profusely. Goodness, how can you, a man, be so easily swayed by a woman? Bah, I scoff at you. The spirit, Huanying, raged internally as he observed Lin Fan's crimson cheeks. Fanner, are you feeling unwell? Bibi Dong asked, stepping closer with a slight frown, her tone filled with concern. No, dear mother-in-law, I'm perfectly fine, Lin Fan responded, hastily stepping back as Bibi Dong approached. Oh, I see. That's good to hear, she said, her furrowed brow relaxing as she spoke softly. Listening to his mother-in-law address him in the same manner as his own beloved Schwer and Zhu Qing stirred a complex mix of emotions within Lin Fan. Dear mother-in-law, I must take my leave now. Do take care, Lin Fan stammered, preparing to head back. All right, Fanner, you may go, Bibi Dong replied. Her curiosity piqued by Lin Fan's peculiar behavior, yet she smiled and nodded. Moreover, she must diligently master her level 99 powers and promptly complete the first examination of the Dark God's 9 trials. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's words, Lin Fan quickly made his way outside. Just as he finally exhaled in relief, the voice of Huan Ying erupted into a tirade. Lin Fan, let me tell you, you are such a fool. A grown man, blushing like a schoolboy because of a woman. Truly remarkable. With your demeanor, I doubt conquering the Douluo star will be an easy task for you. Huan Ying's excitement was evident, showcasing his utter disinterest in women. All right, I understand. Lin Fan replied dismissively to Huan Ying's insults, although he felt a twinge of oddity regarding Huan Ying's aversion to women. Hey, Xiao Fan, have you finished your conversation with the Pope? Upon Lin Fan's exit, the empty-handed Gay Mei waved at him eagerly. Beside Gui Mei, the flower Douluo Yuguan was engrossed in admiring the Qirong Tongtianju and the Ging Xianchao, his gaze filled with obsession. The camaraderie between Gui Douluo and Zhu Douluo was indeed enviable. Observing this scene, Lin Fan felt his own tension dissipate considerably. It was evident that Gui Douluo had willingly handed the Ging Xianchao to Yuguan. Otherwise, with Gui Douluo's speed, how could Yuguan ever catch up? However, unbeknownst to Lin Fan, Gui Douluo had simply grown weary of Yuguan's incessant whining and had readily given him the Ging Xianchao. Otherwise, the shock would have been even greater. Uncle Gui, what's going on with Uncle Yu? Lin Fan steadied his emotions, watching Yuguan as he furrowed his brow, laughed heartily, and then appeared lost in thought. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Are you sure this Zhu Douluo isn't losing his mind? Yuguan is merely too infatuated with the herbs to extricate himself." Gui Douluo replied with exasperation, casting a glance at Yuguan. "If only he possessed half your seriousness." With sincerity, Gui Douluo regarded Lin Fan, emphasizing the truthfulness of his statement. "All right, Uncle Gui, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Those two herbs should greatly benefit you both. Make sure to absorb them soon," Lin Fan advised kindly. Eager to witness whether these rare treasures would indeed transform the talents of the Shrek team from the ordinary into the extraordinary. Even if they fell short, they should at least elevate the two by 1 or 2 levels of soul power. "Thank you, Xiao Fan," Gui Douluo exclaimed, followed by Yuguan's cheerful gratitude. "Xiao Fan, I also extend my thanks on behalf of Uncle Yu." As Lin Fan walked away, the sounds of laughter faded behind him. Shortly thereafter, Yuguan emerged from his reverie. Old Gui, he called, hastily approaching Gui Mei. "Guard me. I wish to absorb the Qirong Tongtianju." In a certain forest within the Douluo divine realm, a man clad in a dark red robe and wielding a massive scythe beamed with a radiant smile. Through his connection to his lineage, he became aware that his divine position had been claimed by another, though he did not yet know the specifics of this individual's abilities or gender. He sensed that they had already attained level 99. Thus, they could directly undertake the daunting first examination that instilled fear in many. Wang Zhanxin, the Dark God, felt a surge of excitement as he acknowledged that his legacy had been appropriated. Life in the divine realm was rather dull, and he had no desire to linger there. He had once believed that attaining godhood would grant him eternal life and freedom, only to discover that while immortality was indeed achievable, true freedom remained an elusive dream. Now, as long as his divine position continued, he could traverse various worlds, a delightful prospect. "My dear, my legacy has been claimed by another," he announced, as a woman in a white and yellow gown, sweet and charming in appearance, approached him, sharing in his joy. As the wife of the Dark God, she was none other than the Light Goddess. "My husband, that young girl from the Qian family, possesses extraordinary talent and is well suited to my divine position," the Light Goddess, Qian Shi, mused, recalling the breathtaking beauty of the girl from Douluo Star. "My dear, to be frank, the girl you mentioned is quite close to the one who has inherited my legacy," Wang Zhanxin remarked, sensing the presence of the six-winged angel nearby. "Hee, it would be even better if they shared a close relationship," Qianxi exclaimed, suddenly leaping into Wang Zhanxin's embrace, holding on tightly. Feeling his wife's playful gesture, Wang Zhanxin wrapped his arms around her and strolled towards their cozy cabin nestled within the forest. Then, Chapter 63, The Bewildered Qinming. Not long after, as Lin Fan leisurely soared through the skies, he returned to the Tiando Royal Academy. Soon, he arrived at the committee room, where only the weakest member, Lin, awaited him. "Younger generation Lin, I have the honor of meeting your excellency, Lin Fan." When Lin encountered Lin Fan approaching, his eyes brimmed with astonishment, and he promptly bent his body in a gesture of utmost respect, saying, "Well, Lin, the other two are going to." Lin Fan, gazing at Lin before him, inquired, "Your Highness, just now His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, along with Elder Ming and Old Bai, took Lady Lin and the Crown Princess." Miss Zhu Zhuqing, to arrange the classes, Jilin patiently replied, his tone imbued with gentleness and deference. Crown Princess? Upon hearing Jilin's reference to Zhu Zhuqing, Lin Fan was utterly bewildered. How could his beloved Qing have become the consort of his dear Shuer? What on earth was happening? Indeed, His Royal Highness himself informed us. Initially, we believed she was your lady, your highness. It has truly become quite the comical affair, Jilin remarked, feigning a chuckle. Lin Fan, however, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. What scheme was Shuer concocting? No, they should not be experiencing a conflagration in the rear courtyard, should they? Lin Fan pondered, his mind swirling in confusion. When did the inner palace become a battleground for snatching away your beloved, your highness? Observing Lin Fan's less than joyful demeanor, Jilin felt a twinge of apprehension. I didn't inadvertently say something to displease you, did I? Jilin thought anxiously, fearing for his own life, knowing that even 100 of him would not suffice against Lin Fan's cataclysmic strength. Jilin, take me to find them, Lin Fan stated calmly, his gaze fixed on Jilin. How could Shuer think to wrest Zhu Qing away from him? That was utterly unacceptable. Zhu Qing was his. Very well, your highness, please follow me. Jilin, relieved to see Lin Fan's expression return to normalcy, felt a weight lift from his heart. Thankfully, it seemed the prince was not angry with him. Jilin then led Lin Fan into a classroom within the main campus area. Your highness, I fear Miss Zhu Qing's abilities may not be sufficient to remain here. A teacher named Qin Ming asserted. She must be placed in class 1 of the Tiando Academy. Teacher Qin, Miss Zhu Qing possesses such exceptional talent. It won't be long before she experiences a qualitative leap in her abilities, Jilin countered. As Elder Meng has stated, Miss Zhu Qing's placement in Class 1 is a decision made by our committee, and His Majesty is aware of it. Upon entering, Lin Fan overheard this dialogue. Dream Machine and Bai Baoshan stood calmly before Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue, addressing a middle-aged teacher with composed authority. The man possessed strikingly handsome features, a tall stature, and a perfectly proportioned physique. His skin was fair with a hint of a wheatish tone under the indoor lighting, and his eyes were a deep brown. His long, chestnut hair was styled in a way that framed his face, while the back was tied into a low ponytail, exuding an air of gentle sophistication. His attire resembled a blend of a morning gown and a European military uniform in a refreshing white-green palette, complemented by a black shirt that added an element of allure. The outfit was adorned with exquisite golden embellishments, and he wore a golden sash across his chest, emblazoned with a wolf emblem, while the buckle of his belt bore a flame design. The wolf and flame motifs likely represented his martial soul, the blazing cobalt wolf. Character, Qin Ming. Gender, male. Martial soul, blazing cobalt wolf. Soul power level, rank 62, assault system, 6 titles Soul Emperor. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. Background, first graduate of Shrek Academy. The most outstanding graduate in the 20-year history of the institution. After several years, he entered the Tiando Royal Academy as a teacher and concurrently serves as the leader of the Tiando Academy's Royal Combat Team. Qin Ming is exceptionally gifted, boasting remarkable strength, making him the second youngest Soul Emperor in the continent's recorded history, according to the Spear Hall. Qin Ming? Upon seeing Qin Ming, Lin Fan felt a twinge of incredulity. A man in his 30s, whose 5th soul ring was not even black, genuinely believed he was the second youngest Soul Emperor on the continent based on the records of the Spirit Hall. Greetings, Your Highness. As Qin Ming was about to voice his displeasure at Lin Fan's presence, Dream Machine and Bai Baoshan respectfully approached Lin Fan, thereby silencing Qin Ming's intended outburst. The 3 committee members, with one humbly positioned behind Lin Fan and the other 2 bowing before him, underscored Lin Fan's formidable strength. Brother Fan. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing hurried to Lin Fan's side, softly calling out to him. Qian Renxue, witnessing this scene, also approached Lin Fan. Big brother Lin, is there something you need? Qian Renxue inquired with a smile. I merely came to check on my Zhu Qing, Lin Fan replied, recalling Jilin's earlier mention of the Crown Princess and Qian Renxue's somewhat anxious expression. At that instant, Qin Ming observed the unfolding events with shock. The 3 esteemed committee members, who held sway even before the emperor, were bowing to speak with someone who was merely the sister of that Miss Zhu Qing. Younger Qin Ming pays his respects to Your Highness. Qin Ming, feeling the weight of embarrassment, quickly addressed Lin Fan. Indeed, esteemed committee members, I assume this is the leader of the Tiando Academy's team. Teacher Qin Ming? Lin Fan remarked, casting a penetrating gaze at Qin Ming before turning to the 3 committee members. Although Qin Ming felt a surge of indignation at the shift in attention, He recognized that he had no authority to demand respect from a title de law. Lin Fan's ability to recall his name surprised him, even leaving him somewhat stunned. However, what Lin Fan said next left Qin Ming feeling utterly disheartened. Esteemed committee members, I believe it is time to consider a change in the leadership of the Tiando team. Lin Fan glanced dismissively at Qin Ming, stating, how could a man in his 30s with merely a rank 62 soul power possibly qualify for such a position? What? Qin Ming was taken aback by Lin Fan's words, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He had painstakingly cultivated his soul power to reach the level of Soul Emperor, and now he was being told he was unworthy to represent the academy. But could he go against the words of a title Douluo? Your Highness, I believe I am still capable of fulfilling the role, Qin Ming replied, his voice tinged with grievance. I think Mr. Douluo would be an excellent choice. Lin Fan suggested after a moment's contemplation, smiling. Douluo. The three committee members and Qin Ming simultaneously exclaimed, shocked by the suggestion. While his strength may not be exceptional, he would suffice as a leader, Lin Fan continued. Not exceptional. The esteemed title of a title Douluo that belongs to Douluo raises the question. Can one truly assert that he is not formidable? The three members of the Tiando Academy's committee and Qin Ming simultaneously pondered in silence. You may insult us, but you shall not humiliate us. Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to their expressions or thoughts. Firstly, he was disinclined to care. Secondly, those individuals were simply unworthy of his attention. Your Excellency, should Mr. Douluo truly assume the role of our school as team leader, Teacher Qin Ming would readily relinquish this position. Dream Machine interjected, disregarding any considerations of Qin Ming's feelings. It was imperative to recognize that Douluo was one of the few titled Douluos accessible to the Tiando Empire. Chapter 65, Qin Ming. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty. The three committee members reflected. Had it not been for their guidance, how could Lin Fan have summoned Mr. Douluo to lead the Tiando Royal Academy's team? At this moment, Qian Rinxue remained in a state of bewilderment. Were it not for the committee members already flattering her, she might have succumbed to confusion. What scheme was her brother Lin concocting? To recruit a powerhouse of titled Douluo caliber as the leader of the Tiando Royal Academy's team? Dream Machine and the others paid no mind to Qian Rinxue's thoughts or emotions. Upon hearing her words, they felt a surge of joy. At the very least, it seemed that the prince intended to share some credit with them. Though such credit was trivial compared to their status, it nonetheless indicated that the prince valued their opinions. Not knowing how to respond, Qin Ming contemplated his next steps. He had initially hoped to bring his alma mater's teachers to the Tiando Royal Academy and secure them high positions. Yet now, he lacked the desire to entertain such thoughts. Dream Committee, I, Qin Ming, hereby resign from my position as a Tiando-level teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy, and I ask for your consent. Reflecting on the joyful years spent with numerous teachers at Shrek Academy, a stark contrast to his current predicament at the Tiando Royal Academy, Qin Ming felt an overwhelming urge to return to his alma mater and carve out his own path. Teacher Qin Ming, are you leaving now? Before Dream Machine could speak, Lin cast a discontented glance at Qin Ming. The committee had yet to revoke Qin Ming's position, although it was certain to happen. His resignation at such a critical juncture seemed petulant. Moreover, this petulance was directed at none other than Douluo, a titled Douluo. With this in mind, Dream Machine, by Baoshan, and Lin's admiration for Qin Ming diminished significantly. Teacher Qin Ming, have you made your decision? Despite Qin Ming's disrespectful behavior towards Douluo and Lin Fan, he remained one of the youngest and most capable teachers at the Tiando Royal Academy and should have sought redemption. Dream Committee, by Committee, Committee. I have made up my mind. I wish to venture out and forge my own destiny. So you need not concern yourselves, Qin Ming replied, his feelings of helplessness slightly alleviated by their words, yet still resolute in his decision. Is it true that a leader of the Tiando Royal Academy's team can be so lacking in spirit? Does the Tiando Royal Academy truly possess no outstanding teachers? Lin Fan remarked, observing Qin Ming's demeanor with bemusement. Is it that a titled Douluo has taken your place, a mere Soul Emperor, and yet you are so incensed? Your Excellency Lin Fan, this lad is merely acting on impulse. Please do not take offense. Dream Machine quickly interjected, sensing Lin Fan's demeanor of apathy and disdain. He had no desire to offend two powerful figures over a Soul Emperor soon to be replaced. With a shake of his head, Dream Machine reflected on Qin Ming's behavior, noting that having attained a rank of Soul Emperor had made him rather reckless. Consequently, their fondness for Qin Ming waned further. Your Excellency Lin Fan, it is nothing of the sort. I am simply preparing to return to my alma mater and see if there are any promising talents there. Qin Ming hastily added, not wishing to provoke a titled Douluo aware of the dire consequences that could ensue. Very well, teacher Qin Ming. Since your heart is no longer here, you may take your leave, Bai Baoshan stated blandly, not contemplating further. Regardless of Qin Ming's prowess, he remained a mere soul emperor and would not achieve anything significant. The notion of Qin Ming forging a path for himself was utterly implausible. Would the Spirit Hall and other forces allow such growth? With that thought, Bai Baoshan shook his head slightly, pondering how young and naive Qin Ming truly was. Then I shall take my leave, Qin Ming declared, suppressing his inner turmoil as he surveyed the scene, realizing no one would dissuade him. He slowly exited the committee room. What a farce the Tiando Royal Academy is, filled with short-sighted individuals. I am destined to carve out my own realm. They cannot fathom that my fate is determined by my own resolve. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. With this resolve ignited within him, Qin Ming quickened his pace. Yet, it wasn't long before his fate was sealed. Completing the master's task, Bai Qi nonchalantly waved his scythe, casting aside Qin Ming's remains as he muttered to himself. Chapter 66, Qian Rinxue, Brother Lin Yu. My master, the task is accomplished. Shortly thereafter, Bai Qi returned to the system space and conveyed the message to Lin Fan. Lin Fan responded quietly, showing no further reaction. To him, Qin Ming's strength was akin to that of an ant. Logically, there was no need for him to resort to murder to silence him. However, it seemed more prudent to eliminate him than to allow Qin Ming to return to Shrek, as the latter's presence posed no threat to him. Your Excellency Lin Fan. If that is the case, Dream Machine said, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan with fervent anticipation. His hands trembled slightly. This is undoubtedly a significant accomplishment. Yes. You may take Mr. Douluo first, Lin Fan replied, fully aware of Dream Machine's implication, and motioned for Douluo to proceed as instructed. Very well, Your Excellency Douluo. I shall lead you to see the location of the Tiando team, Dream Machine said excitedly. Let us go, Douluo replied with a slight nod, signaling Dream Machine to proceed. Upon receiving Douluo's reaction, Dream Machine promptly moved to the door, eager to lead the way. His actions, of course, were not without intent. A seasoned title Douluo, unable to surpass a mere soul Douluo. Before long, Douluo and Meng Xinji retreated from the vicinity. Lord Lin Fan Wei. At this moment, Bai Baoshan and Jilin exchanged glances, both uncertain of what to do, and spoke in unison. You should do as you see fit. This matter does not concern you. Observing the scene, Lin Fan gently waved his hand and replied nonchalantly, You two are not needed here. I have my two treasures with me. Indeed, we shall take our leave, Bai Baoshan and Jilin complied, not daring to be obstinate, and promptly exited the committee hall. It was only upon stepping through the doors that their hearts began to settle. The feeling of addressing a youthful title Douluo as a senior while referring to themselves as juniors was a sense of helplessness that others could scarcely comprehend. Now tell me, how did Zhu Zhuqing become the crown princess? Lin Fan inquired, fixing his gaze intently upon Qian Rinxue after the two distractions had departed. What? Is that not acceptable? Qian Rinxue pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. This is not the place for such discussions. Let us retire to our own quarters, Lin Fan suggested, unable to bear the sight of someone with a masculine visage referring to treasures in such a manner, as it struck him as rather peculiar. As for the location Lin Fan referred to, it was the residence prepared for Zhu Zhuqing by Sun Biyu, indeed, his designated space. With that, Lin Fan took hold of each lady's hand and soared towards the abode. Before long, they arrived. Come, swear, I shall watch you squirm in your defense. Lin Fan released his grip on Qian Rinxue, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's hand instead, his voice tinged with discontent. Zhu Zhuqing was his, and so was Schwerer. Now, for Schwerer to declare Zhu Zhuqing as her crown princess? How could Lin Fan tolerate such a proclamation? What did you say? Zhu Zhuqing is mine, and that is that. Do you have any objections? Qian Rinxue responded, removing her mask to reveal her unparalleled beauty, her tone firm. Pouting like that, you must be feeling wronged, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, her gaze fixed on Qian Rinxue's distressed demeanor as she gently pinched Lin Fan's arm. It is unkind of you to treat Sister Schwerer this way. Do you believe I could summon my grandfather to deal with you? Qian Rinxue retorted, regaining her composure, her tone fierce, though her demeanor resembled a dragon's roar. I do not believe it. Lin Fan dismissed her threat without a second thought. With his extraordinary talent, formidable strength, and unmatched background, there was no way Qin Daolu would dare to confront him. Wait, how does Lin Dage know that grandfather would not strike him? Qian Rinxue pondered inwardly, perplexed. After meeting Lin Fan, Qin Daolu had tacitly accepted their relationship, indicating he would not create difficulties for Lin Fan. Schwer, you're simply asking for it. Lin Fan lightly released his hold on Zhu Zhuqing and stepped close to Qian Renxue, catching her off guard with a sudden kiss. Mm. Qian Renxue was taken aback by Lin Fan's boldness, her mind swirling. Her Lin Dage had truly become rather mischievous. Yet, why did she find it so delightful? As she contemplated this, she quickly quelled her thoughts, focusing intently on Lin Fan. Gazing upon his strikingly handsome visage, she found herself momentarily entranced. Her Lin Dage was perpetually so dashing. Soon after, Lin Fan reluctantly withdrew from their embrace, a hint of mischief in his smile. What can I say? Engaging in such activities is quite addictive. Lost for words, are we? He teased, noting the flush of heat radiating from Qian Renxue's face, coupled with an overwhelming sense of shyness. I shall have you reaffirm Zhu Zhuqing as the crown princess. Humph. Lin Dage, how could you be so mischievous? Qian Renxue retorted, her cheeks flushed crimson, unable to suppress her scolding. What can I say? I only playfully torment those I hold dear, Lin Fan replied with a grin, swiftly moving to Zhu Zhuqing's side to plant a gentle kiss upon her cheek. My dear little fool, Zhuqing, you too are my treasure. Lin Fan observed the jealousy radiating from Zhu Zhuqing's expression, breaking into laughter. You both are my cherished ones. As for this crown princess business, I shall knock some sense into you. With that, he playfully nudged Qian Renxue's head, declaring, I shall see if you dare to act thus in the future. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes as he regarded both Zhu Zhuqing and Qian Renxue. Flushed, the two exchanged glances, inwardly grumbling about Lin Fan's antics, pondering who would dare imitate his behavior. Swear, enough of the sulking, Lin Fan gently coaxed, unable to resist the affection he held for those he adored, tenderly stroking her head. Ah, that feels rather nice, Qian Renxue thought, savoring the moment. Lin Dage, I want that too, Zhu Zhuqing piped up, extending her finger to lightly poke Lin Fan's arm. Ah, you. Lin Fan chuckled, bemused by her request. Nevertheless, he affectionately ruffled her hair, reasoning that there was no harm in showering affection upon his girlfriend. Wait, does that even have any legal implications? He mused, realizing there was likely no law against such affection. Lin Dage, Qian Renxue murmured, echoing Zhu Zhuqing's address. Yes, he responded, feeling rather indifferent. After all, regardless of what his girlfriend called him, she was still his girlfriend. Lin Dage, where do you plan to go next? Qian Renxue inquired after a moment of contemplation. Lin Fan could not possibly remain in such a desolate place as the Heaven-Do Royal Academy indefinitely, could he? Upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, Zhu Zhuqing also felt compelled to muster her spirits. She too did not entertain the notion that Lin Fan could accompany her in her studies. Such an idea was simply unrealistic. The thought of a titled law attending school alongside a great soul master was nothing short of preposterous. Fear not, my dear ladies. Lin Fan gently reassured, I have my own plans. The concern expressed by both of his girlfriends truly filled him with immense satisfaction. Hearing Lin Fan refer to himself as husband caused Qian Renxue's cheeks to flush a delicate shade of crimson, prompting her to huff lightly. You dare to call yourself husband when we are not yet wed? How shameless. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing maintained a calm facade, though internally, she was equally elated by Lin Fan's words. At that moment, Lin Fan's thoughts drifted to a character renowned throughout the Douluo Continent, someone who appeared effortlessly formidable. Although his martial soul was merely a lone wolf and his soul rings were nothing more than white and yellow, the original narrative and various fanfictions lauded him as a paragon of excellence. This character, often described as possessing a waste martial soul, had become a celebrated figure across the Douluo realm. Indeed, he was none other than the illustrious Su Yuntao, as the saying goes, the flowing holy soul village. But the unyielding Su Yuntao, Lin Fan was immensely curious to ascertain whether Su Yuntao truly lived up to his legendary reputation in the original tale. Having never witnessed the prowess of this esteemed master previously, he felt compelled to see for himself. Swear, how about we share a slumber tonight? Lin Fan suggested, gazing at Qian Renxue and taking her hand with a smile. Instantly, Qian Renxue's face turned beet red, and she vigorously shook her head. Fangirl, I'm not yet prepared. Although she was older than Lin Fan's 16-year-old form, she was overwhelmed with trepidation. She had often heard maids recount tales of the pain associated with such intimacies and of those who became parents after just one night of sleep. Her mission remained unfulfilled. She could not entertain the idea of a little one just yet. Fangirl, I'm still too young for a baby, she stammered, her cheeks aflame. She was confident her mother and grandfather would concur with her sentiments. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing Qian Renxue's words, was both astonished and perplexed. astonished that her beloved Fan Gu would even contemplate fatherhood at this juncture, and perplexed by the notion that sharing a bed would lead to anything beyond mere slumber. She was acutely aware of the questionable morals exhibited by some lower-tier members of the royal family. If every member of the royal household were paragons of virtue, how could Dai Mu Bai, at such a tender age, be a seasoned lover or be bested by Lin Fan? Schwerer, it is merely a matter of sharing a bed. Holding you close, nothing more, Lin Fan explained, perceiving the fear etched on Qian Rinxue's face. However, even after his reassurances, Qian Rinxue continued to shake her head, indicating her lack of readiness. Seeing her reluctance, Lin Fan chose to remain silent. After all, it was her prerogative to decide what she wished. Yet, all he truly desired was to hold her as they slept, nothing more. Before long, the sky gradually darkened, and after much inner turmoil, Qian Rinxue ultimately decided to stay. However, Dream Machine graciously sent Lin Fan a plethora of items, displaying a semblance of conscience. Zhu Qing, let us retire for the night. As night fell, Lin Fan wrapped his arms around Zhu Qing's waist from behind and spoke tenderly. Feeling Lin Fan's familiar warmth, Zhu Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. Fan Yi, please refrain from any inappropriate actions, she stammered, conscious that Lin Fan's hands-on tendencies were not a recent development. That night, as Lin Fan and Zhu Qing donned their night clothes and prepared for slumber, Qian Rinxue approached, now clad in a flowing robe, her face aglow. After much contemplation, I have decided to join you for the night, lest you take advantage of Zhu Qing. I'm not here to share a bed with you. I am merely ensuring Zhu Qing's safety, she insisted, her cheeks deepening in color. Simultaneously, she chastised herself internally for feeling so embarrassed. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's words, Lin Fan could not help but chuckle, and even Zhu Qing stifled a giggle behind her hand. Sister Schwerer, you need not worry. I wouldn't mind if Fangge took advantage of me, Zhu Qing teased, her face aglow. She had long been Lin Fan's. What was there to fear? This revelation left Qian Rinxue momentarily speechless. Zhu Qing, is this how you truly feel about your sister? She pondered, suppressing a twinge of discontent at the thought of her younger counterpart's naivety. Very well, Schwerer, Zhu Qing, let us all share slumber tonight, Lin Fan declared sincerely, casting a warm glance at Qian Rinxue. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue quickly burrowed into the covers, followed by Lin Fan and Zhu Qing, who joined her. Before the two girls could settle in, Lin Fan enveloped them both in his embrace. As they felt the solid warmth of Lin Fan, their faces burned with embarrassment. Yet, Lin Fan remained oblivious to their discomfort, soon drifting into slumber, for he had matters to attend to come dawn. Su Yuntao, he awaited with great anticipation. Chapter 68. Su Yuntao in Holy Soul Village? Thus, the night passed in tranquil serenity. The following morning, Lin Fan gazed at the still sleeping forms of Zhu Qing and Qian Rinxue, and with utmost care, he rose, dressed, and gently caressed their cheeks, placing a tender kiss upon them before departing. Before long, propelled by swift pace, Lin Fan arrived in Nodding City. Compared to Heaven-Do City, Nodding City lacked allure. Without a moment's hesitation, he resolutely made his way to the Martial Soul Branch Hall. His destination was none other than Su Yuntao. Ding! Host anticipation for Su Yuntao detected. Task initiative, Subue Su Yuntao. Reward, unimaginable. Here a task for you. As the voice of the dream machine resonated within his mind, Lin Fan felt a surge of mixed emotions. After all, Su Yuntao was merely a great soul master, not necessarily worthy of his attention. Yet upon hearing the task, Lin Fan found himself intrigued to give it a try. Was the unimaginable promised by the dream machine truly as simple as it sounded? Upon contemplating this, Lin Fan quickened his pace and soon encountered the Spirit Hall branch in Nodding City. The branch is an imposing structure crowned with a grand dome. Its exterior is cloaked in a rich brown hue, and the emblem of the Spirit Hall above the main entrance features merely a solitary longsword. This singular motif signifies that the Spirit Hall of Nodding City is of the most elementary rank. As he approached, Lin Fan observed that the two sentinels at the entrance appeared to be in their 20s, with their aura of spirit power barely perceptible. It seemed they had not yet attained the level of spirit masters. Indeed, it was evident that Nodding City was rather remote, as reflected in the status of its Spirit Hall, which underscored the city's insignificance within the Tiando Empire. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fan could not help but shake his head. It was no wonder that a formidable spirit master like Su Yuntao received exceptional treatment here. Clearly, this branch of the Spirit Hall was not to be trifled with. Stop right there, young man. This is the Spirit Hall, not a place for idle wandering. You cannot roam freely. the two guards, lacking the qualifications of spirit masters, promptly cautioned upon noticing Lin Fan's arrival. Character, Li Daniu. Spirit power level, 7. Character, Wang Ergo. Spirit power level, 7. Esteemed sirs, I am here to seek out Su Yuntao. I would appreciate your cooperation, Lin Fan replied, choosing his words carefully. After all, while these guards may have been lacking in strength, their professionalism was commendable, not akin to the reckless individuals he had anticipated. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Daniu tentatively attempted to gauge Lin Fan's spirit power level. However, with his own modest level of 7, he could only exclaim, "What the heck?" He sensed that his probing had been abruptly interrupted. Such an impressive individual must possess at least a second ring, he mused. Recalling Lin Fan's prior reference to their branch's steward, Su Yuntao, Li Daniu nimbly tugged at Wang Ergo's sleeve and stepped back. "My lord, please enter," he said with newfound deference. Li Daniu was no fool. He quickly adopted a respectful demeanor. Lin Fan, observing this transformation, merely nodded and proceeded inside. Upon entering, he was greeted by a grand hall adorned with murals upon the dome. Within each small panel, various spirit forms were depicted. Yet this being a branch of the most primitive spirit hall, the variety and quantity of the murals were rather limited. The background was a resplendent gold, exuding an air of nobility while retaining an ancient charm. Vast crystal windows surrounded the hall, and sunlight refracted through them, casting dazzling glimmers upon the murals, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. The interior was sparsely populated, with only a few attendants tidying up. At that moment, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon an elderly gentleman not far from him, and he approached. This was a sprightly old man, clad in neatly tailored spirit master attire, exuding a sense of refinement. However, the standard three-sword emblem upon him betrayed his true strength, indicating that he was merely a great spirit master. "Young fellow, do you require assistance? Are you here to register as a great spirit master or as a spirit master?" the elder inquired, scrutinizing Lin Fan. In turn, Lin Fan was assessing the elderly man's credentials. Character, Matthew Nuah. Age, 82. Gender, male. Spirit power level, 29. Great spirit master. Spirit ring configuration, white-yellow. Position, branch master of Nodding City Spirit Hall, with extensive experience. "Ah, you're the branch master here, Matthew Nuah," Lin Fan remarked, his tone contemplative rather than inquisitive. "Indeed, I'm Matthew Nuah. May I inquire as to your purpose?" Matthew Nuah responded, somewhat taken aback, for he had never referred to himself as the branch master in his 2 decades of service. Even the 2 guards only recognized him as a kind and powerful great spirit master. How did this young man come to know of his title? Realizing this, Matthew Nuah's gaze sharpened with caution. "This you should recognize, I presume," Lin Fan said slowly as he tossed a token towards Matthew Nuah. Seeing the elder's reaction, Lin Fan shrugged nonchalantly. After all, if the ultimate I had deemed Matthew Nuah to possess considerable experience, how could he possibly be unaware of what this token represented? Matthew Nuah's expression turned to one of astonishment as he beheld the token Lin Fan had thrown. Despite his considerable experience, he had never encountered such a spirit hall token before. Yet, he knew that the elder's orders did not bear such a potent aura. Regardless of his circumstances, this individual before him was certainly someone of significant standing, at least a title Douluo. "Branch Master Matthew Nuah greets you, esteemed elder," he said reverently, extending the token towards Lin Fan with utmost respect. "Ah, indeed, Branch Master. I am in search of a great spirit master named Su Yuntao. He is, as I understand, located here." Lin Fan contemplated aloud. "Su Yuntao?" Matthew Nuah pondered the name of that perpetually restless young man, feeling somewhat perplexed. While he acknowledged that Su Yuntao's abilities were commendable, he doubted they would catch the eye of a title Douluo. "My lord, Su Yuntao is currently in Holy Spirit Village conducting spirit awakenings and has yet to return," Matthew Nuah replied, although internally he was baffled. "Holy Spirit Village?" Lin Fan echoed, astonished. "Is Su Yuntao truly in Holy Spirit Village at this moment? Might I need to venture there myself?" "My lord, I would never dare deceive you. Presently, Su Yuntao is in Holy Spirit Village awakening the spirits of children. This village has previously produced a soul sage who loyally served our spirit hall. Hence it is customary for great spirit masters to conduct the awakenings rather than a mere few spirit masters," Matthew Nuah elaborated, eager to clarify any potential misunderstandings. Lin Fan's reaction confirmed his ignorance of these proceedings. "Spirit masters can awaken the spirits of others? Are you serious, my friend?" "My lord, would you like me to escort you to Holy Spirit Village to find Su Yuntao?" Matthew Nuah, disregarding the reason for Lin Fan's visit, sensed an urgency to assist him. The thoughts of a formidable being at the level of a title de law would hardly be swayed by an elderly man who has never transcended the soul master realm in his twilight years. No need. I shall go on my own, Lin Fan promptly replied, shaking his head upon hearing Matthew's words. He was not lacking limbs, nor was he oblivious to the way to Holy Soul Village, even if he were indeed unfamiliar with the route. Was there not the system's navigation to assist him? This subordinate understood that. Matthew felt a pang of discomfort at Lin Fan's somewhat reproachful tone. After years of diligent service, being chastised was disheartening. Lin Fan, however, paid no heed to Matthew's distress and turned away to depart. Before long, he found himself captivated by the scenery along the way to Holy Soul Village. Outside Holy Soul Village lay vast expanses of farmland, effortlessly yielding an abundance of grains, vegetables, and fruits. The produce from this region was essential for supplying Notting City. Although Notting City may not be considered a large metropolis within the Fastno province, its proximity to the border of another empire made it a significant trading hub for merchants from both great empires. Thus, Notting City thrived, resulting in a markedly better quality of life for the common folk in the surrounding villages compared to other regions. Yet, despite this prosperity, a family's annual expenses amounted to no more than a single gold soul coin. Today, as a majority of villagers accompanied children from their families or relatives to awaken their martial souls, Lin Fan attracted little attention, leisurely wandering about. While exploring the eastern part of Holy Soul Village, a particular dwelling caught his eye, not for its opulence or grandeur, but rather for its dilapidated state. On the western side of Holy Soul Village, at the entrance of the village, stood 3 mud brick houses, which could be considered the most rudimentary in the entire village. Atop the central roof hung a wooden sign about a meter in diameter, depicting a rather simplistic hammer. In this world, the hammer widely symbolizes a blacksmith. This reminded Lin Fan that Tang Hao was the only blacksmith in Holy Soul Village, which surprised him somewhat. "Hao Tian," Lin Fan called out inwardly, and soon, Tang Hao appeared before him with great respect. "May I inquire what matters you wish to discuss, my lord?" Tang Hao stood respectfully before Lin Fan, addressing him. Although Tang Hao's loyalty was equally at a perfect score of 100 being bestowed by the system, he did not refer to Lin Fan using the term lord. Moreover, given their limited familiarity, his coarse voice imparted a sense of tension to Lin Fan. "Tang Hao, do you know where this place is?" Lin Fan inquired, gesturing towards the surroundings, particularly indicating the crumbling house. "My lord, I do not know," Tang Hao responded without hesitation. "Could you enlighten me as to this place?" Tang Hao pondered for a moment before speaking again. "This is, no matter, you may return now, Tang Hao." Lin Fan, having heard Tang Hao's words, promptly dismissed him. Without daring to disobey, Tang Hao vanished in an instant. "The illusionary spirit truly is terrifying," Lin Fan mused, shaking his head at the memory of Tang Hao's bewildered expression before his former home. It was indeed challenging for Tang Hao to encounter both him and the illusionary spirit. After all, the illusionary spirit was meant to coexist with him in the future. Could it not obliterate him as well? Curiosity piqued, Lin Fan decided to explore further. Eager to discover if there were remnants of anything else that the title Douluo Continent had left behind, he swiftly entered the house and began to rummage through its contents. Before long, he uncovered a dusty notebook. As he flipped through its pages, he found passages filled with poignant words. "Sister, how are you faring over there? Were it not for our child, I would yearn to join you. Sister, what should I do? Should I continue to persevere? Today, our son prepared a meal for me. He is truly exceptional, just like you." The entries continued, ultimately concluding with the heartfelt line, "Sister, I shall meet you tomorrow at our designated place." It was evident that these were musings penned by the title Douluo during idle moments. Yet from Tang Hao's writings, Lin Fan discerned the location of Tang San's mother, Ain, in the Stardow Forest. Such a revelation was indeed a significant gain. A yin soul bone could still prove useful. Recycling it in the system's marketplace might not be a bad strategy. With that thought, Lin Fan carefully stored the notebook in the system space, as he did not intend to venture to the Stardow Forest just yet. After his previous encounter with the Crimson King, he had begun to consider a backup plan for himself. If faced with a formidable beast like the Crimson King or the likes of Xiong Bai Ji, or the King of 10,000 Beasts, he felt he could manage. However, a confrontation with Emperor Tian would be an entirely different matter. His fate could resemble that of Shrek's Ma Hongjun, and such an outcome would indeed be a costly endeavor. Over there, that must be the hall for awakening martial souls in Holy Soul Village, Lin Fan thought as he stepped out of the dilapidated house, gazing at the tallest and most magnificent structure in the entire village. "I wonder how many prodigies Su Yuntao will manage to uncover this time," he mused, hastening towards that direction. He was eager to witness firsthand whether Su Yuntao possessed the same formidable strength as depicted in the original narrative. Chapter 70. Su Yuntao, my lord, I am willing. Come, come, children, allow your brother to assist you in awakening your martial souls. Lin Fan had barely approached the hall when he heard a booming voice resonate from within. Rushing inside, he soon beheld the speaker. This young man appeared to be in his 20s, with strikingly handsome features, sword-like eyebrows, and starry eyes. Clad in a white form-fitting outfit with a black cloak cascading behind him, he bore a soul character, the size of a fist, emblazoned at the center of his chest, an emblematic attire for personnel directly affiliated with the Spear Hall. Adorning his left chest was a badge intricately carved with long swords, interlaced in an aesthetically pleasing arrangement. Unfortunately, the number of 3 swords represented the 3rd rank of Soul Master, the Great Soul Master, while the long sword indicated that this Spirit Hall attendant was a Battle Soul Master. In summary, at just over 20 years of age, he was a peak 2nd ring Great Soul Master. It must be said his talent was indeed rather astonishing. Character, Su Yuntao. Soul Power Level, Peak Great Soul Master, Level 29. Martial Soul, Lone Wolf. Age, 29. Soul Ring Configuration, White and Yellow. Identity, Gifted, considers himself exceptional. Those with innate full soul power are, in his view, mere waste. Upon reviewing the identity section of Su Yuntao, Lin Fan could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety for him. Indeed, Su Yuntao was rather impressive. Young man, he inquired, are you here for a specific purpose, or perhaps searching for your child? Su Yuntao glanced at the intruding Lin Fan, a slight frown forming on his brow as he spoke sternly. It was crucial to note that he was currently in the Sacred Soul Village testing his martial soul. Recent days had revealed that Tang San, whom he had previously assisted in awakening his martial soul, had become a favored individual in front of the Avalanche Prince and had already reached the level of a Great Soul Master. Perhaps this Sacred Soul Village might yield another of such caliber. If that is not the case, I kindly ask you to leave and refrain from disturbing my work. Su Yuntao concluded, casting a glance back at the group of children behind him. Lin Fan shrugged helplessly, glancing at the children standing behind Su Yuntao. Wang Dego, Martial Soul, Spatula, Innate Soul Power, none. Li San, Martial Soul, Pig Rake, Innate Soul Power, none. Observing the children, all of whom possessed little to no soul power, Lin Fan remarked, Su Yuntao, let us depart. There are no formidable martial souls among these children. With that, he seized Su Yuntao and stood up, making his way outside. It wasn't that he had no desire to converse with Su Yuntao, but the presence of so many people made it rather uncomfortable. The group of children watched in envy as Lin Fan effortlessly lifted Su Yuntao, akin to a chick being carried away. To be able to whisk away a great soul master was indicative of immense power, as Su Yuntao felt himself being drawn outside by Lin Fan. A look of bewilderment washed over him. Am I truly so powerless as a level 29 Great Soul Master with a lone wolf martial soul? No, it is not that I am inadequate. Rather, this esteemed senior is extraordinarily formidable. Upon this realization, Su Yuntao hurriedly addressed Lin Fan, Senior. I beg your pardon for my earlier disrespectful words. Lin Fan remained unfazed by Su Yuntao's apology. Soon, they arrived at a spacious area, where Lin Fan finally released his grip, allowing Su Yuntao to fall to the ground. Without hesitation, Su Yuntao rose, still maintaining a posture of utmost respect towards Lin Fan. Though he may not be particularly talented or wise, he understood the fundamental principle of respecting the strong. Esteemed sir, may I inquire what offense I have committed to provoke your ire? Su Yuntao asked tentatively, unable to meet Lin Fan's gaze. It was worth noting that he had only recently married CC, and with the promise from Matthew to bestow upon him the authority of the branch hall master soon. It was indeed a double celebration. He certainly did not wish to falter at such a critical juncture. Su Yuntao, let us dispense with pleasantries. Would you care to join my faction? Lin Fan stated, tossing the Pope's token before Su Yuntao. He then revealed his 9 soul rings, a sight so astonishing that it could leave anyone in awe, and casually addressed Su Yuntao. Lin Fan had always believed in persuading others through reason. Esteemed sir, I'm already affiliated with the Martial Soul Hall. Surely, this would be inappropriate? Su Yuntao stammered, unable to discern any hidden implications behind the token Lin Fan had cast. Nonetheless, he recognized the 9 soul rings and felt an overwhelming pressure that instilled genuine fear within him. Yet he remained calm. Though he was tempted to immediately pledge allegiance to such a powerful figure, he was aware of the Martial Soul Hall's kindness towards him, as well as the fact that his wife was someone he had met there. He could not simply agree without consideration. Are you foolish? This token is the Elder's token of the martial soul hall. Do you understand? Lin Fan manipulated the spatial force, causing the Pope's token to return to the palm of his hand. He pointed at the token, exasperation evident in his voice. Esteemed sir, do you mean to betray us? Su Yuntao inquired, surprised yet trembling at the implications of Lin Fan's words. Not everyone was as loyal as he was. Moreover, the current Pope was not from the Qin clan, which led him to entertain the notion of betrayal. Absolutely not. How could I possibly betray? I have always been a trusted confidant of the Pope and possess my own influence. So, I ask you, will you join me or not? Lin Fan replied curtly. If it were anyone else, they would have faced the wrath of his temper. Yet, he was patient with Su Yuntao. How audacious! A great soul master dares to act so brazenly? Su Yuntao pondered, weighing the pros and cons internally. Given that this esteemed senior was an elder of the martial soul hall, he must possess the strength of a titled Douluo. If he had personally sought Su Yuntao out, it was clear that he had intentions for him. Thinking this through, Su Yuntao's outward demeanor remained unchanged, yet internally he was elated like a child. To be favored by a titled Douluo was akin to having a windfall drop from the heavens. I am willing to serve and stand by your side, esteemed sir. Please accept my allegiance, Su Yuntao declared earnestly, gazing sincerely at Lin Fan. He understood the wisdom of recognizing the tides of fortune. Having heard Su Yuntao's words, Lin Fan noticed that Su Yuntao's favorability towards him had reached an impressive 80. However, he suspected that much of this was due to his overwhelming power. Esteemed sir, I recently discovered prodigy. Might you wish to investigate further? Su Yuntao pondered for a moment before posing the question. Chapter 71. God of Interdimensional Travel. Brother, you are truly wonderful. Esteemed sir, I discovered a prodigy some time ago. I wonder if you would like to explore this matter? Su Yuntao mused, reflecting on whether the genius in his mind aligned with the one Lin Fan referred to. Oh, a prodigy, you say? What level of genius are we discussing? Lin Fan inquired, smiling lightly but maintaining a calm demeanor. Internally, however, he was somewhat astonished. When had the short-sighted Douluo, Su Yuntao begun to recognize others as geniuses? Esteemed sir, a few days ago, I came across a filthy child on the outskirts of the Stardow Great Forest. Seeing that no one claimed him, I decided to take him in, Su Yuntao admitted, awkwardly scratching his head and chuckling nervously. Oh, and what led you to believe he is a genius? What is his innate soul power level? Lin Fan asked, intrigued by Su Yuntao's assertion. The dolls that one stumbles upon are not all endowed with extraordinary talents, are they? As for me, I find myself lacking in strength, utterly unable to discern the child's soul power. Despite sensing that the child is exceptional, I cannot ascertain the exact measure of their soul energy. Pray tell, how old is the child now? Lin Fan inquired. Merely 6 or 7 years of age. Su Yuntao replied, gradually lowering his head. After all, he was merely an exceedingly mediocre great soul master. Take me there at once, Lin Fan declared as soon as Su Yuntao finished speaking. Su Yuntao was taken aback by Lin Fan's prompt response. Hurry, take me to that child, immediately, Lin Fan urged. In that moment, he had no doubt that Su Yuntao would deceive him, for such an act would yield no benefit to either of them. It seemed that the matter concerning the child was indeed genuine. Very well, my lord, I shall trouble you to escort me back to Nodding City, Su Yuntao said, glancing around with a hint of embarrassment. After all, given his capabilities, the journey back would take considerable time. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, felt no anger and took hold of Su Yuntao, soaring back to Nodding City. During this flight, Su Yuntao witnessed what it truly meant to rush through the skies. And when Lin Fan finally set him down, he found himself in a dazed state. You fool, Lin Fan remarked, slapping Su Yuntao lightly, which instantly brought him back to his senses. Though he felt somewhat wronged internally, he was not foolish enough to voice his complaints. Had it not been for Lin Fan's timely intervention, he might have remained in a stupor. Follow me, my lord, Su Yuntao said, leading Lin Fan towards a dwelling within the city. Upon entering, Lin Fan was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of power. Even with his strength as a 95th level super Douluo, he could not suppress this presence. To his astonishment, he had not sensed this formidable energy before entering the room. Had he felt it outside, he would have likely been summoned by a Douluo level expert long ago. Fortunately, this aura bore no malice, which alleviated Lin Fan's concerns considerably. My lord, this is the child, Su Yuntao stated, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation as he emerged from the bedroom with a small boy in tow. The boy was diminutive, with a pristine visage and a pair of bright, sparkling eyes that shone like marbles. From his appearance alone, it was evident that this child was extraordinary. Uncle, who is this brother? The little boy asked, looking curiously at Lin Fan before turning to Su Yuntao for clarification. This, is a friend of your uncle, Su Yuntao replied vaguely, unsure of how to explain in a way the child could comprehend. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, made no objections and merely shrugged. Character, unknown. Gender, male. Age, indeterminate. Strength, remarkable. Identity, insufficient authority. Phantom spirit, do you require me to elucidate this for you? Lin Fan remarked with exasperation, observing the repeated insufficient authority messages in the information box. Who was it that told me this ultimate probing I could reveal all? Oh, the disparity in strength between you two is too great. If you wish to see, I can certainly show you, the phantom spirit replied calmly, showing no sign of disturbance. Lin Fan felt no particular emotion at this and tacitly accepted the explanation. Character, god of dimensional travel. Strength, pinnacle of divine kingship. Age, 18,000 years. Identity, a being traversing countless dimensions, known to none, with boundless strength and capabilities. The god of dimensional travel? Lin Fan muttered upon receiving the data from the phantom spirit's perspective. No wonder there was insufficient authority. A being of such supreme power was beyond the reach of a mere super Douluo. How delightful it would be if I could win over such a potent entity. With this thought, Lin Fan decisively retrieved a pink-wrapped item from the system space. Su Yuntao looked on, somewhat bewildered, as Lin Fan slowly unwrapped the plastic to reveal its true form. A small stick topped with a sugary orb. This is a lollipop, Lin Fan said, extending the treat towards the little boy. The god of dimensional travel, at that moment, was nothing more than a child, unable to resist the allure of the lollipop. The child's fondness for Lin Fan soared to a remarkable 90. Brother, you are truly wonderful, the god of dimensional travel exclaimed, licking the lollipop with evident satisfaction. Lin Fan, in response, gently ruffled the child's hair, feeling a surge of joy within. Here was a peerless being at the pinnacle of divine kingship, swayed by nothing more than a simple lollipop, though uncertain of when the god of dimensional travel might regain their memories. Lin Fan was confident that his actions were not in vain. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of subduing Su Yuntao and with his assistance, locating the god of dimensional travel. Reward, comprehensive enhancement of Su Yuntao's abilities, loyalty increased to 100. Please acknowledge receipt. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Pinnacle of Divine Kingship. Head pat glory, granting a buff when facing divine kings and lower-tier divine beings. Has the phantom spirit begun to dislike conversing with me? Lin Fan mused aloud upon hearing the melodious voice. Yet, his confusion was quickly overshadowed by joy. Chapter 72. Hall of Heroes, Hero, Wolf King Su Yuntao. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of subduing Su Yuntao and with his assistance, locating the god of dimensional travel. Reward, comprehensive enhancement of Su Yuntao's abilities, loyalty increased to 100. Please acknowledge receipt. Congratulations, host, for achieving the title of Pinnacle of Divine Kingship. Head pat glory, granting a buff when facing divine kings and lower-tier divine beings. As this voice resonated in his mind, Lin Fan could distinctly perceive a significant transformation in Su Yuntao's demeanor and appearance, which now appeared markedly more youthful and vibrant than before. Though the physical changes were considerable, they paled in comparison to the profound shift in his abilities. Reminiscent of the stark contrast between father and son, his power has now reached an astonishing level. One could even describe it as a qualitative leap. A formidable aura emanated from him, and beneath his feet, 9 resplendent soul rings gradually materialized. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. 9 rings, signifying the rank of a title Douluo. His attributes were immensely powerful. Character, Su Yuntao. Gender, male. Affiliation, Hall of Heroes. Title, Wolf King. Strength, level 94. Assault type, 9-ring title Douluo. Title, Wolf King. Martial soul, Wolf King. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. Loyalty, 100. Traits, the chosen one appears as mere fodder in his eyes. At this moment, Su Yuntao had unmistakably transformed into a level 94 title Douluo, a superlative powerhouse. Not long ago, he had merely been a soul master of over 20 levels. In an instant, he had transcended from a soul master to a title Douluo. It is likely that apart from Lin Fan and Su Yuntao himself, no one would believe such a phenomenon. After all, it is simply astounding. Reflecting on this, Lin Fan recalled the initial rewards of this task, those 4 striking characters. Incomprehensible. If this is not incomprehensible, then what could possibly be more shocking? With that thought, Lin Fan shook his head. My subordinate Su Yuntao pays his respects to the Hall Master. Before Lin Fan could utter a word, Su Yuntao, unable to contain his excitement, gazed fervently at Lin Fan and exclaimed. His expression resembled that of a lecherous elder who had not seen a woman in decades upon encountering a petite, delicate girl. The intensity was almost terrifying. At this moment, Su Yuntao's heart was brimming with exhilaration. What merit did he possess to attain, in this lifetime, the level of titled law? Even the realm of Soul Sage seemed like a distant dream to him. Yet now, with the aid of Hall Master Lin Fan, he had ascended to the title Douluo realm. What a tremendous boon! The title of Wolf King? Upon hearing Su Yuntao address him as Hall Master, Lin Fan felt no confusion. Su Yuntao's loyalty had reached 100. How could he possibly be unaware of his own faction? He had witnessed the reliability of the illusory spirit on more than one occasion, and he understood well that if he could not maintain this 100 loyalty, the illusory spirit might just slap itself in frustration. Despite Lin Fan's thoughts, he felt a twinge of astonishment upon observing Su Yuntao's martial soul. He was well aware that for the system, enhancing strength was easier than drinking plain water. However, the transformation of a mere lone wolf martial soul into that of the Wolf King indeed caught him by surprise. It is worth noting that while a lone wolf is a wolf, in the world of Douluo, it is scarcely distinguishable from a wild dog. And yet, such a martial soul had evolved into the Wolf King? Hall Master, I shall undoubtedly follow you henceforth, Su Yuntao declared, kneeling before Lin Fan on one knee. Observing Su Yuntao's resolute demeanor, Lin Fan gently assisted him to rise. All right, get up. As Lin Fan gazed at Su Yuntao, he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. With this, he had gained yet another formidable ally of title Douluo caliber. Considering those he had left behind, Tang Hao, Bai Qi, Kai Wenji, Dugabo, alongside the present Su Yuntao with his level 94 prowess, his Hall of Heroes, though an organization existing within the confines of the system, was undeniably powerful. With such strength, how could he possibly fail to unify Douluo Star or assist the illusory spirit in regaining its physical form? Reflecting on the amnesiac god of interdimensional travel, a smile crept onto Lin Fan's lips. With the countless lollipops he had acquired, could he not remedy that child? And that child would inevitably become his most formidable shield. Does the Hall Master have any directives? Su Yuntao, seeing Lin Fan's silence, assumed he had erred in some way and swiftly spoke up. Yuntao, tidy up your affairs. It's time to leave this place for another. Lin Fan pondered briefly before speaking. How could a member of his Hall of Heroes reside in the dilapidated city of Notting? My lord, I have been an orphan since childhood and have neither wife nor child. What affairs do I have? Su Yuntao replied with utmost sincerity, showing no sign of grievance. Oh, is that so? Then let us depart. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, outwardly accepting Su Yuntao's words. However, he still harbored some doubts regarding Su Yuntao's motivations. After all, Su Yuntao was a formidable figure in the small city of Notting. Surely he could handle that character named Cece from the original story. I will comply with the Hall Master's commands. Su Yuntao, not foolish, perceived Lin Fan's skepticism but remained unfazed internally. After all, he was merely a figure of nominal significance. Why should he go out of his way to flatter? With that thought, Su Yuntao felt somewhat relieved. Hall Master, the avalanche in Notting City, what do you think? Su Yuntao recalled the influential figure known as Prince Avalanche in Notting City and spoke softly. Initially, he had no intention of involving himself with that matter, but he could not allow Avalanche to bully him without consequence. Avalanche, he can be eliminated, no need to leave him alive. Without a moment's thought, Lin Fan responded. An Avalanche, lacking any real capability, was a spoiled brat who had dared to speak disrespectfully to him, a fact that naturally irked Lin Fan. Furthermore, from Su Yuntao's words, it was evident that he had been bullied by this fool named Avalanche on more than one occasion. It was only logical and just that Avalanche should be dealt with. Failing to do so would be a disservice to Su Yuntao and to himself. And failing to uphold his own dignity would be a disgrace to the association of traversers from Huaxia. Given the circumstances involving Qian Renxue, Lin Fan was even less inclined to allow Avalanche to continue unchecked. Chapter 73, Avalanche Death. My dear third wheel, that little sister just now was quite the beauty. On the bustling streets of Notting City, a young man clad in luxurious attire was seen embracing a youth's arm, laughing as he spoke. This individual was none other than the prince exiled to Notting City, Avalanche. Your Highness, how goes the investigation regarding my master? The youth he was forcibly holding was none other than the chosen one, Tang San. Ah, little San, this matter cannot be rushed. There is still no word from the esteemed master. Avalanche replied, patting Tang San's back. Upon hearing Avalanche's words, Tang San couldn't help but feel a sense of exasperation. Tang San, having lived 2 lifetimes, could never bring himself to believe Avalanche's words, regardless of his ignorance of the unfolding circumstances. After all, which emperor would be foolish enough to exile his most cherished son to a desolate place like Nodding City? Years ago, Yu Shaojiang had informed Tang San that Nodding City was merely one of the most backward cities in the Heaven Do Empire, advising him to explore other cities such as Soto City in the future. He had also cautioned against accepting invitations from other academies, insisting that he should attend the Slime Academy in Soto City. Had it not been for the recent personal welcome from Avalanche, the Lord of Nodding City, Tang San would have already set off for Soto City. His current presence beside Avalanche was solely to inquire about his master's whereabouts. In Tang San's heart, apart from his father, his master was the one he held most dear. Hey, Xiao San, don't make that face, Avalanche remarked, noticing Tang San's grim expression. In Avalanche's eyes, Tang San was a veritable weapon. Only 11 years old, yet possessing soul power exceeding level 20. What a remarkable feat. It was noteworthy that even the most talented students at the prestigious Heaven Do Royal Academy, nearing 20, barely attained the rank of Great Soul Master. Reflecting on their first encounter, Avalanche had initially thought Tang San was a gift from heaven itself. Rest assured, my master possesses profound abilities and will not be easily bullied. I, Avalanche, vow on my life that your master is undoubtedly still alive. In a moment of bravado, Avalanche spoke forth his conclusion. I appreciate your kind words. Your Highness Avalanche, Tang San replied, feeling slightly reassured by Avalanche's words. His master, with such talent and capability, surely thrived wherever he was. Xiao San, cheer up. Look at me, I'm out here, charming the ladies, living freely. It's wonderful. Avalanche awkwardly scratched his head, speaking with a hint of embarrassment. While he had once feigned arrogance and lived a life of extravagance at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, he now recognized the vast difference in his current situation, especially with his uncle constantly supervising him back then. Now, he relished his newfound freedom. Your Highness, I must take my leave. Xiao Wu is likely waiting for me, Tang San stated, his doubts about his judgment surfacing once more as he sought to distance himself from Avalanche. Such a person, and you tell me he's a prince? Xiao Wu, Xiao San, please send my regard to Sister Xiao Wu. Take care, Avalanche called out, reminiscing about a girl with silky black hair styled into a neat scorpion braid, cascading past her calves, possessing a slender waist, and dressed in pink. He mused, if I could win her heart, perhaps Tang San would then be mine as well? His imagination began to run wild with this thought. Receiving Avalanche's reply, Tang San refrained from further pretense and swiftly departed using the ghost shadow perplexing step. He was no longer inclined to associate with Avalanche. Yet his concern for his master left him feeling somewhat helpless. Perhaps a visit to the Slime Academy in Soto City would be wise. I recall Xiao Wu seems to enjoy carrots. Who would have thought? He murmured to himself. As Avalanche meandered into the dense forest, something crossed his mind, prompting him to chuckle inappropriately. Yet, before he could close his mouth, a suffocating aura enveloped him, rendering him utterly defenseless. He had not even sensed the impending doom before life was extinguished from him. Wah! The next moment, Su Yuntao appeared before Avalanche, taken aback. He had initially planned to castrate Avalanche before inflicting further harm. Who could have anticipated that Avalanche would be so unresisting? Lord Master, Avalanche, he is dead, Su Yuntao said, casting a pained glance at Lin Fan behind him. Lin Fan, unfazed, regarded the matter with indifference. A mere Avalanche, whether castrated or not, mattered little. He was dead, after all. It's no concern. With Avalanche gone, we can proceed, Yuntao, Lin Fan stated before vanishing from sight. Su Yuntao nodded in agreement and similarly disappeared. Both reappeared simultaneously in the Hall of Heroes, where yet another statue emerged, following by Qi, Kai Wenji, Tang Hao, and Douluo. The Hall of Heroes now bore the statue of Su Yuntao. Below his statue, a line of small text read, Hero of the Hall, Su Yuntao, nicknamed Wolf King. Concurrently, Su Yuntao's information appeared in the Heroic Codex. Su Yuntao, currently a 94th level title Douluo, Martial Soul, Wolf King, a 9-ringed assault system title Douluo. Lord Master, I sense a connection to this statue, Su Yuntao said, momentarily dazed. In time, you will have your own place. You can feel it. Lin Fan said with a mock-serious tone, uncertain of how to access the system space. Lord Master, I can already sense it, Su Yuntao exclaimed, filled with secret joy at the thought of residing in such a fine place. Rest now. I shall seek you out if needed. Lin Fan smiled at Su Yuntao before returning to reality. Casting a glance at the corpse of Avalanche nearby, Lin Fan felt no particular sentiment and kicked it aside as he prepared to leave Nodding City. After all, he needed Xiao Wu for his plans. The time was not yet ripe. Tang San, the destined child, should not be killed before achieving divinity, lest he himself fall victim to the deity of the plains. Thus, in this Nodding City, he was utterly useless. With this thought, Lin Fan slowly ascended into the sky, heading toward a certain direction. He was ready to undertake a significant endeavor. Chapter 74. The Super Artifact, Time and Space Necklace. Now that Lin Fan had resolved what he intended to do next, he commenced his actions. With near instantaneous speed, he soared into the sky, heading towards his intended destination to pursue something monumental. Suddenly, Lin Fan recalled the deity of spatial traversal residing in Su Yuntao's dilapidated home and promptly retraced his steps. It was no trivial matter. This being was of supreme power, a god whose very presence commanded respect, even from the god of Shura. How could Lin Fan afford to overlook such an entity? Am I really that insignificant? The deity of spatial traversal pondered. Before long, upon entering the room, Lin Fan found the deity of spatial traversal gazing at him with sincere eyes. The gaze of the god of interdimensional travel is astonishingly clear, and his smile is profoundly sincere, reminiscent of a love-struck maiden. The god of interdimensional travel clearly articulated, "Brother, I wish to have some candy." Hearing his words, Lin Fan felt as though his heart were melting. The tone was irresistibly endearing. If the god of interdimensional travel were a woman, it is likely that no man would remain impervious to her charm. "Here you go," Lin Fan replied, feeling quite pleased, as he handed over a lollipop with a smile. Only he could manage to win over a being of such formidable power with a simple piece of candy. The god of interdimensional travel, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the offered sweet and turned his gaze back to Lin Fan. Is one not enough?" Lin Fan remarked, observing Su Hao's reaction. Just as he pondered the reason behind the god of interdimensional travel's renewed attention, he witnessed the deity bowing deeply before him. "Thank you, brother, for your generous gift," Su Hao said, his expression brightening with joy as he bent down. "Haha, rise, brother," Lin Fan responded with delight, pulling Su Hao back up. If Su Hao could remember Lin Fan's kindness in giving him the lollipop, it would be a significant boon for Lin Fan. "Brother, this necklace is a gift from me to you," Su Hao declared, removing the necklace from around his neck and offering it to Lin Fan. "Very well, then I shall accept it with gratitude." "Thank you, Su Hao," Lin Fan replied without hesitation, eagerly taking the necklace from Su Hao's hands. At first glance, the necklace appeared no different from an ordinary one. Though the world is filled with countless necklaces, this one was notably simplistic, composed solely of dark beads with a central turquoise gem. However, under Lin Fan's scrutiny, nothing could elude his discerning eye. Time-space necklace, the supreme artifact of the god of interdimensional travel, Su Hao. Description: this object allows the god of interdimensional travel to traverse various dimensions. Function: it permits the holder, under the condition of possessing immense power, to cross into different dimensions. Additionally, the god of interdimensional travel can locate the position of the time-space necklace. Lin Fan struggled to suppress an urge to curse, though he was not one to shy away from the mundane world. The most basic of expletives was, after all, quite normal for him, and could be regarded as a trivial matter. While Lin Fan contemplated Su Hao, the latter spoke up once more. If Su Hao's previous response had been relatively normal, what followed would undoubtedly leave Lin Fan in a state of bewilderment. "Brother, my mother has called me home for dinner. I will come find you to play again when I have the time," Su Hao said, sounding somewhat displeased as he reluctantly departed from Lin Fan's side. Although he left with a sense of reluctance, Su Hao quickly vanished without a trace. His mother called him home for dinner? Lin Fan remained unfazed by this, yet he found himself staring blankly at Su Hao's words. Was this not an ancient trick of deception? Illusion spirit, summon the illusion spirit. Has Su Hao truly left? Lin Fan inquired, sensing he could not detect the direction Su Hao had taken. After all, his power was quite limited compared to Su Hao's, while the illusion spirit possessed infinite strength. "That fellow, behaving erratically during his amnesia, is quite normal," the illusion spirit replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan felt a sense of relief. With Su Hao's power, could he truly manage to harm himself? Chapter 75. The True Dragon 9 Crowns. Dear brothers, in the next couple of days, it will be the weekend, and today I am rather exhausted. Tomorrow, I will post 4 updates, each 2,000 words. That concludes the announcement. Now, my brothers, please get some rest, and do not stay up late. Chapter 76. Arrival at the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family. "Ah, my dearest brother Lin Fan. Do not dwell on other matters for now. Focus on what lies before you, the illusion spirit advised Lin Fan. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Lin Fan brushed his hair back and asked, Illusion spirit, where is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family located? You, my friend, the illusion spirit replied, shaking his head at Lin Fan's naivety. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family resides in the northern part of the Tiando Empire, at Dragon King Mountain. With that, the illusion spirit fell silent. Lin Fan, sensing the illusion spirit's exasperation, shrugged. He was not aware of the location mentioned in the original narrative concerning the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Utilizing his vibrant soul power, he swiftly soared towards the northern part of the Tiando Empire. At that moment, he found himself in the southwestern section of the Tiando Empire. Shortly thereafter, under the cover of night, Lin Fan beheld a towering mountain piercing the clouds, and he could not help but feel a sense of awe. The mountain was indeed beautiful, especially under the moonlight, which added an exquisite charm. As he gazed, he began to descend towards the peak, where simple structures came into view. At the summit, a gigantic stone statue of a dragon caught his attention, likely representing the ancient Dragon King. Who goes there, and what business do you have? Upon landing, Lin Fan was met with a grave voice. Following the sound, he saw an elderly man and a young man approaching him. The young man had spoken first. The elder scanned Lin Fan, a flicker of surprise crossing his features as he quickly spoke. The family disciple has spoken out of turn and been quite disrespectful. I hope the esteemed elder will not take offense. May I inquire as to your purpose for visiting the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family? Lin Fan regarded the elderly man and responded without pretense. I have come to converse with your clan's master. Even if the newcomer disagrees, it is of no consequence. After all, even Yu Yuanjin may not be able to surpass him, let alone this mere soul sage. As for his reaction to Yu Yuan's words, there was no hint of confusion. As an elder, sensing Lin Fan's superior strength, it was only natural for him to show the utmost respect in Lin Fan's presence. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yu Yuan began to scrutinize Lin Fan's appearance seriously. However, gradually, his expression became frozen. Initially, Yu Yuan had merely sensed that the newcomer's cultivation was significantly higher than his own, but now, upon deeper perception, he realized that Lin Fan's soul power pressure was undoubtedly on par with Yu Yuanjin. It is worth noting that Yu Yuanjin is a formidable being of the 96th super Douluo level. Thus, the individual before him was even more astonishing. What truly shocked him was that this person appeared to be merely a youth. The youngest title Douluo Yu Yuan had encountered was none other than the current Pope Bibi Dong. As for Tang Hao, he was forced into becoming a title Douluo with the help of a mere grass, thus not worthy of his consideration. Yet, the youth before him seemed far too young. He felt that the young man beside him was even older. Elder, may I inquire about the matter you wish to discuss? Yu Yuan, recalling Lin Fan's earlier statement, could not help but speak up. He was indeed curious about the cultivation of this youthful figure. You lack the qualification to know, Lin Fan replied coldly. Attempting to walk past him, he had already stated his intention to converse with Yu Yuanjin. It was truly inappropriate for this so-called Yu Yuan to question him. Upon hearing this, Yu Yuan was taken aback. Years ago, he had been invincible among the soul emperors, and even within the ranks of low-tier soul sages. He had been quite formidable. Now, to be looked down upon like this was quite shocking. How dare you speak insolently to Elder Yu Yuan? A young man rushed forward, shouting angrily at Lin Fan. Just as Yu Yuan snapped out of his daze and witnessed the youth's behavior, he hurriedly stepped in front of Lin Fan, shielding him from the young man's wrath. Elder, please forgive this child's ignorance, Yu Yuan said, his heart filled with trepidation. Very well, but please do not obstruct my path. I am here to see your clan leader, Lin Fan replied coldly, continuing forward without a glance back. Yu Yuan, witnessing the scene, could only shake his head helplessly. How could he, usually so astute, be so muddled at this moment? Grandfather Yu Yuan, what is happening? The young man looked at Yu Yuan, confusion etched on his face. Tianheng, you are still too reckless. Yu Yuan moved beside the youth, gently ruffling his hair while speaking softly. Despite the hardships the youth had faced growing up, he was still too young in navigating interpersonal relationships. The individual you just encountered is someone of equal standing to your grandfather. Chapter 77, Yu Yuanjin. Do you possess the requisite strength? May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Lin Fan approached the source of the aura that resonated most closely with his own soul power. However, to his surprise, that powerful figure was also advancing toward him, and soon, Lin Fan heard a voice. As he turned in the direction of the voice, he beheld a figure not far away, clad in a blue robe, with long black hair flowing gracefully, exuding an ethereal presence, smiling at him. Character, Yu Yuanjin. Martial soul, blue lightning tyrant dragon. Soul power level 96, super attack type 9 ring battle super Douluo. Soul ring configuration yellow yellow purple purple black 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 black. Identity current patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, brother of Yu Lumian, father of Yu Xiaojing, uncle of Lu Erlong, grandfather of Yu Tianheng and Yu Tianxin. Responsibility guardian of the ancient Dragon King's burial site on the Douluo Continent. Possessed soul bones. Left arm bone of the 10,000-year soul beast, Radiant Dragon. Head bone of the Golden Horn Dragon. Right arm bone of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Your Excellency, you must be the 18th generation leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Yu Yunjin? Lin Fan smiled as he addressed Yu Yunjin. I am indeed Yu Yunjin, patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. May I ask what brings you here? Yu Yunjin replied, mirroring Lin Fan's smile, though curiosity gnawed at him. While he did not often traverse the continent, he considered his connections to be quite extensive. Little did he know that a figure of such prominence had emerged in the world. It was clear that although he had aged and was not well acquainted with the current state of the continent and its various prodigies, the young man before him appeared no older than his own grandchildren. I have come to pay my respects to your esteemed martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Renowned as the greatest beast martial soul in the world, Lin Fan stated nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Yu Yunjin found himself at a loss for words. He couldn't simply say, now that you've seen it, should you not take your leave? It is said that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon is the world's supreme dragon martial soul. I wonder if you would dare to engage me in battle? Before Yu Yunjin could make up his mind, Lin Fan had already unleashed his martial soul, the Sacred Dragon King, smiling as he did so. Feeling the intense aura emanating from Lin Fan, Yu Yunjin was taken aback and promptly released his own martial soul, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. As the current patriarch of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan with a soul power level of 96, he was naturally capable of transforming into a dragon, manifesting dragon claws, wings, legs, horns, and armor. Once Yu Yunjin clearly saw Lin Fan's martial soul, he was struck with astonishment. It was a dragon. Not only was it a dragon, but its presence was entirely on par with his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Moreover, it was not just any ordinary strength. Before that aura, his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul involuntarily felt a sense of submission, a state he had never encountered since awakening his martial soul. Gradually, he began to sense his fighting spirit dissipating. May I inquire as to the nature of your martial soul? Yu Yunjin instinctively retracted his martial soul, awkwardly glancing at Lin Fan as he asked, I am a 95th level super Douluo, wielding the martial soul, Sacred Dragon King. Lin Fan replied with a smile, casually retracting his own martial soul. After all, he had keenly observed Yu Yunjin's reaction moments earlier. This dragon indeed belonged to a distinctly hierarchical race. He couldn't help but wonder how his martial soul would respond in the presence of the Golden and Silver Dragon Kings. Sacred Dragon King. Yu Yunjin murmured the name of Lin Fan's martial soul repeatedly, realizing that it truly lived up to its name. A king, an indomitable king. Your Excellency, I must inquire directly, what is the purpose of your visit? Please do not beat around the bush. Although Yu Yunjin felt a sense of helplessness, the suppression of his martial soul by Lin Fan compelled him to engage in this conversation with an air of calmness. I have come not for a mere visit, but to discuss matters concerning our respective factions, Lin Fan stated after a moment of contemplation. Oh, so you intend to subjugate us? Yu Yunjin laughed upon hearing Lin Fan's words, addressing him directly. Ha! Master Yu is indeed perceptive. That is precisely my intention, Lin Fan replied without hesitation. Your Highness, you are rather naive to think that mere strength and martial soul prowess can subdue the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Yu Yunjin chuckled, emphasizing their pride as dragons. Are you implying that I am not a dragon? Lin Fan responded, somewhat at a loss for words. And if so, what of it? Yu Yunjin replied nonchalantly, casting a calm gaze at Lin Fan. Despite the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan's belief that martial soul strength dictated everything, Lin Fan was not one of their kin. Do you believe that the power of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan can withstand the onslaught of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan or the Spear Hall? Lin Fan asked, mirroring Yu Yunjin's calm demeanor, enunciating each word clearly. Yu Yunjin paused, momentarily taken aback. Ning Fengji's recent estrangement from him lingered in his thoughts. Who could say if one day, Ning Fengji might come knocking with forces in tow? The Spirit Hall, being the most formidable, held no favor towards him. Indeed, he had once denounced the Spirit Hall. Do you truly think your presence can influence the predicament of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Yu Yunjin shook his head as he spoke. I acknowledge your formidable strength, which may even rival that of Jian Daochun, but you must consider your position. If you possess the ability to lead us toward a brighter future, why should we not join you? Lin Fan, with sincerity in his gaze, posed a question. If I can resolve these issues, would Master you consider aligning with me? Oh, haha. If you can truly do as you claim, then why should I, Yu Engine, concern myself with this position? After all, we are still dragons. Yu Engine responded with a hearty laugh, his tone devoid of any pretense, leaving Lin Fan with a favorable impression. As the voice in Lin Fan's mind echoed, he found his regard for Yu Engine significantly elevated. This Yu Engine was indeed a man of integrity, both bold and unrestrained. Master you may not be aware, but I have a profound connection with the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Lin Fan declared, producing a token from the system space and presenting it to Yu Engine. Yu Engine's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he gazed at the token. Though he had never seen one before, he had heard of the Pope's token adorned with 6 emblems. To see the Pope's token is akin to seeing the Pope himself. How did you come by this? Yu Engine inquired, though Lin Fan's response remained unknown to him. This is the Pope's token? Lin Fan mused, bewildered by Yu Engine's recognition of it. Phantom Spirit, did you not tell me this was the Elder's token? Having read the law, Lin Fan was acutely aware of the significant distinction between the Elder's token and the Pope's token. Oh, they're essentially synonymous. Do not dwell on it, Phantom Spirit replied nonchalantly. But this, Lin Fan protested, still unsatisfied. Regardless, I bestowed it upon you, so you have no grounds for complaint. Phantom Spirit interjected decisively. This Pope's token was given to me by my esteemed mother. Is there a problem, Master Yu? Lin Fan smiled amiably at Yu Engine. Esteemed mother? Yu Engine's curiosity piqued at Lin Fan's words. His mother, was she perhaps? Yes. My adoptive mother is the current Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, Lin Fan said, as if reading Yu Engine's thoughts. The reason he claimed to be Bibi Dong's son was that the world was unaware of her daughter, Qianrenqiu. Yu Engine was left speechless by Lin Fan's revelation. 2 pieces of information had emerged from Lin Fan's words. First, that Lin Fan was Bibi Dong's adoptive son, thus holding a position of great prestige. Second, that he was of relatively young age, being the son of Bibi Dong. Furthermore, with Lin Fan's identity and strength, achieving a high status within the Spirit Hall would be as effortless as dining. With these 3 points alone, if he were to ally with Lin Fan, it would not only mean that the Spirit Hall would not retaliate against him, but they might even join forces to assault the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan or the Haotian clan. This realization crushed Yu Engine's earlier demands. Master Yu, you may be unaware, but my faction is home to several remarkably powerful individuals, Lin Fan continued, summoning Kai Wenji, Bai Qi, Douluo Bo, and Su Yuntao. Upon seeing this, Kai Wenji hurried to Lin Fan's side, obedient and poised. Bai Qi stood ready beside him, prepared for action. Noticing their behavior, Su Yuntao also approached, displaying his refined demeanor, aware that he was now a formidable force in his own right. Hey, Your Highness, what is this? Douluo Bo directed his gaze at Yu Engine, seemingly disregarding Lin Fan entirely. Are you the level 90 Douluo Bo? Yu Engine exclaimed, recalling a green-haired man he had encountered in Tiando City. Has he truly ascended to such heights so soon? Indeed, just a few years ago, Douluo Bo became a titled Douluo, and now he stands at level 95. Douluo Bo replied, seemingly relishing the moment to boast. In times long past, he would have regarded someone of Yu Engine's caliber with a reverence befitting a child, addressing him as senior with utmost respect. Yet now, he possesses the strength to engage in an arm wrestle with Yu Engine. Though it is certain that he would be utterly defeated in such a contest, this does not deter him from the endeavor. Lord Sectmaster, is there a matter for which you have summoned us? At this moment, Douluo Bo turned his gaze towards Lin Fan, speaking up. Is it not the case that you are considering allowing Lord Yu to join us? Lin Fan remarked with a smile, glancing towards Yu Engine. Oh, Lord Yu. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Douluo Bo's heart stirred slightly, a rush of excitement coursing through him. Is the esteemed sect master now contemplating a confrontation with the leader of one of the 3 sects, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family? Truly, our sect master has grand ambitions. Old Yu, from now on, we shall be comrades. Do take care of me, Douluo Bo said, stepping forward to grasp Yu Engine's arm with a grin. Yu Engine, witnessing this scene, found himself momentarily taken aback. Who, one might wonder, had emboldened Douluo Bo to jest with him in such a manner? Lord Yu, you see, you now have a formidable backing. While Lin Fan's influence indeed piqued Yu Engine's interest, as the patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus family, he could not be the first to betray his own sect. That would be morally reprehensible. Lord Yu, this is not in conflict. You could certainly join us. Lin Fan urged, sensing Yu Engine's hesitation. Behold the 2 individuals by my side. One is a level 96 assault type, super Douluo, and the other in level 89 healing type, soul Douluo. Both are exceptionally powerful. Lin Fan gestured towards Bai Qi and Kai Wenji, speaking with a calm demeanor. And this one possesses the formidable martial soul of the Wolf King, he added, directing his gaze towards Su Yuntao as he introduced him to Yu Yuanjin. Seeing Lin Fan present him in such a light, Su Yuntao felt a surge of joy within. At this juncture, Yu Yuanjin truly found himself in a state of indecision. Lin Fan's influence was indeed impressive. Lord Yuan, you ought to contemplate this seriously. Joining us would not conflict with your allegiance to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Dugu Bo urged earnestly, fully aware of Yu Yuanjin's talent and strength, which ranked him among the elite of the continent. Yu Yuanjin's fondness for his host had reached a score of 100, leading him to naturally consider joining the heroic hall. Just as Lin Fan was about to further persuade him, a voice echoed in his mind. Yu Yuanjin gazed at Lin Fan, his eyes brimming with loyalty and trust. He had come to the conclusion that only Lin Fan could render the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family even more formidable. Yu Yuanjin pays his respects to the esteemed sect master, he declared, mimicking Dugu Bo's earlier gesture and bowing deeply. Chapter 79, Hao Qian's Sect. I truly thank you. Ha! Lord Yuan, please, rise quickly. Lin Fan chuckled at the sight, promptly encouraging him to stand. Yu Yuanjin, a figure of considerable renown across the Douluo Continent, was now a powerful ally under Lin Fan's command. And how could he not rejoice in this? Huh? Without the master, do you think Yu Yuanjin is such a fool? Huan Ling mused, observing Lin Fan's expression. Of course, Huan Ling was unaware that Lin Fan was cognizant of the intricate machinations at play. A super Douluo, even for the sake of his sect, should not yield so readily. Yu Yuanjin, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and quickly stood, for even though his fondness might be influenced by Huan Ling's secret manipulation, it was genuine, and he naturally inclined to heed Lin Fan's words. Lord Sect Master, may I have the audacity to inquire if you accept disciples? Yu Yuanjin asked, a hint of trepidation in his heart as he regarded Lin Fan. Oh, I have yet to take on disciples. Does Lord Yu Yuan wish to? Lin Fan replied, shaking his head, though he was somewhat apprehensive regarding the implications of Yu Yuanjin's inquiry. Lord Sect Master, I have a descendant, a prodigy of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. May he, perchance, become a disciple under your esteemed tutelage? Yu Yuanjin spoke, his gaze fixed on Lin Fan. He had resolved that if there was even a trace of hesitation in Lin Fan's eyes, he would reconsider his request. Are you referring to Yu Tianheng? Lin Fan inquired, recalling the most gifted individual from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family, as depicted in the original narrative. What is this? You wish for him to be his teacher? Yu Tianheng is likely even older than I. Moreover, his strength was not even self-cultivated, let alone guiding another. Furthermore, Yu Tianheng's innate talent was woefully inadequate. While the golden generation of the Spirit Hall had already attained the title of Soul King, Yu Tianheng, of similar age, was merely at the level of a soul scholar. Lord Yuan, to be frank, my own soul power level is the result of fortunate circumstances. My understanding of martial souls is even less than that of my son. Yu Xiaojiang, Lin Fan stated, meeting Yu Yuanjin's gaze directly. Xiaojiang? The sect master is acquainted with Xiaojiang? Yu Yuanjin exclaimed, a flicker of excitement illuminating his countenance. He was well aware that his son, Yu Xiaojiang, was perpetually engaged in reckless endeavors, often dabbling in trivial pursuits. It was only a matter of time before something went awry. Now, to think his son had forged a bond with an unparalleled powerhouse like Lin Fan. Surely this would ensure Yu Xiaojiang's well-being. Alas, even so, Xiaojiang is no longer with us. Lin Fan said, adopting a mournful expression. Yu Yuanjin, initially hopeful for some good news regarding Yu Xiaojiang, found his countenance drained of color upon hearing such words. What? Xiaojiang is gone? Yu Yuanjin's voice trembled, the gravity of Lin Fan's statement weighing heavily upon him. He had always harbored guilt towards Yu Xiaojiang and longed for his return to the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. Yet now, to learn from Lin Fan that his son had perished? It is impossible. Master, you must be deceiving me. My son, Xiaojiang, has always been well-behaved and has never provoked anyone. How could he possibly be dead? Yu Yuanjin's voice grew fainter with each word. Despite his fondness for Lin Fan, he had reluctantly accepted this grim reality. Yet, he could not fathom how his son, Yu Xiaojiang, had angered any formidable figure. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan owed no debts to anyone, nor had they ever had any altercations. How could his son have perished? Upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words, Lin Fan found himself at a loss for words. As for your obedient son, there are countless individuals in Huaxia who have wished to see him suffer. to be cut in half or worse. Under the mantle of the Spirit Hall, you are unaware that I learned from the local Spirit Hall that Xiaojiang inadvertently revealed the elder token bestowed upon him in front of two men, who subsequently killed him. Just days ago, I eliminated those two individuals. You may find it hard to believe, but their martial spirits were both the Clear Sky Hammer. As Lin Fan spoke, he lowered his head in resignation. Though he appeared sorrowful, his internal musings revealed a different sentiment. Is it truly appropriate for me to frame the Clear Sky sect for this? The thought amused him, considering he had already lured Tang Hao away from the Clear Sky sect. If they were to learn of the blame placed upon them for Xiaojiang's death, they would undoubtedly take great pleasure in it. The Clear Sky sect. At Lin Fan's mention, Yu Yuanjin's body trembled slightly. Initially, he had felt sympathy for the Clear Sky sect, which had nearly been annihilated by the Spirit Hall, as they were both part of the upper echelons of the sects and had maintained a cordial relationship. He understood their long-standing opposition to the Spirit Hall. However, his son had merely held an elder's title within the Spirit Hall, only to be killed by members of the Clear Sky sect. The circumstances surrounding his son's demise were utterly infuriating. Seeing Yu Yuanjin's growing fury, Lin Fan could not help but shake his head. Were it not for Yu Yuanjin's high regard for him, he might not have been listened to at all. Nevertheless, such favor could indeed grant him considerable freedom. Lord Lin, it has been many years since I inquired about the Clear Sky sect. Might I ask if you could share the intelligence regarding the Clear Sky sect under the Spirit Hall's control? Yu Yuanjin inquired earnestly. Rest assured, I shall remain loyal to your cause. At this moment, his hatred for the Clear Sky sect had reached its zenith, and he viewed the Spirit Hall as a potentially favorable ally. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement, suppressing a smile at Yu Yuanjin's eagerness. Chapter 80. Tang Hao. The current Clear Sky sect boasts several title-level elders, far surpassing its former self, Lin Fan remarked, recalling the 8 or so title-level elders he had witnessed in his previous life. However, he was intrigued by how the Clear Sky sect had grown even stronger after their reclusive period. Is what you say truly the case? Yu Yuanjin had initially intended to storm the Clear Sky sect to avenge his son, but Lin Fan's words left him momentarily stunned. The Clear Sky sect possesses several title Douluo. How could they be so powerful yet be treated like dogs by the Spirit Hall? It must have been deliberate. Yu Yuanjin thought furiously. As for the Clear Sky sect's newfound strength after their retreat from the world, he found it hard to believe. They had been trounced by the Spirit Hall before their seclusion. What could have changed afterward? After all, the Clear Sky sect once had a figure like Tang San. For them to thrive in such a manner is not entirely surprising, Lin Fan concluded, shifting his gaze to Su Yuntao and the other members of the heroic hall, who in turn regarded Yu Yuanjin with encouraging looks, particularly the old rogue, Douluo, whose gaze was the most intense. However, our strength can easily subdue them, Lin Fan declared, smiling slightly at Yu Yuanjin. Yu Yuanjin fell silent, realizing that he had only just joined their faction, and they were already willing to avenge his son. Not only Lin Fan, but the other members of his faction were also treating him with sincerity. Such regard must indeed be significant for them to act in this manner. Lord Lin, I am grateful, Yu Yuanjin said, bowing deeply, regardless of the truth behind Lin Fan's words. The mere gesture of goodwill had deeply moved him and intensified his admiration for Lin Fan's burgeoning faction. Lin Fan observed this scene with a peculiar sensation. It was rather impressive how he could so effortlessly shift the blame for Xiaojiang's death upon himself, even though he had been the one to kill him. Yet, by leveraging Xiaojiang's esteemed position in Yu Yuanjin's heart, he had elevated the latter's fondness for him even further, which was indeed somewhat daunting. Old Yu when the time comes. Eradicating the entire Clear Sky sect will be a simple matter, Lin Fan asserted, pulling Yu Yuanjin to his feet. Yu Yuanjin, hearing Lin Fan's address, felt no discomfort. Rather, he found it rather endearing. Old Yu, take me to meet the upper echelons of your blue lightning tyrant dragon family, Lin Fan said contemplatively. After all, he was now somewhat of a leader among them. Haha, Lord Lin, of course, there is no issue with that, Yu Yuanjin replied with a smile, waving his hand to indicate that it was perfectly acceptable. Please wait a moment. I shall summon them for a meeting. You may proceed to the conference hall ahead. With that, he pointed to a nearby structure and hurried away. Lin Fan nodded and, along with several members of the heroic hall, made his way toward the hall. Lord, do you plan to confront the Clear Sky sect in the future? Douluo pondered aloud, recalling that they too had a martial spirit associated with the Clear Sky Hammer. However, that individual had remained silent. Naturally, after all, that young Tang Hao injured our ghost elder, so we must address that, Lin Fan said, scratching his head awkwardly as he concealed his embarrassment. After all, Tang Hao was one of his own. I see, Douluo replied, not pressing further. He would support whatever Lin Fan decided to undertake, as he believed that Lin Fan's ability to enhance soul power levels so easily left him with few adversaries on the continent. Before long, they entered the conference hall, which was adorned with ancient wooden architecture featuring intricate dragon motifs, quite beautiful in appearance. Shortly thereafter, a group of individuals rushed in, visibly agitated upon seeing Lin Fan and his companions inside. Yuan Jun, why are there several non-clan members present at our family meeting? An elderly man with a somewhat fierce demeanor expressed his frustration. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Character, Yu Luomian. Gender, male. Martial soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Identity, second elder of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, brother of Yu Yuanjun. Soul power level, 79. A strong attack type, 7-ring soul saint. Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. Affiliated power, Spirit Hall. Lin Fan observed this information in his mind, but felt no particular reaction. It was no wonder this individual was so reckless, seizing every opportunity to trouble Yu Yuanjun. He was, after all, the most loyal member of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, Yu Luomian. Luomian, please say less. At that moment, an elder, evidently older than Yu Luomian, patted him on the shoulder and spoke calmly. Clearly, this elder was not a fool. He had sensed the soul power pressure from Lin Fan and the others. Esteemed elders, is it truly appropriate for us to convene in the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan as council hall? The elder directed his stern gaze towards Lin Fan and the others. Brother Long, let us refrain from further comments. 2 other elderly men, of similar age, approached him and spoke. Esteemed elders, my brother's temperament is simply this way. I hope you will not take offense. One of the elder men glanced apologetically towards Lin Fan and the others and addressed them. Character, Yu Long's soul power level, 88. Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Identity, Grand Elder of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Character, Yumi's soul power level, 85. Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Identity, Second Elder of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Character, Yu Gang, soul power level, 84. Soul Douluo, Martial Soul, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. Identity, Third Elder of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. These 3 were the soul level elders of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, and among those present, only they shared a generational status with Yu Yuanjun, thus possessing a voice of authority. The most irritable of the 3 had been Yu Long, while the one who intervened was the 3rd elder, Yu Gang. From now on, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan shall pledge allegiance to Lord Lin, Yu Yuanjun stated, pointing in Lin Fan's direction with a composed tone. He then produced the soul seal, symbolizing the position of patriarch of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan, and tossed it towards Lin Fan. Lord Lin, the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan shall rely upon you, Yu Yuanjun said, bowing deeply once more to Lin Fan. Great Lord, you must not. Chapter 81. Yu Luomian expresses his helplessness. Great Lord, you must not. Excluding the 3 Soul Douluo, the other invited attendees felt a tremor in their hearts. Wasn't this supposed to be merely a meeting? What on earth was happening? However, Yu Long, Yu Mi, and Yu Gang gradually fell into contemplation. As members of the same generation as Yu Yuanjun, they understood that their patriarch never acted without purpose, nor would he joke about such matters. Yet, this situation was indeed rather sudden. Patriarch, what is the meaning of this? Yu Yuanjun, perceiving that the individual destined to lead the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan was the unparalleled powerhouse he had encountered, acknowledged Lin Fan's strength. Yet, even if that individual possessed extraordinary might, he could not allow a member of an outside clan to assume the role of patriarch. Lord Lin possesses a martial soul that surpasses the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus bloodline. He is the king among dragons and is far more suited to the role of patriarch than I, Yu Yuanjun remarked earnestly. He seldom yielded to others, but he held a considerable respect for Lin Fan. Such a martial soul and talent were truly rare in this world. Moreover, Lin Fan's demeanor and attitude had left a profound impact on him. Patriarch, upon hearing Yu Yuanjun's words, the assembly fell into deep thought. It was well known that Yu Yuanjun had always sought to recruit holders of dragon martial souls from various regions and cherished every individual who bore the dragon lineage, as he would his own kin. Thus, Yu Yuanjun's actions were not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Old Yu, when did I ever express a desire to become the master of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan? Lin Fan remarked, tossing the soul seal, which was now in close proximity to him, back towards Yu Yuanjun with a hint of exasperation. Even if I wished to take over any sect, it would certainly not be your Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus clan. With just a few thousand members, your small sect is hardly of interest to me. Fear not, old you. Our esteemed lord has absolutely no desire for your blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan soul seal. Douluo, witnessing Yu Yuanzhen's bewildered expression, also felt a sense of helplessness. How could our grand and illustrious lord covet such a trivial sect as yours? In the presence of our heroic hall, your sect is but fodder. Old you simply focus on being your patriarch and remember that you are forever a member of our power. Lin Fan said with a smile, as he had no interest in the other members of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus clan. Hearing this, Yu Yuanzhen was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. He had so clearly relinquished power, yet the other party had not accepted it. This Lord Lin was indeed extraordinary. Then, as you wish, Lord Lin, I shall not decline. Yu Yuanzhen replied calmly. If Lin Fan were to check Yu Yuanzhen's data at this moment, he would be astonished to discover that Yu Yuanzhen's favorability towards him had reached an impressive 94. Patriarch, even though Lord Lin's strength is unparalleled. As a master of sect, you cannot simply join another power, can you? That would be tantamount to betraying your own sect. Yu Luomian seized any opportunity to challenge Yu Yuanzhen. Oh, Yu Luomian, do you harbor objections? Lin Fan, with a smile, regarded Yu Luomian. Before he could respond, Lin Fan directly pulled Yu Luomian outside the hall. Great lord, I must inform you that my backing is not something you can provoke. Although Yu Luomian was thoroughly intimidated, he still maintained a semblance of dignity, continuing to bluster. Simultaneously, he reassured himself, as an undercover agent of the Spirit Hall. How could I possibly be so easily defeated? Oh, is that so? Lin Fan found amusement in Yu Luomian's words. The arrangements made by the Spirit Hall were indeed quite effective. In the next moment, before Yu Luomian could react, Lin Fan calmly conveyed a message to him. Such a mundane statement, in the heart of Yu Luomian, bore an uncanny resemblance to the ominous words of the Grim Reaper. Are you jesting, my lord? How could I, the esteemed second-in-command of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, possibly have any ties with the Spirit Hall? That wretched Spirit Hall is beneath my notice. At this moment, Yu Luomian was exceedingly anxious and hastily began to counter-argue. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan retrieved his Pope's order and tossed it in Yu Luomian's direction, maintaining a silent smile. My lord, Yu Luomian gasped in astonishment as he beheld the Pope's order that had been thrown his way. As an undercover agent dispatched by the Spirit Hall, he was well aware of the significance of the Pope's order. Such exalted power was not something a mere pawn like him could ever hope to comprehend. My lord, I only resorted to such desperate measures due to the circumstances I find myself in. Please do not take it to heart, Yu Luomian said, returning the Pope's order to Lin Fan with an obedient demeanor. Oh, Chapter 82, Yu Yuanzhen. I'm afraid I must disagree. Yu Luomian, remember, do not act so foolishly in the future. Whether in times of distress or calm, ceaselessly berating old, you will only make your peculiar behavior evident to all. Lin Fan admonished sternly, fixing Yu Luomian with a penetrating gaze. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fan was genuinely curious how, with such intellect, Yu Luomian had managed to survive the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan in the original tale. My lord, rest assured, I will not betray the Spirit Hall's expectations. Yu Luomian quickly knelt, speaking with utmost reverence. However, internally he remained somewhat unconvinced. Given that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was now entangled with Yu Yuanzhen, what consequence would it have for him to disparage Yu Yuanzhen? Very well, you may return, Lin Fan stated, gradually making his way toward the council chamber. Seeing this, Yu Luomian hurriedly followed behind Lin Fan, keeping pace with him. Lord, my brother Yu Yuanzhen approached Lin Fan, his expression tinged with shame. He himself was unaware of what had displeased his brother. It seemed he was either being reprimanded or was on the verge of another reprimand. It is quite all right. I will not harm him. He has already submitted. Lin Fan reassured with a comforting smile, speaking leisurely. Upon saying this, Lin Fan turned his cheerful gaze toward the approaching Yu Luomian. Isn't that right, Yu Luomian? While Lin Fan's expression appeared perfectly normal, to Yu Luomian, it was laden with unspoken nuances. My lord speaks the truth. What merit do I possess to defy your will? Yu Luomian mustered all his strength to force a smile in response. That is for the best. Yu Yuanzhen observed Yu Luomian, who now stood behind Lin Fan like a well-behaved pet and was filled with bewilderment. How could his once dominant brother appear so submissive in the presence of the Lord of the Hall? Not only, but even the three-souled Douluos of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, along with other clan members invited to the meeting, wore expressions of astonishment. They were all acutely aware of Yu Luomian's previously obstinate demeanor, being the sole member of their clan who would shamelessly flirt and yet deny his actions. Yet even he had capitulated. How could the rest of them possibly justify their own insubordination? "We greet you, Lord Lin." The gathered assembly, led by Yulong, bowed respectfully toward Lin Fan, though the thoughts within their minds remained unspoken. Yu Yuanjin, witnessing this, could not help but smile broadly, while the indifferent Bai Qi and others displayed no interest in the unfolding events. In particular, Douluo felt an overwhelming sense of tedium. Were it not for Lin Fan's presence, he might have simply resorted to a standing slumber. "Esteemed guests, the purpose for summoning you all has been fulfilled. You may take your leave," Yu Yuanjin stated, casting a glance toward his clan members. Although the higher-ups were still in a state of confusion, he had achieved his objective for convening the meeting and saw no reason to keep them lingering any longer. After all, he needed to engage in further discourse with Lin Fan. With that, he directed a gaze toward Yu Lumian. "Brother, you two should return with them." Seeing his elder brother, who had also entered the twilight of his years, Yu Yuanjin felt a sense of helplessness. How could an elder still be so troublesome? Yu Lumian, upon hearing this, reluctantly nodded and ambled toward the hall's exit. Regardless of his dissatisfaction, he had no desire to create a scene under Lin Fan's watchful eye. Observing this, the others began to depart one after another from the council chamber. If even Yu Lumian had acquiesced, they certainly had no grounds to oppose Yu Yuanjin. As the clan leader, Yu Yuanjin had always acted in the best interest of the entire sect, a fact they were quite clear about. I thought the clan leader was convening to discuss some significant matter." Two of the attendees exchanged, their voices tinged with resignation. "Instead, I find myself in this predicament." Indeed. And yet, the might of Lord Lin is undeniably formidable. "I hope our blue lightning tyrant dragon clan may thrive under his guidance," one remarked. Precisely. Although their words carried a certain stiffness, their faces radiated with excitement. With so many powerful individuals within the clan, what concern could they have regarding their strength? Lin Fan, observing the somewhat distracted Douluo, promptly issued commands for their return to the system space. After all, their presence here bore little significance. Yu Yuanjin, witnessing Douluo and others vanish before him without a trace of spiritual energy, found his estimation of Lin Fan's power rising even further. "Lord, please have a seat." Yu Yuanjin procured a chair from the side and placed it beside Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in acknowledgement before settling down comfortably. Yu Yuanjin likewise took a seat, directing his gaze toward Lin Fan. "My lord, do you have any further matters to attend to?" Yu Yuanjin inquired with a respectful demeanor, awaiting Lin Fan's response. "Yuanjin, I am aware that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan possesses the ancient Dragon King's soul bone, the true Dragon 9 Crowns." Yuanjin, the true Dragon 9 Crowns. "May I inquire?" Lin Fan did not conclude his sentence outright, but rather awaited Yu Yuanjin's reaction. "The true Dragon 9 Crowns?" Yu Yuanjin felt a tumultuous wave of emotions surge within him. The true Dragon 9 Crowns was the utmost secret of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, a treasure of their dragon lineage, rarely revealed. Even within their clan, only he, Yu Lumian, Yu Long, Yu Mi, and Yu Gang were privy to its existence. The other four had remained within the clan, making any contact with Lin Fan impossible. How did you, Lord Lin, come to know of this? Thus, once again, Yu Yuanjin's perception of Lin Fan underwent a profound transformation. It is indeed a formidable challenge to effortlessly acquire knowledge of our clan's treasured relics. Master the Hall. Our clan does possess such an artifact, yet I would not recommend you utilize this soul bone, Yu Yuanjin stated candidly, without concealing any truths. "Oh, what is it, Yuanjin? Are you afraid that once I obtain the soul bone, I might annihilate the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family?" Lin Fan teased with a smile. "Haha, of course not. How could the Master of the Hall be that sort of person?" Yu Yuanjin responded, amused by Lin Fan's words. "However, regardless of the circumstances, I cannot entrust the true Dragon 9 Crowns to you." With sincerity gleaming in his eyes, Yu Yuanjin gazed at Lin Fan. It was precisely because of Lin Fan's regard for him that Yu Yuanjin found it impossible to hand over that draconic treasure. Although the Dragon Clan's treasure is extraordinarily powerful and can significantly enhance the user's strength, Lin Fan expressed his bewilderment upon hearing Yu Yuanjin's words. This true Dragon 9 Crowns is not some malevolent artifact. Does it truly require sacrifice for its use? Master Lin, while you may be aware of the true Dragon 9 Crowns might, do not forget that even the most powerful items exact a considerable price for activation, Yu Yuanjin replied, shaking his head. The true Dragon 9 Crowns consists of a soul bone, known as the Snow Jade Crown, and 8 fragments of soul bones. A blue electric Tyrannosaurus soul master who perfectly absorbs the Snow Jade Crown can awaken the ancient Dragon King's soul within. allowing their blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul to evolve into the golden sacred dragon martial soul, significantly enhancing their mental strength, soul power, attributes, and soul skill potency. As for what happens after you absorb it, I cannot say. Indeed, the Snow Jade Crown's efficacy is commendable, befitting its ancient dragon king designation, Lin Fan mused. Although his martial soul was vastly superior to the golden sacred dragon martial soul, he held a certain fondness for the ancient dragon soul. Yu Engine, upon hearing this, shook his head. While the Snow Jade Crown is indeed powerful, it demands a life as a sacrifice to don crown. In other words, one must offer their life to activate the Snow Jade Crown before it can be utilized by another, who would only be able to harness a fraction of its power to enhance their soul skills. To wield the full might of the Snow Jade Crown, it must be perfectly absorbed. Yu Engine looked back at Lin Fan, eager to gauge his reaction. What astounded him was that Lin Fan's response was quite composed. Illusory spirit, come, enlighten me, he inwardly called out, despite appearing calm on the surface. Illusory spirit, did you not proclaim that the true Dragon 9 Crowns is immensely powerful? Why are the conditions for using the Snow Jade Crown so harsh? Lin Fan expressed his indignation. Had Yu Engine not kindly warned me, I might have recklessly absorbed the true Dragon 9 Crowns. Lin Fan, your predecessor, the previous owner of the Snow Jade Crown, would have sacrificed the remaining energy within before their demise. Illusory spirit responded calmly, not exhibiting any dramatic emotion. Lin Fan was at a loss for words upon hearing Illusory Spirit's dismissive remarks. Yu Engine, if the Snow Jade Crown possesses such formidable capabilities, why not find a way to absorb it and elevate your martial soul to the golden sacred dragon? After a moment's contemplation, Yu Engine shook his head helplessly. Master Lin, you must understand, I absorbed a soul bone from the head of a golden horned dragon in my youth. And since the Snow Jade Crown is also a head soul bone, they naturally conflict, preventing me from absorbing it further. Reflecting on the golden sacred dragon, Yu Engine could not help but think of his son, Yu Xiaojiang. The first aura emanating from his son's martial soul awakening had closely resembled that of the golden sacred dragon. Upon hearing Yu Engine's remarks, Lin Fan chose not to pursue the matter further. Yu Engine, this is merely the Snow Jade Crown. What are the other 8 fragments? Lin Fan inquired, casting aside his previous thoughts. In comparison to the Snow Jade Crown, the strength of the other 8 soul bone fragments was indeed astonishing. If absorbed by a blue electric Tyrannosaurus Soul Master, the 8 fragments, while not providing any soul skills, can enhance physical strength to semi-divine levels, allowing one to disregard any attack from soul masters below level 90. Additionally, they can extend the lifespan of soul rings. If the power of the 9 crowns is gathered and activated simultaneously, it can be elevated to a staggering 100,000 years. It was precisely through this relic that our ancestors triumphed over all soul masters across the land, Yu Engine expressed with a hint of nostalgia. Then what is the cost for utilizing these 8 fragments? Lin Fan, having experienced the earlier revelations, understood that the true Dragon 9 Crown's utilization cost was undoubtedly exorbitant. Nodding slightly at Lin Fan's inquiry, Yu Engine explained, the process of using the true Dragon 9 Crowns is irreversible. Not only does it consume the Soul Master's soul power, but it also demands flesh and blood. Should one exceed the use of 5 crowns, they will be drained of their soul power, flesh, and ultimately be reduced to a mere petrified corpse. It was precisely this fate that befell our first ancestor. As Yu Engine spoke, a wave of reflection washed over him. Lin Fan, upon hearing this, felt as though 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. Illusory spirit, come, let's converse. Lin Fan at that moment truly wished to confront Illusory spirit. Do you harbor some bias against me? Calm yourself, Lin Fan, Illusory spirit retorted. Their martial soul is the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. Do you not recognize the disparity in strength compared to your own martial soul? Illusory spirit, equally vexed, countered, did I not provide you with a formidable martial soul? Is that my fault? Upon hearing Illusory spirit's words, Lin Fan was taken aback. He felt that given Yu Engine's stature as a blue electric Tyrannosaurus, he could easily defeat him with a single punch. Was this the gap between his sacred Dragon King and the blue electric Tyrannosaurus? Indeed, Master Lin. Our blue electric Tyrannosaurus martial soul strength is incomparable to yours, making you a unique case, Yu Engine remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his tone. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus had always been regarded as a target by other dragon-type martial souls, but now they found themselves facing a martial soul they could not even hope to rival. Yu Engine, do you believe I could absorb this ancient Dragon King's soul bone? Lin Fan inquired earnestly, looking into Yu Engine's eyes. Well, Yu Yuanjin found himself at a loss for words, uncertain how to respond. The strength of Lin Fan's martial soul left him hesitant to make any judgments. Xiao Fan, this item holds little value for you, Lin Fan remarked slowly. One must understand that with just a casual divine examination, your soul ring quality could easily become entirely crimson, wouldn't it? Huan Ling expressed her helplessness, saying, with a martial soul that could rival the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, what further need is there for a corporeal form that matches a demigod? Upon hearing this, Lin Fan found himself momentarily bewildered. His martial soul, which was said to be on par with the Golden Dragon King and Silver Dragon King, was being compared to a mere blue lightning tyrant dragon. I feel a bit of show-off. Chapter 84. Yuanjin stated that the 7-treasure glazed tile school deserves its fate. Indeed, it all hinges on your current mindset. If you desire it, you may have it. Yet there truly is no pressing necessity. Huan Ling concluded, refraining from further comment. After all, the choice rests with Lin Fan. Understood, Lin Fan replied inwardly. It appeared he indeed had no pressing need for such a soul bone. However, as the saying goes, why refuse something freely offered, regardless of its utility? It is best to accept it. Of course, Lin Fan's mind was still engaged in contemplation. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was, for the time being, under his control and considered part of the Spirit Hall's domain. It was likely that no one on the Douluo Continent could rival them. Given this, the true Dragon 9 crowns were undoubtedly unnecessary for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. For both emotional and rational reasons, he ought to accept it. Yuanjin, I shall take my time to study this. Please bring forth the true Dragon 9 crowns. Lin Fan gazed at Yuanjin and spoke slowly. Yuanjin nodded in acknowledgement. After all, having aligned with Lin Fan, it was only reasonable for him to undertake such tasks. The dragon spawns 9 offspring, each residing atop their respective peaks. Each mountain bears a crown, and all 9 return as one. With his eyes closed, Yuanjin silently recited this within his mind. In the next moment, Lin Fan felt the entire true Dragon Mountain, where the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect resided, as well as the surrounding peaks. He Mountain, Gu Mountain, Tung Mountain, Ba Mountain, Do Mountain, Lanfeng Mountain, Zidian Mountain, and Nan Wang Mountain begin to tremble violently. Gradually, a powerful surge of soul power surged toward Yuanjin. Before long, several dragon bone-shaped fragments landed before the two of them. Master, this is the true Dragon 9 crowns, Yuanjin stated, observing the dragon bone fragment strewn on the ground. Name, True Dragon 9 crowns. Nature, secret treasure. Level, sub-artifact. Description, the 9 offspring of the dragon are distinct. Before the ancient Dragon King perished, he self-destructed his body, sealing his limbs, head, torso, tail, and wings into the 9 mountains of the current Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect as a treasured artifact for the family. Any clan leader who reaches the tidal Doa realm may retrieve these treasures from the mountains. Invocation mantra, dragon spawns 9 offspring, residing atop 9 peaks. Each mountain bears a crown, and all 9 return as one. Ability, it can enhance physical strength to demigod level, allowing one to disregard any attack from soul masters below level 90, and can extend the lifespan of soul rings. If the power of the 9 crowns is gathered and activated simultaneously, it can elevate to 10,000 years. Note, the Snow Jade Crown contains the remnants of the ancient Dragon King's soul, which can be used to summon and control a giant dragon. Upon seeing the information before him regarding these dragon bones, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile with delight. He hadn't expected the true Dragon 9 crowns to be a sub-artifact. Though its utility may be limited, it was still the first sub-artifact he had obtained. A cause for celebration. Alright, Yuanjin, thank you. Lin Fan gently placed the true Dragon 9 crowns into his soul storage belt and looked at Yuanjin with a smile. At that moment, he was genuinely pleased. While the true Dragon 9 crowns were indeed a potent tool, what brought Lin Fan greater joy was Yuanjin's attitude toward him. Having offered up the most significant treasure of his family, could Yuanjin ever betray him? Haha, master, you shouldn't say such things. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Yuanjin felt a warmth in his heart and replied with a smile. It was rare for someone to speak to him in such a manner, and naturally, it brought him much joy. Yuanjin, I will also assist that lad Tianheng. You may not know, but Mr. Douluo is currently the leader of the Tiando battle team. As he expected, Lin Fan's words shocked Yuanjin. One must understand, he had previously sensed Douluo's strength, which was not far inferior to his own. To think he was the leader of Tianheng's team. Indeed, the power of the master is unfathomable. A super Do-level powerhouse, where could he not be well received? Only Lin Fan, whose thoughts diverged from the norm, would approach things differently. Then, I will entrust Tianheng to you, master. Yuanjin said, clasping his fists toward Lin Fan. At that moment, he paid no heed to Lin Fan's age. On one hand, he genuinely did not care about such trivialities. On the other hand, Bibi Dong should rightly address him as a senior. This connection between Bibi Dong's adopted son and him, Yuanjin, was indeed amusing. May I ask, Master, what are your plans moving forward? Yuanjin, lost in thought, looked at Lin Fan and spoke without realizing it. Let us gradually begin by toppling the Tiando Empire. Lin Fan replied, after some contemplation. The Xinghua Empire currently harbors uncertain variables. It is not yet time to stir up trouble there. In contrast, the Tiando Empire is ripe for exploitation. Toppling the Tiando Empire? Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, Yuanjin nodded slightly. With Lin Fan's strength, overthrowing the Tiando Empire was merely a matter of whether he wished to do so. May I inquire, Master, when shall we assault the Tiando Empire? This way, I can prepare in advance. Yuanjin spoke earnestly, his loyalty evident in his gaze. At present, I have no such intentions. I will notify you when the time comes. Lin Fan considered and replied. Currently, Tang San is still under 12 years old. He did not wish to easily overturn the Tiando Empire, as that would diminish the thrill of the endeavor. As you command, Master. Yuanjin responded calmly, aware that such matters were not within his purview. At that moment, he felt his own strength of level 96 was rather lacking. Lin Fan naturally discerned Yuanjin's thoughts and smiled. As long as there is wealth, there are system coins. With system coins, one can acquire pills with no side effects. With such pills, who still needs to cultivate? Indeed, who among serious individuals still cultivates? Well then, Yuanjin, I plan to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in the coming days to engage with them. I am currently short on funds and will borrow a bit from them. Lin Fan glanced at Yuanjin with a smile. Yuanjin initially intended to mention that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon still possessed 500 million gold soul coins, but upon seeing Lin Fan's final expression, he found himself momentarily stunned. The 7 Treasures Glazed sect, led by Ning Fengji, undoubtedly deserved its wealth. Yuanjin could hardly overlook that Lin Fan was seeking a loan from the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Once borrowed, the amount would only escalate. Chapter 85. Lin Fan, I come to borrow several billions. Lin Fan, oblivious to Yuanjin's expression, hastily departed. After all, borrowing money is of utmost importance. Given the immense wealth of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, it would be remiss of Lin Fan not to request a substantial sum. Gradually, guided by the system radar, Lin Fan arrived at the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. True to its reputation as the most affluent force in the Douluo Continent, the architecture of the sect comprised ancient, towering edifices, occasionally emanating powerful auras. Not to mention, these structures surpassed the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect by numerous tiers. The fluctuations of soul power were leagues beyond those of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Of course, the so-called potent auras appeared to Lin Fan as utterly devoid of soul power. Phantom Spirit, provide me with a dossier on the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Upon calling out to Phantom Spirit, a data panel materialized within Lin Fan's mind. Sect, 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Directly associated Martial Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Sect Master, Ning Fengji, Martial Spirit, 7 Treasures Glazed Pagoda. Level 79, 7 Ring Auxiliary System Soul Saint. Elder, Jian Dao Qinshin, Martial Spirit, 7 Killing Sword. Level 96, 9 Ring Assault System, Super Douluo Title, Sword. Elder, Gu Rong, Martial Spirit Bone Dragon. Level 96, 9 Ring Defense System, Super Douluo Title, Bone. Additionally, there are 15 Soul Douluos and 86 Soul Saints. Economic status, 4, 5 billion gold soul coins, ranking first in the continent. This, the 7 Treasures Glazed sect. Indeed, formidable. As Lin Fan perused the initial portion of the information, he remained relatively calm, as it aligned with his expectations. However, when he beheld this staggering figure of 4, 5 billion gold soul coins, he was utterly astounded. He knew that the wealthiest entity in the Douluo Continent was none other than the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, yet the sheer magnitude of their financial resources was astonishing. What would it mean if they gifted him over 4 billion gold soul coins? That would equate to approximately 400,000 system coins. The Ultra Artifact, the Rui Jingu Bang, was merely worth 200,000 system coins. With 400,000 system coins, he could procure 40 grade 10 soul power pills. Each grade 10 soul power pill could elevate the cultivation of a super Douluo from level 96 to 99 by 1 rank. If he could lay claim to the entirety of the 7 Treasures Glazed sect, then the strength of his heroic haul would not merely be formidable, but extraordinarily monstrous. Your Excellency, standing before the 7 Treasures Glazed sect pondering is not our customary way of hospitality. Might I invite you to join us? At that moment, Lin Fan heard a voice behind him and instinctively used his spiritual energy to glance back. He noticed Qinshin, Gu Rong, and Ning Fengji, all dressed in white, had approached him. The one speaking was none other than the sect master, Ning Fengji. Ah, Lin Fan replied with a smile, turning to face the somewhat perplexed Ning Fengji. The atmosphere turned momentarily tranquil. You are Lin Fan, the Hall Master? Ning Fengji surveyed Lin Fan before expressing his astonishment. Initially, he had merely followed Qinshin and Gu Rong, having sensed the aura of a formidable being, without anticipating that it would be Lin Fan. However, upon witnessing Lin Fan's presence, Ning Fengji felt a surge of excitement and joy. Lin Fan was the youngest title Douluo he had ever encountered, leaving a profound impression on him. Why? Now that you see me, are you not welcoming? Lin Fan queried, observing the surprised countenance of Ning Fengji. Of course not, Hall Master Lin Fan, please this way. Ning Fengji exclaimed, his expression shifting to one of alarm as he vigorously shook his head, indicating that it was not as Lin Fan suggested. A being of Lin Fan's caliber was not someone Ning Fengji dared to offend. After a brief while, Lin Fan and Qinshin settled comfortably within a pavilion. Your Excellency Lin Fan, your sudden visit caught us off guard. I humbly ask for your understanding, Ning Fengji said, rising to stand before Lin Fan as he spoke. Though he was the sect master, being the leader of an auxiliary system, sect, rendered the situation rather awkward. Not at all. I have come to the Seven Treasures Glazed sect with a request, Lin Fan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand dismissively. Oh, may I inquire, Hall Master Lin Fan, what matter requires the assistance of the Seven Treasures Glazed sect?